entered the Tier 3 Mage realm, although he wanted to ask Alec how he had managed to break through so quickly without flaws, but again he was certain that Alec would never enter the next realm without being absolutely sure of everything. As Alec was, in fact, the most cautious person he knew, therefore he held on to the breakthrough, guiding the progression of his cultivation, as he allowed the new mana he accumulated to push his limits further and further until his mana pool could no longer keep up. Only then would he experience a natural breakthrough that he could no longer halt. This had been his intention all along, but among them all, Arthur was still seen as the weakest and the most unserious because they hadn't witnessed him cultivate in a very long time. Do not let anyone dampen your spirits. What truly matters is that the master recognizes your struggles and the hardships you endure. Rest assured, the day will come when your brilliance shines so brightly that even those around you will be compelled to worship it. Tempest Butcher, standing in front of Alec's door, said to the downcast Arthur as he passed by. The unexpected comment made Arthur stop in surprise, turning back to clarify, "Did you just say that now?" Butcher responded with a sarcastic look on his face. "Of course, there's no one else here, right? When did you become so clever to come up with such a fantastic line? You've truly brightened my day," Arthur exclaimed. "Regardless, that guy always knows how to uplift my spirits. I'm heading down the peak. If he emerges from seclusion, let him know I've gone to find Lucas. I want to spar alongside someone our clansmen all got boring," Arthur stated, walking ahead only to unexpectedly come across Kelvin. The moment Kelvin caught sight of him, he attempted to turn and flee, but it was already too late. Arthur had spotted him, and without hesitation, he pulled Kelvin along as they descended the mountain. The area around the War God Mage Academy arena was crowded with members of the Royal Mage Academy. It was a place that used to be a gathering spot for students of the War God Mage Academy. And it was because the arena was located in the middle of the academy that really made it a popular spot for many students. But now the War God Mage Academy students now avoided that same location because of the Royal Mage Academy crowding the area. Now I'm really wondering why we're stuck in this outdated school. Not only are the students weak, but even their instructors are useless, one of the Royal Mage Academy visiting mages commented. "I doubt we'll gain anything from this exchange," another mage added. "Be prepared to fight at any opportunity. If we can eliminate Alec Gordons, whom Mr. Bolton is interested in, we can easily return to our academy before the month is over. Because we need to go back as soon as possible if we want to compete for spots in the Inter Academy team in a few months," Lucky said. Unexpectedly, Lucky had emerged from nowhere and shocked the Royal Mage Academy mages, who had been waiting at the arena for any new mage that might dare to accept the challenge of facing them. Ivor Dragonmere, Asher Blaze, and Lucky Roo had been absent from all the waiting for a challenger. As it seemed they weren't needed, the remaining students were more than capable of defeating any challengers that came. The fact that the War God Mage Academy students hadn't won a single match was a source of shame for all the academy instructors. The instructors wished they could gather all the mages eligible for the challenge in order to regain their reputation. Just winning just one match would be satisfying for them right now. Not only were the students of the Royal Mage Academy insulting the War God Mage Academy students, but they were also making snide remarks about the instructors' qualifications, and this is where they felt offended. Arthur, who was dragging Kelvin along, walked past the arena area, completely unaware of what was happening. Though he noticed a couple of people in specialized white attire robes that seemed to be from another academy, but this didn't bother Arthur much as his main concern was reaching Lucas's master peak and sparing with him in hope that he might enter the Tier 3 realm too. As Arthur walked through, the students from the Royal Mage Academy whistled and Lucky nudged one of the mage beside him, urging him to intervene. The mage quickly rushed towards Arthur, blocking his path and earning a raised eyebrow from Arthur, who looked at him with surprise. "Stupid and weak members of the War God Mage Academy are not allowed to pass this way. Go out of the arena and take the other route," the mage proclaimed. Arthur tilted his head to get a better look at the badge on the mage's robe, while Kelvin also stared at the mage in astonishment. The arena was situated in the middle of the academy, and they usually passed through it without any issues. It was a place where students hung out, with occasional fights erupting, but now they were being directed to take an alternative route to their destination by someone they didn't even know. "Are you a student of the War God Mage Academy?" Arthur inquired. "No," the mage responded curtly. "Are you related or connected to any of the esteemed great instructors from the War God Mage Academy?" Arthur questioned, trying to identify the mage's background. As he had been warned multiple times by Agnes not to pick fights with any disciple of the great instructors, leaving Alec to deal with the repercussions, Arthur wanted to ensure that the person he would confront wouldn't pose a problem for his boss and brother, Alec. "Of course not. Why would I even want to be associated with any member of this weak and degraded academy?" The mage replied disdainful, as Arthur smiled in response. Oh, that's good to know. In that case, this situation is simple. You see, I'm not in a particularly good mood, and I can be quite impulsive, so I suggest you do not try stopping me or provoking me again. Arthur warned as he put his left arm around Kelvin's shoulder and began to walk away, pulling Kelvin along. The Royal Mage Academy mage watched helplessly as his colleagues laughed at him from a distance, realizing he had failed to prevent Arthur from continuing on that path. This caused his cool facial expression to transform into one of anger as he tried to move his hand and forcefully break Arthur's grip on Kelvin's shoulder. Arthur didn't even bother wasting his words this time, knowing that the mage in question was not from the War God Mage Academy. He didn't care about any potential punishments from the Punishment Hall enforcers, as they would likely view it as two young mages competing. After all, they were in the arena zone, where such actions were deemed acceptable. If not, he might be in problem for just fighting a visitor of the academy. Utilizing the momentum from the struggle, Arthur prepared himself and clenched his right fist, delivering a powerful blow to the mage's face. The rest of the Royal Mage Academy students, who had initially been nonchalant, were now shocked by Arthur's strike. Before any of them could react, Lucky raised his hand, signaling them to halt in their tracks. Meanwhile, some of the War God Mage Academy students who had been idling around, hoping that someone would accept the challenge, were amazed that someone had the audacity to stand up against the arrogant Royal Mage Academy students. As they took a closer look, they realized that it was Arthur, one of Alec's clansmen, which gave them newfound courage. They saw this as an opportunity to finally make some progress and connect with Alec, who they had been trying to reach for so long. The mage slowly removed his hands from his nose, staring at the blood on his fingers, and shouted, "You peasant, how dare you sneak attack me? I will show you just how inferior you are to me." He charged forward, with both his hands blazing with flames as he attempted to strike Arthur with a fiery punch. But to his surprise, Arthur calmly clamped down on his flaming fist with his left palm, completely unaffected by the intense heat. The mage looked on in disbelief, realizing that his attack had failed to inflict any pain on his opponent. When the mage closely examined Arthur's hand, he realized that it was covered by a gleaming golden gauntlet. It had materialized so swiftly that the mage couldn't comprehend what had transpired. Bam! Before the mage could react, Arthur's second punch landed with tremendous force. This time, instead of staggering backward, the mage practically lost consciousness. Arthur had struck him with his right hand, which was now adorned with the golden gauntlet bestowed upon him by his master. "You may be a low Tier 3 mage and I a peak Tier 2 mage, but you're nowhere near my level," Arthur proclaimed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Just because Agnes can speak to me disrespectfully due to her possession of a complete spirit equipment set doesn't mean I will tolerate every Tom, Ricky, Dicky, and Dawn that crosses my path. I may not possess a full set, but I carry a spirit weapon." As Arthur vented out his anger, as he leaned over the mage's unconscious body, his words filled with a mixture of frustration and superiority. "Oh my," Arthur just knocked out that mage from the Royal Mage Academy. "Finally, someone from the War God Mage Academy has won. Go spread the news fast." Several mages who were idling around couldn't wait to spread the news that one of their Academy New Generation members had defeated a member from the visiting academy. It was a way of proving that the mages from the Royal Mage Academy were not invincible and could be defeated. They dispersed, heading to different locations to spread the word quickly. Just as Arthur finished speaking, he noticed that the remaining mages were walking towards him. He smirked and folded his hands, straightening his back as he stared at them, trying to act intimidating. "You do know you're dead, right?" "You are." One of the mages close to Lucky started speaking angrily, but Lucky raised his hand again, silencing the mage almost instantly. "Who are you? Are you Alec Gordons?" Lucky asked, his eyes locked with Arthur's. The information they had gathered suggested that Alec was a Tier 2 mage the last time he was in the capital. Arthur's display of power showed that he was only a peak Tier 2 mage. Defeating a low Tier 3 mage from the Royal Mage Academy was enough to show he was talented, just like their senior Ivor Dragonmere described. Lucky was trying to link Arthur to Alec and see if he was the one they had been waiting for. However, instead of Arthur answering, Kelvin burst into laughter, drawing Lucky's attention. "I can't believe it, someone is actually linking you to the boss. What a drag," Kelvin exclaimed, pointing at Arthur, who sneered in response to Kelvin's teasing. "I am not Alec Gordons. I'm Arthur Gordons from another branch of the Gordons clan. Now what exactly do you want with our young master? It's clear that you have some intentions regarding my boss." Arthur turned back towards Lucky and said, as he pretended not to notice the large number of mages behind Lucky, acting ready to attack if he made any suspicious moves. "Oh, I see, you are related to that cowardly person." The mage closest to Lucky talked again. "Excuse me, come again." Arthur replied almost instantly, feeling like he must be dreaming to have heard someone disrespect Alec in front of him. He has been hiding all this while, right? "We sent a challenge to all the new generation of your academy, but even though they call him the Rookie King, he has not shown any qualities of being their leader in the slightest," the mage continued. He is someone who didn't dare show his face even when we defeated almost all the mages from your academy. If he's not a coward, then what is he? The mage challenged again. But no matter what the mage said, Arthur wasn't even listening to him again after confirming that he was disrespecting Alec. His head was already brimming with anger. Without even saying anything back, he moved in a bid to close the distance between them. Arthur stretched out his left hand, aiming to grab the mage's face. However, Lucky intervened by grabbing Arthur's left hand. Arthur didn't even flinch, as if he had been anticipating the move. He twisted his left arm, gripping Lucky completely and successfully putting him in a lock. Before they could comprehend what was happening, Arthur had struck again by sending a punch straight at the mage's face with his free right hand. However, the mage quickly reacted by raising his hand and casting a small, compressed water shield that contained the force of Arthur's punch. Why do you always strike at the face? Don't you know the basic rule when fighting? The face is the main card, the mage taunted as he moved back, not wanting the sadistic Arthur to ruin his face as he did the first guy that had his nose broken. He took a battle stance, spreading his hands wide and conjuring water droplets around him. Meanwhile, Lucky had already cast a lightning spell with his right hand, the one that Arthur had put in a lock, and blue lightning passed through his hands and spread towards Arthur's left hand. At the same time, he kicked Arthur in the chest, causing him to stagger back. Ugh, Arthur groaned in pain, using his right hand to gently touch his chest. He looked at his left hand, which had also been injured and charred black. His hand was completely numb, and he couldn't feel any sensation in it. Frowning, he looked up at the group of mages from the War God Mage Academy. I still don't understand why you're all obstructing my path, but if you move out of the way now, I'll forget any of this ever happened, Arthur said. You still have the guts to threaten us. After knocking out one of us die, the mage next to Lucky shouted in anger. Low tier spell water bomb. The mage compressed the water droplets around him, creating 3 enormous water balls. He swung his hands towards Arthur, sending the water bombs flying towards him. Low tier spell metal shield. Arthur cast a huge round metal shield in response to the water bomb headed his way, as he braced himself for the impact of the attack. However, he had miscalculated. The water bombs didn't just hit the shield, they exploded upon impact. With 3 water bombs striking together, Arthur was sent flying before slamming onto the ground. Arthur. Kelvin shouted as he ran towards Arthur to help him, but suddenly, Lucky appeared in front of Kelvin, striking his neck and sending him crashing into the ground. Blood spilled from Kelvin's mouth. Seeing this enraged Arthur, who tried dashing towards Kelvin's location, but before he could reach Kelvin, the water mage intercepted him. I accept your challenge. I am your opponent, the water mage declared, sending 2 more water bombs flying towards Arthur. Get the fuck out of my sight. Which challenge are you talking about? Arthur shouted, raising both hands and sending out fast-rotating earth spears to collide with the water bombs, causing them to explode mid-air before they could reach him. He then ducked beneath the explosive torrent and then delivered an uppercut to the water mage, lifting him up before jumping to meet him in mid-air and gripping his hands around his neck. Performing an RKO, he slammed the water mage down, grunting as he stood back up with difficulty. He had just knocked out another mage and was about to rush towards Kelvin, who lay on the ground bleeding from his head and not moving. But even though he had managed to eliminate 2 Tier 3 mages, there were still 15 more blocking his path to Lucky, making it difficult for him to reach Kelvin quickly. I said you should all get out of my way. Arthur shouted as he charged at them without hesitation, conjuring 2 bright metal swords as he ran towards the group of 15 mages. Even with one hand charred and numb from Lucky's first attack, he pressed on. Such a futile struggle. You are still nothing compared to us mages of the Royal Mage Academy, Lucky sneered, seeming to disappear from Arthur's view again. But suddenly he reappeared in front of Arthur, delivering a powerful blow to his stomach, causing the conjured swords to break into particles of metal elements. Arthur winced in pain, clutching his stomach. Now kneel. Lucky commanded, raising his leg high. The tip of his boot sparked with lightning element before he forcefully slammed it down on Arthur's head, hoping to make him kneel. Arthur fell unconscious, but even in his unconscious state, his hands remained covering his knees. But even till the end, he still refused to kneel to Lucky. Lucky frowned as he looked at Arthur before turning his back. Let the mages of the War God Mage Academy carry them. I believe with this, we should be able to send a clear message to the one called Alec. If he still doesn't show up, even after his brother is defeated, then we can conclude that this whole academy lacks a decent person to lead them during the inter-academy competition, and that Mr. Bolton lied about a threat being here for personal reasons, Lucky said as he strolled away. Arthur and Kelvin were being carried back to the peak mountain of Terran by some of the new generation students of the War God Mage Academy. They were among those who had witnessed Arthur's victory over a member of the Royal Mage Academy, which had brought them great happiness. However, it became clear to them from afar that Arthur would not be allowed to pass easily, as the whole group cornered him and opponents started attacking him one by one until he was eventually knocked unconscious. Only a few students who still held on to hope and believed in Alec's abilities decided to carry Arthur and Kelvin back to their master's peak. As they reached the peak, the first person to see them was Agnes. The sight of unfamiliar faces carrying Arthur and Kelvin caused her mind to go into disarray, as she instantly feared that her master's enemies, who were always interested in killing his students, had struck once again. Without hesitation, she ran towards Arthur and immediately checked his pulse. Only after confirming that he was still alive did she sigh in relief. She then turned her attention to Kelvin and realized that his injuries were even more severe. Kelvin was bleeding from his head and nose, and he appeared to have some broken ribs. Agnes was not as concerned about Arthur's injuries because she knew he had been practicing the golden bones, forging techniques passed down by the third elder of the Gordon's clan. Despite having both of his hands broken and being in the basic stage of the technique, Arthur would still be able to mold his bones back to normal with time. This ability to slowly regenerate from flesh and bone injuries was one of the greatest advantages of practitioners of the golden bones forging technique. However, Kelvin was in a critical condition, causing Agnes to raise her head and glare at the mages in front of her, as her calm demeanor transformed into a raging storm. "Tell me everything that happened without leaving out a single detail. If I find out you lied, you won't like me," Agnes threatened, her gaze fixed on the mages who had helped bring Kelvin and Arthur back to the mountain peak. After explaining what had been transpiring in the academy since the arrival of the exchange students from the Royal Mage Academy, Agnes frowned. They had just returned from the abyss, leaving her unable to gather news from her usual sources. And having to learn about how the Royal Mages Academy students had been terrorizing the new generation mages of the War God Mage Academy infuriated her. Now that even her clansmen had fallen victim, she felt an urgent need to go there with Brandon and the others, hoping to defeat them all. However, the mages who brought Arthur and Kelvin back revealed that the ones Arthur faced were actually followers of the main strong ones, as they said there is one of them that had directed a challenge to Alec. It was rumored that on the first day of the challenge, the strongest among them had climbed the arena and personally issued a challenge to Alec for a rematch. This information made Agnes speculate that this person must hold some sort of grudge against Alec and know him. But it was clear that the person said to be strongest hadn't been seen since that incident, and even if Agnes gathered the available group, she still doubted they would be able to defeat all of Royal Mage Academy students. So, what are you going to do? Are you going to tell Alec? The mage who had explained everything couldn't help but ask, as the eyes of all the mages behind him sparkled with anticipation as they awaited an answer. "No way. Alec is in a crucial stage of his cultivation at the moment, and there's no way I would disturb him with such matters," Agnes replied firmly. "Disturb me with what matters?" Alec's grumpy voice came from behind her, taking her by surprise. Alec," Agnes stammered as she turned back in shock, attempting to cover the bodies of Arthur and Kelvin, but it was a futile attempt as Alec simply placed his hand on her shoulder and pushed her aside. He walked closer towards Arthur and examined him. The other mages, waiting anxiously, expected him to explode or shout like Agnes, but he remained in silence, his stare growing increasingly unsettling. He looked at Agnes and said firmly, "Tell me everything that happened." Even Agnes couldn't bring herself to lie to him in that moment, as Alec stood there, his upper body bare, revealing his well-toned muscles. His hair, which seemed to change colors in a sequence, was currently mostly black with patches of brown and red at the tips. This showcased his incredible affinity for the earth and fire elements. Terran, their master, even suspected that Alec might possess a bloodline power connected to both elements that would unveil itself later. Terran had formed this opinion when Alec had sought advice from him on how to make his hair pure black with no hints of red. He hated the fact his hair turned red as it associated him with the ancient Blaze clan. However, Terran had explained that attempting to manipulate his hair's new natural color wouldn't make a difference. Alec had even tried dyeing his hair, but the colors remained the same, alternating between black, brown, and red at their own whims. The mages watched in awe as Alec listened intently to Agnes, absorbing every word she said as if he were actually there when it happened. Although Alec didn't exhibit any signs of violence or madness, but the mages standing there could sense a dangerous aura emanating from him. His focused gaze sent shivers down their spines as they gulped down in nervousness. After Agnes finished explaining, Alec turned towards the mages who had brought Arthur and Kelvin up the mountain. "So if I go to the Academy Arena region now, you're confident I'll find those mages who are challenging our new generation, right?" Alec asked with a small smile on his face. "Yes, big boss," one of the mages quickly replied, feeling beads of sweat rolling down his forehead from being subjected to Alec's intense stare. "Are you feeling bored, buddy, are you? Well, let me give you a show to demonstrate your brilliance as well as the others." Alec turned to Tempest Butcher and said, shocking almost everyone present. They couldn't quite comprehend what Alec was planning. But Tempest stepped forward and draped Alec's loose robe over his shoulders, and Alec left it unbuttoned and untied. And it gave the illusion that Alec had casually thrown on a stylish suit, with his hands in his pockets, exuding a refined gangster vibe. The only thing missing was a cigarette to give the vibes a perfect fit. Alec slowly made his way towards the exit of the peak. "Where are you going, Alec? I and rest of group can come with you," Agnes called out, sensing that Alec intended to continue the challenge for Arthur. She knew how much Alec cared for Arthur, seeing him as a brother. It was evident that he was the most irritated among them all by what happened, but he was just keeping the anger locked up waiting to explode. Agnes was also certain that if Brandon had emerged from his closed-door cultivation first, he would have reacted the same way, wanting to go fight the Royal Mage Academy students with no plans. Alec briefly turned his neck, his hands still in his pockets, the robe still draped around him, resembling a gangster. With Butcher's massive body, crackling with lightning, followed closely behind him, attempting to control the raw power contained within its body. "I am going to show those idiots why it's foolish to mess with the Gordons," Alec declared before resuming his journey down the peak. His statement alone conveyed the imminent consequences of his actions, as even those with average intelligence would understand. Talk of the mages who had been eagerly awaiting his intervention. Excitement surged through the mages as they raced behind Alec, eager to witness the impending spectacle. Agnes let out a sigh as she made her way to Brandon's courtyard, intending to explain the situation to him. As she felt if there is anyone could possibly stop Alec or assist him, she believed it would be Brandon. The sound of Alec's shoes resounded around him as he took each step one at a time, exuding a gangster aura. Despite being on the brink of exploding in anger, he managed to keep his cool, not wanting to act out just yet. The massive Butcher matched his every step from behind, adding to their formidable presence. That even the students of the War God Mage Academy that was watching from behind felt a surge of confidence as they witnessed their walking style, which looked incredibly badass. Many of them were eager to see what their rookie king would do to all those who had come to their academy to play house. Although Beatrice had been acknowledged as the most talented rookie during the entrance tests, but it was widely accepted by the newly enrolled mages that Alec was the strongest when it came to combat. He had demonstrated this not only during the entrance tests, but also during his trips to the Abyss more than once. As the mages of the Royal Mage Academy raised their heads to look up, they realized that someone else was walking in the arena's region. The moment they locked eyes with Alec, they became aware that he was walking towards them, rather than just passing by the arena region. After the incident that just happened, they were on high alert for anyone approaching the arena region, as it was clear to them that the person Lucky had confronted was connected to the one called Alec Gordons. And they felt if the rumors they have been hearing were true, Alec would soon be coming for them. The mages of the War God Mage Academy stood outside the arena region, watching as Alec made his way to the middle of the arena and cracked his knuckles, locking gazes with the mages who stared back at him with hostility. "I heard you all issued a challenge to the mages of the War God Mage Academy. Although I didn't come wearing my academy robe, you can ask any standing mage around here. I'm also a newly enrolled student and eligible for the challenge," Alec said as he pointed at the mages of the War God Mage Academy that were standing at the edge of the arena. "Let's not waste any more time. You can all attack me at once," Alec declared, his expression still nonchalant. The mages of the Royal Mage Academy couldn't help but stare at Alec as if he had gone crazy. "Don't tell me you all aren't mages of the Royal Mage Academy. I was told they were going to be here," Alec continued, causing the mages to grit their teeth in anger, unable to determine if Alec was playing with them or genuinely clueless, because their robes kinda already introduced them as mages of the Royal Mage Academy. "We are the mages of the Royal Mage Academy, and yes, we are the ones who issued the challenge to all the weak newly enrolled members of the War God Mage Academy, but I'm just wondering what makes you think you can take on all of us alone." The water mages who had been knocked out by Arthur spoke up. He had been healed after taking a pill Lucky gave him. He was still upset by his loss to Arthur. He wanted to use Alec as an example to regain his image in front of all his onlooking colleagues. "Oh, I just don't want to waste any time defeating you all one by one. That would be boring," Alec responded mockingly. "From what I heard, you all didn't let my brother go even after he defeated one of you. Instead, you ganged up on him until he was beat. Was that the agreement of the challenge you all set? When the mages of my academy are beaten, they accept their loss and walk away. But when one of us defeats one of yours, you can't accept the defeat and keep changing fighters until he is eventually defeated. You bunch of Tier 3 mages should be ashamed of yourselves for bullying a Tier 2 mage," Alec taunted, emphasizing that the mage they had just had trouble with was still a realm lower than them, as he pointed his finger at all of them. Alec had indeed defeated the first Royal Mage Academy mage who had approached him and blocked his path, but their ego couldn't let something like that go. They had been unbeatable, insulting instructors and students alike, so if news spread that someone had defeated a member of their squad and left scot-free, it would damage their reputation. That was likely why they had ganged up on Arthur and Kelvin, and when Lucky saw that Arthur had managed to defeat another mage, he decided to strike quickly and end the situation before it escalated further and became difficult to cover up. Are you the one they call Alec Gordons? The water mage pointed at Alec and asked as he finally realized why Alec was acting so smug, in the flesh. I heard you all have been looking for me, so here I am. Come at me like I said, I don't want to waste time defeating you all one by one, Alec responded, spreading his hands wide. The water mage looked at Alec nervously, as he had heard a lot about Alec, but seeing him up close had left him disappointed. He had expected a mage with a powerful aura, but everything about Alec seemed ordinary, except for the golem behind him. I shall take you on. The water mage shouted, jumping onto the stage and dashing towards Alec. I told you all to come at me together, but it seems you still underestimate me. Please, butcher, embarrass him, torture him, do whatever you like, just don't kill him, Alec instructed as he put his hands back into his pockets and Tempest Butcher stepped forward. The sight of a summoned creature coming forward to face him annoyed the water mage, as he felt that Alec was looking down on him. Low-tier spell water bomb. The mage quickly cast a spell, sending 3 massive water bombs flying towards Butcher before even reaching his location. The speed of the water bombs was incredible, reaching Butcher in an instant. The water mage smirked, expecting Butcher to defend against the attack and receiving a shocking surprise just like Arthur. However, his expectations were shattered as Butcher's wide smile remained, unaffected. The dark cloud surrounding Butcher's body surged into his right hand, forming his massive lightning battle axe. And with a single upward swing, arcs of lightning flew towards the 3 water bombs, cutting through them effortlessly. The water mage from the Royal Mage Academy watched in disbelief as his prized surprise attack crumbled, the water dropping to the ground without exploding. He looked at Butcher, who still wore a wild smile, but the elemental face of the golem made his smile look more terrifying, as he had seen through that attack at first glance, which was unusual to the water mage. You better show me something else, cause that is boring, little mage, Butcher taunted as he released his aura. Bolts of lightning crackled around his dark, rocky body, and the black clouds began to swirl. The water mage's throat went dry as he watched this. He was surprised the golem could even talk. It was at this moment that he realized why Alec had told them all to come together. Even now, while casually surveying the environment with his hand in his pocket, Alec didn't seem to take them seriously. The water mage started to sweat, understanding that he was completely outmatched by the sheer power of Butcher's aura. He felt a wave of shame as he considered asking for help from his fellow mages. However, even his colleagues who weren't directly engulfed by Butcher's killing aura felt the weight of it. It was as if someone was holding an axe to their necks, but they couldn't quite locate where. They all shared the same realm, but Butcher gave them an intimidating feeling. They felt if it was already this bad, how much worse would it be when Alec finally decided to join the fight? Because their senior had told them rumors that Alec wasn't like other golem mages who simply let their summons do the fighting. They knew he was a skilled fighter himself, and the thought of facing him individually filled them with dread. As the anxiety and pressure mounted, they silently made an unspoken agreement to attack together. They didn't want to embarrass themselves by battling one by one again, knowing that it would only lead to their defeat and bring shame upon the Royal Mage Academy. They were well aware that a failure now would result in severe criticism and punishment from Bolton Blaze, their supervisor. I thought you said this Alec guy is strong. Why hasn't he shown up yet then? Don't tell me he's a coward who's hiding because he knows he can't win against us, Asher asked as he lounged in his chair with reckless abandon. Stretching his neck backwards, Ivor Dragonmere simply looked at him and chuckled. Alec Gordons is definitely not that type of person. I have clashed with him once, and I can tell you that he is not the type to give up or act cowardly. Even when we fought back then, he was nothing but a Tier 2 mage. But still, even against a Tier 3 mage, he has shown no fear. His confidence and demeanor are what really made me respect him. But that doesn't change anything, as I will be the one to defeat him this time, and clear my name so my clan can see that truly what they have been missing, Ivor Dragonmere responded. This is funny, I can't believe this. How on earth did you even lose to him when he was just a Tier 2 mage and you were a Tier 3 mage? Don't tell me you are that weak and pathetic that you couldn't take care of a little baby, Asher said, trying to provoke Ivor. However, Ivor remained calm. Without reacting, he stood there and smiled. Asher, I want to ask you a question. Have you ever been defeated since you entered the academy? Ivor asked. Definitely not. I have never entered a fight I can't win. Practically, I don't think there is anyone who can defeat me in the same realm in that academy. But if it's the clan, there are still some unique ones. There have not fought against, Asher replied, lying on the chair as Ivor smiled lightly. Now this is where you're wrong, because there are still a lot of monsters in this world who prefer to stay hidden than showing off their powers. Alec is one of those monsters, and I know you would fuck up no matter what you say, cause I know you can't defeat him, and that's why I have to cut him off here and now for the Royal Mage Academy before he grows, Ivor Dragonmere said, as Asher snorted. Alec this, Alec that. I can't count the number of times I've heard praises of that guy. It's almost pissing me off now. I just feel like seeing him and strangling him, like I said. Only I am allowed to take his life, Asher said with an angry gaze. I heard from Mr. Bolton that you've never met Alec, so why do you seem to hate him so much? Ivor asked. It's simple, his father is the reason why I want to kill him. His father was seen as the most brilliant genius that the ancient Blaze clan had produced in decades. He was full of brilliance, but he was also ruthless enough to cripple his clansmen, my own father's cultivation just because of an issue. I don't even care about what happened in that situation, Asher explained. But the fact that he was that heartless to have crippled my father's cultivation and damaged his mana pool so he has no hope of ever cultivating again is enough reason for me to hate him and his son. And since I can't channel my anger towards him, I guess I'll just take it out on his son, Asher concluded, running his hands through his rough hair. After hearing this explanation, Ivor was unsure of what to say or how to convince Asher to let go of his hate. He was witnessing a scene where a son had to pay for the sins of his father, a father who died before he was born, whereby the same father's clan never accepted him, and now even a members of the clan was trying to kill him continuously because of how his father shined, or what he might be entitled to if he was accepted back to the clan by his grandfather, who is the new patriarch. Let's see if you can survive this one. If you can't, you'll be dying for sure, Ivor muttered lightly as he stared out the window of the place they had been given by the academy. The view was breathtaking, with clouds moving around the tall house. Just as Ivor placed his hand outside the window to feel the breeze, he heard a loud shoe sound in his room. When he raised his head to see who had barged in without knocking, he found it was their supervisor, Mr. Bolton. Mr. Bolton, to what do I owe this visit? Ivor Dragonmere asked. Get ready, we're all going to the arena. Alec has finally shown up. Let's go get that fucker, Bolton said as he walked out, finishing his statement. Back at the arena, the mages of the Royal Mage Academy were no longer just waiting. They had all stepped into the arena's ring, planning to fight Alec and his golem together. Alec, who had been scanning the crowd for a familiar face, gave up when he saw them slowly moving towards him and Butcher. Oh, I see you all have finally decided to show your true colors. I thought you were all too big to fight together before. Now you realize you can't even beat my golem in an attribute of endurance fight like my brother. So you've decided to come all together and finish it once and for all, right? Alec asked, his hands still draped in his pocket as he looked nonchalant as ever, with a slight smile on his face. His tricolored hair gently swayed, giving him a rare handsome look. You were the one who asked us to come at you. Don't tell me you're about to go back on your own words. Are you a coward who only knows how to talk big? One of the mages from the Royal Mage Academy with a huge build taunted Alec shamelessly, which made Alec chuckle and reply. Of course not, there's no way I would go back on my own words because unlike you all, word is bond to me, and like I said, I have no problem taking all of you on, so come at me with all you've got, Alec responded, stretching out his right hand forward, gesturing them to make their moves. This bastard mage who has been hiding behind his golem is trying to act like a big shot. Let's close in on him and see if he's the real deal. 3 of you gang up on that golem, the rest of us will take care of him. With so many of us, he's bound to be a dead meat, the tall and muscular mage from the Royal Mage Academy said, giving orders to the rest of the mages present. The water mage was quickly attached with 2 other mages as they planned to keep Butcher in check. The rest of the 14 mages dashed towards Alec, who still had his hands in his pockets. I guess that's enough playing now. Well, you are not the only ones who like gang fighting. All of you, come out now. Alec spoke lightly, but the moment he finished his sentence, there was some sort of explosion behind him. Suddenly, all the remaining 6 of his main golems appeared with their weapons, standing behind him, causing a picture-perfect moment with Alex still in front with his hands inside his pocket, acting all cool like a mafia boss, and the golems like his sub-boss and Capone. This scene made the 14 mages, who had been rushing towards him, freeze in their steps as they tried to process what was happening. Alex still maintained his arrogant, nonchalant attitude, which only fueled their anger, but they couldn't help but realize that he had every right to be arrogant, with the type of army power he carried with his. Break their bones for me. Alec finally scoffed, showing an angry expression for the first time since he saw Arthur, as his golems dashed at the mages from the Royal Mage Academy. Titan tightly gripped his lightning axe with both hands before forcefully pulling it apart, causing the massive 2-handed battle axe weapon to split into 2 shorter lightning axes. Butcher advanced towards the 3 mages who had been assigned to engage him, noticing that even the water mage seemed hesitant to confront him head-on like before. Smirking, Butcher focused his attention on the other 2 mages instead. After clashing with Butcher, the water mage had realized that he and his companions stood no chance against Butcher in a contest of strength or a face-to-face confrontation, especially since they were at the same realm of power and Butcher seemed to be way stronger than his realm. The way Butcher had effortlessly sliced through his water bombs without any resistance confirmed his suspicion that Butcher had tremendous power and total control over his abilities. And it was all that made him display his skill to expertly cut through the water bombs effortlessly with such accuracy. One of the two mages dashing towards Butcher was a wind mage, so he had propelled himself further than his second, and was the first to reach Butcher. He casted over 5 wind blades before waving his hands to send them forward. But Butcher scoffed, deeming it child's play. With a snort, he swung his too short axe, expertly hitting all the fast-paced wind blades in the middle, disrupting the spells and causing the wind blades to disintegrate as they passed him. The wind mage was still in shock witnessing this occurrence since Butcher had countered his attack so easily, showing the difference in powers, as Butcher closed the distance between them and slammed his axe down. Catching the wind mage off guard, his attacking speed seemed to accelerate just as the wind mage attempted to use his wind powers to push himself backwards, as he seemed to be interested in chasing the wind mage to the end. Butcher quickly glanced at the water mage who had stayed back, before doing something unexpected. He swung his leg towards the wind mage's groin, hitting him hard, causing him to bend over in excruciating pain. The water mage's face twitched as his concentration was disturbed by Butcher's wickedness, and in that moment, the small water barrier the mage had conjured around his shoulder faltered, giving Butcher the perfect opportunity, as he swiftly rejoined his 2 small axes, transforming them back into a massive, 2-handed battle axe weapon. With a powerful swing, he brought the axe down onto the mage's shoulder, shattering the water barrier and causing the mage to cry out in agony as the axe hacked into his shoulder bones. As the second mage closed in, directing a fiery fist towards Butcher, he quickly kicked the other mage off his axe and effortlessly caught the fire fist with his left palm, releasing sparks of lightning to offset the fiery attack. The mage growled and attempted to attack with his left hand, which was coated in Earth Fist spell, which indicated the mage had a double affinity. However, Butcher remained unfazed, using his other hand to swing the axe to intercept the attack. The collision between the stone fist and the immense lightning battle axe that emitted bolts of lightning, causing the mage to tremble as he was struck by the axe's special ability. The stone that acted as protection on his left fist became charred black. Although earth elements had strong defense and some resistance to lightning, it was insufficient to withstand the overpowering surge of electricity, leaving the mage vulnerable to Butcher's mercy. Without hesitation, Butcher turned his axe sideways and delivered a powerful blow to the mage's face, using the blunt side of the weapon. The mage was sent flying out of the arena, leaving only Butcher and the water mage standing nearby. "What are you exactly?" the water mage questioned in the heat of the moment, maintaining his distance. The way Butcher fought, his intelligence and strategic thinking, made the water mage suspicious. He had encountered many golems before, most of which were slow, easily provoked, and used primarily as meat shields or expendable forces. But the golem before him was different, displaying exceptional abilities that surpassed those of a typical golem. This led the water mage to wonder about Butcher's true nature and how he had been created. "You should be thankful you got stuck with me because the rest are even worse," especially Oni Butcher taunted, as a bolt of lightning crackling around his free left hand. He raised it and struck the body of his lightning axe, causing its light to shine brightly and the surrounding lightning around its body to become more active. The water mage turned his head back, curious about Butcher's words. What he witnessed could only be described as a one-sided beating. Low-tier spell static shock wave. The water mage, who was attempting to secretly cast a massive area of effect attack on Butcher, was taken aback when he heard Titan casting a spell first. "What the fuck? You can cast spells too," he exclaimed, realizing that Butcher had only been using lightning in a crude manner during their previous encounters to let down his guard. This time, Butcher attached a lightning bolt to his axe, charging it up before striking the ground. The impact created a shockwave of charged lightning that traveled through the earth, electrocuting the water mage on its way until he collapsed in agonizing pain. The charge continued its path, shocking some of the other mages along the way, but not as strong. Butcher walked up to the trembling water mage and taunted, "What were you expecting? This was a bad matchup, water against lightning. Even your strongest defense would be weak against my weakest attack." He then quickly dashed off to join the ongoing fight, only to find that his allies, including Titan, Legion, and Oni, had already beaten the remaining mages into submission. The other main Tier 2 golems of Alec had been led by Titan, Legion, and Oni, as they charged forward against the mages from the Royal Mage Academy. Each golem had summoned their minions to aid in holding back the 14 mages. While the Tier 2 golems were able to hold their own against the Tier 3 mages from the Royal Mage Academy with their summons, Titan and the other Tier 3 golems easily crushed their opponent's bones within seconds. In fact, Titan's cruelty seemed to have been passed on to their summoned minions as well. As the ice golems summoned by Titan relentlessly smashed and drilled into the bodies of their opponents they managed to beat, the golems showed no signs of stopping despite the damage they sustained. They fought as if they felt no pain, making them the perfect army. Alec, who had been acting nonchalant, suddenly changed his countenance as he sensed a powerful surge of wild mana approaching. He quickly raised his right hand to shield his head, just in time for Lucky to appear beside him, as sparkles of lightning appeared behind Lucky as he delivering an overhead kick. However, Alec managed to block the attack. Lucky displayed a shocked expression, not expecting Alec to see or sense him even after using flash steps to appear before him. Taking advantage of Alec's hand, Lucky used the momentum to push himself backwards, executing a graceful mid-air somersault. Alec noticed that Lucky wasn't simply moving back to create distance, he was also gathering a significant amount of lightning energy in both of his hands. Alec was surprised by Lucky's ability to tap into the destructive power of the lightning element so effortlessly. It led Alec to conclude that Lucky possessed a high affinity for lightning, allowing him to utilize his body as the main source to draw lightning for his techniques. Low-tier spell Thunderclap Burst. Lucky's voice sounded as he brought his hands together, letting the concentrated lightning energy they held collided, creating a powerful explosion on impact. The resulting attack unleashed a massive lightning burst that electrified everyone within its radius. At this very moment, the mages of the War God Mage Academy disregarded the orders of the Royal Mage Academy to not enter the arena region. As they rushed in eagerly, waiting for the smoke to settle, anxious to confirm if their rookie king Alec had survived the attack or been injured. They had all witnessed Alec's impressive display of single-handedly defeating the mages of the Royal Mage Academy by releasing his golems on them, which brought joy to their faces. However, regardless of the outcome, they were all hopeful that Alec had survived Lucky's attack, considering the extent of destruction caused by the lightning assault. Eventually, as the smoke cleared, they realized that Alec was unhurt. He casually inspected his torn robe, grumbling about it being ruined. His golems retracted their minions who were several injured or damaged as he complained. The students of the War God Mage Academy were relieved to see Alec maintaining his nonchalant attitude even after enduring such a powerful attack, as it indicated his ability to still handle the situation and them not having to leave the arena anytime soon. Lucky looked at Alec curiously and asked, "Are you Alec Gordons?" Alec, with one hand in his pocket and the other dusting off his burnt clothes, looked up at Lucky with confusion. "So you attacked me without even being certain if I was the person you were after. That's amusing. Nevertheless, I am Alec Gordons, however. I am curious about this person who desires a rematch with me. I've heard rumors, but I have yet to discover their true identity," Alec said. "Ah, that is not me, but if you wish to meet the individual who eagerly awaits a confrontation with you, you must first defeat me," Lucky declared, spreading out his hands and conjuring another bolt of lightning. A grin spread across Alec's face as he scoffed, "Defeat you? Don't make me laugh. You are not worth our master's time. Any one of us here can defeat you. What makes you think you're so special?" Oni's words caught Lucky's attention, but the emotionless mask on his face made it difficult for him to discern Oni's true feelings in that moment. "Master, let me fight him. I promise to target numerous painful areas that will still keep him alive," Legion said with his mechanical voice, as his laser spear light shone brightly. "I believe I am the only one worthy enough to deliver his badly battered body to Master. I have never failed a mission I've been sent on," Titan interjected confidently, making Legion angry. Lucky glared at the competing golems, showing their eagerness to face him, driving him mad with anger. "How dare you look down on me, Alec Gordons? Do you really think your toys stand a chance against me? I will destroy them all," Lucky exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Alec calmly stepped forward, gesturing with his hands for his golems to settle down. "Of course, I know they would annihilate you if I unleashed them upon you," Alec stated, deliberately aggravating Lucky. Lucky had analyzed their power levels immediately after they survived his AoE attack, and he was certain that he wouldn't stand a chance against all of them. "But I do hold a grudge against you, so I am going to take care of you personally. When my brothers were brought back to the Peak Mountain, traces of lightning energy were present in their wounds. That's how I could trace it back to you, as you seem to be the only mage with the lightning element among this whole group," Alec explained, concluding with a question. He opened his hands wide, waiting for Lucky's response. "Of course it was me. I won't deny something I have done," Lucky admitted, only to be interrupted by a loud bang. "Ah," he cried out in pain. With a newfound caution, Lucky studied Alec. The fact that he had just confessed to inflicting injuries on Arthur and Kelvin made Lucky wary, because in the next instant, he saw what seemed to be a bullet flying towards him. Although Lucky, being of the lightning element, had moved to evade the bullet, it still grazed him, causing immense pain. Lucky locked eyes with Alec, who tilted his head to the side with an outstretched hand, two fingers pointed out as if mimicking the act of shooting. "Oh, you were able to dodge that quite well. Let's see how fast you can move when there are two of those bullets," Alec taunted, raising his second hand. Lucky didn't waste a moment as he utilized the flash step, disappearing from Alec's view. However, to his surprise, Alec unleashed the two dark rock bullets that had formed in front of him. These bullets were an upgraded version of the runes inside Alec. Since he no longer had a mana pool, the runes had practically been etched onto his bones. This meant that he wouldn't receive another rune from those elements as he entered the next level, but instead, his innate spells would be upgraded to the next level with each realm he broke through. The old stone bullet spell had transformed into something called a Terran bullet. It was more durable than before, and unlike before, Alec could now control the bullet's trajectory within a range of 15 meters from him. Alec guessed that this control was linked to his mental stats increasing, though he hadn't yet tried combining the upgraded innate flame spell with the Terran bullet innate spell. However, he had a feeling that it would be one hell of an attack. Sweat began to bead on Lucky's forehead as he changed directions, trying to outrun the speed of the bullets. No matter where he went, they followed him relentlessly, and he was reaching the limits of his flash step spell, so felt he had to near Alec and desperately wished he could figure out how the bullets were able to change direction so seamlessly. Bang! Just as Lucky was contemplating, he heard another gunshot. When he glanced at Alec's hand, he saw the flickering runes and realized that Alec had already shot another bullet. Yet, Lucky hadn't even seen it yet. Suddenly, everything changed. Lucky started tumbling to the ground, forced out of his flash step spell prematurely, and he knew that only happened when he was hit while performing the spell. He still couldn't figure out how the bullet had gotten so fast that he could not trace it. As his body hit the ground, a deep pain shot through Lucky's legs, indicating where he had been struck. He tried to get up, but Alec mercilessly shot multiple Terran bullets at him. Each bullet created holes in his hands and legs, causing his blood to flow out. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Lucky collapsed onto the floor. As Alec slowly walked towards him, his left hand tucked back into his pocket while two of his right fingers stretched out, Lucky couldn't help but tremble under his gaze. "You weren't even able to make me use more than 20 of my powers, yet you come to War God Mage Academy and dare to hurt a member of my clan. You must be eager for death." Alec's voice dripped with anger and menace. Meeting Alec's gaze, Lucky understood the full extent of his rage. He watched in fear as the bullet materialized once again, knowing that this time death was truly closing in. The bullet was aimed directly at his head, and if Alec released it, Lucky would meet his end. But just as despair began to consume him, a voice broke through the tension. "Don't you dare harm him," it shouted, reaching Alec's ears. Alec raised his head, finally recognizing the familiar faces before him. It all began to make sense why he had been entangled in this challenge situation from the start. "You and you," Alec said with a surprising indifference, as if his anger had completely vanished. The bustling city of the Orc Lord, that was connected to the War God Mage Academy's space passage, appeared to be quite busy at the moment. As various high-ranking orcs were making their way to the palace, after being summoned by the High Orc Lord, the meeting was being held in the Grand Palace Hall, with the high-ranking orcs finding seats for themselves. However, the main person they were waiting for had not yet arrived, and despite the orcs' notorious temper and refusal to be looked down upon, they all sat in silence for the time being, waiting for the Orc Lord. Among those waiting patiently was Grimgor, positioned near the wooden throne adorned with numerous swords and decorated with skulls of various races. It appeared to be supported by the softest pillow available. This was the throne of the High Orc Lord who had called them all to the meeting. Suddenly, a creaking sound caught the attention of all the orcs present as the High Orc Lord entered the room. Their gazes focused on the towering figure of the green-skinned orc, covered in tribal tattoos. His hair was braided and left free, adorned with small ornaments. Walking bare-chested, he wore only a battle skirt to cover himself. As he took his place on the throne, the orc stood and bowed in his direction. "Sit." The orc commanded, his eyes scanning over the gathering of orcs as they all sat, eagerly awaiting his next words. "I have heard of your failure at capturing the human city, Grimgor. What do you have to say for yourself?" The Orc Lord spoke, releasing his powerful peak Tier 9 aura upon Grimgor. While resting his jaws in his hands, he gazed at him with an indifferent expression. "My lord, our plans were disrupted by unforeseen variables that emerged. Otherwise, the city would have been under your esteemed name," Grimgor replied, bowing his head respectfully. "Tell me, who are these unexpected variables?" the Orc Lord inquired. "The hermit known as Alderic and the wanted mage Terran Dunce," Grimgor responded. Terran Dunce dares to still enter the abyss. Oh, it seems it's time we go human hunting. We have to kill that bastard. Terran Dunce was responsible for the death of many of my children. It's time I have my revenge." "Silence," the High Orc Lord interjected, raising his left hand to bring back peace to the scattered hall at the mention of Terran Dunce's name. I know of Terran Dunce. I have approved a bounty on his head, however. It's a shame we still haven't captured him after all this time. Do you really think he would wait for you all in the human city after what he has done? And if anything ever happens to him, we would have to face the wrath of his master, and I've seen that bastard. And he surely loves his life. There must be a reason why he came to the abyss. We need to find out and set a trap to finish him once and for all. Now, I want you all to know that the orc monarchs have increased their demands on us. Before, they only wanted the lords of each orc city to take control of the guided space passage they face, but now they want us to attack with full force during the next blood moon. It seems they have reached some sort of agreement with the vampire race and the dragoniacs. So there will definitely be more Tier 8 participants in this battle. Get ready, as the Titans are about to clash, the High Orc Lord concluded. The expressions on the faces of the high-ranking orcs changed in an instant. To them, it seemed like the higher-ups were rushing for something, but no matter how they asked, they were kept in the dark. The Tier 7 orcs now felt that they would also be relegated to cannon fodder, and the chances of them dying had increased. Meanwhile, the Tier 8 orcs, who hadn't had to pick up their weapons in a long time, wondered what was truly making the lords uneasy. One more attack on him, and I promise you that you will regret it, Bolton Blaze shouted from afar, his gaze fixed on Alec's hands hovering above Lucky's head. With the brown earth element runes revolving around Alec's fingers, the bullet kept rotating rapidly, as if begging to be released. Bang! Alec released the bullet, his gaze locked with Bolton Blaze. I will kill you, Bolton dashed towards Alec, who swiftly kicked Lucky's body back. He had shot Lucky in the shoulder, shattering everything the bullet encountered. The strike was lethal and vicious. No one tells Alec Gordons what to do, especially not someone who is not even an instructor of the War God Mage Academy, Alec said calmly to Bolton, who was now holding the unconscious Lucky. Bolton glared at Alec with deadly eyes, but Alec maintained his nonchalant attitude, his hands in his pockets, while his burnt robe fluctuated with the wind. Bolton wanted to charge at Alec and tear him apart, but he realized that they were no longer in the capital city, and the ancient Blaze clan held no authority in this area, nor did the Royal Mage Academy. Although the higher-ups in the War God Mage Academy might overlook the fights of the younger generation, as they were ashamed of the disappointment they brought upon the Academy's name. However, they would never stand by while someone like Bolton Blaze attacked Alec, their rising rookie. So, considering all the deeds performed by the young mages Bolton had brought along in this few days, if he were to mistakenly harm Alec, the instructors might go wild and use it as an excuse to punish him for his students' behaviors indirectly. Make sure he realizes why the Royal Mage Academy is still the most favorable of all academies. Bolton declared, turning to Ivor Dragonmere and Asher Blaze, as that was his only hope now, to use a student of the Royal Mage Academy to defeat Alec, a student of the War God Mage Academy. That way the fight would never surpass the student zone and it won't affect him. Long time no see, Alec Gordons. Do you still remember me? Ivor asked teasingly. Yes, I definitely remember you. You're that weirdo whose ass I kicked back at the Capitol. Are you the one who asked for a rematch? Are you the reason why my brothers came back home with injuries and broken bones? Alec interrogated, his tone filled with anger, as Ivor simply shrugged in response. I know nothing of that. I've never been interested in all the fighting the juniors. I only agreed to come to this academy to defeat you and regain my honor, Ivor explained indifferently. Why are we wasting so much time talking to him? We're definitely going to fight, so let's just do it, Asher Blaze declared, stepping into the arena. His body was ablaze with ice-blue flames. Since Asher stepped into the arena, Alec's gaze had been fixated on him, studying him intently. Although Asher emitted a Tier 3 peak aura, Alec remained unfazed as he continued to observe his features. Red hair, irrational behavior, primary element flame. Let me guess, you're a member of the ancient Blaze clan, right? Alec interrupted Asher, pointing a finger at him. Of course I'm a member of the prestigious Blaze clan and have only agreed to come to this. Asher was cut off as Alec turned towards Bolton Blaze. Is this the best you can do? Bringing a child to face me, one from your own clan. I have been waiting to face someone from the Blaze clan to prove my worth against the younger generation they preferred over me and my mother, Alec declared as his eyes flickered with red light, and his robe seemed to be engulfed in flames while staring at Bolton Blaze. Driven by anger, Alec's flame element, which he least used, began to manifest, but he remained focused on Bolton. How dare you? Who are you calling a child? I can defeat you easily. I am already in the peak Tier 3 realm and will soon advance to the Tier 4 mage realm, reaching the realm of the mid-rank mages, Asher retaliated angrily. Alec scoffed at his words before replying, You fool, there is no pride in being a peak Tier 3 mage. The number of peak Tier 3 lifeforms that have fallen at my hands could form a hill, so be mindful of your words when you address me, Alec rebuked, releasing his killing intent. as an invisible red aura emanated from him, but as it reached Asher, he only snorted and unleashed his flames to counter it, causing the aura to retreat. When the aura reached Ivor Dragonmere, it seemed to cower and move away from him. "You are just entering the Tier 3 Mage realm, Alec. You have disappointed me. I suppose I will leave this fight to Asher. If you cannot defeat him, then I believe you have no right to speak of defeating me in the past." Ivor Dragonmere expressed his disappointment with Alec's low realm. Although he had anticipated Alec to possess a low realm, but the fact that he was just entering the Tier 3 realm came as a surprise to Ivor, prompting him to look down on Alec. Despite Ivor's comments, Alec paid no heed and maintained his focus solely on Asher Blaze. "Even Ivor is disappointed in you. It seems the gods are favoring me in defeating you," Asher remarked. "Outer branch, inner branch, or core branch?" Alec questioned. Asher was taken aback by Alec's question, as he had not anticipated it. "I asked from which branch of the clan you hail. Is it the outer region branch, inner faction branch, or the core clan of the Blaze?" Alec inquired, which revealed that even he had been conducting research on the ancient clans following Draco's teachings in the capital. "I am from the inner faction branch," Asher proudly stated. "Defeating you will not make those old men decision-makers wary of me, however. Since you are all I have, I shall use you to send them a message to them," Alec stated, causing Asher to realize that Alec had been looking down on him all this time. "You arrogant fool, how can you act so presumptuous when you are merely a low Tier 3 mage? Or do you truly believe the powers of your golems belong to you?" Asher retorted in a subdued tone. "What do you mean, just a peak Tier 3 mage?" Asher interjected, only to be retorted by Alec once again. "Let me speak. What I'm implying is that despite all your privileges, you inhabit the same realm as me. No matter how hard you try to differentiate yourself by saying peak Tier 3, you are still a Tier 3 mage. I, hailing from a mid-ranked clan and attending a supposedly derelict academy as your squad claims, stand on equal footing as all of you who are backed by abundant resources. I have taken lives with these very hands, so when I refer to you as a child, own up to that childish nature of yours." Alec's voice reverberated with intensity as his killing intent surged to new heights, overpowering even Asher's flames. Enveloped by a crimson aura of lethal intent that seemed to threaten him from every angle, Asher felt the presence of an invisible blade hovering at his neck, warning him of imminent danger with every slight movement. "Am I truly experiencing this overpowering sensation for someone weaker than me? I am Asher Blaze, and I refuse to be intimidated by any mage sharing the same realm as me," Asher fiercely resolved, dispelling the illusion of impending doom cast by the potent killing intent. With a swift motion, he withdrew both hands, shrouded in icy blue flames, propelling himself towards Alec at breakneck speed. Extending his right hand swiftly, he prepared to attack Alec with another spell. Low-tier spell Flame Variation, Frost Bite Blast. Asher unleashed a potent explosion of icy blue flames that cloaked Alec. The onlookers from the War God Mage Academy gasped in shock at the spectacle, while Alec's golems remained eerily motionless. Continuing his assault unabated, Asher summoned a pair of gauntlets that materialized on his arms after a distinctive tattoo emerged, signaling that they are spirit equipment weapons. With unwavering determination, he hurled himself into the frosty inferno without hesitation, delivering a powerful punch. A resounding clash echoed through the vicinity as Asher staggered back several steps following the bare-handed collision with Alec. Despite the gauntlets on his hands, he had been defeated by Alec, who was bare-handed. As the explosion subsided, Alec's robe lay in tatters, revealing his bare upper body that captivated the female students of the War God Mage Academy, eliciting excited screams from the onlookers. The Rookie King's physique appeared as though it had been sculpted by ancient Greek artisans, drawing admiration for its perfection and allure. "I suppose 20% of my power wasn't sufficient to defeat you. How about 40%? Alec taunted with a sinister grin, as his mana energy crackling and swirling erratically around him. Tempest Butcher, sensing the change in the atmosphere, plunged his hand into his ethereal form, retrieving the blood Changdao and hurling it towards Alec. Alec deftly caught the weapon with his left hand, swiftly unsheathing it with his right as his demeanor shifted in an instant. The tricolor on his head morphed, with the dominant black hue being replacing by the red, while the black and brown colors migrated to the tips of his hair. Even Alec's eyes took on a darker shade of red, further blurring the distinction between him and Asher. Their strikingly similar features now hinted at a familial connection, leaving observers to ponder the uncanny resemblance in their hair and features. "How can he possess such an abundance of mana as a Tier 3 mage?" Bolton murmured in disbelief. Bolton could see Alec's momentum building, and it was reminiscent of a peak Tier 3 mage. And he felt if Alec was currently operating at just 40 of his full power, he could only imagine the immense strength and skill he possessed at his peak power. "Definitely a bastard, and that's the reason why even your hair color isn't pure red. It shows your Blaze bloodline is tainted," Asher said as he dove into Alec's attacking zone, sending out two fast punches that were skillfully deflected by Alec as he used the hilt of the blood Changdao to redirect his attack elsewhere. I have hated the color red for so long after what your stupid clan did to my mother, but it seems the color red won't leave me alone, no matter how many times I dye my hair black or try to run away from your bloodline. The stupid Blaze bloodline seems to latch onto me, Alec replied angrily, turning his Changdao backwards and using the hilt to strike Asher on the head, causing him to stagger back. You're too weak to even challenge me, kid, Alec taunted as he gripped his Changdao with both arms, his hand muscles pulsing with strength as he attacked with ferocity. The other mages from the War God Mage Academy could only see red blurs of his sword as it carried a red light with each swing, pushing Asher into defense with no opportunity to strike back. The arena's ground was left cracked and slashed from Alec's powerful blows. How is he able to do that? I thought the arenas were made to contain low-tier 4 mage fights. An onlooker marveled as he witnessed Alec's destructive strikes. It seems Alec has surpassed the strength limit of the Tier 3 mage realm and can now match the attacks of newly advanced Tier 4 mages. This is crazy, another observer remarked. How long do you think the Blaze clansman will last before he falls to Alec's blade? The students of the War God Mage Academy speculated as Alec continued to dominate the fight. You fools. There's no way that Alec, the one you all talk about, could ever defeat Asher. In fact, he should have ended the fight when he had the chance, a voice called out confidently amidst the crowd. Prolonging a fight with Asher, who possesses the Frost Fire variant, is a reckless move, chimed in one of the mages who had previously been defeated by the Golems, still holding on to a glimmer of hope that their representative Asher would prevail. The shame of being bested by a single mage and his creations was too humiliating to bear, as none of them could even get to Alec, talk less of trying to strike him. Low-tier spell, Flame Variant Glacier Strike. Finally, Asher seized an opportunity to create distance from the frenzy of Alec as he sent a long ice shards hurtling towards him. In response, Alec took a stance and unleashed 5 long crimson slashes at the swiftly approaching glaciers. As the crimson slashes collided with the ice, it caused a fiery explosion and triggering a chain reaction that engulfed everything around Alec in blue flames. Even onlookers felt a bone-chilling heat threatening to consume them, despite being a distance away from the fighting platform. The flames surrounding Alec began to crystallize as Asher brought his palms together. Low-tier spell Flame Variant Frozen Coffin Prison. Suddenly, Alec found himself trapped within a prison of ice, appearing like a gigantic glacier covering nearly half of the arena's fighting platform. Did you see that? I told you Asher would never lose to a mere rookie from such an academy. He never falters. Another Royal Mage Academy student, previously defeated by Alec's golems, couldn't help but gloat to the assembled mages of the War God Mage Academy. As Alec remained imprisoned in the icy glaciers, they had conveniently forgotten that they were the ones who had barred all mages from the War God Mage Academy from entering the arena's region. The spectators were so captivated by Alec's impressive demonstration of strength that they no longer paid attention to the mages from the War God Mage Academy that have occupied the viewing seats with them. Their sole desire was for Asher to emerge victorious, sparing them from the potential embarrassment of being defeated solely by Alec's golems, as they know the mages of the War God Mage Academy would latch onto that to embarrass them. Take another look. The match is far from over. In fact, I doubt Asher can defeat Alec. Alec has just been playing right from the start, Beatrice, who silently appeared, remarked, surprising many of the War God Mage Academy students. The sudden appearance of another member of the Academy's younger generation golden duo was shocking for them, especially since Alec and Beatrice had not been seen together in the same place since the entrance tests. It was evident that her presence was solely due to Alec, as he was the only one who seemed to captivate her attention like no one else in the younger generation. What do you know? Your rookie king will soon fall before our magnificent Asher, a flame variant mage, another member of the Royal Mage Academy scoffed, but Beatrice merely snorted in response. How blind can you be? Can't you see that even when your mighty Asher unleashed all his strength upon Alec, depleting his mana from his mana pool to cast powerful spells, he still couldn't coax Alec to use his elemental powers, let alone counter with a spell? Beatrice pointed out, prompting the mages to reflect on the battle, as they realized that while Asher relied on his magical spells, Alec had only used his mana to fortify his physical form during their clashes, and that meant he had used very little of his mana. Such revelations left them feeling apprehensive, because if someone could stand toe-to-toe with a highly respected peak tier 3 mage without relying on magic, then they began to ponder how much mightier Alec could become when he finally unleashed his full power, as they remembered what he said, shedding light on their growing belief in his declaration that he was operating at just 40% of his full power. The audience conversed, eagerly awaiting the outcome as a resounding crack echoed through the air, signaling the imminent collapse of the glacial prison. In a loud bang, the icy structure crumbled, sending shards of broken ice flying in all directions as Alec emerged from the debris. Whoa, I never imagined a flame could possess the dual nature of burning and freezing. Now show me something new or risk losing my interest, Alec remarked coolly as he stepped out from the shards that had ensnared his body and leaving small ice on his body. Flames engulfed his body, but they were tinged with a deep red hue, reflecting the killing intent emanating from his grip on the blood Changdao. On one side stood Alec, cloaked in red flames and maintaining his composed demeanor. On the other side, Asher was engulfed in blue flames, a hint of surprise evident on his face at Alec's unexpected resilience. The audience watched in awe as the two men, both descendants of the Blaze clan, blazed brightly with their distinct flames, a mesmerizing display of power and skill. Come, Alec gestured with his right hand. I can't seem to see what makes you so arrogant. Ever since we exchanged blows, I haven't found anything special about you. Except for your extremely potent mana that reinforces your physical strength to another level, you are basically just an average mage, without your golems, Asher said, trying to take a dig at Alec. But Alec maintained his smile as he looked at Asher. I see you still don't believe me when I said I was only using 40% of my powers. If I used all my powers in full, I might end up defeating you with one attack, and I don't want that. I want you to entertain me. You know, I just stepped into the Tier 3 Mage realm and am not aware of how powerful I have become, so you're kind of my test run, Alex said in response. You idiot, when I finally shut your mouth, how will you utter more nonsense? Asher said in a fury of anger as he dashed toward Alec, who chuckled. Even though you were acting high and mighty, you still came at my request, Alec taunted as Asher closed in on him. This time, it was Asher who was raining punches on Alec, as he was burning his mana to gain more strength and match Alec's power. But Alec never caved in as they exchanged moves and dashed from place to place all around the arena, destroying the ground and sending small shockwaves flying every time they clashed. Even the small rocks were sent in different directions as they clashed. Asher's blue flames burned brightly as he used them to attack with explosive force, while Alec kept using his Changdao to defend against each attack, almost as if he were ignoring the blood-red flames latching onto his body. They burned fiercely, but he refused to use them to attack, only resisting Asher with his physical strength and a smirk on his face. Even Asher's attack powers seem to have reached the level of a low Tier 4 mage realm. Seems he has been holding back all this time. One of the mages from the War God Mage could not help but say. They had been watching the fight, and now all they could see was blurs whenever Alec and Asher moved to attack. It was becoming difficult to keep up with both Alec's and Asher's attack speed and how they exchanged blows for blows. Why don't you use your flame to attack? You have such a high affinity for it, yet you neglect it, Asher said. You talk way too much, Alec replied as he swung his Changdao in a deadly arc, making Asher dodged at the last moment, but he made sure to counter by sending a kick to Alec's stomach at the last moment. Bang! Alec was pushed back a few steps as he sheathed his Changdao and threw it towards the butcher to keep it for him, as its long length was hindering him in such a close battle. It was at moment he would have loved to have his bone katana, but it has lost its durability, and he felt if he used it now, it might just be destroyed by Asher's explosive flames. At first, it seemed like the longer you fight, the stronger you become, but then I realized that you have basically been using the chilling energy of your flame element more. I put two and two together and realized that the colder the environment around you, the more boosted your flame power is, Asher explained. And when your flame power is stronger, that means every other aspect of you becomes strong because you rely solely on that element, which is seriously bad, but I won't tell you why it's bad. I'll just continue to fight you without increasing my powers above 50%, Alex said confidently. Even though you have explosiveness, you lack the right combat skills to really make a difference, Alec continued as he stood and started talking. Stop trying to lecture me. An angry Asher shouted as he sent a blue fiery fist toward Alec's jaw, hoping to knock him unconscious in one move. Bang! Asher's strike was stopped by Alec's left hand without him even moving a bit. Even though the blue flame seemed to escalate and move as if it wanted to burn Alec, it ended up being devoured by the blood-red flames still surrounding Alec's body, begging to be unleashed. I told you to show me something new, or I would get bored, and once I get bored, playtime is over, Alex said as the red tattoo on his right and left hands materialized and transformed into the red salamander gauntlets. The flames around his body spread straight to his gauntlets as he unleashed a strike straight for Asher's stomach, making him kneel in pain. The punch dealt way more damage than they were expecting. Yet Asher quickly casted his innate spell as a large red fire rune circle materialized around his free left hand. A huge fire chain appeared instantly. However, before his hands could get close to Alec and activate his innate spell, he saw Alec's right finger pointing at his hand, surrounded by brown earth element runes. Pow! Alec shot a Terran bullet straight into Asher's hands, causing him to shout in pain and the spell breaking down due to the agony he felt in that moment. Alec had a smirk on his face as he placed both of his hands on Asher's chest as he was still in pains and cast the most basic spell of the fire element, low-tier spell Flame Burst. It might have been the most basic flame spell, but the amount of mana Alec pumped into it, combined with the way the blood-red flames accumulated around him, moved to initiate his attack, caused a loud explosion eruption as the students watched Asher being blown away by the attack, flung so hard that he was nearly off the arena's battle ring. "Get up, you piece of blaze shit," Alec growled slowly, commanding, low-tier spell Winter Blast. Asher casted a spell while he was down, as he created a storm of icy blue flame that rained down on Alec directly, each flame freezing a part of his body with chilling efficiency. Low-tier spell Frozen Tempest. Quick to seize the opportunity, Asher created two huge rolling flame blades that morphed into sharp ice blades and sent them flying fast towards the immobilized Alec. "Well, I guess this is it." Alex forcefully stretched his right hand and summoned a huge earth wall in front of him, blocking the two sharp ice blades hurtling towards him. Pushing himself forward, the ice attempting to freeze him shattered completely as he brought down the earth wall and dashed towards Asher, who was also closing in on him. "You ready to go down, blaze shit?" Alec taunted, but Asher ignored him as his attack came first as he aimed a punch, but Alec sidestepped and countered with an upper punch to his Asher's jaw, bypassing his hands and landing a kick in the stomach. Before Asher could fully recover, the earth beneath Alec's leg propelled him into the air as he delivered a swift air-fiery punch to Asher's face. The crowd watched in awe as the fiery exchange of blows continued relentlessly between both mages, as they saw the flame colors sparkle every time there was a blow. The red and blue flame was the only thing illuminating the battle ring every time there was a small explosion, indicating a direct hit. Since they could not keep up with the blurs whenever Alec and Asher moved, so they used the flame colors to know who is attacking. It was a brutal display as Alec effortlessly deflected or absorbed the attacks of Asher, while retaliating with powerful strikes of his own. Asher, his face badly bruised, as he fell to his knees in exhaustion, only for Alec to drive his knees into Asher's face, rendering him unconscious. Alec then turned his gaze towards a seething Bolton. With his vibrant red multi-colored hair and a perfect body adorned with various cuts and burns that were slowly healing, as the red flame covering those wounded areas, he elicited cheers from the war god Mage students as he emerged victorious once again. It appeared that he had achieved victory with less effort this time, primarily engaging in physical combat and forsaking his usual reliance on magic spells. Do you think this will anger your outer branch or inner court elders, or will this truly seek to grab their attention? I wonder how they will react when they found out their own prodigy is defeated by just a fraction of a bastard's powers, Alec taunted, but Bolton remained silent, feeling embarrassed to defend their losing streak against Alec. Terran Dunce was finally released by Alderic and was just stepping out of the space passage that headed back to the academy when he noticed the two Tier 8 mages that guard the space gate staring at him weirdly. "I thought the old dean ordered you to stay away from the all-orc village's space passages and abyss for a while so you don't get yourself killed. Why do you keep diving in all the time? Are you trying to start a high-rank realm war between the academy and the orcs?" The grumpy Tier 8 mage said, staring at Terran. Terran snorted back without bothering to respond. "I think Terran has actually been on his best behavior, but his disciple, on the other hand, has been a big headache. Every time he goes into the abyss, it's thrown into a large battle zone where many second-dimension races and creatures die. Now I'm wondering who is the most prominent troublemaker in the abyss between you at your prime and your young disciple. I just feel if we let those little bastards in any time soon, a war we can't handle would be happening soon," the nicer Tier 8 said aloud as he held his chin, trying to figure out who was causing more trouble. "Do you even need to ask to know that crazy Alec is the one? He is so young and already disturbing the whole orc space passage regions. I can only imagine what he would do if he reached the stage Terran was at that time. We have to place restrictions on that boy quickly." On his first adventure, he made a part of the Divine Tree region go into unrest. On the second adventure, he stole from a whole village of orcs all by himself with the help of his little group, causing a huge battle that later escalated to small wars between the orcs, the plant lifeforms, and the human mages spearheaded by that foolish captain. There were losses among all three powers, with none of them even able to mine from that mine again till date, but Alec got a very large share out of it, making him a clear winner in a situation where even Tier 3 mages were dying, and he was just a Tier 2 mage then. Now, on his latest visit, the whole space was restricted. We almost lost this passage, though we don't know what he did this time. My instinct tells me he must have had something to do with why the war happened smoothly. The grumpy Tier 8 mage teased in a joking manner as he recounted Alec's adventures. I can't tell if you're a fan or anti-fan of my disciple, Rowan, Terran quipped to the grumpy Tier 8. Well, you can't deny that he definitely attracts trouble and large-scale battles to himself, the other Tier 8 added, prompting Terran to shake his head and fly off towards his peak. I thought you were going to mention that his disciple is causing more problems for him to deal with again, the grumpy mage remarked, glancing at his second, who was almost visibly grinning with mischief. Now why would I do that? If I inform him, he'll have to go get Alec, and Alec won't be able to handle them the way I want. Those mages have been causing quite a ruckus in our academy. It's about time they face the consequences. It's just unfortunate that Alec is the only one I can count on, the second mage explained. And yet I'm the one painted as the villain. Your smile alone betrays your wicked intentions. How do they not see through it? The grumpy mage questioned. Rowan, people believe what they want to see, the second mage cryptically replied. Alec strutted around the stage, basking in the cheers of the mages from the War God Mage Academy, his golem still standing resolute at the arena's edge. He had not only proven his ability to triumph with overwhelming numbers, but also his capability to handle any situation that spiraled out of control and required his intervention. Bolton observed Ivor Dragonmere's disapproving expression as Asher's failed attempt to defeat Alec unfolded. You must end that, boy. I don't care how you do it. You're my final hope now. I will take full responsibility for whatever may come, and I am certain the War God Mage Academy wouldn't dare touch a member of the Dragonmere clan because of a genius from a mid-tier clan meeting his demise, Bolton instructed Ivor, who sighed in response. I will do what needs to be done, rest assured. I may not be able to vanquish him in one stroke, but I will restore both my and the Academy's honor, Ivor declared as he stepped onto the stage as Alec was just about to depart. We still have a battle to finish. You can't leave just yet, Ivor stated firmly to Alec, who simply turned to face him with a steely gaze. I definitely don't battle opponents I've defeated before, Alec remarked lightly. Scared of losing, are you? Considering you've never tasted defeat in a duel, it's understandable if you're hesitant to face me. Could it be that you fear a Tier 4 mage like me might be too much for you to handle? Ivor taunted Alec, a smug smile playing on his lips. As Alec halted his steps and turned back to face him. Let's settle this once and for all then, Alec responded firmly. Don't you need to rest and replenish your mana? I wouldn't want you using that as an excuse when I emerge victorious later, Ivor retorted, attempting to maintain a facade of sincerity. Quit playing games with me. We both know I didn't take my previous match seriously, which means I'm still near the peak of my mana reserves. If you truly want to fight, bring it on, Alec growled, his tone serious. Ivor studied Alec's expression and realized that Alec was deadly serious about engaging in a battle. This won't be like our last encounter. Whatever you throw at me, I'll shatter it and demonstrate the disparity between a mid-rank mage and a low-rank one. It won't be like how you defeated me in the Tier 1 realm back then, Ivor declared confidently, exposing the secret he wanted to hide the most. I was hoping you wouldn't bore me, as I have no intention of holding back, Alec shot back. The two mages faced off, their eyes locked in a silent challenge, while the tense crowd awaited the outcome, holding their breath in anticipation. With a resounding bang, Alec and Ivor vanished from view, reappearing at the center of the battle ring. Their fists collided in a fierce clash for dominance, showcasing a level of skill and speed that surpassed Alec's previous bout. As their lightning-fast movements unfolded, it became apparent to the spectators that Alec had not revealed his full power in his previous battles with Asher. The sheer intensity of this exchange would have been enough to swiftly defeat Asher with a single blow. Not bad for a Tier 4 mage at all, you're strong, Alec complimented with a laugh, acknowledging Ivor's prowess. Coming from you, that means funny. Let's keep this going, Ivor Dragonmere responded, his chuckle betraying the thrill of the battle raging within him as Alec adeptly countered his attack. They both broke free from their clash before raising their hands to deliver another punch. But this time, Ivor's right hand was covered in azure-colored dragon scales, while Alec's hand was encased in a red salamander gauntlet. With a resounding bang, a massive shockwave erupted, disturbing the air around them to the extent that even the spectators seated around the arena felt the impact of their collision. Sparkles of energy scattered from the point where the fists of both mages met in a dazzling display. As they exchanged blows, a wild smile graced their faces, indicating that they were thoroughly enjoying the intensity of the battle. The Grand Elder of the Gordon's clan escorted the outer branch elder of the ancient Blaze clan to the heart of Gordon's clan main compound. As they entered the hall chosen for the negotiations, a round table crafted from shimmering silver stood at the center, flanked by chairs of emerald green velvet with gold trim. Soft, golden light emanated from floating orbs around the room, casting a warm glow on tapestries depicting ancient battles and painted constellations on the ceiling. The Grand Elder seemed intent on displaying that the Gordons clan was not merely an ordinary mid-tier clan, but one rich in history with a touch of wealth. However, the elder sent by the Blaze clan appeared unimpressed, prompting his query, "So when will your patriarch arrive so we may begin this discussion once and for all? I grow impatient waiting for him." "You need not worry about waiting," the Grand Elder assured. "I will be your host, as I possess the same authority as the patriarch, who serves as the clan's figurehead at the moment. You can trust that I can make immediate decisions without any need for his presence." "And I am eager to commence our business immediately," the Grand Elder stated, taking a seat as the fourth elder of the Gordons clan also settled in, his gaze fixed on the outer branch elder of the Blaze clan with a hint of hostility. "Why must he be here?" questioned the outer branch elder, displeased by the fourth elder's apparent disrespect towards him at the clan gates. "You must understand that he plays a significant role in these negotiations," the Grand Elder explained with a slight smile. "While I share authority with the patriarch, I cannot go against his wishes. He insists on having our brother present as his eyes and ears for this meeting." Upon hearing this, the fourth elder couldn't help but face palm in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. The fourth elder thought to himself, "This old geek could even lie against father, who is in the grave, and still be believed, even if the truth was right in front of everyone." The patriarch had never wanted anything to do with the Blaze clan, but it was the Grand Elder who had suggested seeking resources to cure Old Third from them, especially since they couldn't bring the third elder back from his coma with their own resources. The Grand Elder had planned the situation at the clan's gate, anticipating the arrogant behavior of the ancient Blaze clan members would make him act out. After all, even Silas had behaved the same way when he came for Aurora. And that's why he had even ensured that the fourth elder would be present during the negotiations, hoping to sway the Blaze elder's opinions. "Okay, we want Sila's Blaze back. What would it take for us to get our enforcer back to the clan?" The outer branch elder finally spoke, making the Grand Elder smile slowly. He had intentionally dragged the discussion so that the outer branch elder could state his demands first. He didn't want to appear too desperate when asking for what he wanted, so he wanted the Blaze elder to make the first move. He believed he could rely on the impulsive behaviors of the fire element mages to act up, especially those from ancient clans. "We want the dragon's heart leaf." The Grand Elder finally revealed his demand, causing the outer branch elder to react with shock. "Outer branch elder, what do you mean by asking for that in exchange for Silas?" The elder raged out in response to the Grand Elder's bold demand. "Don't misunderstand me. This is not just for the life of your senior enforcer, but also to compensate for your princess's safety. By now, you must know that she stayed with us under our protection. You must take that into consideration. Furthermore," the Grand Elder continued, "when your enforcer came to take her back, he put her in danger, and we saved her life in the process. So, in light of all this, isn't a dragon's heart leaf a fitting exchange for the life of your clan's princess? If not less, in fact, the only reason we have captured Silas is because he serves as collateral against your clan, as you all wouldn't want to lose a tier 8 mage you have nurtured to this advanced stage. It's not easy to reach that level in the high ranks," the Grand Elder said with a smile. The outer branch elder felt like he was facing a lion that had opened its mouth to devour without any reservations, despite disguising itself as a nice man. "I'll have to discuss this with my fellow elders," the outer branch elder said, looking for an opportunity to escape from the Grand Elder of the Gordons clan and moving towards another end of the hall. He shielded himself with a mental force field and then brought out a crystal orb of whispers to communicate with those who had sent him on the mission to retrieve Silas from the Gordons. "You crazy bastard, you almost gave him a heart attack when you asked for that," the fourth elder said to the Grand Elder, who smiled slyly. "But believe me, we are going to get it, I'm sure of it," the Grand Elder confidently stated. "How can you be so sure?" the fourth elder inquired. "Because someone else will be paying for it. I have a few guesses as to who would be willing to settle this matter, but I can't decide who will make the payment first. The good news is that we will be receiving the dragon's heart leaf, and our old third elder will recover to his peak without needing to go through all those post-recovery stages. The leaf is that potent, and that's why I requested it personally. With the old third elder back to his former strength, the patriarch will return to normal, and the clan will be united in content again," the Grand Elder explained his plan to the fourth elder. While the fourth elder and the Grand Elder were conversing, the outer branch elder received confirmation to agree to the trade, with someone set to deliver the dragon's heart leaf within the next 3 hours. This news surprised him as he observed the Grand Elder's confidence and self-assured demeanor as he engaged with the fourth elder. It was evident to the outer branch elder that the Grand Elder was already aware that his request would be accepted. "They have accepted, and you will receive the leaf within the next 3 hours, the outer branch elder conveyed in a hushed tone, noticing the widening smile on the Grand Elder's face, which seemed to almost close his eyes due to the extent of his ecstatic expression. "That's fantastic," the Grand Elder responded with satisfaction. "Why would he request something so valuable? I think we have given them too much power by agreeing to a negotiation, and that's what led to all this nonsense," said one of the outer branch elders of the ancient Blaze clan in annoyance, after listening to the message that was transmitted from the Orb of Whispers. Silence. "Even I know that what they have asked for is not something we would typically agree to, but regardless of their demands, we would have obliged. It's orders from above," the Grand Elder of the outer branch interjected. His failed attempt to capture the Lanced clan's sixth elder had ignited the retaliation unfolding at the clan mines. Shouldering a heavy burden, he had readily accepted any requests made by the core members of the Blaze clan to divert attention from his failings in handling the conflicts involving both the Gordons and the Lanced clan. Accepting these requests was his way of avoiding scrutiny into his handling of the situations of both the Gordons and Lance clans that had led the latter clan members to go into hiding due to executing his orders. War God Mage Academy, Arena Battleground. Alec and Ivor continued to exchange blows, each strike met with a counter move. Bloodline skill Dragon Claws. The Dragon Claws skill allowed Ivor's claws to elongate and bypass Alec's defenses, and with a swift motion, Ivor stabbed Alec in the chest, drawing him closer before unleashing another spell, low-tier spell Gale Force. Ivor left palm aimed directly at Alec's chest. The impact sent Alec hurtling backward, propelled by a powerful windstorm towards the edge of the arena. Before Alec could be pushed beyond the boundaries, Titan intervened, catching him as he coughed up blood. Despite the pain, Alec's gaze remained fixed on Ivor, his expression reflecting a mix of seriousness and disapproval. The last attack had been needlessly brutal, showcasing Ivor's ruthless tactics. The seemingly flashy Gale Force spell was designed to inflict internal damage in one strike, and would have proven fatal to Alec before he ascended to the Tier 3 Mage realm, as it had targeted the position his mana pool used to be. However, having transformed his whole body into his mana pool after stepping into the Tier 3 Mage realm, Alec now possessed enhanced resistance to such attacks. After all, Alec had destroyed his mana pool, and now his entire body was equivalent to a mana pool. So the mana surrounding him rallied against the invasive Gale Force energy, engaging in a fierce battle within his body. The struggle between Alec's mana and the Gale Force energy ultimately had been the cause of his injury, as his inner organs had not yet been cultivated. Despite the pain and adversity, Alec rose to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth. Ivor, taken aback by Alec's resilience, expressed his surprise. "You aren't supposed to be standing. I intended for a swift victory, yet you always opt for the harder path," Ivor remarked, baffled by Alec's determination. "You'll have to do better than that if you want to take me down, lizard boy," Alec taunted, with veins bulging on his Ivor's head. "Allah!" Ivor's cry pierced the air as his chest gradually transformed, becoming shrouded in azure dragon scales. His once golden irises turned to slits, and the dragon scales extended from his head down to his waist, as a long tail swayed behind him, completing the formidable transformation, with small horns adorned Ivor's head, adding to his menacing new appearance. "It seems your transformation has undergone quite an upgrade since our last encounter. Your confidence must stem from those small horns and lizard-like tail you now possess. Do you truly believe they are enough to defeat me?" Alec remarked, his body alight with glowing red tattoos that merged with black and brown patterns, forming the red salamander armor set. Having reached the Tier 3 realm, Alec can now seamlessly channel the powers of the red salamander armor, no longer reliant on mana to sustain its formidable abilities. With no constraints on its prowess and limits, Alec stood poised for battle. The thunderous impact of Ivor charging towards Alec electrified the crowd, who witnessed the spectacle of a lifetime unfolding before them. "He's gotten faster. It's evident these fighters are operating on a whole other level," a spectator marveled, unable to contain his excitement. Ivor twisted his body in midair, resembling a spinning drill as he propelled himself towards Alec, claws poised for an attack. "Hiss this," Alec declared, stomping the ground and summoning multiple sturdy earth walls to hinder Ivor's advance. Despite Alec's efforts, Ivor skillfully drilled past each obstacle, closing in on Alec. In a calculated move, Alec delivered a swift uppercut to Ivor's jaw, sending him soaring through the air. Before seizing the opportunity, Alec seized Ivor's legs, forcefully bringing him crashing down to the ground in a powerful slam. Not only was Alec dissatisfied, but he also pointed his right finger towards Ivor, casting his innate spell, causing the earth element rune to materialize around his finger, revolving as a Terra bullet began to take form. However, before it could fully materialize, Ivor swiftly wrapped his legs around Alec's outstretched hand, swiftly toppling him to the ground before retreating to assume a battle stance. Bloodline skill Dragon Might. Ivor recognized the need for a clear advantage, especially against Alec, a mere low-tier 3 mage that could match him, so the skill he used possessed the power to instill fear in those of lower realms while weakening their battle capabilities. A green light, invisible to human eyes, gradually enveloped Ivor, emitting a regal and commanding aura as he directed this imposing aura towards Alec, who had just risen to his feet, aiming to intimidate him. Undeterred, Alec seized the blood changdao, which he had mentally requested from Butcher, and unleashed his potent blood-killing intent upon grasping the weapon. The atmosphere around Alec turned a deep red, his intense and unrestrained intent overpowering Ivor's dragon might, shocking onlookers both in secret and in the open. Amidst the chaos, Alec's crimson hair swayed gracefully as his eyes exuded a devilish allure, tinged with a fiery hue. Clad in the red salamander armor, now accented with black and brown hues at its edges and rims, just like his hairs had black and brown colors at the tips, Alec presented a formidable and imposing figure. Spectators of the battle found themselves at the edge of their seats, captivated by the contrasting energies emanating from the combatant's regal and dominant presence from Ivor like a warlike angel, juxtaposed with Alec's aura of carnage, reminiscent of a blood-demonic prince. "You marked me with the intent to kill, so I shall reciprocate in kind, without restraint," Alec declared coldly. "As promised, I will show you the difference between low-rank and mid-rank mages," Ivor retorted, his dragon-like form now crackling with lightning and wind as he extended both of his hands in anticipation of the impending clash. On one side, a small whirlwind danced, while on the other, tiny lightning arcs crackled, eager to be unleashed. I also forgot to mention, I awakened a second element upon entering the mid-rank realms, and with the combination of my dual elements, it only serves to enhance the strength of my pseudo-dragon body, Ivor elaborated. How can someone possess such intense killing intent at such a young age? If I'm not mistaken, this Terran disciple must have taken the lives of thousands of beings to develop a lethal intent strong enough to resist a basic dragon might skill, but he shouldn't have been able to make it form at such a tender age, yet it had happened. I guess this unexpected development can only be attributed to the blood-sucking weapon he wields. Merely thinking of the future troubles he may bring gives me a headache. I wonder how Master Old Dean managed to handle both the big brother Mad Dog and Terran without letting things escalate. The new Dean pondered aloud, observing the ongoing battle. Beside him, Elder Alfred and 2 identical old men, known as the Black and White Elders of the War God Mage Academy, watched from a cloud. The White Elder with white hair and the Black Elder with black hair stood quietly, each pondering the events. Elder Alfred, with a pained expression, turned to the Dean. "All these Terran disciples do is fight and stir up scandals that the Master has to address. I still can't fathom why I was dragged along, Dean. You've interrupted my sleep. Why not involve that troublemaker Terran instead? He would have relished watching this. After all, his disciple is one of the contestant." The Dean simply glanced at Alfred before turning away, unmoved by his complaints. "It's your unlucky day, Alfred. I couldn't locate Terranitz as if he's vanished from the entire academy, so I decided to bring you, the master of his disciple's girlfriend." Alfred's expression darkened as he vowed, "If that scoundrel dares pursue my beautiful disciple, I'll trap him in a dreamscape for a century." He seethed at the thought of Beatrice being associated with someone like Alec, a barbarian focused solely on combat. "Relax, I was only teasing, but observe that boy, his fire burns bright, yet he remains unperturbed. If he learns to harness it, his power could double," the new Dean remarked, their attention fixed on Alec's impressive display. Despite Alfred's initial resistance, even he found himself intrigued by the prospect of Alec securing victory and bringing glory to the War God Mage Academy by besting mages from the prestigious Royal Mage Academy that are held in high regard throughout the Northern Kingdom. "If you plan on relying on your golems again, make your choice now because I won't hold back when we resume," Ivor stated, his expression exuding confidence as he faced off against Alec. "How will you handle accepting defeat if I triumph through numbers once more? While I emerged victorious in our previous encounter at the capital, your refusal to acknowledge defeat was not my intention. I aim to impress upon you the reality of defeat, and the only way to achieve that is to demonstrate that even as a mid-tier mage, you are not beyond my reach," Alec challenged as he dashed forward, leading the attack this time. With a deadly arc, he swung his changdao aiming to sever Ivor's head with a single blow, showing no hesitation in targeting vital areas after Ivor's attempt on his life. However, Ivor's massive tail effortlessly deflected Alec's strike, causing a numbing sensation in Alec's hands from the force of the impact. Realizing Ivor's physical strength surpassed typical Tier 4 levels, Alec acknowledged that his own strength stats of over 100 points would not be sufficient to easily overcome him. Cursed bloodline granting unwarranted strength, Alec cursed as he evaded Ivor's claw swipe, which also unleashed long wind blades. Seizing the opportunity, Alec attempted an upward strike with his weapon held in both hands, intending to cleave Ivor in two. However, he quickly shifted to a defensive stance as Ivor's massive tail struck him, sending him skidding across the ground for several meters. Low-tier spell Lightning Bolt Fury. Low-tier spell Whirlwind Blade. Ivor swiftly employed the powers of his two elements, leaving Alec with limited options. Finding no respite, Alec summoned the fire element, igniting his Chandao and swiftly rotating the sword to create a fiery barrier. As the lightning bolts collided with the flames, canceling each other out, Alec utilized his agile footwork to effortlessly deflect the incoming wind blades with minimal effort. Low-tier spell Gale Force. Ivor materialized in front of Alec with lightning speed, attempted to blast him away with his palm once more. However, Alec swiftly sidestepped the attack and delivered a swift strike with the hilt of his weapon to Ivor's throat, causing him to choke and kneel in pain as his spell dissipated. Desperate, Ivor tried to invoke his innate spell, but Alec swiftly impaled his hand into the arena ground, causing Ivor to cry out in agony. Despite the pain, Alec's expression remained devoid of any emotion, neither joy nor sorrow visible on his blank face. Bloodline skill Dragon Claws. As Ivor attempted to pierce Alec with his lightning claws, the sudden sounds of gunshots reverberated through the area. Bang! Alec had fired 3 Terra bullets at the same spot, creating a cavity in Ivor's azure dragon scale arm. Ivor knelt with anger in his eyes, glaring at Alec as the realization of defeat set in. I warned you that you would lose, but there is one more thing I wish to do. Alec spoke calmly as his space ring shimmered, revealing various attribute stones of different colors on his right hand. Though others may not recognize the significance of these stones, Alec understood their true potential. Each stone held a fraction of gravity manipulation, a rare trait for Earth mages, which Alec had been collecting diligently, as he was not ready to use them until he had stones that were up to the 100 value. Crack! Alec shattered all the attribute stones in his hand simultaneously, releasing a gas that permeated his body. The onlookers, including Alfred, who had feigned disinterest, were captivated by Alec's actions. It was well known that utilizing attribute stones to create a pill had the potential to awaken new elements, enhance existing ones, or even unlock bloodline powers or unique abilities. However, they felt a sense of regret as they believed that much of their efficiency would be lost in Alec's raw absorption of their powers in such a brutal manner. Despite their concerns, Alec remained unfazed by their doubts, knowing that with the aid of the system, he could absorb every minuscule particle of the attributed power stones. Ding, 10 gravity manipulate fragment added. Ding 5, ding 31. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a sub-manipulation of the earth element. Gravity manipulation acquired, rank mid-tier. Powered. Status taboo. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 41. Tier 3 low. Experience till next level, 78,091 million. Attributes. Strength 113. Agility 80. Endurance 115. Mentality 16 locked. Mana 18,000 20,000. Affinity Earth Peak, Fire Peak, Earth Sub, Gravity Manipulation Min. Available points 14. System points 9357. At that moment, although his status displayed the changes, Alec showed little interest in examining the extent of the transformation through the system. Onlookers were curious to see if breaking that much attribute power stone had altered Alec in any way. While some may have found his method of consuming it barbaric, there was a collective hope that this action would lead to a significant awakening, potentially offering others the chance to attain powers if they followed a similar step to Alec's. You fool, by consuming the power stone in that manner, your body will be inundated with raw toxins that may be difficult to eliminate, a voice scorned. If you had refined it into a pill before ingestion, perhaps then I would fear you gaining another power. As it stands now, you are just a mere mage who has disrupted his foundation, and I will surely surpass you in due time, Ivor mocked confidently, raising the hand that had holes in them caused by Alec's Terran bullets. Exerting himself, Ivor conjured a powerful lightning bolt that streaked towards Alec as he was still processing the newfound energies coursing through his body. The impact sent Alec flying a few meters, but he promptly rose to his feet, seemingly unfazed. It was then that he noticed the brown color in his hair spreading and overtaking some of the red hues. His hair now consists of real and brown taking half parts while the tips were black. Low-tier spell Electrostatic Field. Meanwhile, as Alec was still inspecting his evolving changes, Ivor plotted to extend the battle by leveraging his dragon blood regenerative abilities as he casted the electrostatic field spell. Covered by a barrier of electrified energy, he was shielded from any potential attacks, ensuring that anyone who tried to approach him would be repelled and met with a counterattack from the force field. Petty efforts, Alec remarked, his expression cool and composed. As he raised both hands, the rubble from the destroyed arena began converging toward a single point. Starting with small pebbles, the collection grew to include massive rocks, causing even Ivor's lips to tremble. It was evident to all present that Alec had unlocked a new power now, as it was impossible for him to levitate the stones with just his earth element at his current level of skill and realm. But with the help of the gravity manipulation to decrease the weight of the enlarging boulder he was constructing, it enabled him to enhance its mass with his earth element. That lucky guy had to awaken gravity manipulation control so easily. Earth mages usually have to endure years of training before they can unlock even the weakest form of this power. Some might even need to wait for their mid-rank awakening to affect their earth element, however. This lucky troublemaker gained that power simply by amassing a collection of attributed power stones, Alfred suggested, under the assumption that Alec had gathered these stones from various races. In truth, Alec had only acquired attribute power stones from orc shamans, a feat that carried a low probability of success. But with the aid of his golems attacking from different locations in his last trip to the Abyss and his previous accumulations, Alec finally possessed a sufficient quantity. Alec's ability to discern that these attribute power stones contained gravity powers is what set him apart. As while the others struggled to identify the powers within such stones, Alec knew that the stones he had gathered from orc shamans held gravity powers. And by collecting more stones from the same race before absorbing them, Alec found a way to inherit these powers, bypassing the need to wait for his next rank's awakening. Luck is a part of one's power, even if it remains unseen. It must have required significant time to amass that many attributed power stones, which youngling among the newer generations would have the patience to accumulate them without trading or utilizing them for themselves. The dean remarked, glancing at Alfred, who turned back to observe Alec as he was not ready to face the dean's lectures. When he saw Alec on the stage, he saw two huge boulders that had been created. Low tier spell gravity boulder impact. Alec's voice resonated as he lowered one hand, causing the boulder to levitate before hurtling quickly toward the force field shield that Ivor had conjured. Ivor let out a desperate scream as he tried everything in his power to prevent the boulder from penetrating his force field defense, stopping it with great effort. But Alec's voice entered his ears at that moment. What about two? Alec's voice took on a slightly demonic quality as he released his second hand, allowing the second boulder to collide with the first, shattering the electrostatic field and crashing into Ivor. Despite crossing his hands in a defensive stance after discarding the blood Changdao, which had been greedily draining his blood, Ivor, who is bolstered by his bloodline strength and dragon scales, still couldn't avoid being knocked out cold upon impact with the ground when the boulder fragments smashed into him. Alec extended his hand towards his Changdao, wrapping it in an earth element before levitating it towards him. Though his control over gravity remained limited, as influence did not extend to the entirety of his surroundings, but he could still affect a radius of 16 meters around him, anything beyond that required coding an earth element before he could manipulate it. The crowd observing the battle erupted in cheers as Alec emerged victorious against all the members of the Royal Mage Academy. Among them, Bolton clenched his teeth in frustration, while the students of the Royal Mage Academy watched in silence, anger, and shame. Even Asher, who had just woken up, was taken aback by the turn of events in the battle, learning from another student that Ivor had mentioned Alec first defeating him with a Tier 1 realm left Asher surprised. Upon reflection, he understood why Ivor had initially lied when he explained it to him, as it would have been shameful to admit defeat to a Tier 1 mage, and this possibly explained why his clan had been distant towards him. Despite acknowledging his defeat openly in his attempt to challenge Alec due to his confidence, Ivor had underestimated Alec's growing strength, as Alec realm had not remained the same. In fact, Alec deliberately held back, refraining from unleashing his blood-killing intent or utilizing the passive innate ability of his flame element that could amplify the explosive effect of his attacks. He chose to keep some of his abilities concealed, strategically limiting the golem's participation in the battle. So with all eyes on him, only Alec knew the golem's true strength, surpassing his own. However, that revelation would have to wait for another time as Alec crafted a throne from earth element, sat on it, and cast a smug gaze at Bolton Blaze. His bold move ignited fervent cheers from the War God Mage Academy students, elated to no longer tread with heads downturned within their academy. Now, they could proudly hold their heads high, eager to confront the Royal Mage Academy students with a newfound achievement to boast about. 5 days flew by quickly after Alec defeated the mages of the Royal Mage Academy. The fact that they were all defeated by one mage, and his summons was a disgrace to them, especially as the students from the War God Mage Academy didn't hesitate to rub salt in the wounds and abuse them every chance they got as payback for what they had been doing for the past few days too. This led the Royal Mage Academy exchange students to request a speedy withdrawal back to the capital city from Bolton, as they felt there was nothing more to the exchange again, as they couldn't even defeat Alec, talk less of even doing the main mission that was killing him. Although Bolton was reluctant to leave, he knew that the mages had given up on fighting against Alec. The absence of the only mage who could boost their morale, Ivor Dragonmere, who was still in a deep recuperating sleep, further compounded the situation. All these factors combined prompted their departure from the academy on the third day, much to the delight and cheers of the new generation mages of the War God Mage Academy. Meanwhile, Kelvin shouted at the top of his voice, "I said I'm okay, I'm full." As Agnes pampered him, normally he wouldn't have had a problem with that, but his current circumstances seemed to have amplified his feelings. As the fact that she had been forcing him to eat the food she made in order for him to recover is why he is really shouting at the moment. Knight watched and laughed, while Arthur, who was actually the mischievous one, just sat in a corner brooding as he stared into the lake. Brandon wanted to go close to him, but remembering how their last conversation had gone before he was beaten by the Royal Mage students, made Brandon hesitate to talk to him. Just as he was contemplating, Alec walked to Arthur's side and took a seat. "What is it?" Alec asked as he turned to look at one of the few mages he actually considers a brother. "I'm cool, just a little tired, that's all," Arthur replied. Alec looked at the guy who normally cheers up everybody being down, and he could not help wanting to help cheer him up back in return, but nothing seemed to be working at the moment. "Hi, everyone, I have brought news from the dean," a voice spread across the peak, as the gang all realized that someone must be shouting at the entrance of their master's peak. They all quickly moved towards that area and met the mage who had been sent to deliver the news, and realizing it was one of the guard mages of the dean's hall. The dean has instructed all newly enrolled mages in their first year to gather before the front of the dean's hall immediately as he has important information to convey, the guard mage announced before departing towards other peak mountains. "What do you think the dean wants to discuss, and why is it only for us first-year students?" Knight inquired, no one in particular, but still awaiting a collective response. While Alec remained lost in thought, Agnes appeared more preoccupied with their absent master, who hadn't left his castle since returning from the abyss. "Well, we won't find out if we don't go there now, will we?" Arthur remarked as he began descending the peak, prompting Agnes to look at his departing figure and sigh. Since his return, Arthur had been plagued by guilt over what happened to Kelvin. Unable to express his emotions effectively, he shouldered the blame and punished himself for perceived weakness in failing to protect Kelvin, who they had gone on his request. Despite reassurances from his companions, Arthur continued to feel burdened by the events. Nonetheless, he found solace in Alec's success in defeating the student from the Royal Mage Academy. He found it easier to accept since it had been his own clansmen who defeated them to settle the grudge, rather than it be another formidable mage from the War God Mage Academy. As Arthur and the rest of the gang neared the location designated by the dean, they arrived at the front yard of the dean's residence, a spacious and meticulously maintained area where students were gathering in anticipation of the dean's arrival. Alec and the others were surprised to find that Pale and his group had already arrived. Furthermore, Lucas Blade stood to the side, his eyes closed as his body emitted his Tier 4 aura, prompting the gang to approach him with intentions of congratulating him for being the first among the first-year students to ascend to the mid-ranks. Walking along the well-maintained pathway leading to the entrance, lined with vibrant flowers and softly glowing lanterns, they found themselves enveloped in a serene and inviting atmosphere. Other mages chatted eagerly among themselves as they awaited the dean, their footsteps echoing on the stone pathway. The gentle rustling of leaves in the slight breeze added to the quiet murmurs of anticipation. Just before Alec and his group came within a certain range, Luca's eyes shot open as though he had sensed someone nearing him. Upon realizing it was Alec and the gang, Lucas smiled slightly, closing the distance to give Arthur, who was at the forefront, a tight bear hug. Having heard of the recent events, Lucas regretted being in seclusion and not coming out sooner. If not for his absence, he would have certainly sought out and confronted the mages from the Royal Academy also due to his fighting nature. He was not like Pale. After feeling bonded with Arthur, Lucas engaged in a few exchanges of pleasantries with the group before they continued to wait together. Alec's attention was drawn to Beatrice, whose cold beauty captivated his heart, leaving him mesmerized by her icy demeanor as her summoned puppet stood behind her. Despite his efforts, Alec couldn't rationalize his feelings towards her. "Relax, you're just inhabiting a 15-year-old body now," Alec tried to reassure himself. As he began to walk towards Beatrice, when the new dean finally emerged onto the front porch, silencing the crowd, all eyes turned to the dean, who exuded an air of authority and wisdom. With a warm smile, the dean scanned the gathering of mages before his gaze settled on Alec. Despite Alec's calm demeanor, the dean sensed the underlying presence of someone who had been involved in significant bloodshed. The killing intent he had displayed in the arena was unmistakable. But he was relieved to know that Alec would uphold the honor of the War God Mage Academy, as the academy was pleased to have a young mage willing to engage with other prestigious academies. They could take pride in having a talented individual among their younger generation, unlike the previous generation, where it took time for their talents to emerge and develop only after countless abyss bloodshed and death witnessing. Well, I won't take up too much of your time. I just want to say that after placing you all under the guidance of public mentors and private instructors, it is finally time to move on to the main event. The Royal Mage Academy that had visited our academy for an exchange of knowledge does not simply move from academy to academy each year just for the sake of learning. If you believe that, then you must be mistaken. They choose their destinations strategically, focusing on academies they perceive as potential threats, and they only move when the annual inter-academy competition is near, as the exchange serves as a perfect opportunity for them to gauge the strength of their competitors. Initially, I couldn't understand why they chose to visit our academy, as we have never posed a threat to them in previous tournaments. However, it appears that the presence of a set of geniuses among us has caught their attention this time. They are here to assess whether we will be a threat to them in the upcoming competition. And you all are simply a group of inexperienced individuals who have not truly faced the harsh realities of bloody battles. Therefore, we have devised a training plan that will see you spending the next 3 months outside the academy, training as soldiers of the War God Mage Academy. Your strength will determine your rank, and your achievements in battle will determine what you can exchange with the academy, the new dean explained, causing confusion among the mages as they looked at each other. While they were all aware of the upcoming inter-academy competition, the general consensus was that the new generation of the War God Mage Academy had never been able to compete with the other academies, and didn't even bother with it in the slightest. However, something had sparked a newfound passion within them after Alec's victory over Dragonmere, giving them a sense of hope they had never experienced before. Believe me when I say that this training regime will push you to your limits. It will be extremely challenging, and there may even be casualties. If you all are not careful, you may even lose your lives. But the War God Mage Academy is no longer taking it easy on the first-year disciples, the dean warned. We are thrusting you into the harsh reality of the world to prepare you for what lies ahead, and at the end of it, all the top 10 students with the highest achievement points will be selected to represent the academy in this upcoming event. In the capital of as the Mage team from the War God Mage Academy, we have established 8 ranks that are followed in leadership, as our academy still operates more like a military institution, with the hierarchy as follows: Knight, Squire, Sergeant, Commander, Captain, Major, Colonel, General. I will now hand over the explanation to the latest general of the War God Mage Academy, Edward Wolfe, the dean proclaimed, pointing to the skies. As a mage descended from above, creating a dramatic entrance as bolts of lightning crackled around him, illuminating his powerful presence. His dark and flowing hair moved with the electric energy, each strand appearing alive and charged with magic. The stormy clouds seemed to part in reverence to his command, as if nature itself recognized his formidable mastery over the elements. His sharp eyes glowed with intensity, reflecting the fierce power of the storm surrounding him. Every movement he made exuded confidence and grace, as if he were destined to wield such incredible power. His hands, adorned with intricate runes and symbols that seemed to shimmer with arcane energy, crackled with raw power. His handsomeness was undeniable. He had an otherworldly handsomeness that seemed to transcend time and space, drawing the gaze of all who beheld him. As he touched down on the front porch, the lightning and fire swirling around him just seemed to disappear almost instantly. You all have already heard my name, so I don't have to reintroduce myself. For the next 3 months, I'm going to be your commanding leader. I'm your general, and you would follow my orders or your superior orders without question. Is that understood? Edward's voice spread to the first-year mages as they all felt his sharp gaze on them, with the way he had his both hands behind his back, acting like a superior to them. Already, yes, sir, they all responded. All of you would be drafted into a city with lots of missions and enemies to fight on Blood Moon, while honoring the banner of the War God Mage Academy. You can either act alone with the squad you pick or go alone, whichever feel is okay for you. Let's discuss the ranks now. If you are a Tier 1 mage, you will receive a Knight medal magically engraved on your student badge. Additionally, you will have access to all the items Tier 1 mages are permitted to purchase, although the selection is somewhat limited, Edward explained. As a Tier 2 mage, your badge will be adorned with a Squire medal, and you would have the opportunity to select up to 10 knights to serve under you during the external training period. However, opting for this responsibility means you forfeit the chance of being selected for a higher-ranked team, he continued, outlining the implications of the Tier 2 rank. If you attain Tier 3 Mage status, your badge will showcase a Sergeant medal. You will be able to choose up to 10 squires who have not formed teams as their commander under your leadership. Among the first-year students, only 4 individuals have reached Tier 4 Mage status in the academic's eyes, allowing for the formation of only 4 commander squads with 10 sergeants assigned to each team, Edward revealed, leaving the audience stunned by the revelation that there were 4 Tier 4 mages, a number that contradicted their previous knowledge that Lucas Blade was the sole Tier 4 mage in all the first years. Just days prior, the mages had witnessed Alec engaging in combat with his low Tier 3 mage realm, so they believed that his sudden ascension to the Tier 4 realm seemed implausible, as there is no way he would have jumped 4 small ranks in 5 days to them. As they pondered this perplexing situation, Edward Wolf's voice resonated through the area once more. Settle down, I will now reveal the names of your Tier 4 commanders, some of whom have kept their advancements discreet till now, Edward announced, drawing the attention of the assembled mages. The first individual to achieve Tier 4 Mage status and assume a leadership role in this external training is Lucas Blade, he declared, evoking familiar recognition and a round of applause from the audience. Next, the second commander is Beatrice Marionette, Edward continued, causing a collective gasp among the mages. Beatrice's rapid progression to the Tier 4 realm took many by surprise, overshadowing Alec's previous status as a prominent figure. Alec, who had once been viewed as a formidable presence, found himself overshadowed by Beatrice's sudden rise, as the mages who had been comparing them together now felt it was an insult to compare Alec to their goddess Beatrice. Despite his efforts to dismiss the disparity, he couldn't help but feel despondent as Beatrice's achievement created an insurmountable gap between them. Alec grappled with self-doubt, questioning what steps Beatrice had taken to advance so significantly, lamenting his own perceived shortcomings in comparison. How could he have known that while he was dashing into the abyss to kill and trying to advance into the next realm, Beatrice had been visited several times by the elders of the Marionette clan from the capital, as they had given out several cultivation resources, even though she didn't want anything to do with them. However, her master Alfred made sure he made something out of the resources brought so that Beatrice could get the maximum value from them. After all, he didn't give a fuck about her clan. And with her talent, entry into the Tier 4 Mage realm was not that hard, so Alec had been beaten by the cultivation resources of an ancient clan. The third commander is Pale Zero, stated Edward, causing some surprise among the others present. Alec's gaze shifted towards Pale, recalling that he had not been anywhere near the Tier 4 realm the last time he had seen him, after they came back from the abyss. As Pale's eyes met Alec's, he flashed a smug smile, seemingly proud. As he moved closer to Alec with some of his noble mage's friends following behind him, Pale offered, "If you need a commander to serve under, you can come to me. I'd consider you Sergeant Alec, now that sounds good, right? You probably weren't expecting this, but even I have my lucky days, and I've finally surpassed you in realm and authority now." Despite Pale's grand gestures and snobbish attitude to impress his friends, Alec remained silent, meeting his gaze unwaveringly. Agnes, observing Alec's lack of response to Pale's provocations, stepped in. "Seems like your arrogant behavior hasn't waned but increased since reaching the middle ranks, however. Rest assured, if we were to even serve under a commander, your banner would be our last choice," she declared firmly. Pale fixed Agnes with a sharp stare, but was met with an equal intensity. Just as Agnes was about to speak again, Alec intervened, signaling to her to avoid escalating the situation. He held her shoulders and shook his head gently as she turned her attention towards him. "Cowards." A new noble mage following Pale spoke up, calling Alec and his allies cowards. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him, including Pale's, as Pale would never agree with such a label for Alec, as after witnessing Alec's actions in the abyss, cowardice was the last thought on any of Pale's original group's mind. However, the new and ignorant mage who had recently joined his group seemed to be solely focused on impressing him and had blurted that out. Pale had only wanted to show off and fulfill his clan's expectations for him by using Alec to boost his score after bringing him into his team. After all, Alec alone was an army, but Alec had managed to keep him quiet, leaving him unsure of his true intentions regarding the proposal. But one thing was certain though, his bold declaration and the new mage's statement had definitely stirred up the group, and the fourth commander that had been chosen is. As General Edward announced, the room fell silent as everyone eagerly anticipated the reveal of the fourth person who had entered the Tier 4 Mage realm. They had attempted to speculate and determine who among the new students had surpassed Alec in achieving Tier 4 Mage status. But despite their best efforts, Alec's remarkable achievements had overshadowed the accomplishments of the other mages in the first year, making it challenging to recognize any other exceptionally talented mages that might have been in their set. And the Academy's focus on the spreading news about Alec's adventures in the Abyss further contributed to this overshadowing effect. The fourth commander is Alec Gordon's. The room erupted in surprise as General Edward declared. Every mage looked on with shocked expressions, including Alec himself, who was equally perplexed as he knew he had not reached the Tier 4 mage realm and did not believe he deserved such a leadership role. Pale turned back to look at Alec, his eyes shining with an icy light as he attempted to use his mana to probe Alec's realm. Suspecting that Alec might be concealing his true abilities, but Pale was met with a veil of dense fog that obscured Alec's powers, making it impossible for him to ascertain Alec's true realm. Alec sneered back at Pale, causing the latter to meet his gaze directly. Alec despised being scrutinized with mana, a feeling he had learned to shield himself from using his mental powers after guidance from his mentor, Terran. Though relieved that he could deflect the probing gazes, but Alec remained wary of Pale's lingering scrutiny, prompting his sneer in response. General Edwards' voice cut through the tension, addressing the room. I'm aware many of you may find it surprising that we have appointed Alec as a commander despite not yet reaching Tier 4 mage status. However, the decision is rooted in how points are calculated within the Academy's ranking system. He continued, it's important to understand that ranks are not solely determined by realm levels. Exceptions have been made to recognize exceptional talent among our students. For example, slaying a Tier 1 lifeform earns 1 point, while defeating a Tier 2 opponent grants 10 points. This means a Tier 1 knight aspiring to become a squire must amass 10 points for promotion. Earning those points can be achieved by defeating multiple Tier 1 foes or taking down a single Tier 2 mage. Once the 10 points are secured, a Tier 1 mage can ascend to squire status, leading about 10 Tier 1 knights under their command, akin to the other Tier 2 squires. General Edward clarified. Through this explanation, General Edward shed light on the Academy's merit-based system, which recognized talent and rewarding exceptional talents for achieving kills beyond their realm. As the point system continues, achieving the required points for promotion to the rank of sergeant stands at 100 points. Similarly, slaying a Tier 3 lifeform instantly grants 100 points. This same principles applies across all ranks, explained General Edward. Tier 4 lifeforms are valued at 1,000 points, Tier 5 at 10,000 points, and Tier 6 at 100,000 points, he continued. The calculations of Tier 6 and beyond vary based on realm levels, details which are not necessary for you fledglings at your current stage of development. When the time comes, you will learn about them. What I'm emphasizing here is that Alec is no ordinary Tier 3 mage, and his victory over Ivor Dragonmere alone has garnered him over 1,000 points. With other points assigned to him, as a Tier 3 mage he has surpassed the required standard for a commander, Edward stated confidently, prompting relieved sighs from the assembled mages. Understanding that Alec had not yet reached Tier 4 mage status which reassured them, who were unsure how they would have reacted if Alec had indeed advanced to Tier 4. Such knowledge that Alec remained in the Tier 3 realm alleviated their concerns, as if Alec was now a Tier 4 mage they would start doubting their own progress and cultivation efforts. Now, with the main leaders for the external training expedition determined, it's time to join a team or create your own, General Edward instructed. As the Tier 3 mages eagerly scrambled to align themselves with Beatrice, Lucas, or Pale, none of them wanted to be excluded from a team that could comprise of up to 10 Tier 3 mages, with a mid-rank mage as their leader, as they were all opting to stay together in stronger groups for a sense of security and camaraderie. Many of them were avoiding Alec's team, as many mages feared that he would prioritize drafting his siblings into his team, which would be leaving little room for other recruits, seeking greater opportunities for inclusion, so they went to the other mages where they felt their chances of joining were higher. Alec walked towards Lucas, and as he approached, the group of Tier 3 mages surrounding Lucas all split apart, allowing Alec to get closer to Lucas without any problems. I want to be alone during the external training. I mean, I don't want the offer of having anyone around me. I don't want to be the boss of any mage. Is that possible? Alec stated firmly as he turned his head to Edward Wolfe, who was still standing on the front porch. The unexpected request surprised all the nearby mages, including even the dean, as they were wondering just what would make anyone refuse the help of multiple Tier 3 mages as subordinates. Edward Wolfe simply smiled as he gazed at Alec idea. A one-man commander in an all-battle war. I like the sound of that. I will make an exception and grant your wish, but you can only keep on enjoying this privilege on one condition. You must accumulate 10,000 points in your first Blood Moon battle. Edward said, hoping to deter Alec with a challenging mission that involved either killing 10 Tier 4 lifeforms or 1 Tier 5 lifeform. Alec's response only seemed to widen the smile on Edward's face. "I accept and I appreciate your consideration," Alec replied as he bowed towards Edward before turning his attention back to Luca's blade. "Can I leave my clan members in your hands for this mission? I know it may be difficult to tell you to give up handpicking the group of mages you might want for your squad, but you are the only one I trust enough to entrust my clansmen with among the students," Alec requested, while Luca's blade chuckled heartily. "Why would you say something like that? It would be my pleasure to have a team of mages who have fought alongside you in battle join my group. I would feel even more secure knowing that experienced mages like them have my back. And we already have a synergy before, and I wholeheartedly accept all of them," Lucas said amidst laughter, causing many mages in the square to internally despair at his decision. The mages that had thought they had a chance at being selected for one of the three teams now realized that there was another group of mages competing for a spot in the commander's squad. But upon hearing Lucas accept all of the Gordon's clansmen, they grew more desperate to secure a spot on one of the commander teams. Yet, with only 2 spots remaining on Lucas's team, and the prospect of working with Gordon's clans who love risk-taking, Lucas' squad began to seem less appealing to them as they turned their attentions to the remaining 2 squads. "I'm not interested in joining your squad, Lucas. It's not personal, but I believe I would just prefer to work alone on this one, as I hope to create my own squad and advance through the ranks slowly," Arthur stated to Lucas, before then turning to Alec as if he was asking for approval, which he received with a nod from Alec, who acknowledged his wishes. He hoped that whatever Arthur desired to achieve, he would succeed and move past his guilt of what had happened to him. "You can discuss your squad preferences later, but for now, we have a gift for all of you. Since you will be sent out to fight and train, we want to provide something for your protection," Edward Wolfe announced with a smile before detailing the allocation of magic spells from the Dean's collection. Edward's smile turned into a smirk. "Those with Knight's rank can select 1 low-tier magic spell from the Dean's vast collection, while the squires can choose 2 low-tier magic spells, while sergeants are permitted to choose 3 low-tier magic spells. We understand the difficulty of obtaining spell books or creating spells from scratch, so rest assured, the spells we offer are among the best and peak of low-tier spells," Edward added. "Now to the sweetest part of all is that the 4 commanders have the privilege of selecting a mid-tier magic spellbook from the second floor to learn." The crowd erupted into cheers upon learning that the Academy would distribute mid-tier spellbooks, with Pale showing particular interest among the 4 commanders. However, it wasn't that the other 3 commanders lacked interest, it was simply that many clans with a long heritage hoarded mid-tier spell. So while it's easy to see a lot of low-tier spells to buy in the local market, acquiring mid-tier spells and above is much more challenging. This is why some rogue mages opt to join higher clans with heritage, even if it means marrying into the clan or working as enforcers, just to gain access to higher-ranking spells that is compatible with them. All clans with heritage possess magical spells of higher rank that align with their specialty elements or abilities. Larger clans, like the ancient clans, store spellbooks with a variety of elements, in case they have a descendant with a variant element, different element, or dual element. The Academy was now distributing the same hard to acquire mid-tier magical spells of different kind. Even Pale, who is a member of the ancient Zero clan, had only received 1 mid-tier spell. For Pale, who heavily relied on his spells, acquiring another spellbook was a significant advantage, to making him more versatile and less predictable. On the other hand, Lucas had already begun learning a mid-tier spell from his clan, and was just curious to see how the War God Mage Academy's collections of mid-tier spells compared to those his clan have been saving. Beatrice, too, had doubts about finding a spell at the War God Mage Academy that can complemented her puppet abilities, but she was still intrigued by the Academy's mid-tier spell collection, so she was taking a look. "General Edward, will the low-rank Mage Alec also receive a mid-tier spell?" Pale inquired. "I clearly stated that all commanders will receive a mid-tier spell. Did you not understand?" Edward responded with a slight frown. "I thought as a Tier 3 mage who hasn't reached Tier 4 mage realm yet, giving him a mid-tier spell would be a waste," Pale replied nervously. "He is a commander and is entitled to all the benefits of his rank. What he chooses to do with it is his own business," Edward retorted sharply. Edward approached the towering stone sculpture in the Dean's front yard, causing a hush to fall over the crowd of gathered mages as they parted to make way for him. With a determined expression, he raised his hand and focused his energy, sending a powerful surge of mana into the sculpted figure. The stone quivered and glowed with an otherworldly light, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the nearby mages as they felt his Tier 8 mage aura. The air crackled with magic as his potent mana energy enveloped the sculpture, channeling in a mysterious code that seemed to hum with power. Suddenly, a shimmering door materialized before Edward, revealing a pathway to the old dean's collection of magic spells as if it was beckoning the mages forward. Without hesitation, he stepped through the door and vanished from their sight. The remaining mages exchanged bewildered looks, uncertain of what they had just witnessed. As they contemplated the enigmatic events, a voice resonated from the portal, calling out to them. Without waiting for any further persuasion, the mages all hurried towards the door as if they feared being punished for arriving late, while those in the front seemed intent on collecting all the magic spells reserved for them, striving to outpace their peers behind them. Ironically, as they neared the doorway and attempted to push past those ahead, they discovered that the door had expanded to accommodate all of them. Ceasing their jostling as they walked in peacefully, side by side. Bunch of savages, they would never change no matter how much the Academy tries to teach them, Hump, another member of Pale's group, remarked, though Edward had suggested they could address the issue of who would join their group later, but it didn't mean they hadn't already agreed on certain individuals who would be included, such as Luca's accepting Alec's proposal to include his clansmen in his group. Pale gazed at the woman who spoke, feeling a headache coming on. Her name was Luna Zero, and the Zero clan had managed to sneak her into the War God Mage Academy following Alec's defeat of Ivor Dragonmere. Her sole mission was to lay low within the academy, and she had been placed under Pale's care, making him like a big brother to her. However, dealing with Luna, who acted like a spoiled brat, left him feeling stressed. Zero Clan had been working tirelessly to cover up the news of Alec's victory over him, and they had managed to keep the information suppressed for a significant period due to the academy's isolation from the outside world. So Luna was one of the young prodigies the Zero Clan had focused on cultivating, and they had confidence in her ability to surpass Pale, so she was to re-establish the Zero Clan's prestige in the academy. She carried a fan that she used to partially conceal her face. And despite her talents, Luna displayed great disdain for mages from lower-ranking clans, embodying the behavior expected of a noble mage. Pale was aware that taking care of her would be a challenge, especially given that the clan had not provided him with additional cultivation resources. He had procured the one he got through Luna, whom he had been tasked with looking after. Unexpectedly, the small ones she gave him had led to an instant breakthrough in his cultivation. Lost in thought, Pale felt a piercing gaze upon him and his group as he turned to see members of the Gordon's clan glaring at his group, with Alec seated, lazily observing everyone. "Let's go now," Pale exclaimed. "What's the rush? There are still many commoner mages passing through," Luna protested, surprising the mages around them with her questioning of Pale's orders as they remained unaware of her true identity. "It doesn't matter, we must leave now," Pale insisted, striding forward as Luna pouted but followed obediently. "Sorry, Pale, but I think I'll have to switch sides on this one," Kate announced as she began walking towards Lucas to ask him if she could join his group, leaving Pale shocked at her sudden departure. Despite his urge to confront Kate and question her decision to align with Lucas, whom he viewed as a rival, Pale understood that he needed to present a strong front in front of the watching mages of his group and Luna. With a determined expression, he turned towards the doorway and strode through, not bothering to call out to Kate, and his group followed him inside. "Let's move now," Alec declared, having waited for the crowd to thin before deciding to enter. Observing the mages passing through the doorway, Alec found himself intrigued by their movements, though he had not expected what followed. As stepping through, he anticipated descending a staircase but instead found himself in a different space altogether. Encountering a vast magical library housed within a stone room, Alec noticed low-tier magic spells displayed on shelves throughout the space, each emitting a unique elemental light. At the room's edge, a staircase was there indicating the higher floors. Enthralled by the array of low-tier magical scrolls, Alec lost himself in admiration as he passed through, particularly drawn to the section featuring fire element spells. "If you're impressed with what you see, I can help you trade your chance to pick a mid-tier spell for 6 low-tier spells." Edward's voice spoke from close quarters, startling Alec. Alec was startled as Edward's voice suddenly sounded close by while he was examining the names of a low-tier magic spell. The unexpected proximity of Edward caused Alec quickly shift his gaze to meet Edward's, as again another person had come close to him without him detecting, and he assumed his mental powers were useless against those that were way powerful. "General, you startle me, but don't worry, I know what I want, and I'm not interested in making that exchange. I was simply admiring all these magical spells. By the way, could you tell me where the mid-tier spell regions are located?" Alec inquired as he gestured towards the bustling crowd. "It's been difficult to find them with so many mages around. It's because you've been looking in the wrong direction all along. This area is not for mid-tier spells. You'll need to head up that staircase to the 2nd floor, where the mid-tier spells are kept," Edward explained as Alec thanked him with a nod. Before Alec could proceed, Edward's hand moved in a swift motion, seemingly writing in the air. Magically, a silver rune began to materialize from his writings, forming into a complete image as soon as Edward finished. With a flick of his hand, the rune shot towards Alec, who could only watch in awe as it approached, though he was uncertain of the rune's purpose, but Alec knew he couldn't evade its speed. Swish, the rune embedded itself into the War God Mage Academy student badge tied to his waist, transforming it into a shimmering silver hue. His name and realm were now elegantly displayed on the badge, accompanied by a drawn medal and the engraved word Knight. But within seconds his achievement points were revealed. It caused the badge to shift from silver to gold, then to crimson, and finally to an emerald green. Alec's rank had also been upgraded to that of a commander, reflecting his impressive 1,100 achievement points. Gazing at the fine detailing on his badge, Alec marveled at how his wooden insignia had transformed into a stunning emerald depiction of his main information, truly a sight to behold. After Edward helped Alec change his badge, he headed towards the staircase. As he began to climb, he felt a strange repulsive force trying to push him off at the first step. However, as it enveloped him, it vanished as quickly as a lie. Looking down, Alec noticed that his new emerald badge was emitting a bright light. Realizing that his identification was essential to access the upper floors, Alec pondered that only those with a commander rank or higher could enter the second floor. Determined, he continued to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the top, he found himself in a completely different space. Alec had suspected that the dean's collection might be located elsewhere, not just under the statue in the front yard. He believed that the sculpture was merely a gateway to the dean's true collection. Delving deeper into his theories, Alec believed that the first and second floors were connected only through magic, and not physically in the same location. As the second floor's vastness further supported his belief, as it far exceeded the size of the stone room on the ground floor. On the first floor, things were different. The magic spells on the second floor were not as abundant as on the first floor, but they all emitted various strong elemental light as they floated in the air. Alec realized that there were stairs directed towards him, and when he looked, he saw the other three commanders, Lucas, Beatrice, and Pale, were already in the room, exploring the spells and examining the engraved names on them. When they realized Alec was the one who entered the second floor, Lucas simply nodded towards Alec before continuing his search. While both Pale and Beatrice completely ignored him as if he were invisible, however, Alec noticed something peculiar. They all now had an emerald student badge with the commander rank on it. It seems that every commander student badge changes to emerald, Alec thought to himself as he started walking around, allowing the elements of both earth and fire to guide him towards spells that represented them. He knew that his affinity to these elements would help him locate their spell books faster. As Alec explored the spells, he began to realize that each one had strict requirements in order to learn them. Some were linked to gravity, others to fire, with some needing a variant flame to cast, and some earth-based spell requiring certain attributes or realms to cast. Feeling overwhelmed, Alec feared he might have a hard time finding a spell that resonated with him. He noticed Pale had already chosen a spell, as he was reaching out towards one spell tome that emitted an icy aura covering him, and just while he was feeling, he wasn't the only one still clueless on what spell to choose. He saw even Beatrice, who looked clueless earlier, now smiling widely as she selected a black-hued scroll. Feeling a sense of uncertainty, Alec couldn't help but turn to Lucas, only to find him also stretching his hands towards a spell tome surrounded by sword chi. When Lucas touched the scroll, it seemed to attempt to cut him with the sword chi revolving around it, but Lucas just closed his eyes and allowed the chi cuts his hand as he absorbed the knowledge of the spell. Left alone with no idea of which spell to choose, Alec decided to explore till he found one. He knew he was a low-tier mage and might not be able to cast any mid-tier spell he found without a tier 4 realm or above. However, he was curious to witness how exactly mid-tier spells were transmitted into a mage's mind. Considering their rarity and exclusivity, that makes it hard to get them if you are not in a clan or an organization, either bad or good. As Alec wandered, he began to feel a pull towards 3 spell tomes. The closer he got, the more the earth and fire elements particles around his body stirred. Among the tomes were a mid-tier earth spell, a mid-tier fire spell, and the third book was titled Cultivation of Killing Intent and Bloodlust. Although it was not a magical spell, its power was rated as mid-tier in terms of damage, explaining its placement on the second floor. Just as Alec was about to make his selection, he noticed another spell tome behind them. It did not emit any light or force, it just simply levitated towards Alec. The name appeared to be scratched off, intriguing Alec more. Ignoring the 3 spells before him, he reached out towards the mysterious black spell book. Feeling an urge deep within him, compelling him towards the black spell tome, Alec decided to take a chance on it. With little hope of learning a mid-tier spell, in the first place he decided to take his chances, as he touched the spell book with his fingers. Instantly, a shock ran through his body. causing his mana veins throughout his body to dry out as the book began to drain his mana. Just when Alec thought he would be sucked dry, he was surprised when the consumption stopped abruptly, leaving him with only 1,000 mana remaining on his status interface. Before Alec could fully comprehend what had happened, he was overcome with a strong urge to sleep, and he fell unconscious while still standing. As his eyes closed, Alec entered an enlightened state to receive the mid-tier spell he had selected. Elsewhere, Edward Wolf watched Alec from a dark room, observing a water screen displaying the events on the second floor. How is he able to pass the mana test of a mid-tier spell, and not just any mid-tier spell, but the one that no mage have been able to conquer while they were still in the Tier 4 mage realm? A woman with a scar running down her left face asked Edward. He simply shook his head, unable to grasp the situation himself. He possesses a much higher mana capacity than mages in his realm, almost rivaling that of a high Tier 4 mage in mana accumulation. That's why he was able to withstand the spell, even after nearly being drained dry by the spell book. And that's why he could face Tier 4 mages while still being a low-rank mage, the new dean explained. The new dean appeared, casting an unfriendly gaze at Edward. I can't believe you allowed him to attempt mid-tier spells without warning him. Are you trying to get him killed? Relax, Dean. If Terran's new favorite mage could be killed so easily, the faction would have taken him out long ago. I'm simply testing his resilience, Edward replied with a serious expression. Well, I hope you're prepared for the consequences when your brother finds out you tried to kill his disciple just to test his resilience, the dean retorted before fading back into the darkness, while Edward Wolf sneered at the mention of Terran's name. On the first floor, the mages carefully selected spells that best suited their abilities. While the Gordons clan finally reunited, they have been sent to different sections by the doorway, but fortunately for them, it was quite nearby. Their badges were now newly engraved by Edward, as it was shining in golden hues, with Brandon's badge being the only exception as his standout in a bold crimson fashion. Brandon was holding the rank of sergeant and was the highest-ranking Gordons after Alec, so despite Alec and Arthur stepping in with them, they have not been located yet. Where do you think he is? Agnes inquired. Alec or Arthur? Brandon asked, trying to find out who Agnes was really worried about. Both of them actually, Agnes confirmed. It's likely that Alec has proceeded to the second floor in search mid-tier spells, as there wouldn't be any on this floor. He must have been directed by General Edward as well. And as for Arthur, he seems to be still present but deliberately avoiding us, Brandon replied, turning around as he tried in hope he would catch a glimpse of Arthur, but without success. Well, whatever occurs, I do hope they achieve their desires. Let's split up and seek out a battle technique or spell that can aid us, as I believe the challenges the Academy are about to put us through would intensify for them to act this generous, especially with Alec striking out on his own this time. It only means we'll need to rise to more challenging roles, Agnes proposed as the group nodded in agreement. Knight wore a wide grin, filled with anticipation, especially since he had struggled in the past to acquire shadow element spells. He exuded confidence in the abundance of these spells within the first floor and remained hopeful that he would find something to enhance his combat abilities more. As they dispersed in search of spells, Arthur stumbled upon a spell that resonated with him. However, it was an incomplete book, containing only the first 3 volumes. Titled Flesh Transmutation Technique, its only requirement is for the mage to practice it with a bodybuilding technique. And since Arthur already practiced in the most powerful bodybuilding technique of the Gordons clan, he felt an immediate connection to the book. As he reached for the book, a duplicate unexpectedly appeared in his hand, mirroring the one he intended to take. That is a copy of the book you desire. Mages are not permitted to remove the original copies from the treasure space. The space sensed your intention, creating a clone so the original remains preserved. Edward Wolf's voice resonated near Arthur, making him turn, but he spotted no one, but he could still sense a gaze fixed upon him. Curious about the distinction between the original and clone versions, Arthur questioned, is there a disparity between the content of the original and the duplicate? No, there isn't. It's just the rules here. You can either read it within these walls or take a copy outside. The original books were authored by esteemed mages who passed down their spells to future generations. Though the spells may seem peaceful now, but once they leave this restricted space, they unveil their egos and magnify their essence. These spells possess the awakened will of their creators. Hence, this room serves to temper those forces. If you're satisfied, you may depart with your chosen book, Edward elaborated. Arthur bowed in gratitude towards the guiding voice, appreciating the assistance offered despite the unseen presence. He selected the second volume as well, but had to leave the third volume behind due to his rank restricting him to choose only 2 low-tier books. As Arthur made his way back towards the massive doorway, he noticed that not only himself, but also every other mage who had selected a book was walking back to the front yard of the dean. Back inside the shadowy room. So that's another one of your brother's disciples. I must admit, He seems to have quite the talented group this time. It would be a tragedy if they met the same fate as the ones before them, remarked the girl with the scar on her face to Edward. It won't be as easy to eliminate Terran's disciples this time. I have a feeling this new batch is different, much like his chief disciple who have not still been killed. Nevertheless, what truly matters now is Terran breaking free of his limitations and reaching the Tier 8 realm of mages, Edward responded. Only then can he truly make a difference. His prowess in cross-tier battles may not alter their perception of him, merely viewing him as a brute or a deadly warrior. But the Dunts are more than just talented mages. We are also schemers, Edward concluded, as he observed the actions of Terran's disciples through multiple water screen as they were selecting their desired spells, skills, or techniques. Alec opened his eyes, only to find himself in a dimly lit space, with the system panel providing the only source of light before him. Pay 5,000 system points to learn the 9 basic foundation of gravity. YN. It appears there's much more that the system points can offer that I have yet to discover, reflected Alec. Alec pressed the yes button and the black void before him shifted, giving the impression of being transported to another world or witnessing a 3D image unfolding. Synchronizing complete. Captivated by the voice he heard, Alec raised his gaze to meet the eyes of a middle-aged man who appeared as though he hadn't shaved in quite some time. What I am about to demonstrate will be a one-time event, so pay close attention, as once you witness it, the memory will be etched into your mind, don't forget it. The man spoke with authority. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Solara Nebulan, the author of the book titled 9 Basic Foundation of Gravity. My creation defies categorization into any specific rank, as its path knows no limits, and each spell inside holds the potential to ascend to its higher form, Solara explained. Despite the skepticism and the dismissive comments calling my theories trivial, labeling my spells as capable of only breaching the mid-rank level due to their gravitational nature, today I shall reveal the true might of my spells to you, and I hope that one day, you too will unlock their highest potential and show to the world that all spell can evolve, the man spoke earnestly to Alec. Dumbfounded, Alec found himself at a loss on how to process this newfound information, realizing that the system had overridden the knowledge intended for his brain from the spell tome he touched. Also prompting him for a payment of 5,000 system points to learn the spell, and when he did, he was provided the opportunity to be instructed by the book's creator directly, similar to when the system visualized Forge Masters through system points to forge spirit equipment. Alec came to the realization that the system could also extend this capability to spells as well. Alec couldn't help but become obsessed with the low-tier gravity spell that the virtual image of the middle-aged man in front of him was performing. He was so engrossed by the spells that he started feeling his body move with the man's rhythm as he executed each spell. However, as the man began another demonstration, Alec found himself unable to keep up with the evolving movements. Though they appeared similar to the previous spells the man once casted, but the output power and the spells themselves had evolved into a more destructive and stronger version. After completing the demonstration, the man paused and explained, "This is what your basic gravity spells could evolve into when you enhance their powers and elevate them to the mid-tier ranks. Now, for a demonstration of the high-tier rank." As he attempted to summon his gravity force again to demonstrate the high-tier spell for Alec, his body began to break down into smaller elemental particles, and Alec received numerous notification signals on his system. Error: not enough system points to show the 3rd volume of the basic foundation of gravity. Need a Tier 7 realm in order to see the first move of the 3rd volume. You have not met the requirements yet. The system voice sounded in Alec's head. It was as if it was reminding Alec that he was still a low-tier mage who was trying to unlock the secrets of the high-tier spells. Shit, Alec muttered in disappointment, although he may have been able to see the middle-aged man move during the demonstration. However, he had only been able to gain understanding from the demonstration of the low-tier version of the spells, with no idea of how to cast the mid-tier version yet, and it now seemed to him that the state he was in was on the verge of collapse. Lost in thought, Alec witnessed the image of the man transforming into a stream of light that darted into his head at an incredible speed. The light was too fast for his body to react to, and in an instant, he could only utter a curse word before the light entered his head and made him levitate. He felt his body shake as a different stream of knowledge was forcefully implanted in his head. Despite his efforts to remain conscious, he found himself falling asleep again as his eyes closed, bringing him back into dark. Meanwhile, back on the 2nd floor, Pale, Lucas, and Beatrice had all finished comprehending the mid-tier spells they all had chosen for themselves. But they all stood and watched Alec, who still had his eyes closed as he clung to the black spell tome. Their aura was now different from earlier, although they were only at the initial stage of casting the spell they have chosen and had not yet mastered it. But at that moment, they exuded a more dangerous vibe than when they previously came in. Even though they had not fully grasped their new spells, just by simply receiving the knowledge from a mid-tier spell or technique that was part of their affinity put them in a phase of enlightenment. This allowed them to learn more about their elements and skill, which was why Pale emitted a colder air. And the atmosphere around Lucas felt sharper, and even Beatrice, who could typically blend it into the crowd without drawing attention, now seemed different. As just a glance at her made others feel like they were looking at a master manipulator. "What do you think is happening to him?" Beatrice asked, expressing surprise that Alec had been able to connect with a mid-tier spell while just being a low-rank mage. But time had passed, as even them had all finished receiving the knowledge of their spells and had been waiting for Alec since then before stepping out, but it was looking like Alec would not be returning from his state anytime soon. That's what he gets for attempting to learn a mid-rank spell while still being a low-rank mage. I'm sure he is facing consequences from the spell's ego. I just hope he doesn't end up in a vegetative state after the spell damages his brain while transferring the knowledge, Pale remarked, as he crossed his arms behind his back acting, as though he could already foresee Alex suffering for choosing such a spell higher than his rank. How can you say something like that? Lucas challenged Pale, turning his gaze towards him. "Don't you dare look at me like that again, Bush boy. We are now on the same level, and I'm not afraid of you," Pale retorted as ice fog started to form around him. He had fallen behind Lucas before and couldn't face him, but now they were both tier 4 mages. He had no qualms acting tough. "Why are you all arguing? We should be focusing on finding a solution, not fighting, and why isn't General Edward here to check up on him?" Beatrice questioned. As they heard cracking sounds and turned towards Alec, realizing that the black tome entering into his body, they all looked at Alec in surprise because, no matter what they had done, they had all received knowledge on how the spell should be cast, the form and movement ingrained in their minds. All they had to do now was practice it until they could execute it perfectly. However, they had never witnessed a spell being drawn into the bodies. Even the spell tomes they had learned from still floated in the air for future generations to learn from, but seeing the black spell tome, with no name on it, enter Alec's hands and vanish was truly baffling to them. Alec groaned as he finally opened his eyes, feeling sore all over his body as he looked at the system notification that appeared before him. Assimilated with first volume of Basic Foundation of Gravity, 9 Basic Foundation of Gravity. Low tier version learnt. Gravity Vortex Level 1. Gravity Wrap Level 1s. Gravity Blade Level 1s. Mid-tier version learnt. Eternal Gravity Blade 45 not fully learnt. Infinity Gravity Vortex 10 not fully learnt. High tier version learnt. Error status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 41. Tier 3 low. Experience till next level 82,678 1 million. Attributes. Strength 113. Agility 80. Endurance 115. Mentality 16 locked. Mana 18,000 20,000. Affinity Earth Peak Sub, Gravity Manipulation Mid, Fire Peak. Available points 14. System points 4357. Hale couldn't help pointing at Alec as his hands shook. He tried his best to stay stable, but to no avail as he stared at Alec. "What did you just do? How were you able to absorb that spell book?" Pale questioned Alec as he stretched out his hand towards him. "Book? Which book are you talking about?" Alec asked, looking at Pale as if he was a confused fellow. Pale got closer and started describing how the black skill tome of the Basic Foundation of Gravity had been absorbed into his body. Alec looked up in surprise, only to find that the book was no longer there, like Pale mentioned. But Alec knew there was no way he would consent to such things, as he felt if General Edward found out, he might accuse him of stealing a collection from the Dean's spell books and try running tests on him to find out why he had been able to absorb the book. And from Pale's words and the expressions he could see on Luca's and Beatrice's faces, Alec was able to deduce that such an act was far from normal, and he steeled his mind to continuously deny it. As he was blaming the system for the disappearance of the book and his present predicament, Alec felt all this had something to do with him summoning the author of the spell tome using system points. "You have absorbed that spell book you chose. Don't act like you don't understand what just happened," Pale said, his fists turning white as he gripped them tightly, trying to pry out the truth from Alec. "That's enough, don't you dare threaten me again. I have no idea what you're talking about," Alec replied coolly, while placing his hand on the hilt of the blood Changdao strapped to his side. "What is all the ruckus about anyway?" There's nothing to worry about. That petty book has chosen Alec as its new master, so you can't get the book back unless you're willing to kill Alec, General Edward stated firmly. In order to make it reappear, just because you haven't seen something like this happen before doesn't mean it doesn't happen at all now, if you don't mind. Since you've all already chosen at least one mid-tier spell or skill, your time is up, and it's time to leave the Dean's collection, he continued, directing them back to the staircase that led to the first floor. Although Pale wasn't pleased with how General Edward had handled the situation, but there was nothing he could do, as all his efforts to get on Edward's good side seemed to go unappreciated. Edward watched them depart, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on Alec. This just keeps getting more interesting, he remarked with a slight smirk. As Alec and the rest finally regrouped with the first-year mages after passing through the doorway on the first floor, the Dean took one look at them, delivered a spirited speech wishing them success in their training, and dismissed them all. The academy once again became as empty as a graveyard, as almost every single mage first-year mages secluded themselves to cultivate. After receiving spells from the academy, they were all eager to learn and improve, and with the seniors not in the academy at the moment, the entire academy felt noticeably emptier. Even the instructors were aware that the first-year mages were about to be away for training. After 5 days of seclusion, the academy's horn sounded, alerting all first years that it was finally time to leave for their external training. The dean had already briefed them on what to expect, so they were prepared. Alec rose from his bed, packed everything he felt he needed, and stored them in his space ring. It was the easiest way of moving things from one place to another with minimal trouble, as Alec summoned Titan and the system's spirit Golem when he was through. You kept me cooped up inside the space pinch all this time. I thought you promised to release me more often. I was so bored that I started going through your notification logs just to entertain myself, the system spirit Golem remarked as soon as it had a chance to speak. Alec simply smiled and walked towards the door with Titan following closely behind, turning to glance back at the system spirit Golem. When the system spirit Golem met Titan's gaze, it snorted in disdain, but Titan ignored it, crossing his arms in front of him as he trailed behind Alec. Before long, the system spirit Golem followed suit. Deciding to travel alone, Alec thought to summon the system spirit to keep him company and assist in various tasks. While it may not engage in battle for Alec, its vast knowledge exceeded that of anyone Alec had encountered before. This was the main reason for its release. Though Alec wanted to unleash all his golems and set them free, he knew he had to wait until he reached the wilderness where fewer prying eyes lingered. Upon opening his door, Alec spotted his master standing outside with a wide smile on his face. Further ahead stood Arthur, appearing uninterested in the suspicious smile. Alec approached them and bowed to greet Taryn before giving Arthur a bear hug. "Are you ready to head out?" Alec inquired. "Of course, I have a few skilled individuals in the Tier 1 Mage realm who are ready to put in the work, so as soon as I receive my team mission, we'll be on the move," Arthur replied as the others began to make their way toward the middle of the mountain peak. After spotting Alec and Arthur standing close to their master, who still wore a wild smile on his face, as made them raise their suspicions looking at him. "I've already mentioned that I won't question your decision to not travel with your clansmen, but I do hope you achieve all that you desire, and remember, we must all meet in the great city of Sweden. Don't you dare leave this world before we reunite, Arthur. Do you understand me?" Alec exclaimed, placing his hand on Arthur's shoulder with a grave expression. "I understand," Arthur replied with a slight smile, just as the whole group finally gathered. "Now that everyone's here, may I proceed with my speech?" Taryn inquired, but before he could continue, Brandon raised his hand. Knowing that Brandon seldom spoke up, Taryn signaled for him to share his thoughts. "So you aim to challenge me. Just try surpassing my achievements point with your team and earn more points than my team." Brandon's words, accompanied by a sly smile, stoked Arthur's competitive spirit. "Indeed, you've got it. I won't yield. Even if you have an entire team of Tier 2 mages backing you up, I'll meet you with your points soon, prepared for the challenge," Arthur responded without hesitation, causing Agnes to face palm in frustration. Why did I not foresee this? These two troublemakers always get up to no good together. It was only a matter of time before he followed in Arthur's footsteps. "Regardless, you all must complete your assigned missions and reconvene at the city of Sweden before the blood moon rises. No exceptions," Agnes asserted as she showed her authoritative stance, making the whole group nod in agreement as they were not ready to face her wrath, as Agnes let out a weary sigh. Finally, it was Taryn's turn to speak, but the intense gaze of all his disciples made him feel a tinge of nervousness, sending shivers down his spine. "I know this might sound weird, but from the information I just heard, I understand that for every disciple that gets into the team to participate in the Inter-Academy competition," Taryn said as he made money signs with his hand, "their instructor gets a hefty bonus." Taryn concluded as the others shook their heads at his antics. And I heard that other instructors are going around buying their disciples magic armor and spirit weapons. Some are even giving out magic spells for free from their old collection of spells, while you are only expecting us to get into the team so you can profit off us. Where do you get the idea that people gain where they don't invest? Agnes quickly cut her master off, as she aired out his shortcomings in front of everyone, including the centaur prince who was watching from afar and laughing at Terran after Agnes' comment. But Terran, with his thick skin, shamelessly took it all in and continued to smile. The princess of Terran's Peak, you can't blame your poor master, Terran said with fake puppy eyes, hoping to elicit some sympathy from his disciples. You should know by now that your master is broke, and hasn't even had money to drink wine these past few days. Though Terran was using his puppy eye, however, his disciples were not buying it at all. But there is something that has been bothering me all this while, master. Pardon me, Knight spoke up. We have been to other peaks and noticed that each peak has a natural resource that they are able to mine or harvest, providing the master of the peak with a source of income to take care of himself and his students. But why is our peak so different? Our peak lacks proper flowers, no mine, no herbs to harvest, it's a barren land, and the only thing that even makes our peak look fine is your castle that was built by the Academy funds. How long are we going to be broke? Knight expressed his frustration. It's rumored in the Academy that our mountain peak is actually the worst of all the peaks. This is one of the reasons why even the rogue disciples without a master don't want to learn under you, as it's no different from being back at the outer court itself. So the question now is, what happened to all the natural resources that come with a peak? Knight concluded as he asked Terran his question. Terran pouted at Knight, not expecting him to ask such a direct question. Despite this, he nervously laughed and explained, well, before I had all of you, it was just me here, bored and lonely, and since I couldn't afford my wine fees again, I had to mine out all the mana veins and uproot the whole herb garden to make some money. But don't worry, I already bet on you guys, and with the reward I will get when at least 2 of you enter the official team. I should be able to stock up on alcohol and other things again, Terran said with a grin as his disciples shook their heads and bid him farewell as they felt he would never listen. They made their way down the peak mountain towards the inner court mission halls where they would receive their assigned missions, before meeting in the great city of Sweden. This sucks. My next golem creation is definitely going to be a beast-type golem, so it can also be used as a means of transportation. Alec complained as he had just paid for a demonic beast ride to a nearby Tier 5 city and still had to wait. After arriving at the mission hall, each team realized they had been assigned missions that could only be completed in teams. The school authorities had carefully selected missions they believed the students could accomplish as a team. However, Alec found himself alone, given a team mission that he had to complete solo. The Academy had deliberately split the missions to distant cities to prevent teams from accompanying each other. And now Alec faced the downside of being on his own, as he had to pay for a carrier avian demonic beast ride to the closest location of the Tier 5 city assigned to him. The cost was substantial, but fortunately, Alec had savings from his previous successful mission at the Abyss. Otherwise, he would have been completely broke by now. Examining the scroll detailing his mission, Alec learned that he was tasked with eliminating the mages of the evil sect in the Tier 5 city. There were reports of the sect infiltrating the village, prompting Alec to eradicate as many members as possible. It was a small city, so the Academy does not believe there is anyone of that much higher realm there. Each kill would not only earn him experience points from the system now, but also achievement points recorded on his student badge, which tracked enemy kills as part of the Academy's evaluation criteria. Sir, your ride is ready to depart. The pub attendant informed Alec, who was still engrossed in his mission details. Alec glanced up and nodded, a smile on his face as he made his way outside. You know, if you had a team, you wouldn't feel the financial strain as much. You could have split the expenses among your teammates, and not even have to pay the fees, remarked the system's spirit golem to Alec. Shut up, I brought you out to enlighten me with your wisdom when I am in need of help, not for you to criticize me, Alec said as they stepped outside and sighted his ride. It was at that moment Alec stood in awe, admiring the avian demonic beast mount before him. The mount was stunning, massive in size with a powerful appearance. Its sleek black feathers shimmered in the sunlight, exuding an air of mystery. As Alec approached, he tried to caress the feathers, prompting the hawk to turn and look at him. The demonic beast belonged to the hawk lineage, evident in its sharp, predatory features and keen, intelligent eyes. It was unlike anything Alec had ever seen before, reigniting his sense of wonder in this new world he had entered. The demonic hawk mount was large enough to comfortably carry 4 people on its back, with ample space for the rider to also sit comfortably. The saddle on its back was expertly crafted, boasting thick leather straps and sturdy metal clasps to provide a secure seat for the passengers. As Alec, the system's spirit golem, and Titan boarded the mount, the new rider asked, Are you ready to enjoy your journey? Alec and his golems nodded in agreement. However, the writer who saw golems couldn't understand why anyone would pay for golems when they could simply pocket the money, unsummon the golems, and opt for cheaper transportation, such as hiring a wild wolf demonic beast or joining a group arranged by the pub. These groups consisted of different mages crossing the wilderness together, finding safety in numbers due to the inherent dangers of the wilderness. Why did you allow him to leave with your master's spell book? Were you not interested in claiming it for yourself all this time? The girl with the scar running across her face questioned Edward as he sat calmly in his chair, observing the shifting water screens before him. Turning to face the lady, Edward explained, "We are both aware that my master, Mad Dog, created that book with the intention of selecting a successor to carry on his legacy of creating evolution spells, and every mage who had unlocked the power of gravity in the War God Mage Academy at that time attempted to master his spells, but found themselves unable to fully comprehend the depth of the magic within. It proved to be a challenge to find a mage who could truly understand the spell book's teachings. After years of searching for someone who could synchronize with it, my master grew weary and entrusted the book to the dean when he was about to leave, hoping that fate would guide it to the right individual. In fact, he even erased the book's title, knowing that the older generation of student mages would recognize the name of the powerful spell created by the great Mad Dog of the War God Mage Academy and try to steal it. Edward's expression softened as he reflected. It was a pleasant surprise for me when the book finally chose its successor. Personally, I am pleased that it had selected Terran's disciple. Curious, the lady probed, why do you feel this way? Master believed that if anyone was deserving of mastering the fundamental principles of gravity, it was Terran, as he had even started making low-tier spells have way more damage that time. While my master developed gravity his powers from the space element, Terran derived his own gravity from the earth element. So when it was offered to him, Terran declined the offer, feeling unworthy of what my master had created, but some mages of that time understood his reasoning. Each move and spell Terran developed bore a resemblance to my master's techniques, Edward explained. And it didn't take long for others to begin referring to him as Junior Mad Dog, Edward noted with a hint of irony. He didn't want that. He didn't wish to be recognized as a prodigy in Mad Dog's shadow. He sought to establish his own reputation, so he ventured into the abyss and eliminated numerous high-ranking orcs, earning a substantial bounty on his head. Though ultimately saved by Master back then, but from that day on no one ever called him Mad Dog's disciple. They all remembered him as Terran Dunce, son of the earth. Now can you imagine how he must feel now, realizing that the very book he once rejected has chosen his own disciple? Edward said with a knowing smile. I can't say for certain, but what I do know is that Terran has undergone significant growth since the days of his reckless actions to prove himself, the lady remarked. I care little for personal growth. I simply crave the entertainment of a good show, Edward stated, engrossed in watching the water screen, a luxury made possible by the special abilities of the lady beside him. She possessed the unique ability to summon night crows, assigning one to trail each team for observation. And by combining her water spells and special capacities, she could project the birds' perspectives through water, creating a sort of CCTV display for Edward's viewing pleasure. Meanwhile, the demonic hawk came to a halt just in front of the Tier 5 city gate where Alec was headed. Alec and his two golems disembarked, with Alec tossing a nature low-tier power stone to the driver as a tip. Ignoring the driver, Alec cloaked himself to conceal his identity as a student of the War God Mage Academy, though his student medal still peeked out. Peering up at the new city where his first mission awaited, he sighed. The walls appeared ready to crumble at any moment, but Alec still paid attention to every detail. The city walls and gate that once stood tall and imposing now had their majestic stones weathered and aged. As vines and moss snaked up the sides, weaving through the ancient stones, the wooden gates groaned with the weight of time, their rusted hinges bearing witness to years gone by. Cracks marred the stone walls, some sections collapsing entirely, leaving gaps in the city's defense. The gate's intricate carvings had faded, and the portcullis hung limply in its frame, barely functional and covered in rust. Alec pondered how the city could still fend off threats during blood moon events, especially with the deteriorating state of their defense, and his thoughts returned to the content of his mission he had received, claiming they face a low-tier space gate. So the mages in the city are still able to successfully thwarting the creatures emerging from the space gate, but this allowed the evil sect to see the vulnerable city as a prime target, as the capital showed no concern for well-being of cities like theirs, making it an easy prey. Alec approached the gate and observed the guards idly carrying out their duties. As he strolled through the town, a resonant bell chimed from a nearby temple, almost as if heralding his entrance. Upon crossing the threshold, Alec sensed a malevolent energy attempting to penetrate his skin. By erecting a mental shield, he managed to dispel the ominous feeling. Moving at a leisurely pace, Alec took in the sight of children running. When a young boy tumbled in his direction, Alec swiftly caught him before he hit the ground. "Be more careful next time," Alec quipped with a smile. "I've warned you not to run, but you never listen. Now I have to take you to the temple to purify your wounds," an older woman said as she scooped the child from Alec's arms. "Wait, you're the child's mother, right?" Alec inquired. "Yes, and I see you're a stranger," the boy's mother replied with a hint of suspicion. "Yes, I am, but why does he need to go to the temple to treat an infection? He only has a small cut from tripping. That shouldn't cause an infection," Alec questioned. "Well, as you said, you are a stranger here. You don't know how things work around these parts. I must go," the woman said, hurrying off in a specific direction. Alec observed her as she left, noting her pale complexion and the genuine concern in her eyes, realizing she was not exaggerating the severity of the situation. "What are you thinking now?" Alec asked the system spirit golem beside him. "It's simple, we have a lead, so all we need to do is follow her," the golem replied. "Well, what are we waiting for?" Alec said, striding ahead, as he grabbed a bamboo hat from a nearby store and tossed a low-tier power stone to the seller, who was left speechless by the unexpected generosity. With determination, Alec continued on his path, driven to unravel the mystery behind the woman's urgent actions, sensing that there was more to the situation than met the eye. Alec and his two golems were able to follow behind the woman silently without alerting her, until they finally reached the temple she was so eager to visit. In front of the temple, two mages stood guard wearing bronze masks on their face. "I don't think they're even trying to hide it. This is the temple of the evil sect," Alec murmured as he moved to the side. "For them to openly display themselves like this, it means they have the whole town under control, and that's a major issue." The system's spirit golem added, while Titan stood beside Alec with his hands folded. "It's times like this I really wish Knight is with me here. With him, I wouldn't have to worry about gathering information. He could easily infiltrate the temple and tell me their true strength," Alec lamented. "It seems we might not need him after all, Master, as it appears almost the resident of the city are heading inside the evil sect for a meeting. Why don't we blend into the crowd and attend?" "It won't hurt," Titan suggested before the system's spirit could offer an idea, making Alec tapped him on the shoulder, acknowledging his suggestion, and they all started walking towards the temple. Inside, there was a small wooden chair in the middle, with two seats on either side. The central chair was occupied by a priest of the evil sect, while higher-ranking members of the Tier 5 cities sat in the other chairs. The rest of the city's residents stood and listened to the conversation. "Why are you still hesitating, City Lord? I have already informed you that by depositing 1,000,000 low-tier magic crystals to the evil sect, we will renovate this temple to its former glory. This will enable us to invite one of the holy sons to bless our temple," the priest urged. "This is not only for the benefit of your city, but for the entire populace. With the Holy Sun's blessing, your city will attract powerful mages, and breakthroughs in cultivation will become smoother, as you all won't have to face any obstacles in advancing to higher realm," the priest explained with a smile on his face, eliciting joy from the listening crowd. The city was small and lacking in resources, especially for cultivation, which was one of the main reasons of the resident low cultivation levels. So hearing the priest speak of the possibility of progressing to higher realms after being stagnant in their present realm for so long filled them with joy. "I understand your concerns, but I simply do not have that sum of money to spare under any circumstances," the city lord responded with a helpless smile, his eyes fixed on the priest who was attempting to manipulate public opinion to extract funds from him. "What is stopping you from providing the necessary funds, City Lord? You are simply being stingy at this moment. I understand that you may feel you have reached the end of your own progression and are unwilling to contribute," the priest challenged. "But think of the future for your descendants and the village mages who have not had the opportunity to study at a higher academy. This is their chance to receive teachings from the Holy Sun and advance to greater heights," the priest added persuasively. The priest continued with a sly smile, ensuring he had the full attention and engagement of the crowd, as every point he made was designed to agitate them, and he was pleased to see that his efforts were not in vain, as they began shouting at the city lord, accusing him of hindering the city's prosperity and keeping them in a state of neglect compared to other cities. The priest's smile widened as he believed he had finally achieved his goal. The city lord would have no choice but to pay up or face the wrath of the entire village. The city lord's expression betrayed the pressure he was under, visibly struggling with the situation. "What's troubling you, city lord? Worry not, as the leader of the merchant association, I will assist you. Our association will contribute 3,000 low-tier magic crystals, easing your burden so you won't be the only one taking care of all the bills," the Tier 5 city's merchant association leader, who was also one of the four who sat close to the priest, offered, sensing the city lord's indecision. The moment the people heard of the additional donation from the Merchant Association, they cheered and then berated the city lord once more, branding him as stingy. This display of public opinion made the city lord sigh in defeat. Very well, I suppose that settles it. I will make a donation. No one will be donating such funds to the evil sect. Alec's voice boomed, empowered by his mana, interrupting the city lord before he could finish his sentence. As the crowd turned to discover the source of the voice, they watched in awe as the citizens parted to reveal Alec's presence among them. The priest's eyes narrowed at Alec and the two golems beside him, realizing that his carefully laid plan was now in jeopardy. He had been on the verge of extorting 1,000,000 low-tier magic crystals from the city lord before Alec's intervention disrupted his scheme. Moving closer, Alec positioned himself mere meters away from the evil sect priest. As long as I remain in this town, no one will be permitted to offer you or your malevolent sect even a single magic crystal. You are all nothing but filth, Alec declared with a calm demeanor, catching the city lord's attention and causing him to ponder where the young boy derived his unwavering confidence from. A wave of fury swept over the priest in response to Alec's words, prompting him to raise his finger and point accusingly at Alec. How dare you defame the revered evil sect? Face the wrath of heavenly punishment. The priest's command seemed to summon shards of ice from various directions in the temple, launching towards Alec and his golems positioned in the center of the room. The heavenly punishment descends swiftly upon the stranger, murmured one of the onlookers, interpreting the ice shard's attack on Alec as a form of divine retribution for opposing the evil sect. Despite the onslaught aimed at him, Alec remained unperturbed as Titan raised his right hand upwards, causing the ice shards to halt several meters away from them. Playing with ice in the presence of an ice golem, what a foolish endeavor. Titan's resonant voice reverberated as the shards altered course mid-air, returning to their origin with muffled noises sounding. The sound of bodies dropping could be heard in the temple, from all the directions that Titan retaliated at by returning ice shards, as Alec lightly clapped his hands twice. I see, so your heavenly punishment just happens to be a sneak attack as well, Alec said, gazing calmly at the priest. As the murmurs of the villagers began to fill the room as they all realized what had just transpired, however, the priest, in an attempt to preserve his reputation, quickly devised a new plan. Resident of this great city, do not be deceived. This man here is a demon, the priest announced, pointing accusingly at Alec, who couldn't help but smirk as he folded his hands. Eager to see the spectacle the priest was about to orchestrate in order to escape his own predicament, as the villagers eagerly listened to his words. Ever since he and his demonic group entered our city, a murderous aura has enveloped a part of our prosperous city. That is why I have sought to eliminate him for you all. If he is not a demon, then why does he associate with beings that are not human? The priest's words fueled the villagers' anger, causing them to turn on Alec and hurl accusations at him, labeling him a demon and other derogatory names. Alec's eyebrow raised slightly in irritation at their ignorance and switch of behavior so fast. Despite the oppressive air that affected all who entered the town, the priest had noticed that Alec remained unaffected. He knew that only the evil sect possessed the antidote for the infectious air, and they were profiting off the suffering of the city's inhabitants. The only way to bypass the infection was for a mage to be in the middle ranks and practice good bodybuilding techniques. However, upon observing Alec's youthful appearance, the priest was sure that Alec had not yet reached the mid-rank. He believed that Alec was merely feigning confidence because of the golems by his side, taking advantage of the ignorance of the residents regarding the nature of golems. He knew the residents would be easily swayed by his words, as he had been in the city longer and had brainwashed most of them. The priest knew he could not confront Alec directly, as he was only a Tier 2 mage from the evil sect. He had secured his position as a priest through his connections, particularly his influential uncle who was a bishop. And after witnessing his Tier 3 guards being swiftly defeated by Titan, the priest realized he could not defeat the golem standing next to Alec, so he decided to take a different approach. What are you all waiting for? Are you going to stand by and watch as this demon slaughters the rest of the town? Quickly attack him now and immobilize him. The priest commanded the residents inside the temple, urging them to use their powers to eliminate Alec and his golems. Unable to match Alec's power, the priest resorted to using sheer numbers to try to eliminate him. Alec was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, but he was also prepared to defend himself against a mob attack if things went sideways. He placed his left hand on the hilt of the blood Changdao peeking through his cloak, giving him the appearance of a mysterious hermit with the addition of a bamboo hat. However, as Alec attempted to draw his blade, the city lord saw this and approached him, gently guiding the blade back into its scabbard by placing a firm hand on Alec's. Initially poised to react aggressively, Alec reconsidered upon locking eyes with the city lord, sensing no malicious intent emanating from him. With his sharpened perception of killing intent, Alec had honed his ability to detect harmful intentions directed towards him, because every malicious intent release killing intent, and Alec would never miss it. I will take charge of this situation. Please proceed with your meeting. Our city does not mistreat its visitors. I will accompany him to avoid any confrontations. The city lord informed the residents, ushering Alec along with him. The onlookers could only watch as their Tier 3 city lord escorted Alec out of the temple to his residence. The priest watched as Alec was dragged away, giving him death stares. This boy has quite a few strong helpers. I better ask for Uncle's help, he thought to himself. As Titan and the system spirit Golem followed closely behind, the priest's eyes were indirectly drawn to Alec's Chando, gleaming with greed. Previously, he had wanted to get rid of Alec because of the prestige of the evil sect, but now he had an additional reason: Alec's treasures. Alec was forcefully led into the courtyard of the city lord, his captor releasing his grip on Alec's hands as they finally entered. As the city lord paced around, he was lost in thought, while Alec couldn't quite explain why he had allowed himself to be dragged here. He just felt there was a sense of trustworthiness about the city lord that it had quelled his wild nature, even dissuading his initial intentions of beheading the priest. Who are you, and why have you come here? From your posture, I am sure you must be a young master of some city, but it's not wise to go against the evil sect, because you would die, the city lord spoke, concern evident in his voice as he gazed at Alec. I thought you knew who I am, and that's why you dragged me out of there. Did you not receive any message that I would be coming? My letter clearly stated that I was supposed to report to your house in the first place, but I wanted to explore first, and that's what led to the incident back there, Alec explained as he locked eyes with the city lord. Message: there has not been any communication entering or leaving this city in the past year. Almost all the residents have been brainwashed by the fake acts of the evil sect. That's why I brought you out from there, for your own good. As it wouldn't be wise to fight them when this city has become their stronghold, the city lord revealed. I see now they have blocked all communication in and out of the city, allowing them to brainwash the majority of the residents without troubles. This is a serious situation, but I find it hard to believe that the little priest could have orchestrated all of this, Alec pondered, a nervous energy coursing through him as he instinctively touched his jaw. Of course, he is too little to run things. There is another who oversees the operations of all the Tier 5 cities, the city lord explained. Oh well, I am from the war god Mage Academy, sent to deal with the evil sect activities here, Alec responded, causing the city lord to scrutinize him from head to toe once more. I had sent a distress message over a year ago, hoping for a team of young mages or at least a low-tier instructor would be sent by the war god Mage Academy to assist us with our problems. Why does it appear that they sent you to face death? The city lord inquired, a perplexed expression on his face. At that moment, the system spirit Golem let out a menacing laugh directed at Alec. I am the one appointed by the Academy for this mission, so you should trust that I can help, Alec asserted, revealing his student badge bearing the commander rank, which brought a glimmer of hope to the city lord's eyes. Recognizing the significance of a War God Mage Academy commander rank, equivalent to Tier 4 mages, the city lord, a Tier 3 mage himself, was shocked to discover that Alec, whom he had underestimated, was in fact stronger than him. That's good, so where is the rest of your squad? The city lord inquired. The rest of my squad. I am the squad. I am all your city will receive, Alec replied confidently, a smirk playing on his lips. As the city lord's expression shifted from anticipation to disbelief as he realized that Alec was the sole representative of the War God Mage Academy for this mission. The city lord, shocked and disbelieving, had anticipated Alec to have a team of Tier 3 mages hiding somewhere at his disposal, ready to heed his command. However, the revelation that Alec was undertaking the mission alone left him utterly flabbergasted, feeling as though his city had been cursed by some divine god for giving them someone as Alec. City lord, meanwhile, the system spirit Golem continued to cackle gleefully, observing the city lord's bewildered expression. After being incited by the priest, the resident of the city all surged towards the city lord's house, pelting his door with stones. Their demands echoed through, as they kept insisting that the demonic human that have entered their city be surrendered to them before further tragedy befell their small community. Even the city lord guards at the front gate of the city lord's residence tried different efforts to calm the agitated mob, but they were met with aggression, forcing a retreat back inside the safety of locked doors, as the chaos outside grew louder. Inside the house, the clatter of stones reached Alec and the city lord mid-conversation, prompting a pause as the city lord raised a hand for silence, straining to discern the source of the disturbance. My lord, a riot is escalating outside as the citizens clamor for your guest, the head guard reported, bowing respectfully. The guards may struggle to maintain control if you do not intervene soon, the head guard said, conveying the urgency of the situation that had prompted his swift arrival. No matter, I will address the situation and hopefully bring about a resolution, the the city lord assured Alec before stepping outside to confront the crowd. As the city gates slowly opened, the citizens halted their assault, eyeing the city lord warily as he emerged with arms raised in a gesture of peace. "What is the meaning of this disturbance at my residence?" the city lord demanded, his tone firm. "Do you not realize the severity of your actions? We demand that you release the demonic human to us. As long as he is handed over, we will have no further issues whatsoever. It is imperative that we eliminate him in order for peace to be restored back in our city. The priest has already warned of his malevolent killing intent, and as long as he remains unpunished, more lives will be lost just as we lost many good people during the initial infection that ravaged our city," asserted the leader of the Merchant Association, a Tier 2 mage, as he was the only one influential enough to speak back, although he may not possess a Tier 3 mage realm. But his considerable wealth allowed him to employ 2 low Tier 3 mages as guards, giving him the confidence to challenge the city lord openly in this matter. "Well, he is not a demonic human, and he will not be handed over to any of you. He is an inner court student of the War God Mage Academy, and should not be harmed by even a single resident of this city, lest we invoke the wrath of the War God Mage Academy upon ourselves," the city lord retorted firmly in response to the demands of the crowd. The demonic creature must have deceived the city lord. Attack him and rid our city of these intruding demons. Rallied the merchant leader, goading the villagers into action and prompting them to launch various low-tier spells at the city lord. Even the 2 Tier 3 mage guards in the service of the merchant leader joined in the assault, catching the city lord off guard as he had not anticipated the sudden turn of events. Before the city lord could react or cast a low-tier defensive spell, a red-colored slash streaked past him, intercepting the spells aimed at him. The slash effortlessly cleaved through the magical attacks, causing them to explode in mid-air like fireworks. Astonished by this unforeseen intervention, the city lord witnessed Alec mysteriously appearing before him, sheathing his chandal back into its scabbard. With his mouth agape, the city lord beheld Alec's handsome face revealed as he removed his bamboo hat. Alec's body was enveloped in a fiery red aura, as his innate flame ability had evolved into an active skill that autonomously activated in battle situations. And since Alec could not control it, yet he just ignored it. And that is why it has manifested itself again, swirling around Alec like a red cloud, as his killing intent beginning to take shape behind him in the form of a blade made entirely of pure blood. The residents of the city, catching sight of the ominous blood sword image hovering behind Alec, felt a shiver run down their spines at the thought of facing him. Unconsciously, they all took a step back, fear seeping into their hearts as Alec's malevolent killing aura filled the air. Make way, the demon has revealed his true form, and we shall be the ones to eradicate him," declared the priest, leading the charge as the crowd parted to allow him and the 2 Tier 4 mages trailing behind him to pass through. "Thank the heavens, the priest has arrived. The evil sect will surely rid us of this demonic presence," murmured the residents, their grip on weapons and tools loosening as they placed their trust in the powerful mages accompanying the priest. With the evil sect now involved, victory felt within reach, as the residents sensed the overwhelming strength of the Tier 4 mages standing behind the priest. Alec's brow furrowed as he studied the newcomers behind the priest. He was certain they were not originally from the city, having never felt their aura before. This only made him realize that the priest held significant influence, and Alec understood that he would need to leverage this connection to complete his mission, as he still had to uproot all the hidden forces of the evil sect. "Give yourself up to the enforcers of the evil sect willingly, or face the consequences from these formidable mages behind me," warned the priest, a smug smile on his lips. Alec's response was to extend his hands, summoning 3 additional golems as he chose Butcher, Legion, and Oni. "Oni and Butcher, align with Titan and eliminate those 2 mages. Spare the priest, I still require information from him. Legion, your duty is to guard the city lord. Under no circumstances must any harm befall him." Alec issued clear instructions to his golems, his demeanor serene as the city lord watched him conjure more golems, who in turn conjured the minions. At that moment, the city lord grasped Alec's true strength and understood why he claimed to be the sole representative sent by the academy. As Alec stood as a solitary force, a one-man army capable of formidable feats, if a team of 10 subordinates Tier 3 mages was allowed to join him, the city lord believed that Alec's team would inevitably become too overpowered, making them the most formidable squad by default. And he suspected that the academy would not allow such a scenario to occur. What eluded the city lord was Alex had been the one to reject the opportunity to assemble a squad, opting instead to rely solely on his own abilities, in bid to let the rest of his golems reach the Tier 3 realm. In another region, Arthur and the 10 mages he chose for his team could be seen dressed in shining accessories as they traveled on a carriage. They made sure to show off their attire, that even the mage who posed as the rider of the carriage had a lot of shining accessories on him. As they continued on their journey, they felt the carriage come to a sudden stop. The mages inside the carriage all smiled when they saw the determined look on Arthur's face. "Get ready, our bounties are here," Arthur said, his face taking on a fierce expression. "Halt, get down from the carriage and surrender all you have with you, and we might just decide whether to let you die painlessly," one of the men blocking the road said. They were all wearing dirty clothes and brandishing weapons, with sinister looks on their faces. And in just a matter of seconds, the entire carriage was surrounded by their crew. The bandits eyed Arthur as he emerged from the carriage first, his shining gold accessories making them believe he was worth capturing. However, Arthur paid them no mind as he brought out the wanted poster and mission details with him. When he finished checking the details there and confirming some face among the bandits on his wanted posters, Arthur threw the wanted poster and mission details behind him, where a team member caught them and took a look. "Don't tell me, are they the bandit group we have been searching for all this time?" one of the members asked. "In the flesh and bones, and here I was worried we might not achieve 100% success rate on our mission, but lo and behold, our final objective for this region," Arthur said, spreading his hands wide. The bandits, who were feeling ignored and growing impatient as they saw Arthur's indifference, received their leader's command to attack, and with eagerness they began charging towards Arthur and his group, ready to engage in battle. Bam! About 5 different bandits who were the closest landed punches on various parts of Arthur's body. However, he remained standing, looking at them from the corner of his eyes. "Ha ha ha, pests," Arthur said, his muscles appearing to enlarge a little as he effortlessly sent the 5 bandits flying with casual punches. The sight shocked the bandits behind, but the next bandit who confronted Arthur swung a flaming sword, only to have it stopped by Arthur's hand, which had golden tattoos manifesting on them as it later transformed into a golden gauntlet. Arthur wore a wild smile as he glanced back and saw the rest of his squad beating the bandits senseless. Turning his attention back to the bandit in front of him, he head-butted him, causing the bandit to stagger before pulling him in closer. With ease, Arthur lifted the bandit over his shoulders and hurled him towards another group of approaching bandits, making them fall. Laughing loudly, Arthur charged towards the Tier 1 bandits and few Tier 2 bandits, who were clearly inexperienced in spellcasting, as he was smashing his fists into their faces and breaking their bones without mercy. His fighting style had become more wild and aggressive since his experience with Kelvin. While Alec had been tasked with clearing out an evil sect presence in a city under them, Arthur had received a mission to handle bandits causing trouble in a specific region. The Academy only assigned missions they believed the students could handle, and that's why Arthur had carefully selected each member of his team. He had invited mages from mid- or low-tier clans, believing they would be more eager to prove their worth instead. Additionally, he ensured they either practiced bodybuilding techniques or were skilled in the earth element department, and making them all fight like brawlers before they headed out. Ever since he received his mission, Arthur's plan was for him and his team to disguise himself as a wealthy young master in order to attract the bandits terrorizing the region. And his strategy had worked perfectly, as this was their 3rd bandit team hunt, and they had become quite proficient at dealing with the bandits, as they were well-versed in casting spells and were physically strong. But one thing the Academy had not considered when assigning these missions was that the bandits they were hunting had bounties on their heads in those regions. And for every group they captured, Arthur, who always sought seizing every opportunity presented to him, made sure to collect on their bounties after capturing the bandits. He distributed the rewards among his team members, allowing them to loot the bandits' hideouts and acquire the necessities they needed. That the mages who followed Arthur now respected him greatly, as they had never before received such allowances from even their clans. Just when they thought they had taken care of all the bandits, they noticed one of the lesser bandits they had overlooked making a dash towards Arthur, who was still holding the collar of the bandit said to be the leader of the mission due to the information on the mission details, as Arthur unleashed a flurry of punches at his face. Bang! The sound of breaking bones echoed as the bandit got close to Arthur and cast a stone fist on himself before launching a series of strikes at Arthur's ribs, before finishing with an uppercut. He then gripped Arthur around the waist and hurled him straight into the carriage, causing the mages on his team to quickly rush to check on him. The bandit who left Arthur in that state removed his helmet, while the one identified as the leader in the reports bowed to him and muttered an apology. However, Bandit paid no attention to their words as he unleashed his Tier 3 mage aura, fully for all to feel. "Now that you have ruined my plans and discovered the secret of the flying bird bandits, rest assured you will not leave here alive, as I will have to eliminate all of you to safeguard my secret," the Tier 3 bandit declared with an evil chuckle. The priest was shocked to see that Alec was still capable of summoning 3 more golems. After the encounter with Titan at the temple, he had been quite cautious of Alec, but when he considered the amount of power that Titan had displayed, he was confident that Alec would not have another golem as strong as him. However, now he witnessed Alec summoning 3 more Tier 3 golems that emitted the same eerie vibes as Titan. Just as he had failed in the sneak attack at the temple, one of the mages brought by the priest expressed disdain towards Alec's Tier 3 summons. "Just a bunch of Tier 3 summons and some leftovers. We should take care of them easily," the mage remarked as he dashed towards Alec and his golems. "I shall take care of that one. You two take care of the second mage," Titan declared as he charged forward. Ice spread beneath his feet, forming runes on the ground from which ice golems mysteriously emerged and began following him. Titan quickly approached the Tier 4 mages, but before Titan could swing his mace, the mage spread out his palm and emitted a bright flash of light that temporarily blinded Titan. As he attempted a follow-up sword attack targeting Titan's neck, but one of Titan's minions, a lesser ice golem, intervened, causing the sword to only graze Titan. Though the minion died in the process as the mage pierced its head, but it had successfully allowed Titan the chance to recover from the stun attack. When the mage turned back to face Titan, he was struck by a powerful blow to the head, feeling a chilling sensation as the mace connected. While the spiky parts of the mace did not break through his mana defense to fatally injure his head, it did stun him momentarily. As he tried to comprehend why he was so affected by an attack from a Tier 3 entity, Titan suddenly charged towards him. Low-tier attack Blizzard Bash. Titan's mace shattered as he instantly reforged it into his ice shield. The shield seemed to carry a vortex of icy particles that impaired the mage's vision as he was struck by Titan, sending him flying several meters. The lesser ice golems, now at the Tier 2 realm, all teamed up to smash him with their heavy weapons as they jumped on him. And Titan took the time to summoning the deceased ice golem back, but its realm had regressed from the low Tier 2 realm to the peak Tier 1 realm as a penalty for its demise. Without waiting for Titan's command, the reanimated ice golem charged towards the Tier 4 mage who was already struggling with 4 golems, adding to the challenge as Titan was assisting them with keeping him immobilized with the ice. The scene shifted to Oni and Butcher, who were locked in a tight battle against the second mage. Low-tier spell Light Arrow. The mage unleashed a rapid burst of light arrows. As the arrow pierced Butcher's body, the dark fog and lightning surrounding him dissipated, chipping away a significant portion of his corporeal form. Though it began to close and heal the wound, it was not quick enough. As Oni pushed him aside, transforming the tendrils behind him into hands as he clashed swords with the second Tier 4 mage, taking each blows with composure as he showed his blade skills. Just as the mage let his guard down, Oni nearly sliced his hand off with the scythe he summoned. However, due to the mage's quick movements, he managed to evade with just a minor cut. Without warning, Butcher, who had been previously disregarded, emerged suddenly and slammed the sharp edge of his axe into the mage's spine. As the axe tore through his flesh, the mage cried out in agony, as Butcher then unleashed bolts of lightning into the wounds through the lightning axe, while Oni swiftly closed in and decapitated the mage with his scythe. As they turned their attention to Titan to check up on his progress, they found him standing with his arms crossed, one of his minions holding the head of the other mage. Titan's minions were the strongest among all of Alec's summon, having been in the Tier 3 realm the longest. It allowed Titan minions to have enough time to advance into the Tier 2 realm, and they now provide crucial assistance in battles like this one. Alec noticed that his achievement points had been updated, earning about 1,000 points for each Tier 4 mage his golems had been killed. With his previous total, he now had a sum of 3,100 points. He recalled General Edwards' words, mentioning that once he garnered 100,000 points, he could advance to the rank of captain, having the privilege of overseeing 10 different commanders beneath him. What are we going to do now that the evil sex envoys have fallen to the demonic human and his summons? What fate awaits our village? Are we on the verge of annihilation? The moment the mages that the priest had placed so much faith in were killed, a wave of questions and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Even the merchant leader, who had been rallying people to overthrow the city lord, stood frozen in place, reluctant to speak any further as he did not want to draw Alec's attention. After witnessing Alec's summons swiftly dispatch 2 Tier 4 mages in under 10 minutes left him in awe. Considering he was only a Tier 2 mage, he even no longer had faith in his guards, fearing they would abandon him in a life or death situation to save themselves. "Do not move. If you come after me, I will kill this boy. You are from the War God Mage Academy, correct? That means you must be on a mission. If I kill him now, you will have a dent on your result. Hand over that treasure blade at your waist and let me leave the city. Only then will I promise not to harm this boy," the priest declared, holding the young boy hostage. As Alec furrowed his brow, realizing he had overlooked the fact that no one was confronting the priest while his golems battled the Tier 4 mages. Upon seeing the boy's face, he recognized him as the same child he had encountered upon first entering the small city, leading him to question if this was fate unfolding before him. As he watched the boy's mother fall to her knees, tears streaming down her face, she never expected that the priest in whom she had placed her trust would resort to such extreme measures as taking her son hostage. Alex sighed at the priest's attempt to use the kid as a hostage, thinking he was going to yield to his demands. "Please let my son go. I have been loyal to the sect since you arrived. I have even donated blood to the sect. I am a loyal believer of the sect. Why do you have to take my son hostage?" The mother of the boy pleaded as tears rolled down her eyes. She hugged one of the priest's legs, only to be yanked off as he kicked her away, acting irritated by her touch. Bang. But that little moment of distraction was all Alec needed to send in a Terra bullet at him. Since it was his Earth innate ability, it had almost zero casting time and was fast to emerge. The reinforced Earth bullet was shot at such a high speed till it found itself lodged into the shoulder of the priest who was still holding the boy. "Ah!" the priest shouted in pain as he watched a bullet pass through his right shoulder, breaking his shoulder bone. Before he could raise his head up, he realized the child was already out of his captive. As Alec dragged the small boy with one hand and placed the second hand on him, low tier spell gravity surge. He released a surge of gravity energy with his second hand as it knocked the priest back until he slammed his back on one of the city lord's gates as his body slid down slowly. The residents of the city stood rooted, not knowing what to say or do. The person they supported just performed an act they never would have expected, while the one they condemned had helped to rescue the small boy the priest had held hostage. The mother of the small boy hugged her son as tears rolled down her eyes. She looked at Alec and thanked him. But his mind wandered to how she had been rude to him earlier. He realized that she must have acted that way in the moment because her son was involved. It was quite easy to see just how emotional she gets when her child is involved in a situation. Alec then turned towards the priest, who had tried to sneak away when no one was looking, but thankfully Legion had been nearby and placed his laser spear tip at the priest's nape. The priest stood rooted to the ground, his right hand dripping with blood as it just wobbled down as he was trying to hold it in place with his good hand. "Listen to me clearly, this is a warning to you. You will go back now and tell whoever is your boss that I give him 3 days to withdraw all operation from this region, not only this city, or I will be coming for his head, and you're to tell him that I am Commander Alec from the War God Mage Academy," Alec said as Legion finally allowed the priest to go with a flick of his laser spear, slapping his face and burning a part of it. The priest groaned and ran out as the residents all dispersed from the city lord's front gate. The city lord walked over to Alec and said, "You had him just now and could have killed him. Why did you let him go? He is nothing but a small fish in the grand scale of things." "I let him go so he could go and inform his boss. Me giving the boss 3 days was so he could gather all his powerhouses in one spot, so that I could take them all out at once, as there is no way the evil sect would leave without a fight," Alex said with a calm face that made the city lord wonder how he could be so young and still speak of killing others so easily. As the priest ran deep into the temple, he wrote a letter and sent it using a demonic messaging bird. The moment the bird flew away, the priest's smile turned into a confident one. "Just you wait, Alec of the War God Mage Academy. I don't need 3 days, just 1 day, and you will be done when all the branches of the evil sect in this region flood in here to take care of you," the priest murmured to himself. Back to Arthur. Meanwhile, Arthur stood up from the damaged carriage, his body scattered. His 10 squad members all looked at him, seeing how deformed his right hand and stomach were after taking the full attack of the Tier 3 bandit without defending at all. "That was fun. Well, your turn is over. Now it's my turn," Arthur said as his deformed hands started moving back into place, slowly but surely recovering. The Tier 3 bandit looked at Arthur in surprise. He had been the leader of the bandit group for so long, but he never fought from the front, always hiding among the crowd and letting his younger brother lead. That's why the Academy had the picture of his brother as the leader of the bandit group. They had absolutely no information about him. He was just a Tier 2 mage leader when he had been lucky to break through after a successful operation. He had only intervened now because it seemed his brother was going to die at the hands of Arthur. He had witnessed many things in his line of work, but nothing like what was happening to Arthur at that moment. After 30 seconds, Arthur's hand was back in place, and he had his playful smile back on his face as he summoned his bronze golem. Although the golem was now at the peak of the Tier 1 realm, Arthur was unaware of how to improve its level. He had never taken his golem knowledge classes seriously after learning how to create one. While the golem might not be able to fight his opponent on its own, when merged together, Arthur gained enough power to attack without worrying about defending. Golem techniques merge. The moment these words left Arthur's mouth, the bronze golem split into multiple parts, levitating towards him before assembling back on his body. covered completely in bronze armor. Even his head was concealed with a bronze face mask and head helmet. If Alec were there, he would probably call this armored version of him a junior Iron Man without the blasters. Second round, Arthur said, catching the Tier 3 bandit Mage off guard as he squatted before pushing himself off to his location, using the momentum from his legs to send his right fist forward. Despite being caught off guard by Arthur's quick recovery, the Tier 3 bandit managed to mount a defense by using one of his hands to block the right punch thrown by Arthur. However, Arthur then head-butted him, causing the bandit to stagger. Moving in swiftly, Arthur delivered a series of rapid punches to the bandit, causing blood to drip from the bandit's chest as he had not been wearing any armor. Arthur had made his gauntlets spiky, allowing him to inflict more damage with his strikes. Another punch landed on Arthur, but this time, with his entire body covered in bronze armor, he was able to withstand the blow without being thrown back. The two of them began exchanging punches, with the bandit quickly accumulating wounds as blood was gushing out from his body. Feeling the effects of blood loss, the bandit feared he might pass out before Arthur's onslaught. Arthur had transformed the spikes on his gauntlets into 3 short blades resembling those of Wolverine from the X-Men movie, a stunt he had learned from Alec, who had introduced him to the world of Marvel heroes. All he did was integrate it in his battle skills. The bandit was astonished that Arthur, only a Tier 2 mage, could keep up with him, but he already realized his impending defeat as he felt his vision blurring as he collapsed unconscious to the ground. Leaving the panting, Arthur, who let out a triumphant scream as his helmet reverted back, revealing his blood-covered face. At that moment, unbeknownst to him, his badge underwent a transformation, changing color to a crimson hue, signifying his promotion to the rank of sergeant for defeating a Tier 3 mage. Inside a particular house in the Royal Academy, the crackling flames in the hearth wrap visitors in a warm embrace upon entry. Intricate carvings of flames and fiery motifs adorn the walls, creating a fiery and vibrant atmosphere. The study is filled with shelves holding ancient scrolls and tomes brimming with spells of fire magic, and a large obsidian altar which is surrounded by burning candles and offering bowls emitting a scent of smoldering embers. In the study, 2 men were present, one seated and engrossed in a magical spell tome he was reading, while the other bows his head respectfully. The man bowing just so happens to be Bolton Blaze of the ancient Blaze clan, and the man reading the magical tome is his uncle. The same uncle who had saved him when he had been threatened by the 4th elder of the Gordon's clan, the moment he went after Alec in the capital. He was also the one who had even used his connections to secure an exchange opportunity for Bolton so he could gain experience and a little something to brag about. But despite all these past deeds, the uncle now appears visibly agitated as he looks up at Bolton. "Why are you so insistent on going after that boy? I've told you to let it go. He will be dealt with in due time. Don't you understand?" Bolton's uncle queried, annoyance evident in his tone. "I understand, but that kid is growing faster than anticipated. He would possibly become a future threat if left alone. I need to take action now to prevent that," Bolton responded earnestly. "I can't believe you're still fixated on this. I don't care about that kid right now, and neither should you. I had assigned you a task to guide some junior mages for experience, not to pursue personal agendas, yet you did. Now your actions will lead to trouble for us all," the uncle scolded with disappointment. "Uncle, please help me this one time. I promise to stay focused on my duties, and even go into seclusion if necessary to prevent any further trouble," Bolton pleaded earnestly. "It's already too late for that. The Academy is investigating you, and the reason behind it is that they discovered Alec Gordons could have been a student here, but your actions have prevented that, and you know how much this Academy values talent. They are jealous such a talent is in the War God Mage Academy. Helping you could lead to my own scrutiny, and I cannot afford that. Your offenses may be major, but any punishment would likely be lenient due to our clan's status, and for the fact that I had other instructors assigned for taking out junior mages out for experience opportunities," Bolton's uncle explained. "That provides you with a way out, as they may not be too harsh on you," the uncle concluded. "Wait, so I wasn't the only one you sent out?" Bolton's surprise was evident in his question. "No, you weren't. It was a precautionary measure," the uncle admitted. "Then you never trusted me," Bolton argued. Alec could be seen sitting on the rooftop of the city lord's house, surrounded by his main golem standing on both his right and left side, with his left hand holding the sheathed changdao as he gazed at the temple directly before him while basking in the moonlight. Having spent an extended period outdoors, Alec observed various mages entering the temple, confident that his actions had attracted the attention of significant figures of the evil sect in the nearby region. While Alec didn't sense danger from them, he wished his mental stats were higher, which would allow him to spy on their realm level all the way from the City Lord's Gate mansion he was in. "Our mission objectives await. Let's eliminate some members of the evil sect and move on to the next mission," Alec declared as he leaped off the roof, with his 7 golems and a grumpy system spirit golem following suit. Inside the temple, the priest stood among numerous deacon-ranked members of the evil sect, and they also came with enforcers, that was commonly used for tasks like assassinations that allowed the sect to maintain their reputation they were trying to keep. I heard a mage with powerful golems has been causing trouble for you. What's his name? One of the deacons present taunted. He mentioned his name is Alec, Commander Alec from the War God Mage Academy. I just don't understand why that academy is interfering with our operations. They should focus on rebuilding their reputation first, the priest remarked, eliciting a concerned reaction from a deacon. You said Alec from the War God Mage Academy, as in Alec Gordon's, the deacon inquired. Yes, what's the issue? The priest retorted. The issue is we'll need the bishop here. Why isn't he present yet? The deacon pushed. I asked him to delay his arrival until we handle this little problem of mine. When he does arrive, we'll serve Alec's head to him on a silver platter, the priest divulged, but the deacon shook his head in disapproval. Idiot, remember the mid-branch's destruction by a mage from the War God Mage Academy last time. It was done by a man named Taran Dunce. You see, he nearly wiped everyone out with a massive AoE spell back then, but thank the heavens for the archbishops who were around to distracted him, allowing the few small fishes like me to escape that event. Ever since then, I've been tirelessly searching for any information about him, and I even discovered he has a formidable and incredibly erratic disciple. Do you want to know who that is? The deacon inquired before answering his question before they could speak. That disciple is Alec Gordon's, the one who inherited his master nicknamed Troublemaker of the Abyss, and it appears he's following in his master's footsteps, so we need all the backup we can muster, as I have heard that every time that kid enters the Abyss, countless second-dimensional races perish, directly or indirectly tied to him, as he just have a strong death aura that affects this that go against him, the deacon elaborated. Are you suggesting that seemingly harmless fellow is a top-notch dangerous individual? The priest interjected, struggling to picture the calm Alec he had seen to what was being described to him. But before the deacon could respond to his queries, the sounds of combat and shouting echoed outside the temple. It's too late for precautions now, he's already here, the deacon whispered urgently. Alec's entrance into the temple had been swift and direct, as he moved devoid of any hesitation or consideration for stealth tactics on the evil sect. Charging through the front doors, he was met with the sight of over 200 mages scattered throughout the premises of the temple. Although the priest remained unseen, but Alec was certain that him and the other top-ranking members of the evil sect were likely within the temple. Spread out and eliminate all those who bear the evil sect insignia. Show no mercy, for they are enemies of great consequence. Alec commanded them as the mages started dashing for them, as he swiftly unsheathed his chandao and clashed with a towering mage that was closest to him and wielding a massive great sword. In a deft move, Alec flicked his hand, conjured earth shards that moved to blind the mage eyes, before swiftly changing the direction of his chandao and thrusting it down his heart. Surveying the chaotic scene before him, he observed his golems locked in fierce battles with their minions summoned supporting them. As the clashes unfolded, some of his main golems fought from the front lines, while others flanked from behind, allowing the minions to engage in the primary combat. The mages in the temple's front courtyard mostly consisted of Tier 1 and Tier 2 mages, with the Tier 3 deacons and the priests situated within the temple, so Alec was sure his golems could still take care of it. As despite the evil sect's numerical superiority, Alec's golems proved to be a formidable challenge, causing the sect's forces to struggle in their attempts to overcome the relentless onslaught. Titan was one of the few who took up a leadership role at the forefront of the battle, as he was facing a coordinated assault from 3 mages. And despite conjuring an ice shield that initially held off the attack, the shield eventually cracked and crumbled under the relentless assault. Adapting swiftly, Titan conjured 2 ice maces, as he moved in fast to strike down 2 of his adversaries with quick and forceful blows, killing them in the process, while the last one took the opportunity to escape. Titan movements were fluid as he maintained a defensive posture even in an attacking state, creating opportunities for himself in the chaotic battlefield, as he was sensing a growing threat in his surroundings. Turning to assess the situation, Titan noticed 2 of his lesser ice golem minions stomping their feet and summoning a massive ice wall that thwarted an incoming attack targeted at him. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 ice golems continued to hold their grounds, protecting his blind spot and proving to be formidable as they were all in Tier 2 realm. Despite Titan's summons being the strongest of all the minions, it was the combined might of Oni, Hive Queen, and Tempest Butcher, along with their minions, that wreaked havoc and chaos in the midst of battle. Oni and Hive Queen strategically led their minions from the rear, leveraging teamwork and coordination to overwhelm their foes. Among Oni's minions were 5 powerful fighters, with 4 red Oni armed with large clubs and 1 blue Oni wielding a blade, showcasing diverse fighting styles and techniques that intrigued even Alec that was observing the battle. The most interesting part was when Alec discovered that the blue Oni could cast spells unlike the red Onis that were just brutes, and with the help of 10 spider golem babies, sucking the mana from their victims, and some exploding to release pressure on the Onis from time to time. They were able to kill many mages, while the Hive Queen focused on commanding her children and giving birth to new ones to replace the fallen ones. With so many mages in one place, it seemed the Hive Queen wouldn't run out of mana anytime soon. But even after they left a trail of destruction, it appeared that their minions were about to be surrounded and isolated from them. "Are you still going to watch?" the Hive Queen asked Oni, whose demonic mask bore a wicked smile. "Yeah, I suppose I have to stop being lazy now," Oni replied, stretching his hands forward to draw the souls of the dead his summons have killed towards him, causing them to levitate and emit a terrifying sound. This only seemed to amuse the Oni, who cackled with joy. Witnessing this, some members of the evil sect charged towards him wearing bronze masks, for the sect to eternal life. They shouted as they rushed towards Oni and the Hive Queen, as they have finally been able to do this because they have isolated the minions that made sure no one got close to them. "If you all thought all I like to do is summon my minions to do my dirty work while I stay out of danger, then prepare to be disappointed." Oni's deep voice resonated as he absorbed the harvested souls into the staff he held. The staff appeared similar to a traditional staff, but it wasn't, as it had a slight curve in the middle. The moment the captured soul made contact with it, the staff began to sizzle, revealing its true form. The blade at the top extended, revealing a long sky blue hue tainted with black long blade, while the handle remained black. With his scythe prominently displayed, Oni wielded it with all 6 of his hands, executing a spin attack and sending a crescent moon slash towards the approaching mages. As the slash cut through their waists, splitting their bodies in two, Oni couldn't help but chuckle in delight. "I don't leave my dirty work to my minions," Oni remarked to the death mages as he was absorbing their soul too. "You were all too much of a bother, so I'll allow my babies to use you all level up and compete with Titan's minions. Don't overestimate yourselves." Oni nonchalantly hung his scythe around his neck, showing no inclination to lead his minions. In contrast, Butcher displayed a different mindset as he took charge of his 5 storm elementals, plunging the battlefield into chaos with their lightning attacks from his summons. And with the elemental presence around, Butcher seemed to be provided with inexhaustible energy to draw from. Engulfed in satisfaction, Butcher's maniacal nature drove him to split his battle axe into 2 as he dived into the midst of the mages, creating a scene of pure massacre as each mage fell with a single fatal blow to the neck, ushering them into the afterlife. Amid the chaos, a lone mage attempted to approach Butcher. Swiftly dodging the attack, Butcher swiftly hacked him with his lightning-imbued axe, inflicting fatal blows to the mage's rib and skull with each of the axe before kicking him back, causing blood to spurt uncontrollably. Tempest Butcher moved through the battle like a wolf among sheep, unstoppable and relentless, hacking like a Chinese gangster in the old days. And with the presence of Legion, Magneto, and Sword Saint, the massacre continued with efficiency, as the Golem never showed expression of pain or true empathy for their enemies. Observing the carnage, Alec realized his presence was no longer necessary there. He knew he needed to reach the higher-ranking members of the evil sect before they escaped from the temple. "Magneto, Sword Saint, help me break through this crowd to reach the temple, the rest of you. Hold the line until I return," Alec instructed, receiving nods of agreement from his golems. Alec had silenced his system, after being overwhelmed by the flurry of notifications, and he also noticed the continuously rising of achievement points, but just chose to ignore it. In that moment, his primary focus had shifted to eliminating the leaders of the evil sect, as he knew that it was crucial to uproot their operations in the region. Alec understood that simply targeting their enforcers would only result in the sect finding replacements easily, or just using the slave markets to make up for the numbers they lost. But he felt by striking at the higher-ranking members, he would be able to disrupt their ability to swiftly rebuild their forces, and he would have completed his mission. Gripping the Changdao tightly, he felt the weight of the weapon in his hands, as he was finally ready to confront the challenges. Alec moved swiftly through the crowd of mages, leaving the clearing of the mages chasing them to Sword Saint and Magneto by his side, as his only focus was solely on eliminating the top brass of the evil sect. As he approached the door, 5 mages stood in his way, but Alec wasted no time in tightening his grip on his weapon and unleashing swift slashes. By leveraging the length of the Changdao, Alec executed agile maneuvers as he expertly took down the first 4 mages with precision. And with a swift motion, he positioned himself to thrust the Changdao deep into the 5th mage's armor, targeting a vulnerable spot in the heart region. As the 5th mage lay on the brink of death, he managed to utter, for the sect, to eternal life before his final breath. Reflecting on the extent of brainwashing within the evil sect, Alec muttered, "What have they done to you?" This is another level of manipulation, his thoughts drifting to the villagers who were beginning to exhibit blind faith in the evil sect group too. It was clear that they were not deeply involved, but this enforcer's mages had definitely been deeply corrupted. Alec wasted no time in withdrawing his chando and kicking the enforcer, using his weight to force open the door to the temple. The body of the mage Alec had just killed flew across the room and landed on the table where the deacons and the priest were gathered. As Alec entered with his two Tier 2 golems, they stood at the door blocking the way, as the group of deacons erupted into laughter, except for Deacon Cruz, who had been warning them about Alec's master. "Don't tell me you were so worked up because of a Tier 3 mage, Deacon Cruz. So what if he has an army of golems?" "Not all of them are Tier 3. We have over 40 Tier 3 mages here against just him. This will be an easy kill." One of the deacons scoffed at Cruz's warning, just as a loud bang echoed through the room. "I'm glad you're all here, so I don't have to go searching for you when you try to hide. It's time to rid the evil sect trash," Alec declared, his right fingers still outstretched with brown earth runes swirling around them. The remaining members present were still struggling to process what had just occurred. In one move, he took down a Tier 3 mage while being a Tier 3 mage himself. "As I predicted, we are no match for him," Deacon Cruz whispered, looking at the body of the now-deceased deacon who had doubted his warnings. "Arg, you are going to pay for what you did. What are you waiting for? Let's overwhelm this bastard and finish him." A companion of the fallen deacon roared in anger, igniting the remaining deacons' resolve as they charged towards Alec. "It's about time," Alec muttered, assuming a new stance and moving his chando behind him as he advanced to face the oncoming mage's head-on. A massive fireball was hurled towards him by one of the deacons, causing him to twirl and confront a stone fist hurtling his way. Reacting swiftly, he raised his chando in a defensive position to block the attack, as he was already anticipating a strike to his ribs using his mental powers. Lifting his legs to defend against the assault, Alec deflected the fist with his knee, swiftly countering with a kick to the neck that sent his attacker reeling, before pushing the mage with the stone fist away. Low-tier attack Chando Crescent Moonstrike. Almost instantaneously, Alec swung his chando in an arcing motion, releasing a crescent moon-shaped sword chi that struck several mages away from him. Despite the challenge of facing multiple opponents, Alec displayed no signs of imminent defeat as he cracked his neck that had gone stiff. Suddenly, a rock struck him, sending Alec hurtling into the darkness of the room. "Now is the time to unleash your power on this enemy. Send your strongest spells now that he's been hit. We have an opportunity to take him down," the priest urged, prompting the mages who had witnessed Alec being struck to unleash a variety of attack spells towards the spot where he had disappeared. The cacophony was deafening, making it difficult for them to even hear themselves speak. All they could focus on was bombarding Alec, who now resembled a monstrous entity to them now. However, as they busied themselves illuminating a dark area that they couldn't even see clearly, Cruz observed the two golems that had entered with Alec. They were still standing, and a sly smirk seemingly appeared at the corners of their lips. "There's no way they can defeat Alec like this. Unless the Tier 4 bishop doesn't appear, their numbers will be useless against him. This guy is a monster." "I need to escape quickly," Cruz thought to himself, silently plotting his exit strategy as he waited for Alec to emerge first before taking the opposite location. After narrowly escaping death before, Cruz now valued his own life above all else. Unlike the others who were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sect, Cruz remained focused on self-preservation. As they anxiously watched the darkened area, hoping for any sign of Alec's survival, a sudden groan caught their attention. Turning around, they were met with a fellow member impaled by a blade. As the blade was slowly removed, it revealed Alec standing before them as he had attacked them from behind instead using the dark areas. He ripped off his upper clothing, exposing the red, brown, and black tattoos etched on his skin, which then transformed into the red salamander armor encasing him. "Don't tell me that's all you have to offer, because I'm just getting started," Alec declared. Upon hearing Alec's voice, Cruz decided he couldn't wait any longer and attempted to slip away. However, Alec had saw this and had the two golems intercept Cruz, setting the stage for a fierce second-round confrontation with the deacons of the evil sect. The deacons began to notice a decrease in the commotion outside, indicating that the battle was nearing its conclusion. And they knew that if Alec's golem had killed all their enforcers, then it wouldn't be long before they, too, would meet the same fate as their enforcers. With this realization, they made the unanimous decision to give it their all. Even those who had been holding back now brandished their weapons. "We must prevail. Once we defeat him, the golems will cease to function. Just imagine the knowledge and power we could gain from his body. We will be unstoppable with his spells and skills. We shall be known as the all-powerful." The priest's words swayed the mages, urging them to stand firm in their resolve. He knew the risks of most of them attempting to flee, like Cruz had done, as it would lead to their remaining mage's demise. Therefore, he could only motivate them with the promise of attaining Alec's level of power upon his defeat. However, in truth, his intentions were entirely self-serving, his greed knew no bounds, and he coveted everything Alec had for himself. The mages charged towards Alec with weapons drawn, but he met them with a smile, as the sound of their clanging weapons filling the air. Alec skillfully deflected their attacks with his bone katana in one hand and the blood changdao in the other. He had summoned the bone katana from his space ring. But despite the cracks on the bone katana, Alec had remembered Zach Gordon's words that it was a weapon that would evolve alongside him, and he was only starting to believe this due to something he discovered recently, so he knew it won't just spoil that easily. While the bone katana's durability paled in comparison to the blood changdao, his recent revelations from the Golem technique manual that is passed down among the Gordon's patriarchs suggested that Alec could enhance its strength. And that is why Alec remembers Zach's words, making him have confidence in the katana's potential. Watching from a distance, the priest observed Alec's impressive combat skills, as it felt it would be nearly impossible for the mages to land a hit on him. Alec appeared to have eyes in the back of his head, as he effortlessly evaded attacks without even tapping into his elemental powers. Although the priest assumed Alec wasn't using his elements, Alec had been strategically setting traps with his earth element since the beginning of the fight. By subtly manipulating mana currents in the ground with his legs, Alec lured his opponents closer to him by disguising his own mana reserves was low. Meanwhile, he used the mages to train his mental abilities. That's why no attack or move aimed at him within the 16-meter radius could catch him off guard. He could detect the attacks, defend against them, and even repel them before they reached him. The lack of anyone with superior speed among the Deacon group allowed Alec to remain in their midst, facing all attacks without a scratch, much like a lion surrounded by zebras. Although he had left many of them with lethal strikes, but he had not killed any other mages since the two he had swiftly dispatched earlier. Low-tier spell Gravity Surge. Alec planted his right leg forward, as he sheathed both the changdao and the katana, before he unleashed a powerful surge of gravity, knocking back all attackers. With enough space now, he quickly began making hand signs and cast another spell before slamming his hand, covered in earth mana, onto the ground. Low-tier spell trap formation spikes. A sly smile crossed Alec's face as the mages, who had managed to get back on their feet and were approaching him, were met with a cruel fate. One misstep over the previous mana sigil he had stored in the ground resulted in a massive earth spike rising from the ground, impaling their legs and rendering them motionless in pain. This fate befell 10 of them, causing the remaining mages to halt in their tracks, unsure of where the next trap lay. Only Alec, who casted the spell, could see the subtle mana signals on the ground, allowing him to toy with them. With a quick movement, Alec lunged for the mage closest to him, unsheathing the bone katana and stabbing it into the mage's skull, instantly killing him. As he did so, Alec retracted the red salamander gauntlet on his right hand back to its tattoo form before cutting his hand with the katana still embedded in the mage's skull. The mages who were still unable to walk gasped, as the realized Alec casted another spell that made the spike develop a clamp A that held their legs down. The remaining 17 mages rushed towards Alec in anger, and 2 more mages met the same fate of being impaled by the spikes after stepping on the wrong spot. Alec seemed unconcerned as he stomped his legs again, sending debris of rock flying towards them until he was done with what he wanted to do. With the blood of I, a Gordon descendant, I make you a bounded weapon to me, Alec Gordons. Alec spoke in an ancient language he had seen in the Golem technique manual, and the bone katana seemed to hum to his words as a flash of light appeared around its body. Ding, new bounded weapon acquired. Bounded weapons are able to grow with the user. Bone katana low-tier weapon. Absorb low-tier. Without even looking at the system notification, Alec directly said the word. Absorb, just as if the bone katana understood the words of Alec, it absorbed the bone of the dead mage into itself, using it to recover itself back to a normal state. Alec stomped his leg on the ground again, causing a huge earth wall to rise as an explosion went off the next second. Despite the mages trying to disrupt Alec's actions with spells, he was able to erect a protection in time. He withdrew the mostly repaired bone katana, with the cracks now mostly gone, as the body of the mage dropped to the ground looking frail and malnourished. Even the way the flesh dropped on the ground was weird. Alec looked ahead and sent another wave of gravity surge, knocking down the rock wall he had erected to act as flying projectile weapons on the remaining mages as he dashed towards them, attacking the injured ones first with both weapons drawn. Quickly executing fast slashes, Alec got rid of the mages who had been impaled by the earth spikes, leaving him with only 15 more to face. The mages watched in fear as they shook, and even the priest was now more eager to escape than possess Alec's possessions. They all watched as Alec nonchalantly stabbed the bone katana into the body of the last person he killed. Absorb, Alec commanded, as the katana absorbed the bones of the life form, strengthening itself. When the process was done, the frail body fell, and the katana seemed to have grown longer, shining with impeccable light. Standing there with his hair waving in the air, the red and brown earth colors fighting for dominance in his hair, as the black stayed at the tip, Alec looked like a demon to the remaining deacons. They now regretted ever answering the priest's call for help in the first place. They were unable to comprehend how Alec had managed to fend off 29 of them alone, while killing almost half of them in the process. Alec's golems started showing up one by one. The blood on their bodies made it clear to the deacons present that none of their enforcers had survived. As Saint and Magneto brought back Deacon Cruz, he was the one who attempted to escape, as he was now feeling the tip of the Saint's sword pressing against his neck, as he cautiously took one step at a time to avoid being killed. Kill them all, only leave the guy that escaped alive, Alec commanded as the golems started closing in on the remaining mages. A figure stood gazing at a stronghold in the heart of the desert, his hands folded, as he was covered by a tattered cloak that seems to be weathered by time, as he had a bamboo hat on. Nearby, a humanoid shadow cast upon the ground as the figure exhaled. He looked down to eye the student badge on his waist, now displaying 70,563 achievement points. After a wait of about 15 more minutes, golems emerged from the fortress he had been watching. As soon as they were in sight, the figure pivoted forward, starting to walk away. This individual was Alec Gordon, who had successfully obliterated a faction of the evil sect in a Tier 5 city that had been his mission. Although his mission should have concluded when he eliminated all the deacons and liberated the city from their manipulative control, but he was not ready to depart for the Sweden city just yet. Having captured Deacon Cruz, Alec had extracted the location of his superior bishop in exchange for Cruz's freedom, a strategic tactic reminiscent of law enforcement in his previous world. After obtaining the vital information, Alec had let Cruz go free and commanded the golem to eliminate the evil sect's bishop, intending to resume his journey to Sweden. However, the bishop, now aware of the threat against him, had placed a huge bounty on Alec's head. That was when he realized the person he had killed was merely a decoy posing as the bishop. He had inadvertently taken the life of another small member of the evil sect, while the true bishop remained at large. As a consequence, Alec faced numerous bounty hunters and rogue mages attempting to claim the reward on his life. Determined to remove the bounty, Alec realized that he must find and eliminate the true bishop, but this desert outpost represented his final lead. The system's spirit golem by his side raised a query: what is your next move? It seems as though the bishop is able to anticipate all your next actions, and with just a few days until your deadline in Sweden, how do you plan to confront him? As the rest of his golems followed in silence, Alec strode forward, a faint smile creeping onto his face at the sight of the hawk-like demonic beast ahead waiting for him. The only explanation for something like this happening is the presence of a traitor. My golems would never betray me, so the culprit must be the rider I had hired, Alec stated with conviction. I seem to have overlooked the possibility of the evil sect having infiltrated various organizations with disguised members who could have been getting leaking information through my rider, Alec concluded. Legion chimed in, so what is your plan now, Master? That was our last lead. Alec turned to them with a sly smile on his face. If we can't locate them, we'll just make them come to us, Alec declared, leaving his golems puzzled. But upon reaching the transporter, Alec commanded the rider, we are heading to Sweden now. I am running late, so keep moving without any interruptions. I must reach Sweden in 3 to 5 days. Alec stashed his golems in his space pouch and settled into a sleeping position in the sitting area. Meanwhile, the rider of the hawk-like demonic beast nudged the beast to take flight as Alec lay with his eyes closed, unaware. However, the system spirit golem Alec had left behind had caught sight of a glint flashed in the rider's eyes as he grinned slyly, as the spirit golem anticipated the next unfolding schemes that about to happen. At the War God Mage Academy, let me see the top rankers now, Edward asked the moment he entered the room with the new dean. However, when the list of rankings appeared, he was shocked at what he saw. 1 Alec Gordon's Commander 72,567 points. 2 Lucas Blade Team Commander 20,673 points. 3 Beatrice Marionette Team Commander 15,275 points. 4 Pale Zero Team Commander 4,095 points. 5 Brandon Gordon's Team Sergeant 4,090.6 Arthur Gordon's Team Sergeant 3,670 points. Just by looking at the top 6 teams, the lead was enough to surprise him and the dean. What was even more surprising, however, was that Alec Gordon, a single individual, was leading the chart with 72,000 points. The realization that he was the sole member of his team meant that he was closer to the rank of captain, despite being only a Tier 3 mage. The mere thought of the war god Mage Academy having a Tier 3 mage holding the title of captain sent shivers down their spines, pondering how many mages Alec must have eliminated to amass such a staggering number of points. How many missions has Alec Gordon's completed? Edward inquired upon viewing the rankings on the water screen. He is still on his first mission and has completed it, but he had not received a new mission from the Micros, but instead have been doing missions related to his debuted mission. In contrast, the Lucas Blade team has successfully completed 7 missions and is currently on their way to completing their 8th mission. They deliberately chose a mission close to the Sweden city so they could return there once they are done with their mission, the scar-faced woman responded. Edward found it hard to believe that Alec was still on his first mission. What are the details of his mission, and why has it awarded him so many points? Are you absolutely certain there is no malfunction with his badge? Edward questioned, struggling to comprehend how an individual working alone on his debut mission could be ahead of teams that were fully staffed with members to help them. Do not insinuate that there is an issue with the badges. They have functioned flawlessly since ancient times without a single malfunction, the dean cautioned, his expression stern. Then how do you propose we explain this unprecedented situation? Edward asked, his hands gesturing broadly as he expressed his confusion. That's because he has been attacking and dismantling every low-ranking branch of the evil sect he encounters, relentlessly pursuing each one that is like to the branch he had eliminating. He had been doing this because he felt they are connected to his mission, and that is why he has refused taking a new mission, the lady with scar said. His primary target appears to be the bishop overseeing the small temples in that region. He believes that taking down the bishop will restore order in that specific region, she continued. The evil sect consists of fanatics who will not take this challenge lightly, but why does this kid always find trouble wherever he goes? Edward remarked, face-palming. As the new dean chuckled, I recall Terran was responsible for the destruction of a mid-level branch, and in return they have retaliated by supporting the Orc Abyss and placing a bounty on him. Now, Terran's disciple is decimating numerous low-level branches of theirs. It's only a matter of time before they issue a bounty on his head, just like his master. Those two definitely are a perfect match, the dean chuckled joyfully. He already has a bounty on his head, approved by the bishop-ranked individual, so he is currently being pursued by a couple of Tier 3 mages and some rogue Tier 4 individuals desperate for resources, the lady elaborated. How much is the bounty? Edward inquired immediately. About 20,000 low magic crystals, she replied. Don't worry about Alec. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that he is capable of taking care of himself. He won't let Terran down, the dean reassured as he turned to leave the control room. Edward gazed at the water screen displaying a sleeping Alec, knowing that Alec's journey was far from peaceful with the challenges that awaited him. I just know there's something off about these kids from the Gordons clan. Not only is their young master topping the list, but 2 of the teams in the top 6 are led by them. One even managed to upgrade his rank to the sergeant rank, and Lucas, who is second on the list, is practically carrying the rest of the Gordons clansmen. It seems this year's Inter Academy team will be dominated by this mid-level clan. Let's see what those snooty descendants of high-ranking clans, calling themselves nobles, can do about this, Edward remarked, no longer interested in leaving. Meanwhile, as the dean and Edward were still reeling from Alec's unexpected deal, Lucas Blade and his team were preparing for their final mission before heading to the Sweden city for their first external training exercise. Still uncertain about what lay ahead, all they knew was Edward had made it clear that they would face challenges and shed blood in the training. Lucas Blade led his team, flanked by Knight and Agnes, with Katie and the remaining members of the Gordons clan, along with 3 other mages who had joined them, to their destination. When they reached there, Lucas opened the moonlit crystal shard he had received from the Black Crow that delivered their missions. Lucas poured his mana into it as it projected an image of the city they were to visit. However, as their gazes shifted away from the crystal image to Throw City in front of them, they realized that the city that was once teeming with vibrant magic and pulsating energy had now reduced to a shadow of its former glory. The once majestic towers and shimmering spires that was being displayed by the moonlit crystal shard is now standing broken and crumbling, their ethereal beauty tainted by the darkness that has descended upon them. The streets that were once bustling with spellcasters and people are now eerily quiet, except for the distant echoes of wails and the chilling howls of the creatures that are responsible for this change. Buildings that once housed powerful mage guilds and resident of the city now lay in ruins, their walls covered in dark, twisted runes that pulsate with malevolent energy. The once lush gardens and flourishing magical marketplaces are now overgrown with twisted vines and eerie shadows that seem to reach out with clawed hands. The air is thick with the acrid scent of decay and the stifling grip of dark magic, casting a foreboding pall over the city. What happened here? Knight asked as they entered the city. The mission indicated that the city's residents reported an undead horde approaching. If they're all dead, it means they've possibly fallen to the horde already, and we might be too late to save them, Lucas explained before Kelvin interjected. We're not too late, look over there, Kelvin announced, pointing toward a location. Following Kelvin's gesture, they all turned to see a creature with pale, decaying skin feasting on a deceased child. When the ghoul's light green eyes locked onto the group, it let out an excited howl and dashed towards them, the girl's torn hand still in its mouth. Before anyone else could react, Knight sprang into action. Low-tier spell Shadow Claws. Summoning a large dark claw around his right hand, Knight slashed at the charging ghoul, sending 5 beams of light towards it. The ghoul was swiftly sliced into 5 pieces, and Knight proudly declared, taken care of, having used one of the new spell he had gotten from the Dean's collection. Not quite, Agnes interjected with a worried expression. I fear we're in serious trouble. Perceiving Agnes's concern, Lucas inquired, why do you say that? Lucas had learned to respect Agnes for her wisdom and knowledge. Lucas valued Agnes's insights, similar to how Alec did, and that's why he always asked of her opinion. The creature we just dispatched was a ghoul, a low-level one at that, maybe tier 1. Ghouls typically hunt in packs, so its cries likely attracted more of its kind here, Agnes explained. Is there anything else we need to know? Lucas inquired, as he felt a growing sense of encroaching danger mounting within him. Yes, you should be aware that ghouls possess an insatiable craving for flesh. Their relentless hunger for humanoid flesh is what truly makes them terrifying, Agnes explained. Similar to maggots or carrion beetles, ghouls thrive in areas teeming with decay and death. They are drawn to places where they can feast on dead flesh and decomposing organs, she continued. When they cannot feed on the deceased, they turn their attention to living beings, seeking to turn them into corpses. This is likely what befell the residents of this city, Agnes elaborated. Despite gaining no sustenance from the corpses they consume, ghouls are driven solely by their unquenchable hunger. As Agnes finished her explanation, growls filled the air, and the group observed a horde of new ghouls emerging. Among them were some who appeared stronger and more menacing than the initial set, with longer and sharper teeth. Their numbers swelled to about 100, with an additional 300 decaying and sluggish ghouls like the one Knight just killed. Just when they believed they had seen the extent of the threat, 7 larger and more formidable ghouls emerged. These formidable creatures possessed thick, leathery skin and elongated, razor-sharp claws. As they eyed Lucas's group, drool dripped from their mouths. I trust you all understand why I mentioned we're facing significant trouble now, Agnes remarked with a faint smile, the rest of the group silently concurring. Lucas, spread out and get ready to take on aggro later. Knight, lure a few away first to shift their focus. Kelvin, Ava, Adam, help me create a circular earth wall, leaving only 3 1-meter gateways for entry or exit, commanded Agnes as she took charge of the team, aiming to coordinate their efforts against the ghouls, as she seems to be the only one knowledgeable about them. Practically she controls the team, Lucas just heads it. Without hesitation, those she had assigned tasks to swiftly moved to carry out her orders, while the remaining members awaited further instructions. Kelvin, the Gordons twins Ava and Adam, positioned themselves in a triangular formation around the group, as they casted the Earth Wall spell while trying their best to synchronizing their casting speed and mana in order to get a combined spell. As they slammed their hands onto the ground, towering earth walls began to rise as they tried to meet Agnes's specifications. Meanwhile, Agnes erected a stone pillar high above the earth walls to observe the ghouls' movements. As Knight ventured out of formation to lure the ghouls away, but only about 30 of them had decided to pursue after him, surprising him with their speed and agility. Realizing he was nearly surrounded by Tier 2 ghouls who were a lot faster and more formidable than the first type of ghouls he had slay, Knight swiftly shifted gears, opting to confront them rather than continue fleeing. Low-tier spell Shadow Claws. Knight quickly cast the spell, conjuring 2 huge black claws in both hands as his arms, as they were covered in shadow element particles. He swiped out, sending a beam of dark light towards the ghouls at a fast speed. Expecting the attack to hit, Knight was surprised to see the Tier 2 ghouls dodging and performing acrobatic moves, as they all found a way to escape the attack, allowing the beam of light to go far enough to kill a group of Tier 1 ghouls at their backs trailing behind them in the chase. Shit. Knight muttered as the ghouls growled and continued to chase him. Don't dilly-dally and come back here. I told you to lead them away, not waste mana. I need my assassin Mage, and only a foolish assassin meets their opponent head-on, Agnes scolded, her voice echoing from atop the stone pillar where she stood observing his actions. That's Alec's line. If you're going to lecture me, at least get yours right, Knight retorted with a slight smile, recalling why Alec always had him around for transportation. Low-tier spell Sinking Shadows. Knight wasted no time, his priority being to regen the team rather than remain in the midst of the ghouls and taking hits. So as he was emerging from Agnes' shadow, He nearly lost his balance on the pillar, lacking a secure grip. However, he managed to steady himself by wedging one of his daggers into the large pillar. His Sinking Shadows spell had a limited range, only effective for a distance, and he had to be seeing it. The spell itself requires a targeted shadow to emerge from, which didn't necessarily have to be that of a living being. Knight could use other shades of shadows as his exit point. Just that as the area had less shadow, Knight had to spend more mana, especially when targeting greater distances. These two variables is what have caused him to be tired at the moment. After fulfilling his baiting duties for Agnes, he was left drained. About time, Agnes remarked. Girl, let me catch my breath before you use me again. I can't always be facing life-threatening situations just because one of my affinity is shadow element, Knight asserted. That's what I pay you for. Agnes responded. You don't pay me, we're family, Knight retorted, making Agnes fell silent and ponder. Incoming attack, prepare yourselves. We're an 11-man team facing a horde of ghouls. Let's hope they stick to the 1-meter passage. As we prepared for them, instead of trying to climb the earth walls and acting like smart creatures, Agnes explained. Knight, Lucas, and I will be the main attackers at the 3 passages entrance. 2 mages each will join us to defend against the ghouls, she continued. Lucas will rescue anyone in danger or handle smart ghouls attempting to climb. That's his joy, your job is protection. Agnes assigned roles. Now, for the last mage remaining, you will be our backup. Substitute for the first mage low on mana, stamina, or injured. They'll need to recover quickly to fill in for the next weary team member, Agnes explained to the group coldly. I know you've stocked up on healing potions and other resources, but it's crucial and not the time to hoard them now. A small mistake could mean someone losing their life today, Agnes warned, just as a loud growl interrupted her speech. All they turned too late to react to the approaching danger. Suddenly, a powerful surge of sword chi swept past them, leaving a massive sword mark on the ground and 5 tier 2 ghouls sliced in half. What stunned them was that the swordsman hadn't even drawn his blade with a mere shake. He unleashed the deadly attack. We haven't finished discussing our plans, and I'm already started having you guys. Lucas joked with a smile. It definitely helps having a tier 4 among us, Knight remarked. He readied himself alongside 2 other mages as they prepared to face the ghouls struggling to breach the narrow 1-meter passage. Their faces were grim, ready to confront the impending horde of ghouls, showing no sign of cracking under the pressure. With no one to stop them or distract them again, the ghouls started to run towards the first place they could smell the fresh scent of humans. Despite being of the same race, the ghouls were still fighting to be the next to pass through the narrow 1-meter passageway. Agnes had the group made. Eventually, they just pushed themselves in and headed towards Lucas and his team from the 3 different passageways, with the tier 2 ghouls leading the charge. Due to their stronger nature, they were able to overpower majority of the tier 1 ghouls. As a large number of ghouls approached his team, Lucas reached for his blade, but Agnes spoke before he could make a move. Don't you dare try to attack now. We are not some fragile babies, and we can handle a couple of tier 2 lifeforms who are trying to give us a hard time. Conserve your mana for the 7 ghouls who are watching from afar. She continued, their intelligence is frightening, so you will need to confront them when they make a move, as we would handle the rest of the horde. Agnes said as she casted defensive spells while giving out lectures, creating earth walls and water shields within the round fortress they had built. He was glad he had listened to Alec's recommendation to add them to the team, as he watched Agnes focus on defensive measures to slow down the ghouls while slowly killing them. Lucas admired the dedication and skill of his squad, and while he was admiring his team, the ghouls finally closed in on them. Bam! The horde of tier 2 ghouls became increasingly restless as they caught sight of Agnes and the rest of the mages. As they were rushing towards her, they collided with the water barrier she had formed. Cracks began to spider web across the surface of the shield. Despite the ultra-sized barrier, it appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Agnes turned to Knight, who had just dispatched 2 ghouls at his side by driving his dagger into their skulls. My barrier won't hold them for long. We need to give it everything we've got, Agnes declared. She had erected a smaller water barricade around Knight and Katie, managing to stave off some of the approaching ghouls and granting them a momentary respite as they dealt with the rest that broke through from the side. But realizing her own barrier was failing first, Agnes understood the urgent need to go all out lest they would be overrun by the relentless ghouls thirsting for their flesh. You don't have to tell me twice. It already takes considerable effort to take down even one of these creatures. Shouldn't there be some kind of limit on races like this? Knight remarked, his expression shifting from determination to fear. Oh shit, Knight exclaimed as his eyes widened at the sight of a tier 3 ghoul, which is towering above the others with razor-sharp claws as it effortlessly shattered the water barrier in a single strike, allowing the horde of ghouls to advance towards Knight. However, what truly petrified Knight was not the ghoul's size but its astonishing speed. In a mere second, it outpaced all the other ghouls, its gleaming eyes filled with malice as it positioned its hands behind its back, preparing for a deadly assault. Low-tier spell Shadow Claws. Without hesitation, Knight summoned Shadow Claws to push the ghoul back as he sent the attack at it, but the creature skillfully deflected the attack with a swat of its arm, redirecting the dark energy claw beams with its own razor-sharp claws, sending them careening off course. After doing that, the ghoul leaped with lightning speed, claws poised to strike. Its movements were so swift that it closed the distance to Knight within seconds, catching the him off guard in his unprepared state. Knight was acutely aware that the ghoul was vastly swifter than him, and was way swifter for the Tier 3 realm it's in, because he has had his own encounters with different Tier 3 lifeforms, and none had exhibited such breathtaking speed. But he was determined, as he focused on summoning his spirit equipment, understanding that it was his only hope to matching the ghoul's pace and even posing a threat to the Tier 3 ghouls. As his black tattoos began to spread, it was evident that Knight was still in the early stages of learning to control its summoning. Cause unlike Alec, who could effortlessly summon his own spirit equipment as he is now Tier 3 Mage, Knight struggled with the intricacies of harnessing his powers as he just got it not too long ago and has not still reached the Tier 3 realm. Low-tier attack G-Blade Strike. These were the words Knight heard just before the ghoul's attack, as a deafening bang filled the air after the chant of the attack. Looking up, he witnessed a colossal chi sword descending on the ghoul's neck as it strained to resist, its hand grasping the extended blade. At the other end of the attack stood Luca's blade, hovering in the air with a jubilant expression on his face. More battles. Lucas's eccentric demeanor has finally burst forth as he channeled his chi to empower his sword again. He moved, and in a flash, he materialized in front of the Tier 3 ghoul, which had struggled to defend against the initial strike. Though fatigued and panting, the ghoul's eyes widened as it noticed Lucas suddenly appeared before it, brandishing the sword high with his right hand above his left ears. Low-tier attack Chi Blade Strike. He brought down his great sword, executing the attack once more. The chi-infused blade effortlessly cleaved the ghoul's head from its body, bringing about its demise without resistance. "Ah, come face me now." Lucas Blade's voice rang out as he conjured a lengthy staff handle from his space ring. Effortlessly, he sheathed his great sword within the top of the staff, causing it to gleam with a vibrant blue light. As bolts of mystical energy danced around Lucas, radiant blue tattoos materialized on his skin, heralding the arrival of a protective azure armor. Cloaked in a full set of spirit equipment, he exuded an aura of power and readiness, as he was now wielding a majestic glaive in his right hand that had transformed from his great sword and staff. His released aura seemed to beckon the Tier 3 ghouls hidden within the horde to come at him, taunting them with one dispatched. The count now stood at 6, fueling Lucas's urgency to eliminate them swiftly. "What the? I had no idea he possessed spirit equipment," Knight exclaimed, as that was the first time they were seeing him go all out, but his tattoos finally intertwined as he was in thought, ensnaring him in a cloak of shadowy air. His daggers, now veiled in dark smoke, exuded a deadlier aura than ever before. Clad in the umbral cloak of the Night Wolf, the wolf shadow armor enveloped Knight, empowering him with surging strength that transcended his own physical prowess. As he drew a deep breath, he felt himself grow stronger, not just in body but in essence. But over his command over shadow elements, and his execution of it appeared to have sharpened too, as he stood armed to the teeth with his spirit equipment set. Embracing his spirit equipment power, Knight reveled in the mastery of his enhanced abilities. Meanwhile, Lucas observed him with astonishment too, shocked that even Knight possessed spirit equipment. Knowing the rarity and difficulty of obtaining such gear, Lucas recalled his clan had only given him one because he reached the Tier 4 realm faster than those in his clan. And it was a Tier 3 set, functional, yet it was clearly not tailored for his, as it must have been for someone else initially, hence his Waya staff was the equipment primary weapon. And that is why he had to work on a way for his great sword to be attached to the main weapon of the spirit equipment he was acquiring, so he could use it. That was the best his clan could do for him considering his situation, and that is how he was able to get a glaive out of the deal. He still didn't know which clan his family had snatched it from, but from the way it was crafted, it was clear that it was not done by any of the members of the Blade Clan Forgers group, as they would never have tried to craft a spirit equipment with a staff as the main weapon for a Blade's clansman. They were clearly still looking down on him. And just when he thought he had seen it all, light blue tattoos started appearing on Agnes's body too as they transformed, and her body was covered by her tide-born robes and her aquatic stride shoes. A powerful flash of aquatic light shone on her wand, changing its form and color. Agnes had also summoned her woven tide relic spirit equipment, just like Knight had summoned his own Shadow Fang armament. Lucas gripped his glaive with both hands as he lunged towards the ghouls in front, Since the Tier 3 ghouls had decided to hide behind the huge crowd, he wanted to try thinning them down a little in hopes that he would be able to see another one he could eliminate. Low-tier skill, Spinning Assault. By utilizing the long length of the glaive, he spun the chi-infused glaive in a fast motion, sending out different sword chi attacks and attacking multiple ghouls at once. Making his achievement points increase at a very alarming rate, his fine control over his chi soon turned his spin attack into a chi whirlwind of deadly attacks. That made every ghouls closest to him to all meet with death. No matter if they were Tier 1 or Tier 2 ghouls, they were not exempt from this, as they could not last one attack from him before they died under his blade. As countless blade chis revolved around him, it was at this moment the group saw a small glimpse as to why members of the Blade clan were really revered as the king of weapons. As the mages in his team marveled at his glaive technique, Lucas was on the verge of a mental breakdown. As he struggled to maintain a composed facade while wrestling with intense thoughts. 2 spirit equipment sets. I had foolishly thought only Knight had been lucky enough to possess one since they found the one that matched him, but reality really bites as even Agnes has a matching spirit equipment, he ruminated. Who are the Gordons clan? How can they afford such extravagant expenses for their younger generations? Perhaps they have a Grandmaster Forger hiding in their ranks to create this for them, he pondered. I'm sure as young master, it's evident that Alec also wields a much better spirit equipment. What opulence. The clan patriarch must be bathing in wealth, Lucas thought, turning his attention back to his team's battle, ready to assist if Tier 3 ghouls targeted his comrades. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the Gordons' patriarch, George Gordons, who was inspecting the area, had coughed. Who could have considered and thought of this destitute, feeble patriarch? It must be Alec cause being in this realm, makes me immune to petty illnesses. Back to present. With their new spirit equipment equipped, Knight and Agnes experienced a significant surge in power. Each slash from Knight proved to be a devastating one-hit kill, while Agnes transitioned from her usual defensive stance to a more offensive one. She unleashed lethal spells, including water bombs and earth bullets, inflicting injuries upon the ghouls. Their relentless pace in hunting down the ghouls outpaced even Katie, a Tier 3 mage, who felt the pressure to match the killing speed of the 2 peak Tier 2 mages. Unperturbed by the source of their enhanced abilities that might be from the spirit equipment, Katie pushed herself further without dwelling on the details. In a sudden attack, one of the Tier 2 ghouls attempted a clever sneak attack from the side while Katie was engaged with another ghoul. However, the ghoul quickly learned that such tactics were not as effective as expected, as Katie swiftly countered by grabbing the neck of the ghoul she was facing, using it as a makeshift weapon to strike the other attacker, sending both ghouls flying through the air. After Katie effortlessly dispatched the 2 ghouls and smoothly shifted her focus to the new enemies that had entered her line of sight. With precise footwork, she closed the distance between herself and the next ghoul. Low-tier spell Gale Breaker. Summoning compressed wind around her fist, Katie delivered a devastating uppercut directly into the jaws of the ghoul. The sheer force behind the strike launched the ghoul into the air, where it rotated before plummeting back to the ground. The impact of Katie's punch had shattered the ghoul's skull, instantly killing it upon landing. Just as she prepared to continue her combat momentum and conserve her mana for the tough battle ahead, Katie suddenly felt a strong pull on her leather armor, dragging her back and disrupting her focus. Katie quickly spotted Lucas's massive glaive blade moving towards her, intercepting a hidden claw aimed at her abdomen. The clash between the 2 forces sent the claw recoiling, causing the towering ghoul to stumble back, as it was unable to conceal itself. In an instant, the remaining Tier 3 ghouls that had been concealing themselves were fully revealed. Emerging from their crouched positions, the ghouls had used their substantial numbers to blend in with the large crowd, waiting for the opportune moment to launch a sneak attack on one of the mages. Though Lucas had managed to fend off one attacker, but only 2 Tier 3 ghouls remained in close proximity to Katie. The others had split off, targeting both Agnes and Knight separately. The sly grin on the face of the retreating Tier 3 ghoul served as a sobering reminder to Lucas pertaining of Agnes's warning about the intelligence and cunning attitude of the ghouls, the more high-level they were. As Lucas pursued the fleeing Tier 3 ghouls through the throngs of lesser creatures, determined to prevent their escape, he taunted them. Do you think I'd let you get away after falling for our trap? His glaive blade glowed with a bright light, due to an excess chi energy being infused into it and ready to be unleashed. Mid-tier spell Thundering Cleaving Strike. Lightning enveloped him as the lightning energy fused with the chi on his weapon. Swinging the glaive, he generated a shockwave upon impact, cleaving through anything in its path, including the 2 ghouls attempting to flee. Despite initially believing the ghouls to be dead, Lucas watched in disbelief as they continued to crawl forward using only their upper bodies. Witnessing this sight, he unleashed 2 precise chi-infused strikes, severing their heads and finally putting an end to the Tier 3 ghouls. As Alec continued to feign sleep, he soon sensed a surge of powerful magical energy aimed at him. Without needing further prompting, he knew the individuals that he had been awaiting had finally arrived. With a swift motion, he raised his hand. Low-tier spell stone shield. Low-tier spell rock wall. Acting swiftly, Alec conjured a dual-layered defensive barrier, uncertain of the exact adversaries he was facing. Opening his eyes, he witnessed a black beam shattering his stone shield, only to be halted by the rock wall he had summoned. Alec instinctively extended his mental energy, scanning his surroundings to pinpoint the sources. As it became evident to him that he was encircled from all sides, leaving no doubt about the identity of his assailants. They were all members of the evil sect, but one individual stood out amongst them, the imposing figure of the bishop he had been searching for. He might be one of the many bishop of the evil sect, but this is the particular bishop of the evil sect that have placed the bounty on Alec's head. He stood tall and imposing, as he was draped in flowing robes of midnight black silk that shimmered with an otherworldly sheen. The intricate patterns woven into the fabric seemed to writhe and twist in the light, depicting serpents, skulls, and flickering flames that seemed to dance before the eyes of those that stared at it. He also wore a hood that concealed his face, casting deep shadows over their features and adding an air of mystery and menace to their presence. From beneath the hood, the glint of dark eyes could be glimpsed, gleaming with a malevolent light that seemed to pierce through the darkness. Dark, ornate jewelry adorned the bishop's hands and neck, each piece intricately carved with symbols of dark magic runes and set with dark gems that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. A scepter of blackened wood, adorned with twisted carvings and set with a large crimson gem at its tip, was clasped firmly in one hand, a potent symbol of the bishop's authority and power. Leather boots with subtle embellishments adorned the bishop's feet, their dark soles tapping lightly against the demonic beast he was flying on top. "So you've finally revealed yourself," Alec inquired as he dismissed the stone wall, assessing the number of adversaries encircling him. "Don't bother counting. There are 30 mages accompanying the bishop, all adorned with the priest medallions signifying that they are peak tier 3 mages. Forget about that crybaby priest we faced from before he only ascended due to connections. These are the genuine priests from the evil sect, evident from their formidable aura." The spirit system Golem interjected, as the bishop maintained a fixed gaze on Alec, who had quickly dragged the system's spirit Golem into the pouch. "When I first learned that a mage was hunting me, I expected them to be a formidable opponent, especially after they had wiped out an entire branch on countless occasions. But now that I stand face to face with you, all I see is that I have been overestimating you, as you are just a mere boy. Where are the rest of your team? I know that students from the War God Mage Academy are trained like an army, which means you must have a backup team somewhere. I need to put an end to all of you and go back to my normal life," the bishop demanded, tapping his scepter on the demonic beast he rode. "How foolish can you be? I have been taking out all the smaller branches connected to you, and as the boss of this region, you don't even know how many people were involved in the attacks." Alec questioned, only to realize that his hired mount was under attack from multiple directions, as the priests were enraged for the fact that he insulted their leader. "Shit," Alec cursed, understanding the true extent of their adversary's plan. "No, that was not the agreement. Where is the bounty reward that I was promised?" Ryder screamed, his voice drowned out by the 30 mages launching attacks at his avian mount, making the outcome quite clear, as the large demonic beast hawk was hurt from such attack. "Go get your bounty reward in hell, as I never intended to pay you anything in the first place. What were you expecting from the evil sect? And you boy can greet all my deacons that you killed while you're there," the bishop declared, waving at Alec, who seemed to have no recourse with the mount he was on, plummeting from such a height. Realizing that they were attempting to kill him with this treacherous ploy, Alec's expression remained unchanged, showing no fear as he continued to gaze steadily at the bishop. Why does he still have that look in his eyes? One of the priests who had joined the mission to kill Alec couldn't help but question, feeling unsettled by Alec's unwavering stare. As they awaited the impact of the beast falling at a rapid pace, expecting Alec to perish along with it, since a low-tier mage would not survive a fall from that far, they were shocked to see Alec stretch his hand before the beast crashed down, as it created a deafening bang that enveloped the surrounding area in a cloud of dust and smoke. "Wait, is that it? I was expecting some grand display or a challenge. What a disappointment, he died too quickly," the priest who had been unnerved by Alec's gaze remarked, attempting to cover his unease with bravado. While the other priests chuckled at what they believed to be an easy kill, the bishop's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the lingering smoke. The reason he had placed a bounty on Alec was because he had been afraid. He had heard of the trail of blood Alec left behind in his search for him, and despite his priest's celebration, he knew deep down that a mage who had caused him so much trouble would not meet his end so easily. As the smoke began to dissipate, the first thing they all saw was Alec's still outstretched hand. He survived, the bishop exclaimed, his words slow and deliberate. Alec remained suspended in the air just few meters from the ground, his legs still crossed in the sitting position. He had manipulated gravity to soften the impact of his fall. He had also attempted to halt the descent of the injured demonic hawk after it had absorbed the combined attacks from the 30 priests. But Alec soon realized the immense challenge of trying to lift such a heavy weight falling at high speed, so he focused solely on ensuring his own safety. As the hawk mount and its rider were both obliterated upon impact with the ground, first extending one leg to touch the blood-stained earth, Alec then set both feet down. As his outstretched hand changed as he pointed his two fingers towards them still in the air, underwent as brown earth runes spiraled around the two fingers he extended. Take cover, defend yourselves. He is about to attack with an innate spell. The bishop warned, utilizing both hands to conjure black smoke for protection, enveloping himself and his aerial mount. The other priests who had accompanied him swiftly began casting defensive spells based on their respective elements or special abilities. Alec didn't release the Terran bullet he had conjured quickly, as a second and third bullet materialized in front of his finger, rotating at top speed. The longer he held onto the 3 bullets, the faster they spun, creating a noticeable hum and causing Alec to steady his right hand with his left, as he was feeling the drag from pushing his innate abilities far. He has not finished casting his innate spell. This guy is trash who wastes time with their innate spell. Attack him before he unleashes whatever he is preparing. Another priest, who had finished setting up his own defensive spell, urged as he urged his demonic mount to charge towards Alec. Upon observing this, Alec smirked, as there was now 5 bullets now swirling rapidly around his outstretched fingers. Release, Alec silently mouthed, each word slowly as what followed after was repeated loud bang gunshots as he sent the Terran bullet hurtling towards the charging priests. The Terra stone bullets moved with a blinding speed, catching the lead priest unprepared as one tore through his head, splattering brain matter in all directions. The remaining 4 bullets also found their marks in 4 more evil sect priests, piercing their skulls with deadly precision. Surprised glances were exchanged among the surviving priests as Alec swiftly dispatched 5 adversaries of the same realm as them with just a single spell. The bishop glanced back at Alec, noting the smoke rising from Alec's outstretched fingers as he brought them to his mouth and blew on the smoke in a nonchalant gesture. As the red salamander armor tattoo appeared and quickly enveloped Alec's body, signaling his intent to unleash his full power. Despite his confidence, Alec was not ready to hold anything back, knowing he was faced by a Tier 4 mage and a group of peak Tier 3 mages. The bishop observed as Alec's spirit equipment armor materialized around him, providing a barrier against potential attacks. And what if you possess a spirit equipment set? I only need to defeat you to claim its powers. And even then, you won't live to see another day, as there are 26 of us against only one of you. The bishop taunted with outstretched hands. In response, Alec met the bishop's gaze and offered a defiant smile. Now that's where you're wrong, because number 1, it's a marked spirit armor. Even if I die, you will never get anything, Alec taunted, causing the bishop to grunt in surprise at the realization that Alec possessed a marked spirit equipment armor. The marked spirit equipment armor set was far more special and harder to craft than the normal variety. The bishop hadn't expected a Tier 3 mage to have such a treasure in their possession. He wondered who would have enough money to not mind wasting it on acquiring such armor for a Tier 3 mage, when they could have used the extra fee of the marking on multiple regular spirit equipment instead. He had only heard of mages investing in marked high-rank equipment, not low-rank ones. As it was at the high rank, they were usually more determined in choosing their equipment to stick with it for a long time and avoid it falling into the hands of an enemy in case of unfortunate circumstances. Lost in thought, the dean was interrupted by Alec's voice. And secondly, if there is something I have learned in all my adventures, it's that I am never alone, Alec said, his smiling expression transforming into a colder one. Come out, Alec commanded, releasing his lock on the space pouch as all his golems except the system spirit golem emerged. The bishop finally understood why Alec had been able to defeat some of his lower-ranking branches, as the golems exuded a dangerous aura despite their low rank. So what if you have 7 more toys to join you? It's still not going to match us, the bishop declared, as his avian mount moved down and he jumped down to confront Alec. The priests also joined him as they jumped down, putting pressure on Alec with their auras as 25 of them tried to overwhelm him. The situation was becoming chaotic, as Alec struggled to match their combined pressure with just his main golems. He turned his head back to Titan and nodded, prompting all of his golems with the ability to summon minions to start summoning theirs. Oni spread out his dark aura into the 5 dead Tier 3 mages that Alec had shot dead, causing their bodies to twitch before moving towards him at a rapid pace before the evil sect could even comprehend what was happening. Once their transformation was complete to Oni, all the other main golems have finished summoning their minions. Oni Shinigamis joined the line, increasing Alec's squad to a total of 29, and with Alec included, the number reached 30, and their aura together finally reached an equilibrium point against the evil sect aura pressure. "Looks like I have even more numbers than you now," Alec said with a shrug. "Well, what matters is quality, not quantity," the bishop retorted, slamming his staff into the ground and sending out 2 beams of black light. Low-tier spell rock wall. Low-tier spell ice wall. Both Alec and Titan immediately cast defensive spells at the same time upon seeing the bishop move. As the rest of the golems assumed a battle-ready stance and Alec drew his bone katana, the combined defense of the double-layer shield managed to withstand the bishop's attack, though cracks appeared around the wall. The priests closed in and began hacking at the defense wall, eventually breaking it down after a few seconds. Charge. Alec commanded, with Titan taking the lead to engage the mages, followed by his lesser ice golems. Titan initiated the attack with a heavy stomp that sent out several ice spikes, injuring the feet of a few mages. As a wind mage attempted to evade the attack and leaped towards Titan with his sword outstretched, with a cold expression, Titan stretched his right hand back, conjuring a massive ice mace with enormous spikes in an instant. With a powerful swing, he sent it crashing into the side of the mage, propelling him flying until he collided with another mage. The ice mace shattered, and as Titan extended his hand forward, and sharp ice shards were sent out to disrupt the mages in front, with his summons joining the fray, attacking the injured mages they saw with their heavy weapons. 2 of the summons wielded spiky maces, 2 carried ice clubs, and the last one brandished a massive ice hammer, leaving the fate of any mage they encountered to a beating. The once tranquil location had transformed into a full-fledged battlefield. With Alec's golems, although of weaker rank, proved they could hold their own. Well, most of this was because Alec faced 7 peak tier 3 mages alone, relying solely on his gravity manipulation, earth spells, and blade mastery. As he feeling himself improve in wielding his weapons, Alec navigated the battle with weapon skills he had never practiced before. After witnessing the devastation caused by Alec's innate spell firsthand, they were determined to prevent him from casting another one-shot kill spell, as they knew that allowing Alec the opportunity to unleash such power again would lead to further losses on their side, and that is why they surrounded him in case he tried to cast it again. Low-tier skill Iaido slash. As soon as the words left Alec's lips, he sheathed his katana, his gaze becoming more focused. The first mage made a move against him, as the other 6 remaining acted like witnesses only to see Alec attempting to draw the katana from its scabbard saya. In a fluid and rapid motion, a flash of white light erupted as the mage's head fell to the ground. The priest watching were stunned, having missed the moment Alec struck. When they looked back at him, the katana was already back in its sheath. The impact of this strike affected Alec the most, as he had executed it like a seasoned warrior trained extensively with the katana for years. Despite lacking such experience, the seamless action is what shocked him. He had noticed his blade mastery steadily improving and was confident that it would eventually level up. However, he did not anticipate just how exceptional it had become, and when coupled with his enhanced strength stats, his physical strikes alone were now capable of subduing a tier 3 mage without the need for mana reinforcement. Alec remained composed while the priest was still in shock after seeing how their companion died, but Alec, who understood his disadvantage, knew he had to swiftly reduce their numbers, especially with the potential threat of the tier 4 bishop joining the battle anytime. He wanted to make sure if the tier 4 bishop should attack, he should be able trusted his golems to handle the remaining enemies while he focused on the main threat. Low-tier spell Gravity Surge. Alec infused his bone katana with the gravity powers, spinning it around to push back the approaching foes. As he extended his fingers after knocking them back, the priest's panic was evident upon seeing the earth rune manifest again around his fingers. "Get him quickly before he can unleash his innate spell. If we disrupt it, we can survive," one priest urged the others, as another priest charged towards Alec, aiming to prevent him from completing what they believed to be a powerful one-shot kill spell. However, before the priest could intervene, a sudden loud bang filled the air. Alec had deliberately targeted the oncoming priest with a precise headshot, killing it in the process. By intentionally delaying the release of his innate spell last time, Alec had created a misconception among the priests about his casting speed. But to Alec's surprise last time, the bullets multiplied with each after passing a certain amount of time, with each bullet stronger and more faster than the last before it. After dispatching the second mage, Alec faced only 5 more priests before he could confront the bishop himself. Gripping his bone katana with both hands, he advanced towards the nearest priest, determined to eliminate them one by one. The priest drew his flaming sword in response, ready to engage Alec in battle. Alec raised his katana slightly above his head. Low-tier skill shattered reflection. Alec utilized the reflecting surface of his bone katana as a brief flash of light distracted his opponent. Low-tier skill lightning strike. As he followed up with his enhanced agility and newfound blade techniques that are tucked to his head like he had practiced them, Alec executed lightning fast strikes, exploiting openings in the mage's defenses. He swiftly maneuvered past the mage, seamlessly moving on to the next target while erecting an earth shield behind for sneak attack protection. Alec's speed was unmatched, preemptively striking before any spell could be cast, swiftly eliminating any adversaries in his path. When he finished with his foes, he impaled the bone katana into his last victim. Absorb, Alec commanded, channeling energy from the katana into the victim's body, absorbing the mage's bones. The bishop surveyed the scene, realizing his priests were doomed and helpless against the impending threat of death as Alec Golems had the upper hand. But he was more determined to eliminate Alec than save his remaining priest. The bishop unleashed a dark energy bolt towards Alec. With his bone katana still absorbing the bones off the mage, Alec deftly drew the blood changda with his free hand, infusing its blade with gravity energy to deflect the attack. With a swift motion, Alec sheathed the changda back, as he used the back of his hand to draw the bone katana out and dashed towards the bishop. Let's finish this once and for all. Oh, and by the way, you owe me a ride, just consider your mount mine, Alec taunted as the bishop cast another spell. Making black tendrils emerged from the ground, attempting to pierce Alec from various angles. As he swiftly summoned earth shields in response, Alec defended himself against the onslaught from all angles too, though the shields shattered after 1 second, but it was enough as Alec had already moved out of harm's way, getting more closer to the bishop. Gripping his katana tightly, he entered attacking range, though he was unaware of the katana's increased after its last meal. All he knew was that the sharpness and durability due to absorbing the bones of higher realm mages has become top-notch, while the highest tier lifeform Alec had allowed the katana to absorb was a tier 3. So when the katana hummed with anticipation, due to Alec's clash with the tier 4 mage, he understood, as the weapon seemed to crave the bishop's bones, urging Alec towards the confrontation. When Alec swung his katana, the bishop countered with a deadly arc from his scepter, forcing Alec back upon impact. Raising his head, Alec saw a massive black flame heading towards him as he instinctively raised his hand as he released his mana out as a flame, resulting in a powerful collision. The clash sent Alec hurtling into a nearby tree, blood spilling from his lips as he struggled to regain his composure. Alec cursed as he struggled to bridge the power gap between tier 3 and 4, a daunting task made even more challenging by the skill of his opponent, who is an experienced mage. Reluctantly, he sheathed the bone katana with his right hand and unsheathed the blood changda with his left. What difference will a change in weapon make? Taunted the bishop, exuding confidence in his ability to defeat Alec now. You made me do this. Alec's hoarse voice rang out as he unleashed the bloodthirsty intent he had been suppressing. As a crimson mist enveloped him, coalescing into a cloak that draped behind him, the changda blade flickered to life in red flames as Alec met the bishop's gaze with a cold indifference, sending a shiver down the mage's spine. Before he steeled himself, Alec closed the distance between them again, dodging a black energy ball launched by the bishop at the very last second. Undeterred, the bishop continued his assault with a bottom strike, attempting to pierce Alec with the sharp end of his scepter. While Alec swiftly shifted into a defensive stance, blocking and deflecting the scepter before launching 2 swift counterattacks. The bishop managed to block the strikes and retaliated by aiming a blow at Alec's head with the scepter, which Alec deftly evaded the attack by ducking, the blood-red cloak behind Alec transforming into a deadly scythe. The scythe latched onto the bishop's robe, drawing him closer to Alec. Seizing the moment, Alec struck the bishop's throat with the hilt of the changda, causing the mage to groan in pain as he struggled to recover. But that was all Alec needed as he drew his bone katana and plunged the changda into the bishop's neck, then drove the katana into his skull. Even as the bishop choked in his final moments, Alec gazed at him with an icy expression as the scythe formed from his killing intent disintegrated, its particles merging into the changda. As Alec's expression returned to normal as he received a notification, ding, level up. While Alec reviewed the notification, his student badge was changing color, indicating that he had accumulated over 100,000 points, elevating him to the rank of a captain, even as he was still a tier 3 mage. He just knew it was surely going to cause an uproar in the academy. Status taboo. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 43. Tier 3 low. Experience till next level, 6,891 million. Attributes. Strength 113. Agility 80. Endurance 115. Mentality 16 locked. Mana 7,000 20,000. Affinity Earth Peak Sub, Gravity Manipulation Mid, Fire Peak. Available points 22. System points 87,994. Alex smiled as he observed how much he had grown these few days of external training where he is free to kill bad guys without hesitation. He quickly allocated the 22 available points to his agility rank, bringing all of his stats to over 100 points. Upon making these changes, Alec felt a slight itch in his muscles, particularly in his legs and hands. Despite this sensation, he was otherwise feeling strong and okay as there was no serious pain like the previous time. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 43. Tier 3 low. Experience till next level, 6,891 million. Attributes. Strength 113. Agility 102. Endurance 115. Mentality 16 locked. Mana 7,000 20,000. Affinity Earth Peak Sub, Gravity Manipulation Mid, Fire Peak. Available points 0. System points 87,994. Back to 0, I guess, Alex smirked as he looked at his available points, which had finally reached 0 after so long. He sighed and went to the Skills tab to inspect a set of skills he has abandoned for long. Skills tab. Basic Swordsmanship Level 5 Max. Kill 10 mid-rank lifeforms with a sword-type weapon to upgrade to Intermediate Swordsmanship. Basic Blade Technique Level 5 Max. Kill 10 mid-rank lifeforms with a blade-type weapon to upgrade to Intermediate Blade Technique. Blood Reaper LVL 5 Weekly Training. Upward Slash Repetition. Perform 1,000 upward slashes with the Blood Chando to build strength and endurance in your arms and shoulders. Downward Strike Speed Drills. Practice 500 rapid downward strikes with the Blood Chando to improve speed and precision in your attacks. Circular Cutting Drills. Perform 750 circular cutting motions with the Blood Chando to work on fluidity and control in your movements. Thrust Accuracy Training. Complete 500 thrusts with the Blood Chando, focusing on hitting specific targets to improve accuracy and targeting skills. Blocking Technique Practice. Execute 800 blocks with the Blood Chando to strengthen your defense and reaction time against incoming attacks. Combination Strikes. Perform 600 combinations of slashes, thrusts, and strikes with the Blood Chando to work on transitioning between different techniques smoothly. Footwork Drills with Strikes. Incorporate footwork into your training by performing 400 strikes with the Blood Chando while moving around to improve agility and coordination. One-handed Drills. Challenge yourself by performing 500 strikes and slashes with the Blood Chando, using only one hand to develop wrist and forearm strength. Power Strikes. Practice delivering powerful strikes with the Blood Chando by performing 300 strikes with maximum force to build strength and impact capability. Endurance Training. Finish your training session by performing continuous strikes with the Blood Chando for a set amount of time to improve stamina and perseverance in combat situations. When Alec first saw the list of exercises he had to complete in a week, he was initially happy that the numbers had been reduced. However, his mood quickly changed when he saw the daunting tasks ahead of him. He face-palmed himself, realizing he might have to rely on his Blood Chando more than ever now that the Blood Reaper requirements have increased. But then, he discovered the reason why he was able to seamlessly incorporate various weapon skills into his attacks. It was because his weapon skills had already reached the maximum level in basic mode, so this revelation made Alec realize that he had been using his weapons without putting much effort into checking the levels of weapon mastery he had learned. All he knew was that they were leveling up. He was taken aback by the gift he received at the end of it all, though: techniques. The maximum level of the basic weapon mastery felt like it equated to 10 years of training for other weapon masters. As every time he held his weapons, he felt as though he had been wielding them for years, even though that wasn't true. Alec recognized that this remarkable progress was only achievable due to his system powers, although he hadn't delved into the origins or mechanics of his system. "Master, your student badge." Legion's voice interrupted Alec's thoughts as he pulled his laser spear out of the chest of a dead priest. Alec glanced down at his student badge, witnessing a slow transformation unfolding before his eyes. As he raised his student badge to his face, Alec observed the emerald green color being devoured and replaced by a deep navy hue. The dark shade of blue, reminiscent of the deep ocean or a night sky, enveloped his badge completely. The deep navy color exuded a sense of richness, timelessness, and sophistication. It was at this moment that Alec realized his promotion from the commander rank to the prestigious captain rank has happened, and he has done all this while being in the Tier 3 Mage realm, prompting an exhilarated outburst of laughter from him. The previous revelation of him being a commander had been quite shocking to the other student mages, due to the fact that he was only a Tier 3 mage, and he was given command over about 10 other Tier 3 mages who were in the same realms as him. Alec couldn't help but wonder about their reactions upon learning of his promotion to captain rank now. Even while he was still in the Tier 3 mage realm, Alec now possessed a level of authority comparable to that of the Tier 5 mage experts at the academy, as he could have 10 different commanders group under him now. As he looked ahead to his return, he could only imagine the surprises and reactions he would encounter from his fellow students. The captain badge, intricately engraved with his name in navy, ignited a desire in Alec to emulate the smug demeanor characteristic of higher-ranking officers. "Let's move out, next stop, Sweden City," Alec commanded, his golems swiftly clearing the battlefield and sifting through the possessions of fallen priest mages for anything valuable. Underground viewing. Edward W. Dunce's gaze remained fixed on the water screen displaying Alec, his teeth clenched in frustration. He actually did it, ascending to captain rank while still being in the Tier 3 mage realm. What kind of extraordinary individual is he? Edward had grown bored watching Alec sleep previously, so he shifted his focus to the other screens, where he observed the other mages undertaking one final mission before rendezvousing in Sweden City, the designated location for their upcoming first external training session. As the mission was essentially a mock exercise to evaluate their ranking, Edward was engaged in monitoring the activities on the screens. While the lady with a scar on her face remained fixated on Alec, having observed him the longest, she had familiarized herself with his tactics and combat proficiency, and was more interested to seeing Alec's final moment than watching anything else. When she mentioned Alec's promotion to captain rank, Edward was taken aback. Turning his attention to his battle screen back, he arrived just in time to witness Alec swiftly dispatching the bishop by thrusting his bone katana into the bishop's skull. The deadly display of Alec's prowess, with lifeless bodies and golems strewn around him, made it clear to Edward why Alec had preferred to handle his mission alone. As Alec was indeed a force to be reckoned with, a formidable one-man army alone. "Why didn't you notify me at the start of the battle? Enlarge the screen and display the ranking details," Edward demanded, driven by a burning curiosity about the unfolding events. The lady responded with a cold shrug, effortlessly enlarging the screen showing Alec. She deftly repositioned the smaller screen and brought the ranking details into view as Edward continued to command. 1 Alec Gordon's Captain 101, 721 points 2. Lucas Blade Team Commander 25,767 points 3. Beatrice Marionette Team Commander 16, 990 points 4. Pale Zero Team Commander 5, 890 points 5. Brandon Gordon's Team Sergeant 4,907.6. Arthur Gordon's Team Sergeant 4,070. The battle against the ghouls was reaching its climax, as ever since Knight and Agnes unleashed their spirit equipment, they have increased their killing speed to an astonishing level. With Knight's improvability to move through shadows, allowed him to swiftly dispatch the ghouls by slicing their throats with ease. And Agnes, on the other hand, displayed mastery over earth magic, effortlessly conjuring a relentless barrage of earth spears, earth bullets, and earth spikes without the need for verbal incantations. It was almost like she could cast it instantly like her innate spell. She also took on the crucial role of defending the entire group, utilizing her expanded awareness of the battlefield to protect those in danger even before threats emerged. With numerous water shields being conjured by the various mages in the group, they were afforded precious moments to respond to sneak attacks that could have otherwise put them in perilous situations. In addition to Knight and Agnes, another formidable presence on the battlefield was Lucas Blade, who expertly navigated the chaos with his glaive in hand. His unique utilization of the weapon's long reach allowed him to swiftly take down multiple ghouls, showcasing a lethal skill set that left any opposition reeling. Lucca's every movement was imbued with potent chi, making each attack a deadly force to be reckoned with for those unfortunate enough to face him. As for the last 4 Tier 3 ghouls, they have silently retreated into the shadows, using the crowd of ghouls as a disguise to hide again, after realizing the futility of facing Lucca's head-on, after witnessing his prowess in dispatching their fellow comrades that was in the same realm as them, and how fast he had come back to assist. So they plotted to overwhelm him by sending a horde of ghouls to drain his stamina. The group braced themselves for the impending onslaught, knowing that the battle was far from over. "Here they come." Agnes alerted the group as a massive Tier 3 ghoul sprang from the crowd, hurtling toward Lucas from his blind spot, but still yet he remained focused. As he tightened his grip on his weapon, low-tier skill reverse sweep. With a swift motion, he swung his glaive. The curved blade traced a sweeping arc behind him, as the Tier 3 ghoul was caught off guard by Luca's fast reaction and was struck across its ribcage, sending it hurtling back into the throng of ghouls. After spotting another Tier 3 ghoul, Lucas was determined not to let it slip away, after learning the hard way that their mastery of disguise in dark spots made them elusive foes. So he chased after the ghoul he had just sent flying. Lucas dashed into the mass of ghouls. To his surprise, instead of attacking him, they formed a solid barrier, blocking his retreat, and Lucas realized he had walked into a trap. But the immediate concern was not the danger the ghouls posed to him, but the time it would take to escape. As he assessed the situation, he noticed the Tier 3 ghoul he had engaged with was smiling, a sign that it never even meant to fight him. It only wanted to lure him so the other three could be free to attack the rest of his group. With their incredible speed, they went after the rest of Lucas' team. It was evident that the Tier 3 ghoul acting as bait, and was banking that one of them would be able to consume Mage's flesh enough to achieve a breakthrough to the next realm. This ominous plan was intended to bolster their strength, enabling them to confront Lucas with a newfound advantage. Damn it, I despise intelligent beasts. Why can't they all be simple-minded brutes? Lucas cursed, spinning his glaive in an attempt to unleash a whirlwind chi attack to repel the encircling ghouls. Despite his efforts, the creatures sacrificed themselves to disrupt his attack, rendering it difficult to fully utilize the glaive's lethal reach in the cramped space. Don't fret, I've got this. Your group isn't a bunch of weaklings that need your constant rescue, Agnes reassured, her voice unwavering. Lucas turned to see that the Tier 3 ghouls had set their sights on her. While they had considered him a threat due to his immense strength, they viewed Agnes as a more formidable adversary. Recognizing that she possessed the authority to keep the team organized and cohesive, the ghouls sought to eliminate her, who had been dictating the flow of battle since its onset. As the ghouls closed in on Agnes, she smiled knowingly. I have been expecting you as well. While you beasts may have developed intelligence and organized your horde of lesser monsters, I had hoped your arrogance would lead you into my trap instead, and it seems you have, Agnes proclaimed confidently. With a swift transformation of her wand into its staff form, she drove it into the ground, channeling her power alongside 4 members of the Gordon clan in the team who mirrored her actions from different angles, as they slammed their feet deep into the ground using their body as a connection. Their combined mana wove a complex rune pattern on the ground, with Agnes at its center. Bind, Agnes commanded, activating the rune's power. As the rune formations concluded their convergence, and the group united, elongated hands made of earth element were dispatched towards the 3 Tier 3 ghouls in an attempt to restrain and bind them. But the ghouls slashed at the hands made from earth element with their claws, destroying them in the process. But despite the ghouls aggressively slashing with their razor-sharp claws, each earth hand that was destroyed swiftly regenerated with double the number and increased durability. The ghouls' resistance only fueled the strength of the earth formation, culminating in their eventual immobilization after a minute of relentless struggle. The ghouls found themselves ensnared by massive hands constructed of earth element, completely locked within a formidable earth confinement. Now, Knight Kate, these are free points, Agnes remarked, her brow already glistening with sweat as she spoke. It was at that moment that Kate and Knight made their presence known. Kate delivered a powerful fiery punch directly at the skull of one immobilized ghoul, relentlessly striking the same spot until its demise. As she cast a glance at Knight, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. Knight didn't face the same struggle as Kate, equipped with Tier 3 spirit equipment. He possessed the natural advantage of effectively combating Tier 3 lifeforms even while being in the Tier 2 realm, making it a straightforward kill, as the ghouls were in a restrained state with no means to retaliate. Following the ghouls' defeat, Agnes released her grip on the formation, accompanied by a sigh of relief. The exertion of maintaining the ghouls' bindings had taken its toll on her, and the other Gordon's clansmen, including Kelvin and the twins, draining them almost entirely of their mana. The resulting strain left them with the usual mana headache from overexertion. The entire group turned to look at Lucas as he finally defeated the last Tier 3 ghoul. His once dignified sky blue spirit equipment armor was now stained with grime and ghoul blood, a testament to the exhausting battle they had just endured. Breathless, Lucas looked at his group, who smirked in response to his exhaustion. I swear to God, whoever is assigning these missions needs to provide better information. If it were any other team, they would have ended up dead by now, Lucas Blade remarked, frustration evident in his voice. As his spirit equipment retracted back into his skin, leaving behind only faded tattoo forms before disappearing completely, Lucas couldn't help but shake his head at the mess he was in. It doesn't matter much, they probably did this on purpose to push us to our limits, as they only assign missions they believe we can handle. I only feel they don't care even if it means we would have casualties among us, he reasoned. Looks like we were a bit greedy when we picked this mission from the undead race, hoping for more points since undead usually travel in hordes, Agnes admitted, reflecting on their decision. Because that mean more points and power stones to collect after we're done with the killing, so don't be too hard on yourself, as I believe only teams looking to challenge themselves would take on missions like this one, she added, trying to uplift the spirits of the group. And by the way, we've all finally been promoted to the rank of sergeant. Our realm may not have caught up, but we have proven ourselves worthy of a spot on your team. Knight proudly showed his now crimson student badge, initially only a tier 2 mage and a squire when he joined the team. His promotion signaled his commitment and dedication to the team. The Gordon's clansmen had initially felt uneasy joining Lucas's team due to the fact that he had accepted them due to Alec's request, thinking he might want a more elite group of tier 3 mages since he was a commander. However, with their hard work and perseverance, they had shown that they were indeed deserving of their place on his team. Are you kidding me? I would never consider having anyone else on my team. You guys are the best. You all could even give some tier 3 mages a run for their money. But the main issue now is that we all have to head to Sweden City, as it's almost time, Lucas declared to his team. What do you think General Edward will assign us to do in Sweden City? Lucas turned to Agnes for answers, who simply shrugged in response. I have no idea. All I know is that all the teams will be meeting us there, so it has to be big, Agnes replied, uncertainty tinging her voice. Meanwhile, Beatrice's team was seen forming a perimeter around a house, appearing as guards, while Beatrice herself was conspicuously absent. Are you sure they're even going to show up? We've been standing outside here like guards, and it's driving me crazy. We're supposed to be respected mages. One of them questioned their duty. You know how Lady Beatrice is. If we don't follow her orders, we can either stand guard or leave the team and report back to the academy, another nearby mage pointed out. But she's not even here. She asked us to guard the house while she's inside, resting. Why are we even involved in this? This is none of our concern. He was the one who summoned a fiend. He should be the one to deal with the consequences. We should have opted for a more normal mission instead. The first mage expressed his growing unease. As he finished speaking, they heard a menacing growl that sent a shiver down the spines of the remaining 7 mages on Beatrice's team. As multiple red eyes gleamed from the shadows of the bushes, but the exact threat remained unseen. Inside the house being guarded, Beatrice rose from her chair, facing a man seated in front of her. I beg of you, help me resolve this issue. I know I was at fault for summoning that demon, driven by my desperate need for revenge, but my entire clan was slaughtered, and I felt powerless to retaliate. I just took the easy way out at the moment, not foreseeing the consequences of my actions, the man pleaded, but Beatrice's stern gaze silenced him. Walking towards the door, she cautioned, the demon has arrived, and no matter what happens, do not come out or try running away in the chaos. That's the only way I can save you with that warning. She stepped outside into a mission she had chosen to be her last, one entwined with a fiendish demon. She had reviewed the information provided by the man seeking help from the academy. He had summoned a demon to make a pact with it in a bid for vengeance against those who had decimated his clan. However, the demon had no intention of honoring the pact after finding out those responsible was a mid-tier clan, and sought to claim the man's soul even after collecting the summoning fee, which it was not supposed to do except it wanted to complete the mission. Fortunately for the man, the runes used in the summoning ritual held a locking seal, so when the demon attempted to harm him after the fee had been paid, the seal activated, redirecting the demon elsewhere as the pact had not been fulfilled. The demon faced a critical decision now: either it complete its mission or turn on the man and still kill him. But unable to harm its summoner directly, the demon found a loophole in the pact by beckoning its minions to kill the man and deliver its soul to it directly so he could fulfill the loophole of the pact. As the demon grappled with the consequences of failing the task, which means it would be locked in the Earth realm by the rules of the pact, the prospect of its returning back to the abyss hinged on the demise of its summoner. Beatrice emerged from the mansion, her objective unwavering: ensure the demons departed without wreaking havoc on the city. Upon spotting her, the mages who had voiced doubts earlier spoke up in hopes of swaying their leaders' resolve. What are we going to do against demons? How can we restrain and perform an exorcism on them? We don't even know exorcism spells, he inquired, met with Beatrice's dull gaze and an underlying coldness in her expression. We are students of the War God Mage Academy. Unlike the Royal Academy, we are not equipped with artifacts, or the Holy Academy, who specialize in exorcism spells and dark creatures' domination. Our teaching had always been focused on survival, kill or be killed, and I did not come here for hesitation, so if you wish to abandon the team, prepare to be the enemy's first meal, Beatrice declared, as a large black rune etched on the ground beneath her. Now, if you're willing, let's kill this fuckers back to where they belong, Beatrice asserted, striding forward as 2 entities materialized from the dark runes she had summoned. The 2 entities that emerged from the rune that she had engraved on the ground just happened to be her puppets. The first to materialize was the wooden spider, its 8 jointed legs stretching out in all directions. Each leg was intricately carved with runes and designs, giving the impression of sharp, gnarled wood. The spider's body was bulbous and exaggerated, with numerous eyes painted on the front and a set of large, fanged mandibles that snapped open and shut with a creaking sound. As it moved, the spider puppet's wooden joints groaned and creaked, adding to its eerie and lifelike appearance. Initially, its movements were jerky and mechanical before sinking and becoming more fluid, as if controlled by an unseen force, adding to the sense of otherworldly dread that the puppet emitted. The sheer size and craftsmanship of the wooden spider puppet made it a spectacle to behold, showcasing Beatrice's impressive puppetry techniques. Meanwhile, the second entity that emerged from the runes was a huge crocodile, moving slowly with a dark rune etched on its head. This rune matched the exact one that Beatrice had summoned them from. She had turned the demonic crocodile beast into her puppet for quite some time now that it practically couldn't remember its past again. Beatrice preferred turning living beings into puppets rather than creating them from rare or divine woods, as she believed that turning a living creature or life form into a puppet was much more superior than creating one from wood. This way, there was a higher chance of the puppet evolving into something tangible, as its evolution would not be limited like the wooden puppets that have a need for higher-tier resources to break through and still be able to maintain part of its intelligence. Beatrice was confident in her ability to do this as long as she could obtain the creature's brain intact. With her talent and technique, she has a higher chance of making a unique puppet. In fact, the only reason she had kept the wooden spider puppet for so long was because it was the first puppet she had created, leading her to have a sentimental attachment to it. The crocodile growled and released its Tier 3 aura, emanating a strong chi life force energy from its body. And in response to the growls of the crocodile, various growling sounds could now be heard all around, causing the mages to look around anxiously, trying to hold their ground. Just as they remained on guard, a black blur burst out from the bushes and dashed towards the nearest mage. As the team finally caught a clear view of their adversary, they were shocked to see a demonic beast that resembled a bulky black dog attacking their companion. The mage targeted by the creature let his guard down, viewing it as a threat he could handle. As demonic beasts were quite weak, however, as the dog approached, it opened its mouth wide and exhaled a burst of fire, causing the mage to scream in agony from the burn damage inflicted upon him. Without hesitation, the dog lunged for the mage's throat after that surprise attack, its flaming jaws poised to deliver a fatal blow. The mage, who was already feeling close to death and resigning himself to his fate, closed his eyes, waiting for his final moments. However, just as he was about to give up, he felt his body moving. In a seemingly mechanical manner, it was as if something had pulled him back, narrowly avoiding the flaming jaws that missed him by mere inches. "Oh shit," the mage exclaimed. "Get it together now and stop resisting. I need to be able to control at least 50 to 70% of your body to save your ass." Beatrice's voice abruptly woke him up. Looking behind, he realized that some type of mana strings were deeply embedded in all his joints, and the recent movement he had made was definitely beyond his own capabilities. He knew he didn't move his body on his own, and there was no way he made that move. Beatrice had been the one to manipulate him and drag him out of harm's way using her manipulative strings. The realization that she was treating him like one of her puppets infuriated him. "I can't be controlled," the mage protested as he struggled against her manipulative strings. This particular mage just happens to be the same one who had voiced discontent about pursuing a demon. Most human mages were inherently fearful of anything related to demons, often avoiding involvement altogether. So the mage was masking his fear with arrogance, which is the reason for the mage's outburst. "That's a hellhound, you idiot. It can sense and feed off your fear, making you its primary target. Pull yourself together and let me help you, or you'll perish. It's absurd that I saved your life, yet you remain ungrateful," Beatrice calmly said. As various hellhounds began to appear from different directions, attempting to dash towards the house. Acting on Beatrice's orders, her team swiftly spread out and countered the creatures, determined to prevent them from breaching the house's defenses. The first hellhound leaped and struck down with its claws, shredding through the mage's armor and inflicting severe wounds on his hands. The mage cried out for Beatrice's help, but she was still resentful from their earlier altercation and was determined to focus on the rest of her team members instead. She gave orders to them, indifferent to the mage's plight. In her mind, if he were to perish, she wouldn't hesitate to make him a temporary puppet. In order to survive the onslaught of the chaotic hellhounds, Beatrice's actions may have seemed cruel to some, but she was unconcerned with the opinions of others at that moment. She didn't even know the specific type of demon she was facing, but it was evident that it was not a low-tier demon. It was likely a medium-level demon, just not a very high-level one, as it attacked with an army of Tier 3 hellhounds at its command, rather than a much higher-level adversary. Hellhounds were typically used as guards in the lower regions of the demonic abyss, so the fact that they were acting as companions suggested to Beatrice that she might be confronting a demon that had recently ascended to the Tier 4 realm, becoming a medium-level demon. Despite the challenge ahead, Beatrice was confident in her abilities to confront it directly. However, with her experience of dealing with demons, she has learnt that it would likely not engage in a direct confrontation with her and her team, but instead continue to probe for a vulnerable point to exploit, just as it had refused to fulfill its pact with the summoner, finding an easier way out while also gaining from the deal. Just as the Hellhound was poised to attack the fallen mage once more, who believed himself doomed with an injured hand, he witnessed a red wooden limb pass him. It was one of the 8 long legs of the puppet spider, piercing through the Hellhound as it attempted to devour the mage, ultimately flinging it away. The mage with the broken hand surveyed the scene and realized that every other team member remained unscathed and steady, while he alone had sustained injuries severe enough to diminish his combat effectiveness. Reflecting on the recent attack by the spider puppet, it was evident from its swift movements and its efficient dispatching of the Hellhound that it was a Tier 4 puppet. As he gazed at the puppet passing by, he noticed the number 4 engraved on its belly. The reddish hue of the wood used to enhance it further confirmed his suspicion that it was indeed a Tier 4 puppet crafted from cherry wood, a rare and valuable Tier 4 resource that is very hard to get. With a deep sigh, he came to the realization that he had become a part of an unconventional team. As he had not officially being a member of Beatrice's team, he had been assigned to her to work alongside her team, after his entire team had been wiped out during a mission, and that is how he became a member of one of the commander teams. Jake Winchester had not anticipated the tragic fate that befell his team on their first mission, which was an assignment to eliminate a group of lizard men. Their lack of understanding about the creature's behaviors and hunting methods resulted in a near-total annihilation of the team. They had been so overconfident that they attacked head-on. Fortunately, Jake managed to evade death and emerged from the ordeal, hiding and waiting till the Academy would send reinforcement. In the aftermath of a failed mission, it became standard practice for the assignment to be reassigned to the nearest team deemed capable by the war god Mage Academy. It was under this circumstance that Beatrice's team was tasked with resolving the aftermath of the sergeant team's unsuccessful mission. Upon arrival, Beatrice's team swiftly eliminated the threat posed by the lizard men and welcomed a new member into their ranks to prevent leaving anyone behind. However, Jake was perturbed by a disturbing sight during the battle. Despite the loss of one of her team member in the battle, Beatrice continued to control her lifeless bodies using her mana strings, as he made sure she was even used as a cannon fodder if needed. Unwilling to be subject to such manipulation, Jake developed a thing against Beatrice, as Jake found it unsettling that Beatrice's team operated effectively under her control. And due to his esteemed background as a member of a high-tier clan, Jake was taken aback by the willingness of other Tier 3 mages to surrender their autonomy to her. This dynamic made it challenging for Jake to integrate with the team, particularly in light of his unfamiliarity with their history of undertaking perilous missions chosen by Beatrice. Although he saw her as a cruel person, he still couldn't understand why she had chosen to save him at the last moment when the puppet spider moved instead of letting him die. He watched as she stood at the front door of the house, moving her hands that were connected to many strings. These strings were linked to the joints of every member in the team, guiding their systematic approach to the fight. It was as if he was witnessing a battle formation unfold before his eyes. Despite the Hellhound's speed, fire breath, and sharp claws, none of them were able to truly harm the rest of the team, as Beatrice always seemed to be able to redirect them away from danger or send more mages in the direction of the attack to defend against it. As Jake observed the team's flawless teamwork, he began to wonder how anyone could even die in such a well-coordinated group. When there was always someone there to pull them back from the brink when things got dire, he pondered this, but there was not going to be anyone to answer anytime soon, as he heard a muffled and loud bang from inside the house, followed by a small part of the house breaking. A few minutes before the explosion, inside the house, the shadows began to distort as if something was trying to break free from them. Suddenly, a swirly black portal appeared in one of the shadows of the room. The man in the room tried to shout, but the shadows quickly engulfed the space around the room, causing him to shake in fear, as he knew that this was the work of the demon he had summoned, and it had finally come to claim his soul. Despite his efforts to speak out, the shadow covering the inside of the house prevented anyone outside from hearing him. Just as the shadow seemed to be reaching towards him, massive black runes flashed on the ground, causing the shadows that have crossed them to melt and burn, as a hurt groan emanated from the walls of shadow. Suddenly, a hellhound was forcefully expelled from a swirling black portal, indicating that whatever was behind the shadows was intent on killing the demon summoner fast. However, just as the hellhound leaped, its jaws were quickly clamped shut by a powerful hand. The hellhound tried to attack with its fiery breath. The hand held on to its jaws, rendering its efforts useless, no matter the amount of burn damages that was done. The hellhound looked up to meet with a pair of white eyes gleaming in red armor. The man spoke a single word in his native language, burn. As flames erupted from his hand, scorching the struggling hellhound, despite its whimpering, it showed no signs of dying soon, prompting the mage to hurl it into a shadowed corner of the house. Meanwhile, he conjured a long flaming blade in his other hand and thrust it at the airborne hellhound like a javelin, impaling it against the shadowed wall and triggering a muffled explosion. As the team, including Beatrice, turned their attention towards the source of the explosion, the mages looked at her with expressions of deep fear, as they feared that the man they were protecting had met his demise. Zephyr, take care of the situation here. I'll check on the mission target, Beatrice instructed as she turned to enter, only to find that the door wouldn't budge, barring her way. Upon seeing this, Zephyr, Jake, and the rest of the team wore expressions of shock and concern. If we can't save the mission target, all our efforts against the demons and the points we've accumulated will be for nothing. This mission will be a failure, Jake Winchester remarked grimly, though he had been quite scared of the mission, but he was really concerned on saving the man. Not necessarily. I've left one of my puppets inside. I did refine it when it was just a Tier 3 mage, but now that the mage I transformed into a puppet has reached the Tier 4 mage level, and it's way more powerful than anything I've created before, to the extent even I don't know all his moves, Beatrice explained confidently. Trust me when I say this, if my hunch about this demon being in the early stages of Tier 4 is correct, we can't definitively determine the outcome of this battle yet, but I'm officially placing my bet on my puppet to emerge victorious, she declared. Attempting to move towards the area of the muffled explosion, Beatrice discovered that it was now encased in what appeared to be a shadow cage only breakable from within or by killing the caster. Alternatively, they could find a mage who was a full realm above the shadow demon to just break it, but none of their team members were even Tier 4 mages, let alone Tier 5. All they could do now was wait and hope that the precautionary puppet left by Beatrice would succeed in both saving the man and vanquishing the primary demon involved, as most of them were tired. Where did all the hellhounds go? Beatrice questioned as she turned back, only to find her team members no longer engaged in battle, but instead resting, bearing various injuries on their bodies. Scattered around them were countless dead hellhounds, evidence of the fierce combat they had just endured. Initially fighting in an invisible state with the aid of Beatrice's strings to enhance their attacks, but the team had not realized the toll it was taking on their bodies until they stopped. The hellhounds just disappeared as if they were summoned away by something. It almost seemed like they jumped into a portal beneath them. But that has to be a good thing, right? Since they left us alone, Zephyr asked between ragged breaths, sensing the potential danger they had narrowly avoided. Oh, that can't be good at all, Beatrice responded, her gaze shifting to the closed door. My puppet just got screwed now, I better help out. She mentioned with a tinge of worry in her voice as she started making countless hand-rune signs. Hale and his team finally reached the city gates of Sweden City. The long towering gate was enough to keep them staring for a few more seconds, as just ahead of them were the city guards of the Sweden City, standing watch. Pale, with the way I'm seeing it, I believe we are the first team that was even able to reach the Sweden City. What do you think? Do you feel we are going to be in the first position? Questioned Luna Zero. We can't tell for sure, but with Alec deciding to go solo, it's clear we have a higher chance of being in the top 2. If you ask me, we either come in as the winners of the mission's exercise with a small point lead over Beatrice's team, or we come in second, Pale replied. I still don't understand why Alec would do such a thing. I heard he was a very calculative person and a great master of schemes, but it seems that all those tales about him are just bull, as he is just another brute, trying to show off, Luna said as their team of mages acting as nobles arrived at the front of the city gates and showed their student badges to the guards. The moment the city guard mages of Sweden City saw the badges, they saluted by raising their left hands to their chests. This gesture was a sign of respect given to all War God Mage Academy students who had been fully drafted into the military system. It meant that they would join cities to battle against the forces of the Abyss. The city guards always respected those who embraced and fought to kill the Abyss monsters, rather than those who stayed at the comfort of their homes, using their clan's rank to seek out privileges and avoid contributing to the fight of their respective cities. Such individuals were seen as inexperienced, and those fearful of death, also known as greenhorns. So when the Pale group all lifted their student badges and the guards saw their ranks, they showed their respect, as they were still student mages who could have attended any mage academy, but they chose the War God Mage Academy, which specialized in training students to become soldiers and help protect cities. Come this way, I will lead you all to the camp. your general has been waiting for you for quite some time now, one of the city guards said as he began leading them into the city. Pale couldn't help but watch and observe everyone they encountered after entering the city. Their clothing and choice of weapon, mostly short axes, signaled a collective agreement within the town, as it seemed like they had all decided on that weapon as the primary weapon of the city. Spotting Luna up ahead, he approached her to continue the conversation that had been interrupted earlier when they were showing their badges at the city gates. You should be happy Alec decided to go on his mission solo without a team. I don't know if it was out of arrogance he did what he did, but Alec isn't one to show off. With him going solo, we have a better chance of winning the top spot in this mission exercise, and our clan will be forced to recognize our efforts, Pale remarked. Despite his explanation, Luna still seemed unconvinced, looking at him with confusion. What makes you think Alec would be a threat to our team if he had formed his own? All he has are tier 2 mages from his clan. I bet he realized going against the other 3 commanders with such a team wouldn't be easy, and he wanted to avoid possible embarrassment, Luna countered. In my opinion, his actions were quite cunning. By not accepting a team and going alone, he avoided any ostentation. He also ensured that his friend Lucas would take them in. If Lucas were to achieve a high position, they would still reflect positively on the Gordon clan, which Alec leads in the academy, Pale elaborated. Even if they don't achieve a high position, it wouldn't affect him much, as he stands to lose nothing. I see the grand schemer in him now, Luna said, touching her face and shaking her head in disbelief. I do know for a fact that the only teams that can threaten us now are Beatrice and Lucas. With Alec out of the way, he may be given a commander's title, and is really strong as an individual, but he is about to realize how unworthy he truly when competing against a group, Pale confidently stated. I'm not too worried about Lucas' team, because more than half of his teammates are tier 2 mages. They won't be able to recover quickly or kill monsters as efficiently as us. With a full team of tier 3 mages, Lucas explained as they finally arrived at the designated camp area for the War God Mage Academy squads assigned to the city. Lucas couldn't help but notice a lady with a scar on her face standing and waiting for them at the middle of the courtyard, donning the War God Mage Academy student robe. Pale was certain he had never seen her before in the academy, so he glanced down to confirm she was indeed a student of the academy, but he was shocked to see the color of her student badge burgundy. It was the rich and deep shade of red with hints of purple and brown. It is a luxurious and elegant color that exudes sophistication and warmth. It was like imagining the deep red hue of a perfectly aged wine, with undertones of plum and maroon. Just as Pale was getting over the color shock, he noticed her rank was boldly engraved on the badge major. I shall leave you all here now. The city guard bowed to Pale and his group as he exited the building allocated for the academy mages. Pale had been expecting a traditional camp setup, but he was pleasantly surprised to see an actual house instead. Have you not been taught basic respect for your seniors, or have you no regard for the rank I hold? Bow and give the proper greeting, the lady coldly demanded, her voice reflecting her stern and cold demeanor. Pale gazed at the lady in front of him, acknowledging her seniority, yet his pride prevented him from bowing to her. He believed that bowing would diminish his standing in the eyes of his fellow squad members since they acted like nobles. Apologies, senior, we humbly greet you, but we have been sent here by our general. Pale began to explain, but he was abruptly cut off when the entire group suddenly felt a massive wave of water looming above their heads. Pale looked up in confusion, rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. I said, Bo. The lady commanded, just as the deluge of water came crashing down towards them. Surprisingly, the water did not splash upon impact. Instead, its weight forced Pale's entire group to their knees, unable to disperse the force they bowed under the weight of the water. Come on now, Selene, that's enough. There's no need to roughen up the boy anymore. I'm sure he and his team have already learned their lessons. Edward, who had mysteriously appeared, said, saving Pale and his group as the water above their heads seemed to move towards Selene, the lady with the scar on her face, as she snorted and silently walked off. Well, another thing I forgot to mention to all you young mages is that when you finally go on a mission using your rank, there are privileges and rules you have to follow if you want to survive, Edward said to the whole Pale team, who were still choking as he was starting a lecture even in their current state. But sir, she nearly killed us. Aren't we fellow students? Luna questioned. You would shut up and never talk ahead of your commanding leader unless I ask you to, is that clear? Edward's head turned towards Luna with a smile on his face as his eyes were closed, just to see how much he was straining them to smile. But all Luna saw was a smile that sent fear down her spine. She was only able to calm down after he turned back to Pale. So where are we now? As I was saying, you have to respect every single senior, and those ranked higher than you, all you have to do is bow to them. If not, just know if they have the power to kill you, and they do, it wouldn't even be investigated now, do you understand? Edward asked, and every one of them was just looking at him in shock. Okay, sir. Pale was the only one to get his act together and reply back. Good, now all you have to do is find a place among these various mini houses. Pick one, and stay. This is where you will be staying and training for the meantime. Don't worry, when the rest of the teams arrive, I will make sure to explain to you what your next set of mission is, Edward said. With that, he walked away, only to disappear as a loud thunder struck the place where he stood, leaving Pale's group watching him disappear. The members of Beatrice watched as she closed her eyes and stretched out her fingers, as little mana glows appeared as it seemed she was controlling something. Although they couldn't see what was happening inside the house, but it was evident to them that she was trying to control the puppet within the house since they couldn't get in. Inside the house, the hellhounds that disappeared outside had actually been summoned inside the house by the demon lurking in the shadows. Before the hellhounds could attack, the dark rune on the puppet's head started revolving, its middle point turning into eerie-looking eyes, and mana strings began to glow on the puppet's joints, indicating someone was controlling it. This was all it took for the hellhounds to charge in, and the puppet swiftly moved towards the man in the middle of the room, shivering at the sight. The puppet draw its sword in a fluid movement to strike the hound's back. It to react adeptly to all their attacks no matter which angle they attacked from. The demon in the shadow observed the puppet's fighting skills, realizing something was amiss as it had changed. Previously it had been focused on finding and eliminating him, but now the puppet's battle awareness seems to have increased since the mana strings appeared, and it seems its main mission had now shifted to protecting the man, which was not an inaccurate assumption made by the demon, as previously it had been the puppet fighting, as it relied on its own intelligence and instincts to attack. Now with Beatrice in control of its movements through the mana strings, her priority was to save the man, who had sought help from the academy. Saving him also carried extra points. Him dying means they would be penalized and lose a portion of their points for a failed mission, and she was determined not to lose out on those points. Talk less of getting penalized. Beatrice's ability to make the puppet react swiftly to attacks was attributed to the all-seeing eyes she used to control the puppet. When activating this technique, she could see a full 360 degrees and respond to attacks, provided the puppet's body could match the speed of the attack. With the human puppet's strength and her super control, it became a near-perfect warrior. However, Beatrice faced a challenging battle against the relentless hellhounds, which seems would not end anytime soon, while the demon in the shadows grew impatient as it was now eyeing the opportunity to strike. As its time was running out, the demon emerged from the shadows to attack directly. As the demon moved, Beatrice sensed the danger and quickly took control of the puppet's body. "Duck!" the puppet exclaimed, startling the man, but he didn't hesitate, dropping to the ground without needing a second warning as his life was at stake. A small bang echoed as both the demon and the puppet were sent flying, giving Beatrice a good look at the demon that had attempted to attack. Mid-tier spell Cloak of Shadows. The demon disappeared once more into the shadows, blending in so effortlessly that it was challenging for Beatrice to locate him again. However, she already had an inkling of what she was up against. Black skin, 2 long horns curving backwards, tattered demon wings, and the ability to move through shadows, she described, mentally preparing herself for the battle ahead. "Seems I have caught a big one this time, and now I know what you are. Be prepared to meet your end, Shadow Demon." Although the puppet spoke, its voice hinted at a female speaker, with Beatrice communicating to the Shadow Demon through her puppet. Mid-tier spell Blazing Whirlwind. Gripping the sword tightly, the puppet unleashed a rapid series of swirling sword slashes that transformed into a blazing whirlwind, lighting up the room. As fireballs shot out to various locations, making it difficult for the Shadow Demon to conceal itself in the shadows again. Mid-tier spell Void Lash. The Shadow Demon emerged once more, slashing with its right claw as it released a potent dark energy that drained the life from everything it touched. Swiftly, the puppet grabbed the man it was tasked to protect, jumping above the lethal slash. While descending, the demon was already there waiting for them as it prepared to strike the puppet, prompting Beatrice to control the puppet to shield itself using the man as protection. A shield materialized, blocking the Shadow Demon's attack as its claws got close to its summoner's back. As per the pact, the demon could not harm its summoner, a fact that Beatrice knew and exploited fully. As the puppet landed, it swiftly discarded the man and closed in on the demon, as he unleashed a flaming right fist towards the Shadow Demon's jaw, creating a small explosion upon impact, the force sending the Shadow Demon flying a considerable distance. Relentlessly, the human puppet unleashed a barrage of flaming fists toward the Shadow Demon, forcing it to shield itself with its wings. Any flame mage witnessing the spectacle would deem the puppet an expert flame elementalist, having upgraded its flaming fist to such level that the attacks can now be propelled with force. The puppet's flaming fists now served as a long-range method of assault, negating the need to close the distance before unleashing the attack. and the damage it inflicted was so significant that even a mid-rank lifeform would be affected by its intensity. With the shadow demon's visibility obstructed by its wings, it was unable to see what was happening, as the puppet made signs with its hands, causing black and red runes to swarm around it before propelling them toward the ceiling above the demon. Upon contact, the runes materialized to a larger circle, releasing Beatrice's spider puppet to descend upon the demon. As its 8 legs were arranged in a way that it expertly immobilized the demon's limbs and wings, eliciting cries of agony from the shadow demon. The runes just so happens to be Beatrice's summoning circle. She was the one who had ordered the human puppet to cast the runes, and she made the Tier 4 spider puppet jump into the runes that appeared outside the house. She had control over the situation from the beginning. And with the spider puppet restraining the demon, the human puppet clad in red armor slowly dragged its sword along the ground, intent gleaming in its eyes and the rune's eye of Beatrice shining brightly as she delivered a warning through the puppet. If you are ever lucky to return through the demon pool of rebirth, think carefully before meddling in human affairs, or even coming into the human world again. Beatrice's statement reverberated through the puppet as it raised its sword and impaled the demon from behind its head. As the blade emerged from the demon's mouth, a deluge of flames surged through the sword, disintegrating the demon's body. As the hellhounds dispersed, and the lingering shadows in the room began to dissipate, allowing the team waiting outside to enter. Beatrice led the team into the house, their curiosity piqued by the shadow demon she had defeated using her human puppet. As they entered, their eyes widened at the sight of the creature's long dark wings, the horns on its head, its elf-like ears, and tusks resembling those of orcs protruding from its mouth. It was a first for them to encounter such a ranking demon of the abyss. "Boss, do you think we could gain some sort of demon-related power stone if we cut off the heads of those hellhounds outside?" Zephyr's curiosity was palpable as he posed the question to Beatrice. It was clear that Beatrice had more knowledge about demons more than anyone else on the team. It was as if she had faced them before. If not, she was not supposed to have so much knowledge about them. Zephyr couldn't fathom how she knew so much, especially since this was his first encounter with a real abyss demon. Yea, they actually come with attributed power stones that can help awaken the black flames of the abyss, but it comes with a huge probability much lower than normal attributed stones. But just imagine, if you all decide to sell off all the attributed stones you get from the hellhounds, I promise you it would fetch you more money than you could ever dream of. It would provide enough money to help you all cultivate to the mid-rank with resources, spells, and other necessities to make your foundation stable, Agnes said as she walked forward to examine the body of the shadow demon. "What do you mean by we all?" Jake Winchester asked. "That's because I have no interest in the profits that would be made off the hellhounds. I have something better, and that is the whole carcass of the shadow demon. What you guys don't know is that a demon body is a treasure chest if you know your way around it. And by the time I'm done, I'm sure all my troubles will be worth the stress," Beatrice said as she tried standing up but staggered, with Zephyr who was beside her swiftly assisting her. "Me using my earlier technique took a toll on me. You guys should clear up fast. We have to get to the Sweden city as soon as possible. I definitely don't want our team to be the last to arrive," Beatrice mentioned as Zephyr walked her away as they all ignored the man they saved. "You guys fought well. Your coordination and the way you utilize your magic was so smooth. I don't understand why you all still allow our commander to string you along and control your actions," Jake said, and the rest of the team all laughed out loud at his statement. That was until Zephyr's footsteps could be heard from behind. "You seem hell-bent on going against the commander. Her powers don't align with you, it's clear. But don't worry, when we get to the Sweden city, you are free to move out of our team and join another. All the points you gained while with us won't be removed also. No one would ever make things hard for you," Zephyr said. "I still don't get it. Why would you let her control you? You are humans, not her puppet, for God's sake. Did you see that puppet that took down the demon?" "It's a human. How can I feel safe with someone like her being my commander?" Jake questioned. "Well, unlike you, who came from a high-tier clan, we are all from low-tier and mid-tier clans. Some of us are even rogue mages, but we have been lucky to reach the Tier 3 mage realm and have a little talent to be accepted into the War God Mage Academy," Zephyr explained. "Many other mages like you that claim to be nobles due to your clan's rank wanted to join Beatrice's team, but she chose us instead, the ones you guys would not want in your teams. Look at all of us. Before we met her, we were just a bunch of mages who practiced with our mana. We had no real combat awareness or battle skills, as we were never rich enough to even buy combat manuals. We had to work hard for every spell book we got," Zephyr continued. "We were only talented in being able to manipulate mana, but we had no real skills until Beatrice became our commander and showed us our potentials through manipulating our bodies. Though she had never fought before, but due to controlling her puppets and reading a lot of combat books, she was able to understand all of us better, Zephyr elaborated. She used us to our best potential, more than we would have ever achieved on our own. With time, we realized that our muscles got used to those movements and fights she had put us through like a muscle memory. We started fighting that way. Even our spell casting became faster and better. She is the reason we're even this good, so you should respect her like everyone else in this team because she had not only taken missions but also trained us to be the best we can be. So you are free to leave when we get to the city. I promise no one is holding you back, Zephyr concluded, turning to the rest of the team. Now, what are you all still doing standing there doing nothing? We have work to do. Go start carving out the heads of those hellhounds. Since the ones alive escaped back to the abyss, the least we can do is gain from the ones we killed, Zephyr said, prompting the whole team to scramble to complete his orders. It was finally the deadline day when all the teams were expected to meet at the Sweden city. The teams were arriving, and at the gate stood both Lucas's group and Beatrice's group, displaying their badges. The guards allowed both teams to enter, with someone leading them to their respective camps. You look like you've seen a demon with that expression on your face. If not, who could have been able to put a dent in your commander's squad? Lucas teased as he noticed that Beatrice's team was no longer complete. He wanted to boast a little since his team was still intact, crossing his arms and flashing a smug smile that made his left canine tooth poke out. Well, you wouldn't believe me even if I told you, Beatrice replied as they reached the housing area. Waiting for them at the center was Selene, just as she had waited for Pale's team upon their arrival. Luckily for them, someone in Beatrice's team had a brother in the War God Mage Academy and was aware of the tradition of bowing to senior officers. They all greeted her, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the huge weight of compressed water that would not burst upon impact. When the Pale team that was peeping saw this, they were disappointed that both Beatrice and Luca's team had escaped punishment. The entire team had already gathered at the camp area, awaiting the arrival of the last person before the deadline. General Edward was expected to reveal their final mission, but he was conspicuously absent, leaving the assembled teams uncertain and waiting for both him and Alec. I guess your leader might be having difficulty completing missions on his own since he has no team, which is why he's delaying things to earn extra points and avoid embarrassment. Otherwise, why else would he not be here yet? Pale queried Agnes, who was engaged in conversation with her team, including Brandon's team and Arthur's team, about their mission options and their preferences for daring tasks. As Agnes glanced back at Pale, who was confronting her about General Edward's absence, while trying to blame Alec, he is not worth the time, Brandon said, placing his hands on Agnes' shoulders. She smiled and turned back to her conversation, completely ignoring Pale and making him angry. Agnes, who Pale knew would go mad if anyone said anything bad about Alec, had expected to get a reaction from her when he spoke ill of Alec. However, his plan had failed miserably. In fact, he had noticed almost all of the Gordon clansmen were acting as if they didn't see him since their return. They constantly looked past him or turned their gaze away. To the extent that it made him feel they were viewing him as someone insignificant. Just you wait. When the list comes up and you all get lower positions, I won't hesitate to bring you down even further, Pale thought. You should hold your horses because we all know that Alex still has until midnight before he misses the deadline. It's not time yet. He still has a couple of hours left before you can truly blame him for something, don't you think? Lucas Blade said as he walked forward with his hands folded in front of him. Pale was pleased when he saw that someone took his bait, even though it wasn't Agnes whom he had been targeting. The fact that Lucas, her commander, was stepping up meant she wouldn't be able to avoid the situation. The two teams met at the middle and started a staring contest, with the other teams resting nearby unable to resist watching the show, eagerly waited for the impending clash. The tranquil atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by the creaking of the gate as a guard emerged, leading a mysterious figure into the yard. All eyes turned towards the newcomer, following a slow, anticipatory gaze from head to toe. The ragged cloak, the bamboo hat obscuring the face, the gleaming dual-blade weapons at the waist, and the imposing ice golem accompanying him from behind left no doubt in anyone's mind about the identity of the person arriving. They were certain Alec had finally touched down. "He's back," Arthur exclaimed with a laugh, leading the charge towards Alec, followed closely by Brandon and the rest of the Gordon clansmen. As they enveloped Alec in a heart-warming, familial hug, the guard who had escorted him couldn't help but marvel at the outpouring of love. He respectfully bowed to the group before discreetly departing. In the square, the other teams watched the Gordons' reunion with curiosity. Some, like Lucas, wore a small smirk, appreciating the seldom-seen display of familial unity among the clansmen. Everything changed when water emerged from the ground and materialized into Selene. The sight prompted Pale to swiftly step aside, a smirk playing on his lips as he couldn't help but wait for Alec to face a humiliating attack in front of the assembled teams. Finally, the one I've been waiting for, Captain Alec, the one who is to lead this entire army of students. I look forward to discovering what other surprises you have in store, Selene declared before the water body she had used to communicate with Alec dissipated and merged back into the ground. All eyes in the vicinity gravitated towards Alec's student badge as they processed Selene's words, their curiosity piqued as they awaited further revelations. When they observed the navy-colored badge bearing the rank of captain, there was no denying the implication, as everybody felt their mind exploding. In that moment, it became evident to everyone present that Alec Gordons had ascended to a level beyond even the Tier 4 Mage's commanders. Pale, in particular, was left reeling with disbelief. He didn't need to consult the scoreboard to ascertain that his plans for his team to claim the top spot had swiftly crumbled to dust. He was acutely aware of who was now a shoe-in for that coveted first position, after the type of treatment Selene had shown Alec. But how was he able to amass that many points to attain a captain rank? Pale muttered under his breath, his disbelief palpable. Beatrice's smile faded into a frosty expression after seeing Alec's progress, while Lucas eyed Alec with a warrior's resolve, a silent challenge flickering in his gaze. However, he restrained himself, recognizing that this was not the appropriate time or place to engage in a spar with Alec, as he seriously wanted to ask for a spar. Gather round, for I am about to reveal your rankings and outline the details of your final external training, General Edward announced, finally appearing at the central house with Selene by his side. Despite his lingering grievances about Alec's badges, Pale hoped that their competition scores would somehow rectify Alec's rank. As he believed there is no way Alec had single-handedly accrued over 100,000 achievement points. As Edward prepared to address them, Pale harbored doubts about the legitimacy of Alec's student badge. He even started to have mixed thoughts, thinking maybe Alec might have not even claimed the top spot, but a spot in the top 3. With a wave of her hand, Selene conjured a warrior screen in front of them after receiving a nod from Edward. One Alec Gordon's Captain 101, 756 points 2. Lucas Blade Team Commander 25,767 points 3. Beatrice Marionette Team Commander 20, 675 points 4. Pale Zero Team Commander 5, 890 points 5. Brandon Gordon's Team Sergeant 5,500 points 6. Arthur Gordon's Team Sergeant 5,008 points. Seeing the ranking in front of him seemed to take a toll on him, as Pale staggered, unable to believe what he was seeing at the moment. He had always believed he was not that bad and should not be that far from first, even if he didn't carry the first position. However, not only was there a high gap of over 14,000 points between his team and the top 3, but there were even smaller teams that were so close to overthrowing him, which made him really pissed. There is something wrong somewhere. There is no way that Alec would have gotten that many points alone. After all, he is only one individual. It's not humanly possible. The ranking should be checked properly, Pale said, but when he looked up, he was met with the angry face of Selene. Edward was not even ready to put himself in between this again. The fact that Selene had to control all her spirit crows for so long took a toll on her. And for her to put such dedication into following their points and ranking it carefully to imitate the points they got on their student badge took a lot of skill, and Pale just open his mouth and discard her work in one sentence due to his own downfall had fully infuriated her. Edward knew it would take more than a bow to survive this one. I practically told this idiot, his seniors that outrank him, can choose to kill him and he still ignored it. I pray she goes easy on him. Edward shook his head at Pale's surprising stupidity. Okay, now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's refocus on discussing your final mission and why it's essential that it takes place in the city of Sweden, Edward declared, his gaze shifting to the frozen Pale. Pale was encased in unbreakable ice, a punishment he would eventually thaw out from, but it would probably take an hour or two. However, being trapped in the very element he wielded was a form of retribution that struck deeply. As every member of the team and every mage present whispered about the situation, Selene had made the decision to freeze Pale in ice, rendering him unable to escape, leaving him conscious to witness the embarrassment he was subjected to. Your final mission is to emerge victorious in the next Blood Moon War in the city of Sweden, General Edward announced, eliciting surprise from all the mages in the room, except for a few who were confident in their abilities. The Sweden city had lost the last 5 battles against the races of the Abyss. Their defeats have been staggering, and their survival till now can be attributed solely to the strong foundations of their city walls. While the Abyss race has yet to breach the walls entirely, the recent attack came dangerously close to being successful, with some of them even managing to scale the towering walls. I want this losing streak to come to an end, and I want it to conclude in a manner that leaves the Abyss races emerging from the space portal trembling at the thought of returning. Do you comprehend? Edward proclaimed. Sir, yes, sir, the mages echoed in unison. For this final mission, I initially divided the team's powers to have multiple leaders. However, I foresaw that such an arrangement could lead to chaos, with the top being 4 different commanders, which would potentially divide the student army in various directions. While I never intended for this to unfold, circumstances dictated otherwise, leaving me with no other choice, Edward explained. That is when Alec Gordons initially requested to go solo. I agreed instantly, as his absence meant I only had to deal with 3 separate teams to lead the rest of the students' army. However, Alec himself has now presented a solution to my challenges. By attaining the rank of captain, Alec now has the exclusive authority to command each one of you, as the 3 commanders will report directly to him, with their teams falling under his leadership too. Essentially, the hierarchy places Alec at the pinnacle with the rest of you below him. For this Blood Moon mission, Alec Gordon stands as the supreme leader of you all, so I urge you to do everything possible to survive under his command, and Selene will be in charge of calculating your points once more. This time selecting only the top 11. After the battle, the remaining surviving mages apart from the 11 will be transported back to the academy, marking the conclusion of your external training. With only 24 hours remaining until the Blood Moon, prepare yourselves, as I will refrain from interfering with your management. This responsibility rests solely with you. Do not disappoint me. I made a lot of calls to win the City Lord trust, Edward concluded. And let me offer you a piece of advice. This battle is a free-for-all. There are no hierarchies difference. They would just ruthless attack you, all not caring about the realm, as it would be a collective struggle battle. The only silver lining is that the city will activate a seal to ensure that only peak Tier 4 lifeforms would be able to emerge from the space gate, so if you can't handle them, be prepared for the worst, Edward concluded before departing. Alec was visibly taken aback by the turn of events. His simple desire to be a humble participant in the external training and accumulating experience points for himself and his golems till they reached the next stage had been upended by the general's unexpected decision. Assigned to lead the group of mages in the square, Alec surveyed the significant number of mages now under his command, that far surpassing the scale he had led at the Gordons clan. Agnes, how many mages have survived the missions, and how many am I tasked with leading into this battle? Alec inquired. Approximately 3,000 and some more. It appears that many are merely there to bolster the numbers, with some expected to perish, allowing the War God Mage Academy to filter out the true talents, Agnes replied. It seems they are determined to identify and heavily invest in the most gifted individuals. Their paranoia surrounding the inter-academy competition is evident, leading to this instability, Agnes remarked. My duty is to protect as many as I can, but first, let's gather information on the type of monsters we'll be facing, Alec said. With that, Alec and Agnes started moving towards the exit of the camp quarters, as he turned to Beatrice and Lucas, stating, I instructed you to put them in a challenging position, but Sweden City, it's as if you enjoy inflicting suffering. By bringing them to a city where they will face unknown adversaries from various undead creatures, you've made the task incredibly difficult. Each undead being has unique weaknesses, making it a formidable challenge, and the sheer number of undead they will encounter can easily overwhelm those lacking strong willpower. I'm torn between calling you their senior or their executioner, remarked General Edward. If the first-year mages were to discover that Selene had been orchestrating their missions all along and not Edward, they would be astounded, as Edward had merely been playing as a figurehead. While Selene, marked by a scar on her face, had been the one making decisions on mission assignments, which teams get which mission, and their final mission destinations, she turned to address Edward. As this marks my final year as a student at this esteemed institution, it means I must return back to my clan, so before I do, I aim to groom the next leader of the War God Mage Academy's student army. I believe I have found a worthy successor who requires the right battleground to showcase his abilities. Soon, his name will invoke respect and fear throughout the other academy when they think of what our army does. So, Master Dunce, sit back and witness the culmination of the first round and how much they have grown after what I put them all through, Selene declared before returning her attention to the screen, where Alec and his companions sought information on the city's opponent during each Blood Moon. It was finally the day of the Blood Moon, and the Sweden city guards preparing to fight in the war were already outside the city gates. They were filled with anxiety at the thought that they may never see their loved ones again, knowing the history of how their previous armies sent to face the Second Dimension race were nearly wiped out during the previous 5 Blood Moon Wars. Despite this, they had accepted their fates as the new group of individuals sacrificing their lives for the survival of their city and its people. Alec and the mages of the War God Mage Academy quickly made their way to the gates, knowing that the long wooden bridge they needed to cross after leaving the city gates would soon be closed, so they hastened their steps, eager to ensure they could participate in the upcoming battle. The city guards who remained within the city gazed at the War God Mage students clad in armor of various colors. They did not appear to be a well-coordinated army. Instead, They resembled a group of youngsters on the brink of risking their lives recklessly, but they still saluted to them. Alec was the one who had instructed them to procure both armor and weapons if they did not already possess them, emphasizing that it was crucial for their survival. He had also met with each mage that had led a team on mission to ensure the profits made were shared equally among all team members, giving them the means to acquire the necessary gear they needed. Those lacking funds were offered loans, as Alec was willing to exchange power stones as long as they paid with interest upon repayment. With his 3,000 mages squad now fully equipped, they emerged from the city, as the Sweden city guards still in the city activated the mechanism to raise the bridge, hindering the creatures from the second dimension from having an easier crossing. Approaching the city guard leader, a peak tier for mage, Alec shook hands with him and exchanged pleasantries before taking his place among them his army of first-year student mages. "Have you calculated their numbers?" Alec asked upon returning to his team. "About 7,000 of them are here, and nearly half of them are Tier 1 mages," Agnes stated. "And it's a fuck-up situation, as they would require more higher-tier powers if they want to survive. However, it seems they are prepared to allow us compensate for this weakness of theirs. That means, along with our team squad, we have around 10,000 able-bodied mages ready to fight. Let's see what we're up against and whether we can survive in one piece," Alec declared, surrounded by his commanders on horseback. Pale grumbled as he realized he now fell under Alec's command as one of his commanders. Since his release from the ice prison, he had been unusually quiet. Despite mocking Alec and previously seeking to him to join his team, Pale now found himself under Alec's leadership. Fortunately, Alec did not seek revenge for Pale's past actions as they awaited the arrival of night. As the night sky darkens, a sense of foreboding fills the air and a hush falls over the land. Suddenly, a deep red glow appears on the horizon, signaling the arrival of the blood moon. Its eerie light casts a crimson hue over the landscape, turning everything it touches into shades of dark red and black. The city guard and the mages from the War God Mage Academy were already gathered and positioned on the battlefield as they feel the restriction of the blood moon wash over them. The moon's light seems to dance and flicker, as if alive with a malevolent energy, reflecting the impending conflict and bloodshed that lies ahead. As the mages prepare for the huge space gate that was opening, the blood moon rises higher in the sky, its red light intensifying and illuminating the scene in a macabre and haunting glow. It serves as a grim reminder of the stakes at hand, and the mages steel themselves for the upcoming war, as the space gate got wider and wider until the first lifeforms to pass through it finally came out. Alec squinted in disbelief, trying to comprehend the surreal scene unfolding before him. A skeletal figure, clad in tattered robes, stepped forward holding a staff, its eye sockets emitting an eerie glow as it pointed its bony fingers towards the human army. Beneath this tattered shroud lies the essence of 1,000 curses, the wrath of ages past, and an unyielding thirst for vengeance. "Tremble, mortals, for you face not death, but a force far darker and more insidious. I am the Lick, and this battlefield shall be your tomb." With a resounding thud, the Lick slammed its staff on the ground, as a horde of undead skeletons rush out from the space gate charging towards the human army. "Prepare the formation," commanded the leader of the city guards, as his warriors raised their round shields and gripped their short axes. "Charge," he thundered few seconds later, rallying his 7,000-strong force to meet the skeleton army head-on. Alec, taken aback by the sudden boldness, watched in astonishment as the Swedish city guards plunged forward, abandoning their defensive strategy in a matter of seconds. Realizing the impulsive nature of the guards, Alec couldn't help but think, what was I expecting? They're dressed as Vikings after all. Face palming, he muttered, "What a bunch of savage," Pales mentioned. "Nevertheless, they are still formidable," Alec remarked, observing the strength and prowess of each Sweden city guard as they effortlessly handled the approaching skeleton soldiers. "Facing the same enemy for so long may have its effects. However, I am perplexed by their repeated defeats," Lucas stated, his hands crossed in contemplation. Alec was strategically holding back the members of the War God Mage Academy, as he believed that conserving their energies now would be crucial for the more formidable undead adversaries wave that lay ahead. He was confident that the Lick commanded more than just skeleton soldiers, leading him to anticipate more dangerous threats. His thoughts were interrupted by the emergence of another group of undead creatures coming out from the space gate. As a massive, imposing figure led the pack, showcasing razor-sharp claws and intimidating jaws looked capable of crushing bones effortlessly. As the creature and its minions advanced, as the towering figure emerged from the gate, it fixed its gaze on the Lick, offering a slight bow before leading its ghoul legion forward. "Ghouls," Lucas exclaimed, his expression darkening as he recalled their past encounters with just a couple of Tier 3 ghouls, and now faced with a Tier 4 ghoul. The ominous aura it exuded added an extra layer of dread. Behind the Tier 4 ghoul, there were over 20 Tier 3 ghouls and hundreds of Tier 2 ghouls, with the countless Tier 1 ghouls trailing behind in the thousand. Lucas shuddered at the sheer magnitude of the approaching wave, realizing just why the city always lost, as it was an overwhelming challenge. The mages of the War God Mage Academy continued with their daily lives as if nothing had happened, although the academy now felt more empty without the first-year students going around. Meanwhile, Orion emerged from a space passage with his team, with a conversation sparkling among them. "I'm sure your position in the Earth board ranking has risen now that you've finally stabilized your realm," one of his followers remarked. "I don't really care about the Earth board ranking anymore. I've realized that not every monster is shown there as they aren't interested in it, so it's just for show. What I want to know is where I stand in the captain ranking, not that's where I'll find real competition and see how far I am from the best. As that ranking doesn't lie," Orion replied, clenching his fist as he recalled an encounter that happened recently that made him change. Their discussion was interrupted by a commotion happening in the square. "Come see, the board has been updated, and there's a new captain in the rankings," someone shouted, prompting everyone to rush to the leaderboard. The crowd anticipated discovering the identity of the new Tier 5 mage as they rushed there to check the captain ranking. It was rare for a new captain to emerge. The last captain addition to the ranking had been 6 months ago, so when they heard there is a new captain, they were really curious. But when they set sight on the name of the newly ranked mage in the captain bracket, they were shocked, as they knew it was not easy for lower-ranked mages to accumulate the required 100,000 points before they would be promoted to the captain ranking. Orion and his team were taken aback when they saw the name on the board, as they were all speechless for a few seconds before Orion broke the silence. "Remind me, who am I supposed to fight before the blood moon next month? Is it not Alec Gordon's?" Terran's disciple Orion asked with a steely expression. "Yes, that is his name, Alec Gordon's, but wasn't he just a Tier 2 mage the last time we saw him? How did he enter the captain ranking so quickly?" Another one of Orion's followers asked, sparking the curiosity of a passerby who overheard their conversation and chuckled. "It seems like you guys have been away for a while in the abyss and have missed out on what's been happening at the academy. Alec is now a Tier 3 mage, and not a Tier 2 anymore, at least. That is his realm when last he appeared in public," the passerby informed them. Him entering the Tier 3 mage realm is understandable, but it seems like there is a mistake for him to be in the captain ranking. He couldn't have accumulated that many achievement points as just a Tier 3 mage, one of Orion's followers remarked, as Orion pondered the situation with his hand propped under his chin. "Well, last time Alec made a public appearance, he was in the Tier 3 mage realm and battled a Tier 4 genius mage from the Royal Academy, who was at being in the academy for the student exchange program. The opponent he fought happened to be the strongest of all of the Royal Academy, and he was also a member of the Dragonmere clan," the passerby explained, eliciting gasps of shock from Orion's team and other teams just returning from the abyss and were unfamiliar with the mage called Alec Gordon's. "So how did he lose?" Orion inquired, as he didn't even entertain or thought of the idea that Alec had triumphed in a battle against a member of the Dragonmere clan. "Well, that's where you're mistaken. Alec actually defeated him, and not only that, he had already triumphed over all the other mages sent from the Royal Academy before taking on the Dragonmere clan member, despite being just a Tier 3 mage, so in layman terms, he single-handed saved the Academy's face. So if he eventually has entered the Tier 4 mage realm and now has the battle power of a Tier 5 mage, I wouldn't be so surprised," the passerby confidently stated, to which Orion let out a disbelieving snort. "Do you think fighting across ranked battles are that simple? This isn't the lower ranks again, we're talking about the mid-ranks here. Fighting above your realm isn't something to be taken lightly," Orion said, unconvinced that Alec could now match a Tier 5 mage. "Well, like I said, if he's in the Tier 4 mage realm, I doubt any Tier 5 would stand a chance against him, as his golems are just as formidable as he is," the passerby added as Orion and his team made their way out of the crowd in anger. "That boy seems to be growing stronger at a faster rate than anticipated. We need to rein him in quickly and make it look like an accident," one of Orion's team member remarked. "Don't worry about me. I'll ensure he is taken care of when that time comes," Orion assured as he exited the scene. General Edward Wolfe Dunce and Major Selene were positioned atop the city walls, overseeing the commencement of the Blood Moon battle. Selene turned her gaze towards Edward with a quizzical expression. "Frankly, I didn't anticipate finding you still here. I believe as a general of the prestigious War God Mage Academy, your presence on the battlefield is always in demand, so why have you chosen to remain up here?" Selene probed her fellow warrior. Edward emitted a hearty chuckle in response to her inquiry. My disciple seems convinced she's found a worthy successor to take over her as the next top army ranker at the academy just when she is about to graduate, and you don't want me to watch and discover what you really see in him. Nah, it's not happening like that. I want to see if he has the same ruthlessness as you," he elucidated. "You may be pleasantly surprised by his capabilities," Selene interjected with a sly smile before refocusing her attention on the unfolding skirmish below. The Tier 4 ghoul let out a deafening shriek that echoed through the skies, followed by the ghouls behind him adding their own chilling and disturbing howls. As they split into two groups and charged towards the Sweden city guards, who still stood their ground against the skeleton soldiers, with the exception of the Tier 3 ghouls staying behind to guard their leader. The ghouls moved with incredible speed, descending upon the Sweden city guard army from both sides like a tidal wave. Alec witnessed the ghouls viciously attacking the city guards with their claws and teeth, overpowering them in a brutal onslaught, as the Sweden city guards struggled to hold their own against the combined forces of the skeleton soldiers and the ghouls. "Release me with a few mages, and I will swiftly deal with this issue," Pale suggested, but Alec simply glanced at him before shaking his head. "You have not faced them before, so you underestimate their cunning. Lucas will handle this," Alec informed Pale before giving out instructions to Lucas. "Take your team and about 100 mages, prioritize selecting mages with flame element, as I want to see those ghouls eliminated, and be wary of the Tier 4 ghoul as it will surely target you," Alec directed as he summoned the Hive Queen to join them. Lucas nodded, summoning his spirit equipment set and transforming his great sword into a glaive before he led the 110 mages on his horseback into battle. "Fireballs now," Agnes commanded the mages, as they launched the fireballs into the air that landed near the ghouls, causing injuries and disrupting their attacks on the Sweden city guards. Though none were killed, but the move was enough to disorient the frenzied ghouls, diverting some of them towards Lucas and his squad of Tier 3 mages. The arrival of reinforcements brought a sigh of relief to the Sweden city guards, who now had enough strength to push back against the reduced pressure. "Are you doing this because of what happened between us? I want you to understand that this is a battlefield, and since I follow the mage path, enemies of lower realm in this size is what I can eliminate swiftly, saving you the stress, instead of sending out Lucas, who is a warrior mage," Pale stated. "I believe you're mistaken in assuming you know my thoughts. I don't even take you seriously, showing that I have nothing to move on from. It seems you are the one still grappling with guilt, trying to prove yourself, but fret not," Alec retorted. "I am not one to hold petty grudges like you. In war, I will make the decisions that I believe are best. And for your information, Lucas and his team have faced ghouls before in their missions and emerged unscathed. So if there is anyone that should lead an assault against them, it is undoubtedly him and his team who will yield better results. If you doubt me, just watch," Alec asserted as he gestured towards Lucas, who was already nearing the horde of ghouls on horseback. As he rode ahead, it was evident that his team lagged meters behind, but he showed no signs of slowing down. With a swift leap from his horse, he raised his glaive high above his head, the blade shimmering with a blinding light of chi energy. As he brought down the weapon with force, cleaving through a ghoul, as the blade found itself embedding into the ground below. The impact created a small quake, sending nearby ghouls sprawling with various injuries. Despite not being directly struck by the blade, they were with various blades cuts. This was a result of his sword chi bursting forth when the glaive made contact with the ground. However, the ghouls remained undeterred, as they were driven into a frenzy by the menacing roar of the Tier 4 ghoul observing from behind, causing them to rise and charge towards Lucas again. Fearlessly, Lucas clutched the handle of the glaive, driving the blade deep into the ground, and with a thunderous roar, he extracted the gleaming weapon back, unleashing sharp chi attacks that swiftly dispatched several Tier 2 ghouls charging forward. As he noticed the second wave of fireballs obliterating another group of ghouls, Lucas seized the moment, harnessing the time gained from the fireball onslaught as he grasped the glaive with both hands, spinning it above his head. As his body crackled with lightning energy and his glaive radiating with a potent chi glow, as Lucas charged into the ghouls' horde like a bolt. His movements were a deadly dance, with each of his strike cutting through the ghouls like a reaper incarnate, harvesting lives with ruthless precision. He effortlessly carved his way through, unmatched by any, and it didn't take long for the rest of the team to catch up. However, he had already gained a significant lead by single-handedly dispatching over 500 Tier 1 and Tier 2 ghouls. As the team joined him, it only hastened the destruction of the ghouls, as the Lick scowled and turned its attention to the Tier 4 ghoul. "You must resolve this issue swiftly. We cannot afford such a drastic drop in numbers at the start of the war," the Lick warned. As the Tier 4 ghouls acknowledged the command and pointed forward, and 10 out of the 20 Tier 3 ghouls, positioned behind him as bodyguards, sprung into action. Their speed was remarkable as they swiftly closed in on the Sweden City Guard's army, but ignored them as they were starting to show signs of fatigue by facing the large number of skeleton soldiers. The ghouls' sights were set on Lucas and his 100 mages who had vanquished the ghouls from the right wing of the human army. Anticipating the approaching danger, Lucas prepared to leap into action, but Agnes held onto his shoulders. Now. She commanded, and Lucas caught sight of 8 massive spider golems that he had not noticed before being hurled towards the oncoming Tier 3 ghouls. Now, Hive Queen, all Mage activate team defense. Agnes issued her command as the ghouls attempted to claw their way out of the swollen spider golems thrown at them, their bodies laden with a surplus of mana. The vast battlefield had resulted in enemies everywhere, and the ones the spider golems have faced were not being able to present a solid defense, leading to them absorbing more mana than their bodies could handle, including the Hive Queen who they transfer mana to. As the ghouls launched their attack, a deafening explosion resonated through the air, blasting the 10 Tier 3 ghouls with such intensity that the flame veil conjured by over 100 flame mages began to crack, on the brink of collapse. The Sweden City Guard Army, the Lick, the Tier 4 ghoul, and even Pale and the rest of the student army stood in shock at the unfolding events. The strategic move had effectively taken out half of the Tier 3 ghouls, advancing towards them without stress or losing anyone in the process. It was a beautiful win. Pale's gaze shifted to Alec, who wore a smirk that sent a shiver of fear down his spine. Pale feared Alec's satisfaction stemmed from delight in cruel killing methods, yet Alec's happiness stemmed from another source entirely. Ding! Golem, Hive Queen has ascended to the Tier 3 low realm. Hive Queen's minions have increased to 20. Hive Queen can now summon a new species, known as arachnoid warriors. It's about time you joined the party of my Tier 3 golems. Hive Queen, now, unleash your power and decimate the remaining ghouls at the other side for me. Alec mentally communicated with the Hive Queen, gleaming as he watched his experience points soar and his student badge illuminate with each achievement point earned. With each enemy defeated by the student mages, he noticed his points increasing by 1, causing him to ponder whether it was a glitch or perhaps a feature of his role as the captain and highest-ranking leader of the expedition. Arachnid Princess Golem. Name Hive Queen. Level 41. Realm Low Tier 3. Path Lesser Hive Queen. Rank Captain. Strength 96. Agility 104. Endurance 96. Mana 15,000. Special powers Minor Ruler of Webs. Bestial Factor X, A. Special skills. Fast Reproduction LVL 5. Advanced Blade Mastery LVL 5. Web Manipulation LVL 5. Low-tier Spider Golem Summons 2020, able to spawn different types of spiders, now able to spawn 3 different spider species. Demon Arachnid Armor Full Sets Peak Tier 3. Agility plus 200. Strength plus 100. Endurance plus 60. All magic of the Arachnid Princess Spider Golem is reduced by 50. Mana regeneration plus 200. Make arachnid webs much stronger and sharper than most weapons. While Alec was occupied with giving out orders, the Hive Queen was still going through her final evolution process, as she was enveloped in a bright light that seemed to draw on a portion of Alec's mana and system points as he could see them reduce. Alec noticed unfamiliar rare materials emerging from his space ring and floating towards the Hive Queen, and disappearing into the radiant light that surrounded her, shielding her from view in the midst of the battle. Only you would dare to attempt upgrading the realm of your golem in the middle of a war. Aren't you worried something bad might happen to your precious golem? Beatrice inquired with a stoic expression, leaving Alec uncertain of her true feelings. His whole team and observers thought the Hive Queen's breakthrough was Alec's intentions, and they assumed that Alec was in control, but in reality, he was just as clueless as they were. All he knew was that this was the work of his system, which had never before required such a dramatic process for a golem breakthrough. But Alec was certain that if the system was initiating this process, it must have a very significant purpose for doing so. He started to recognize some of the rare metals and molded sands being transported to the Hive Queen, as he recalled seeing them in the recent pages of the Golem technique arts that he had unlocked. It was the same book that was passed down by the Gordon's patriarch to their successors. This only fueled his curiosity to unlock all the remaining pages of the book and see the secrets the book held. But since the system had become the keeper of the book, Alec was only able to view 2 pages after each small realm breakthrough. So, until he achieved a breakthrough to the mid-tier 3 mage realm, he could forget about ever glimpsing at any secrets of Golem techniques book had and waiting for him to uncover. Just when he thought it was all over, he felt his hands begin to move on their own. He wanted to resist, but the system's spirit voice sounded in his mind as it had sent him a mental message. Stop resisting and allow the system to borrow your body. It will only be for a few seconds, as it will return soon. If it doesn't do this, the Hive Queen might fail her evolution. On a more serious note, the system would have loved to skip these traditional methods and steps to upgrade its realm. But however, with the large crowd gathered here, it would be quite suspicious to have your golem break through to the next realm using only the system points without any rare materials, or following the main rituals that need to be made. That is why the system has followed this process, so now stop struggling and allow it to control your body for a few more seconds. It can't hold on much longer with your resistance, the system's spirit explained before. As Alec tried to release his body, but it still felt weird as he watched his hands move. Although he could see himself perform the hand signs, but he was sure he had never cast something like that before. As a golden-colored rune, tainted with a little black color in the middle, manifested in front of him. Rotating slowly like a little child waiting for Alec's next orders, Alec watched in surprise as he sent the rune flying towards the levitating Hive Queen. As soon as the rune made contact with her light, it simmered and gradually disappeared, revealing the Hive Queen's new appearance. While her human upper body remained covered in armor, it was no longer shabby and black. The armor seemed to be an extension of her 8 spider legs, as the tip of her legs shined with golden light, while the armor simmered with golden light and adorned with small black engravings of arachnids, making the armor even more beautiful than before. Not only had her face matured, but the Hive Queen now resembled a beautiful woman in her early 20s. Alec couldn't comprehend how the system had achieved such human-like features in a golem, and it disturbed him, but he put the thoughts behind his mind. Her flowing white hair cascaded down her neck, but it wasn't real hair instead. It was a type of anti-gravity sand attached to her head, acting as a hair substitute. After completing her evolution, it was evident that the Hive Queen's aura had become stronger. As she shrieked, still annoyed by the deaths of her children, however, even though she had been the one to order their self-destruction, she refused to blame herself for their demise. Instead, her eagerness to hunt the ghouls grew stronger. Along with Alec's command, she already envisioned the ghouls on the left wing as her prey. Open a line for me and form a wall of shields to protect yourselves. The Hive Queen's beautiful voice resonated, shocking the Sweden city guards at her crazy request. However, Agnes was even more astounded, though Alec had mentioned the Hive Queen's ability to speak, but she had fought alongside the Hive Queen multiple times without the Hive Queen uttering a single statement in response. So she had thought that the Hive Queen might not be similar to Titan and Legion, who were sadistic and were the only golems they have seen talking, to the back of her mind. It was how all the Gordon clansmen viewed his top golems, sadist. Now, the Hive Queen commanded once again, and the Sweden city guards found themselves creating a gap in the middle for the ghouls to rush towards Lucas and his team on the other side, even without their leader's command. The sheer terror emanating from the Hive Queen after her evolution was enough to make them obey her orders on a wimp like they were charmed. They raised their shields up to protect themselves in the middle as the ghouls dashed through, paying no attention to them. The Tier 4 ghoul howls made it clear that he wanted Lucas' team dead first. Underneath the Hive Queen's legs, smaller arachnids began emerging. They were the same size as the spiders that had previously self-destructed. However, their upper bodies had childlike structure, aged around 5 to 8 years old, which made the humans feel uneasy, as if they were staring at monsters. But the presence of 8 red eyes in the typical location of eyes was enough to confirm that whatever came out of the Hive Queen was definitely not human. Hold the lines. The Hive Queen commanded Lucas, as she was still in the process of giving birth to 20 offspring. While her reproduction rate was rapid, the arachnids were born as low Tier 2 golems, which required more time giving birth to 20 of them. So Lucas, Knight, Agnes, and the rest of the 100 flame mages stood before the Hive Queen, who was still occupied with her own affairs. As the last set of ghouls approached, Tier 3 ghouls suddenly appeared from different angles, as it appeared that the Tier 4 ghouls had ordered his last set of bodyguards to join the fight and ensure his agenda was carried out. It seems they've learned from our last blast encounter, strategically dispersing their forces to prevent us from eliminating their main powers at once. I must admit, the intelligence of that Tier 4 ghoul is concerning. It's treating the Tier 2 and Tier 1 ghouls like mere cannon fodder. Agnes remarked, observing the Tier 4 ghoul standing beside the space gate as it accompanied the lick. But even with such a setup, Agnes couldn't help but smirk, as they were no longer the team of just 11 mages from the past now. They had a significantly larger group under their command. And these were not just any mages, but mages from the esteemed war god Mage Academy, individuals who had proven their mettle by surviving the grueling trials and missions set forth by the Academy. None of them were amateurs despite their shortcomings. They were all Tier 3 mages capable of single-handedly incinerating multiple Tier 2 and Tier 1 ghouls. All you need to do is envision yourself slaying 10 enemies, and we'll be good to go. The remaining ghouls number only in the thousands. If each of you can eliminate about a minimum of 10 ghouls, you will survive this ordeal while the rest of us handle the Tier 3 ghouls, Agnes said in a bid to boost morale. As she, along with Knight, Katie, and the original members of the commander team, led the Tier 3 ghouls into a more open area elsewhere, as a strategic move to keep them away from the Sweden city guards, with the exception of Lucas, who stood his ground. As the flame mages finally confronted the ghouls in the huge space vacated in the middle by the Sweden city guards, the guards on both sides stood in shock, unable to interfere as a fierce battle unfolded before them, turning them into mere spectators in their own city's war. Only the first line of defense remained fighting, holding their ground against the onslaught of skeleton soldiers. However, their fatigue seemed to have reached a limit, and it seems they would soon be completely overwhelmed. The clash between the ghouls and the flame mages created a spectacle, with blasts of flame magic sending flesh and blood splattering onto the raised shields of the Sweden city guards. Some of the guards even felt the hot blood of the ghouls splash upon them, fueling them with a rush of energy, making them believe they could take on anyone and anything. A few guards even attempted to break formation and charge towards the attacking ghouls. Maintain the line. The Hive Queen's voice resonated quietly to remind them to stay in position, although they couldn't comprehend why they instinctively followed her orders without question. But there was an indescribable commanding aura surrounding her that seemed to control them, and after 2 minutes later, her commanding voice echoed once again. Flame mages, retreat slowly while keeping the ghouls at bay. City guards, be prepared to attack. Swords positioned to pierce and stand your ground, the Hive Queen commanded. Although doubts lingered in their minds as to why they were heeding the words of a golem, but the guards flawlessly executed her orders. And as the last of the surviving flame mages finally emerged from the vacated middle lane, which had been cleared as a passage for the ghouls to pass, the Hive Queen issued another command to both sides. As the city guards, with their shields raised, were positioned to attack the ghouls, sandwich and crush these bastards into meat paste. The Hive Queen exclaimed, clapping her hands together. Although they may not have understood the concept of a sandwich, they knew exactly what she meant by that gesture. With blades drawn, the both sides roared into action, as the rush to meet each other piercing through the ghouls trapped in between. It became nearly impossible for the ghouls to mount a counterattack, as they were spread out like meat on a table, awaiting their demise with no space to even defend themselves. Alec, observing from a distance, couldn't help but smirk, his lips curved upward, forming a satisfied grin. Oni, standing beside him, remarked, "Master Hive Queen is having all the fun. Release us too." However, Titan's stern gaze silenced him. The rest of the student mage army cast fearful glances at the golems beside Alec, sensing the aura of danger emanating from them, even if they were not facing them. Alec had summoned all of his golems that had reached the Tier 4 realm: Titan, Legion, Oni, and Butcher. The remaining commanders were surprised by the remarkable growth of Alec's golems, while Beatrice had not expected the golems to have developed to such an extent. The reasons many people gave up on the golem path are the limited breakthrough options, and even if they find a breakthrough perfect for their golems, there's requirement for rare and expensive materials to achieve such breakthroughs. She couldn't help but feel that Alec was trying for growing alongside his golems. The thought of how much he must have invested to have 5 Tier 3 golems, the same realm as him, crossed her mind. Though she had 2 Tier 4 puppets while Alec had none, but she believed it was because she possessed supported by the Marionette clan and considered herself more talented than most mages, and it was basic knowledge that the money used to upgrade a puppet was very low in comparison to golem. Still, she couldn't help but feel joy as she observed Alec's progress. The ghouls, who were being systematically killed off one by one, realized that they would never survive by remaining in the midst of the Sweden city guards. They needed to come out and avoid being slowly slaughtered like meat in a grinder. However, when they attempted to escape, they found themselves facing arachnid warriors waiting for them on both sides, wielding black blades. These blades, with a hint of bronze at the bottom, pierced and killed any ghoul that tried to make it out of the formation Hive Queen lured them into, effectively eliminating them. The Tier 4 ghoul was visible frustrated by the situation of his minions trapped and Butcher between the Sweden city guards, as it moved with such force that it caused a distortion in the spot where it had been standing. It disappeared into the darkness, following a dark path. The battlefield had once been filled with houses, which had been destroyed countless times during previous wars, but smaller pillars still remained. And under the blood moon, these pillars cast shadows on the ground, providing the Tier 4 ghoul with the perfect disguise to pass through. Lucas could feel his danger sense intensify, recognizing the imminent threat the moment the Tier 4 ghoul disappeared from his view. He quickly grasped the shaft of the glaive, spinning it towards the direction where he sensed the most danger. and with precise timing, he blocked the attack from the Tier 4 ghoul that had appeared behind him. Though Lucas successfully blocked the attack, he didn't relent, immediately following his spinning block as he transitioned into a backhand strike, aiming for the ghoul's waist. However, he had not been able to hit, as the ghoul moved at the last step away from danger, and the attack only managed to graze the it. Just as Lucas pulled his glaive back and prepared to chase after the ghoul, it opened its mouth and spat at him. Reacting swiftly, Lucas raised his hands to block the spit, but to his surprise, the spot where the spit landed corroded his spirit equipment armor. This made him more cautious about closing in on the ghouls, as it had proven to be skilled at sneak attacks. As Lucas hesitated, the ghouls seized the opportunity to launch an attack, using its unnatural agility to its advantage. It relentlessly struck at him with its claws, making it difficult for Lucas to mount a proper counterattack. He found himself in a tight spot, struggling to keep up with the ghoul's speed. Gripping his glaive tightly with his right hand, he exposed himself to further attacks, relying on his spirit equipment armor to hold out before it gave way. Deploying a wide sweeping strike, Lucas forced the ghoul to move backward, creating some distance and disrupting its high-pressure assault. This gave Lucas the much-needed time to take the initiative. With swift movements, he followed up with quick thrusts of his glaive, capitalizing on the opening created by the sweeping attack. With each thrust, Lucas infused his lightning element into his strikes, combining it with chi. The impact sent the ghoul flying back several meters. When Lucas looked at the ghoul, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction as he realized he had finally pierced through the thick armor hide of the Tier 4 ghoul. Gripping his weapon once again, Lucas had a small smile on his face. It's been a while since I've felt this way. Ever since I entered the mid-ranks, it seems like my opponents are either too weak to withstand my attacks or not yet ready to face me, Lucas said, glancing over at Alec, who was overseeing the battlefield. Now I feel like I can unleash myself without any worries. For the first time, I can truly test my limits with your incredible endurance. So come, let's see if you're truly my match, Lucas declared. As his body flashed with golden lightning and his chi energy surged wildly, forming a transparent chi armor on top of his cracked spirit equipment armor, Lucas had been working on controlling both his chi and his newly awakened lightning element ever since he entered the mid-ranks. However, in this moment, he was not focused on control. He was simply releasing his power in a crude manner, as he had limited knowledge about lightning spells. By incorporating his lightning into his chi, he's aimed to make his attacks more lethal, which resulted in its golden hue. Agnes would not be able to hold down those Tier 3 ghouls for long. Pale, I would leave this matter for you. I am sure you would be able to deal with it. I don't need you to try killing the ghouls. Your only job is to restrain them until Agnes and her group are able to complete the mission I have given to them, Alex said after a brief thought. He knew that with Lucas entangled with the Tier 4 ghoul, he definitely wouldn't be able to get out of that trouble anytime soon, and he needed someone to help Agnes and the rest out. Alec was hesitant to release Beatrice now, as he had gone through all the details of the mages that survived the mission phases, so he knew she had 2 Tier 4 puppets at her disposal. He felt she was more valuable than Pale and could be deployed for emergencies, not small duties like this. When Pale heard Alec's orders, he snorted, feeling that Alec was still underestimating him. He kicked his horse at the side, leading it towards the location where Agnes and the rest of Lucas' commander team had stopped and were surrounded by the ghouls, like prey waiting to be devoured. They all had their backs facing each other as the ghouls drooled and stared them down. "Are you sure this will work?" Katie asked. "Just follow the script and we'll be fine. Even if we can't hold them for long, someone who can deal with them should be arriving soon," Agnes explained to Kate when the ghouls suddenly dashed towards them. Instead of confronting them head-on, Agnes cast a spell that shot out a small pillar of earth from the ground at their locations, pushing them outside the circle the ghouls had created. As the ghouls were now being encircled by Lucas's team, without wasting any more time, Agnes lightly tapped her staff on the ground, causing runes to materialize. The remaining 9 members of the team all sent their mana into the ground from their respective directions, and runes from their sides started to form and run fast until all the angles of the runes finally clicked and joined together. The ghouls who tried to escape were met with either a blast from a huge fireball or a punch from a massive hand of earth when they reached the edge of the runes, sending them back to the middle of the rune array. "Bind," Agnes commanded as hands larger than before appeared, with the intention of restraining the Tier 3 ghouls. The first time they attempted this, there were only 5 of them, but now there were about 10, meaning they had the mana of over 10 mages contributing to the trapping rune array. This was the reason for the big changes and increased power. Alec had discussed with Agnes about modifications that could be made to the rune array, and being a genius with these things, she had been able to modify the initial array to not only accommodate more mages, but also enable them to use elemental spells from any of the mages in the circle with them. This explained the fireballs, as Katie had an affinity for fire element. We won't be able to hold on much longer. I thought you mentioned that Alec would be sending someone here to assist us. Why isn't anyone here yet? Kate questioned, finally feeling the strain. Despite there being 10 of them against the 10 ghouls, their realms were unable to match the realms of the ghouls. They were all Tier 3 beings, and as time passed, they gained the upper hand, breaking free from the Earth's grasp more swiftly. And with each additional hand that emerged from the broken one, more mana was being drained from everyone involved in the rune array. Have faith. Alec may be many things, but what we truly respect him for is his ability to read a battlefield, Agnes declared, maintaining her composure as she continued to manipulate the hands to restrain the Tier 3 ghouls, who were relentless. Despite feeling the most pressure as she controlled the array, Agnes still remained the most steadfast, reassuring everyone that they would emerge from this situation unscathed. However, even she was depleting her mana reserves quicker than anticipated. As one of the ghoul broke free and charged towards Kate's position in the rune array, it lunged forward, claws outstretched. A large bolt of flame shot across, striking the ghoul. Its body shuddered, but the flame failed to repel it as Agnes had hoped. The trapping rune array's power was diminishing due to the excessive number of Tier 3 ghouls they had attempted to ensnare. The ghoul persisted, aiming to slash at Kate's throat. Kate was immobilized at her position, as any movement on her part would disrupt the entire array, freeing the remaining ghouls they were in the process of immobilizing and allowing them to attack the rest of the group, which is already weakened by having expended half their mana to construct the array. Kate was in a precarious position as if she moved to save herself. The rest of the group, who were not yet Tier 3 mages, would be at risk of dying from the freed ghouls. However, staying put meant certain death for her, and the array would definitely drain the remainder of her mana to maintain its stability if it felt she had lost her life. With a resigned sigh, she steeled her resolve and closed her eyes, awaiting what seemed to be her inevitable fate. Suddenly, she felt a warm liquid splash onto her. Opening her eyes, she saw a long ice shard embedded in the heart of the ghoul that had been about to attack her, now falling to the ground, lifeless. That fool, ready to die for some low and mid-tier clan mages. I could just slaughter the ghouls myself. Pale muttered under his breath as he raised his hands, aiming above the immobilized ghouls that were struggling to move. Mid-tier spell Icicle Rain Massacre. Countless enormous icicles appeared in the sky at his command, and with a downward swing of his hands, as if pulling the icicles from the heavens, they began their deadly descent. The massive icicles rained down, blanketing the target area, their sheer force and penetrating power skewered and crushed the ghouls beneath. From a distance, Alec, who had been observing Pale's actions, shook his head in disapproval. I tell him one thing, and he does the complete opposite, erg, he grumbled. But he still managed to kill the ghouls. Isn't that supposed to be a mission accomplished in some type of way? Beatrice inquired. Now you don't get it. He could have resolved this without wasting so much mana, but he just had to show off, proving he could kill creatures below his own realm, a fact I'm well aware of and plan to utilize. But that idiot just complicated things, as not only we can see him, now that Lick is going to try to clip his wings, Alec retorted. Upon hearing this, Beatrice turned her gaze towards the Lick and noticed the skeletal figure poised to slam its staff onto the ground once more. The skeleton Lick forcefully stamped his staff on the ground 4 times, causing the space gate behind him to swirl with increased speed. As Alec anxiously watched, anticipating the unveiling of the undead creature that was about to emerge, even Beatrice, intrigued by Alec's theory, couldn't help but watch, as she silently thanked her luck that it wasn't her responsibility or Pale's to command the student's situation. As she felt they would unable to outsmart the Lick in tactics, Beatrice's thoughts were interrupted as something finally emerged from the gates. The first thing they saw was the head of a horse, engulfed in eerie blue flames, as it confidently stepped out of the portal and revealed its entire body. Perched atop the horse was a skeleton adorned in worn and rusted armor, with its long sword still sheathed in its scabbard. The top of its helmet also flickered with bluish undead flames, adding a type of dangerous vibes to his appearance. The creature emitted the aura pressure of a Tier 4 lifeform, a formidable threat even from a distance. As Alec and the 3 commanders all realized the danger it posed from their different locations, just when they believe it would be a solitary arrival, however, to their surprise, another entity emerged from the space gate. This new arrival stood at a towering 6 feet, his armor seemingly crafted from the skeletons of various creatures, and merged into a blue armor. Onto his chest and both knees were adorned with skulls. Resting on his shoulders was an immensely large great sword, its hilt adorned with bone symbols. Upon witnessing the appearance of the second undead creature, Alec turned to face Beatrice and spoke. I mean, do you see what I'm getting at? The Lick have seen and acknowledge Pale's display of power, which is precisely why he's dispatching his best warriors to deal with him. If only he had listened, we wouldn't be in this predicament. as I would still have spare cards to play, Alec expressed with frustration. Seems like you all have forgotten who we're up against. When it comes to fighting this race, they have an unlimited supply of warriors to replace the fallen. They are always prepared. We can only strategize and hope to prolong this battle until the blood moon wanes, or until we find weak points in each new breed of undead they throw at us. And I believe the Lick is the only one able to convey messages to the undead army waiting on the other side of the space gate, Alec explained. But Alec wasn't the only one who discovered the Lick's ability to summon reinforcements with his staff. Agnes, too, had been closely observing. I believe the Lick is able to send signals for reinforcements to the rest of the undead army, who are waiting on the other side of the space gates. It seems incredibly agitated at the moment. Not only have its skeleton warriors failed to gain an advantage, but they've also lost any advantages they used to have on all fronts, and currently, it seems more inclined to eliminate Pale first. Agnes deduced from her observations of the Lick's focused gaze on Pale, who is now feeling the pressure of being watched by 3 Tier 4 life forms. Then it's settled. The real key to ending this war is to kill the Lick, since it controls the entire undead army. If we eliminate it, no one will be able to pass through from the other side again, Knight concluded. Remove those thoughts from your mind, Knight. The Lick is not an entity that can be easily killed, and Alec warned us to stay clear of it for now, Agnes cautioned, urging Knight to release his grip on his dual daggers as the 2 new undead creatures began their assault. The horse-mounted undead charged straight towards the army of skeletons, currently being engaged by the weary Swedish city guards. The city guards rotated their tired warriors at the front lines to maintain their stamina and effectively fight off the skeletons, utilizing their innate strength advantage. The Tier 4 captain of the city guards initially wanted to express his anger towards Alec for not clearing out the skeletons first, freeing them up. However, after witnessing Alec's strategic maneuver that effectively eliminated previous threats that their city found troublesome, he calmed down and realized that Alec was someone with a tactical mind. He believed that Alec was the type that didn't mind sacrificing others to achieve his goals, and the fact that they were already engaged in this war meant they were prepared for potential sacrifices. So he decided to put some trust in Alec, despite Alec observing the ongoing fight from a higher vantage point, since they were in the same war and their demise would not benefit Alec. The undead targeting the Swedish city guards is called Skeletal Knight, and the one tasked with dealing with Pale is called a Bone Knight. Neither are good news at all. Too much strategizing is boring. I'll just go ahead and take care of the problem. That's what you want, right? Beatrice declared, gesturing towards Alec. Yes, and don't you dare get yourself killed out there, Alec shouted, turning to Brandon and Arthur. Confused, one of the present Tier 3 sergeants questioned Alec, but don't they already have the advantage? I thought you were planning to deploy your army where it's needed. Observing Alec's every move on the battlefield, the sergeant was impressed by the strategic maneuver he had done with the mages under his command. It almost seemed like Alec was playing a game of chess to him. Alec looked at the sergeant and instructed, "You follow them too. They might have the advantage now, but believe me, they're about to be slaughtered if they're not assisted soon. Now don't question me, just follow your superior's orders," Alec said, knocking the mages on his head from atop the horseback. "Is this the one you claim to have found as your successor? I think you need to search harder, as Alec Gordon shares nothing with you except the fact that both of your masters are from the Dunce clans," General Edward complained. He had expected Alec to lead the charge into the battlefield with drawn weapons, seeking blood. However, Alec had been playing a game of cat and mouse with the undead, meticulously moving his student army around the battlefield, almost as if he was playing a game with the Lick, wagering the lives of his student army as the stakes. When I said I found a successor, I never said he would possess all of my qualities. However, Alec does have my killer instincts, Selene interjected, mentioning her perspective on the matter, and Edward grunted in response. All I've been witnessing are his scheming instincts, nothing else. It's as if he transformed into someone else the moment you landed an army in his lap, whereas the bloody Alec, who relentlessly pursued the fanatics of the evil sect, fueled by what they did to a single town. Edward continued to voice his frustration. Well, let me enlighten you. This war definitely cannot be won solely by individual strength, or else Sweden City wouldn't find themselves in such a predicament that they would need to seek our help. I believe Alec is viewing it from that perspective. Give him a chance to prove himself and see if he delivers. And if he does, then you will accept him as the one I want to pass my mantle to. If he fails, then there's nothing more to say, as the undead hordes will slaughter everyone present, including him. Selene responded with cold, resolute words that assured Edward that her chief disciple had not been bewitched by Alec's handsome face. Alec had been able to see the names of the newly summoned undead creatures only because he had used the analyze skill on them. Otherwise, he would have been just as clueless as the other mages present, but from what he had discovered when he had seen their description with the analyze skill was quite alarming. The skeletal knight on horseback seemed to cause a change in the skeleton army as they no longer attacked and retreated back. This sudden change caught the Swedish city guards off guard, as it was the first time they had witnessed such a thing, as the skeletons have never retreated before, and seeing the Tier 4 skeletal knight at the back of the horde of skeletons made them concerned. They knew things were about to become ugly if the Lick was about to have a Tier 4 deployed against them so early in the war. Additionally, it was their first encounter with the skeletal knight, leaving them unaware of its powers or weaknesses. The skeletal knight entered the middle of the skeleton army's horde, raising its sword high in the sky after unsheathing it. The blade of his sword was engulfed in blue undead flames, matching the flames on his horse's hooves, hair, and as well as its eyes. Striking down with his sword, the undead flame spread across the skeleton soldiers that have gathered around him, causing them to let out howling cries. Their bones jutted out of their bodies, appearing as if they were attempting to expand. However, instead of merely growing, they transformed into bone armor and some detached to form more refined bone weapons. And now, instead of empty eye sockets looking at them, the Sweden city guards felt that the undead were no longer the same. The skeleton soldiers now stared at them with their newly acquired sky-blue eyes, burning with the light of the undead flame. Their aura changed, and the skeletal knight shouted, pointing its sword towards the Sweden city guards. With newfound energy, the skeleton army dashed towards the city guards, displaying increased strength that caught them off guard. The element of surprise allowed the skeletons to break through the first line of defense, overpowering the city guards who had underestimated their capabilities, and in a matter of moments, approximately 200 city guards lost their lives in the confrontation. The skeletons, who had previously possessed a simple attack pattern, now fought with enhanced skills. They knew how to dodge, and their frustrating armor hindered the city guards' strikes. It was at that moment when the Tier 4 captain of the city guards felt he had fully realized the true terror of the skeletal knight. The fact that it could transform a group of poorly skilled skeletons into formidable warriors was something that could not be ignored by anyone in a war involving that many undead. Even now, with approximately 10,000 skeletons still attempting to overpower them, the city guards understood that granting control of the skeleton army to the skeletal knight from the beginning would have been disastrous to them. After all, the skeletons outnumbered them greatly, and it was clear that they would not have stood a chance if that is what the Lick had commanded at the start. The city guard captain still believes that the undead army sent these new undead creatures today because they felt threatened by the War God Academy mages. They had been the one to disrupt the battlefield that the undead army once controlled. Arthur, Brandon, and the other sergeant, whose name was now known to be Edgar, ran as fast as they can as they witnessed the Sweden city guards, who were all born with innate strength, being pushed back by the frenzied skeletons. "Remind me to always listen to the captain next time. It was almost like he knew something like this was going to happen," Edgar commented. Unexpectedly, the skeletal knight did something else that caught them off guard. As he raised his left hand, conjuring a massive bluish undead flame fireball, the Tier 4 captain of the city guards prepared to strike if the skeletal knight threw the fireball in their direction. However, much to their surprise, the knight directed the fireball towards the dead bodies of their fallen comrades. Being pushed farther and farther back from the spot where their first line of defense had fallen, the guards found it perplexing that the skeletal mage would attack already deceased mages. But that thought quickly vanished as they witnessed the lifeless bodies rising, a horde of around 100 dead mages from the city guards resurrected as zombies. Their skin decaying and dull, vacant eyes portrayed a sense of emptiness as they mindlessly charged alongside the skeleton army, turning against their former allies. "Damn, this guy is even more dangerous than we anticipated. He turned them into zombies," Arthur exclaimed, summoning a massive, long metal spear and launching it directly at the Tier 4 skeletal mage, hoping to distract him from controlling the army. The spear made a small bang as it soared with force, speeding towards the skeletal figure, yet as the spear reached the knight on horseback, he effortlessly drew his sword with one hand while gripping the reins with the other. With skillful precision, he deflected the golden spear with the blade, causing it to miss him and impale 3 nearby zombies, silencing their growls as they remained skewered on the ground. However, before they could advance towards fighting the skeletal knight, a figure clad in red armor leaped forward, brandishing a raised sword. As he swung the fiery blade downward in an attempt to sever the knight's head, the skeletal knight swiftly pulled back the reins of his horse. The undead mount let out an eerie neigh and reared up on its hind legs, providing the skeletal knight with an opportunity to strike. With a swift motion, he drew his long sword from its scabbard, capitalizing on the momentum created by the horse's jump. Though he was slightly delayed in drawing his blade, the power generated from the undead horse's leap propelled his attack forward. The bluish flames emanating from his blade clashed with the fiery flames enveloping the blade of Beatrice's puppet, resulting in a massive burst of flame that sent nearby undead scrambling backwards. While the skeletal knight had begun to cause significant trouble on the battlefield, the bone knight, on the other hand, seemed to be of a more patient kind, as it advanced toward Pale and the rest of Lucas's command team with deliberate and slow steps. Trailing behind him were 14 skeletons clad in bone armor also, wielding bone swords as they marched in unison. His gaze was intently fixed on Pale, making it evident that Pale was the sole reason for its summoning, and his primary mission was to eliminate Pale. Alec realized that the Lick had been attempting to restrain all the higher powers he dispatched, yet he still harbored hope that they could prevail in their respective duels. The moment the 15 skeletons rose from the ground to join him, the Bone Knight charged toward Pale with reckless abandon. As his summoned skeletons formed a barrier, preventing Agnes and the rest of the team from interfering with the duel. As the Bone Knight swung his great sword, Pale leaped backward off his horse, narrowly avoiding the blade that cleaved the steed in two. The Bone Knight then lunged at Pale, aiming to knock him back with a shoulder jab. However, Pale had managed to conjure an ice shield in time, softening the impact as he slid across the ground. Suddenly, Beatrice's spider puppet emerged, as one of its long wooden legs aiming to pierce the Bone Knight's body from behind. But the knight's spine scattered and reformed into a round bone shield, deflecting the puppet's strike. The Bone Knight swung its great sword backward in an attempt to hit the puppet, but its blade met another leg of the wooden puppet instead. Mid-tier spell Bone Prison. The Bone Knight drove his heel into the ground, channeling his mana into the earth, as monstrous long bones erupted from the soil, ensnaring the spider puppet within a skeletal cage. With a renewed burst of speed, he charged toward Pale. His primary objective clearly is to eliminate his target, which was Pale, so he was not interested in entangling with another Tier 4 mage. His focus narrowed, intent on fulfilling his mission. Perched atop the wooden puppet, Beatrice had her eyes closed throughout the mission, as she was controlling both puppet at once, but the entrapment of her puppet spider had forced her eyes open. Swiftly, she formed hand signs and directed her mana into strings that moved toward the Bone Knight in a bid to control him. The instant the strings latched onto the Bone Knight's joints from behind, he stopped for a second, only for him to unleash a spell to engulf himself in gray flames moments later. Beatrice quickly severed the mana string connection hastily to avoid the encroaching flames that threatened to harm her. Frustrated by her inability to control the Bone Knight, Beatrice could only watch as the Bone Knight turned his wrathful gaze upon her. However, Pale seized the moment to advance, placing both of his hands directly upon the knight's head. Mid-tier spell Chilling Touch. Pale invoked his spell, his touch instantly freezing the Bone Knight from the head down. His hands, now a crystalline white, shattered the knight's skull with ease after it had been frozen. As the knight crumbled to its knees, Pale smirked, striding past the decapitated foe to confront Agnes and her companions, eager to flaunt his victory. But then he noticed something amiss. Despite his certainty that he had obliterated the Bone Knights, its spell lingered. The Bone Prison remained intact, as the wooden puppet was nearly close to breaking free, and the skeletons he had summoned were still entangling Agnes and her team in battle. As he turned to face the Bone Knight, he noticed the great sword dangerously close to his head and swiftly ducked nervously as the great sword slightly missed him. However, the Bone Knight allowed the sword to fly and launched a fist straight toward Pale. In response, Pale attempted to use the Chilling Touch spell once more, extending his palm to meet the Bone Knight's punch, as his hand turning crystal white again. At the last moment, just as their hands were about to collide, Pale saw the Bone Knight's fist transform, developing a long blade akin to Wolverine's in X-Men, except this one was a single, more durable bone blade. The blade pierced right through Pale's hand, coming out from the other side, causing him to cry out in pain, while the Bone Knight swiftly sent another punch toward Pale's heart region. However, just before the punch could connect, a visible mana string dragged the Bone Knight's left hand backward, disrupting his attempt to strike Pale once more. The Bone Knight turned to gaze at the Lick, as its eyes seems to be complaining about Beatrice, who seems hell-bent on disrupting his mission, while Pale used his uninjured hand to cast another spell, low-tier spell Ice Explosion. As his uninjured hand approached the Bone Knight, a small ice ball formed. It was a concentrated energy of freezing particles that exploded upon contact with the Bone Knight, releasing a shockwave of freezing air. The force of the attack blasted Pale away, causing him to slam into a destroyed building, while the Bone Knight became frozen inside a glacier. Even within the glacier, the Bone Knight continued to stare at the Lick, as Pale struggled to his feet amidst the debris of destroyed bricks, his right hand still impaled. The explosion had flung him, and it appeared that the Bone Knight had lost his right hand in the process. Pale slowly removed the Bone Knight's hand from his own, groaning as he did so. The skeletons fighting the group seemed to lose their powers, falling back to the ground, as the Bone Knight was imprisoned by the ice glaciers. While Pale was preoccupied with his pain, Knight followed the Bone Knight's gaze to the Lick, and realized that the Lick was about to strike his staff on the ground again. so he decided to take matters into his own hands, since that the lick was alone. Knight opened a shadow travel portal underneath him and leaped in. Agnes, who had just turned back, witnessed Knight jumping into the shadow portal and had a sinking feeling as she also shifted her gaze to the lick. She saw Knight emerge from the ground beneath him and grab hold of the staff that was meant to strike the ground. "No way," Agnes exclaimed, nearly having a heart attack as she watched Knight push himself out from the shadow travel portal below and thrust one of his daggers upward in an attempt to strike the lick's head. But before his dagger could get close, a hand stretched out from behind the lick's robes, an 8-inch claw effectively blocking the dagger. It was then that Knight realized that there was another Tier 4 monster behind the lick. He had only considered attacking the lick, assuming that those who followed the sorceress path were weak in hand-to-hand combat. However, he now understood that not only had he failed in his attempt, but he had also learned that trying to take down the lick meant facing whatever was protecting it. Realizing that his assassination plans had failed, Knight prioritized escape. As he swiftly cast another shadow travel and attempted to jump into the black portal, but the creature with the long claws finally revealed itself, sending out a bolt of dark energy that destroyed the shadow's travel portal. Knight tried opening other portals, but still the same thing occurred. Knight paled as he realized he was trapped. The escape he had relied on and was most proud of had been countered, and now he truly wished he had listened to Agnes' advice to stay away from the lick. "Haha, I can't believe he came into contact with a bone claw. Now let's see if your chosen killer instincts can find a solution to this problem." Edward chuckled as he watched, while Selene stood silently beside Edward, her attention focused on Alec and his actions now that his clansman was in danger. "Where the hell is the second mage with a shadow element? Show yourself at the front," Alec shouted, his heart tightening at the sight of Knight in peril. Alec had warned them against moving against the lick, suspecting that there would be an undead or something protecting it. He just felt it was likely something stronger than the undead it summoned. Otherwise, he won't allow the strong undead how he summoned to just enter the battlefield without any protection for itself. But it seemed Knight had once again disregarded his orders. Alec planned on punishing him, but first, he had to save him from the bone claw. He had used the analyze skill on it and discovered that bone claws were close to being immortal. They couldn't be killed directly. Each bone claw was linked to a master, as bone claws were once great wizard who had attempted to turn into a lick, driven by their own selfish reasons. However, they failed, and their failed transformation resulted in them becoming something more ruthless and deadly, focusing on physical strength rather than mentality and mana like a lick. Bone claws always required a master, and only served an evil one who matched their energy need. If the master wasn't evil enough or decided to turn good, the bone claw would break the bond and find another evil master. But the most intriguing thing about bone claws was their near immortality. To truly kill a bone claw, one had to go after its master while they were still linked together, as only then could it really die, because even if its body were evaporated, it could still be reformed by feeding off the evil energy of its master. It would only just take a couple of days for it to reconstruct its body back to top shape. I said, "Where is the shadow mage that was drafted into the student army?" I went through all the list of mages, and I'm sure there was another shadow mage present on the list, aside from Knight, so fall out now to the front, Alec said again, using mana to spread out his voice this time. He was really hoping that the person would come out. That's when a lady with a black fringe hairstyle came to the front, looking nervous. "Don't be scared. I only want you to transport me to that location using shadow travel. That's all I'm asking for." Alec mentioned his desire as he pointed, but the girl was fiddling with her fingers as she stared at the ground. There's a little problem, Captain. I can't open a shadow travel portal big enough to fit you. I have a low affinity for the shadow element, and size is not my specialty, so I have problems conjuring huge shadow portals. In fact, any shadow spell I conjure just happens to be a smaller version," she explained. "Alec, the heck, so how big is the shadow travel you can conjure?" Alec asked as she showed him, and it was clearly very small, as she insisted. It would be hard for him to try forcing himself through. The best use of her shadow portal is to transport things. "How stable is your shadow execution?" Alec asked, his face showing a firm expression. "Even though I may have a low affinity, I am most proud of my ability to execute my spells perfectly," she stated confidently. "Then help me create a portal. Make sure the receiving end is positioned directly beside the head of that bone claw," Alec instructed as he pointed at the bone claw about to attack Pale. Pale gazed at the monstrous presence in front of him and shivered as he gripped his dual daggers tightly. He was being pressured by the full aura of a Tier 4 bone claw, which seemed truly dreadful. All his attempts to use the shadow element seemed futile, as the shadow element seemed to favor the bone claw, and Knight was unable to attack the bone claw with it. The bone claw was truly frightening to look at, with its flesh seemingly ripped off, revealing only the inner muscle and bones jutting out from both elbows. The most terrifying aspect was the long claw that seemed to be crying out for blood, and Knight was just a Tier 2 mage, though the spirit equipment he wore gave him battle power comparable to a high Tier 3, almost close to a peak Tier 3. However, it seemed he allowed that power to get to his head and forgot that he was just a Tier 2 mage. Facing that type of raw and necrotic aura, he felt the feeling of death creeping up on him. A lowly human tried to kill me, how daring. Bone Claw, kill him. The Lick's chilling voice commanded as the Bone Claw dashed at him. Just by seeing the blur the Bone Claw generated from dashing at him, Knight was sure he would never be able to compete with the Bone Claw in speed, nor would he ever match the Bone Claw in strength. So he did something even he would not have expected he would be doing. He stomped his legs on the ground, causing numerous earth pillars to emerge. It's been a while since I've used the earth element in battle, but I'm glad I never stopped training with it. Now I can finally put it to good use, Knight said, determination in his voice as he sprinted towards the Lick. Utilizing the earth pillars as obstacles, Knight skillfully maneuvered past the Bone Claw till he found himself face to face with the Lick, but he heard the Lick casting a spell almost instantly. Mid-tier spell Bone Bind. Suddenly, chains made of bones materialized and wrapped around Knight's hands and legs. As the Lick floated away, giving the Bone Claw the opportunity to attack the immobilized Knight, preparing to strike down with its raised hands. However, a small shadow portal appeared near its head, surprising Knight who witnessed it. In the midst of the chaos, Alec was already prepared to take action. He had conjured a Terra bullet and aimed it at the swirling black portal in front of him. Although he had taken more time than necessary to create the Terra bullet, but this time he didn't conjure another one. So when he started feeling the extra energy attempting to create another bullet, he redirected it towards the first bullet he had conjured. Though he hadn't put much thought into it, Alec had silently hoped for some type of miracle to occur, perhaps granting the bullet some extraordinary powers. Unfortunately, that wasn't what transpired. He observed as the bullet elongated and sensed its increased weight. Alec, despite not being a firearms expert, recognized that the bullet now resembled a sniper round. However, he had no time to ponder its transformation as the Bone Claw slashed downward. Without hesitation, he released the bullet toward the portal. Bang! The loud report of the bullet's discharge echoed as Alec's hand jerked back from the recoil, causing his Tier 2 horse mount to shuffle to the side. Glancing ahead, he observed that the Bone Claw's skull had been severely damaged as the bullet had found its mark, and it lay motionless on the ground, but Alec knew that it wasn't dead yet. The Bone Claw would never truly perish as long as its master lived, so Alec believed that the Bone Claw was likely struggling to regenerate its head due to the damage the bullet had caused, explaining why it hadn't risen again. The lady who had helped Alec with the portal witnessed the astonishing power behind the bullet, leaving her and everyone else who witnessed it in shock. The Stone Bullet spell was considered the weakest within the various ranges of Earth element spells, so witnessing Alec use the same spell to rupture the head of a fearsome Tier 4 creature seemed unreal to them. In that moment, Knight spotted the fallen Bone Claw. He tried swiftly casting the Shadow Travel spell beneath him, and he realized that he could control the spell now and promptly leaped into it, disappearing back through the same path he had arrived. The patriarch of the Gordon's clan stood on the room's edge, gazing at his brother who still lay on the bed. "Are you ready? I am about to give it to him now," the Grand Elder asked, receiving a nod of agreement from George. "Give him the stuff, we have to be done with it soon. I hope this really works," the patriarch said, his eyes fixed on the blood moon looming in the sky. Even within the confines of their home, the foreboding aura of dread and violence was palpable. "You know the city will suffer significant losses, and many skilled mages will perish in the process. You should have sent at least one of the elders to compete in the Blood Moon War," the Grand Elder expressed, signaling the first elder to proceed with giving the third elder the Dragon Heart Leaf. "Alec's previous accomplishments in the Blood Moon War have granted us a few months of respite from participating, and I plan on making the most of it. The City Lord believes his city is now secure with new clans possessing various specialties. And we have become the old cargo, so let's see how they endure the enhanced energy from the space gate and the powerful goblins it will spawn," the patriarch explained, turning to leave. However, he suddenly sensed the third elder's heart beating rapidly, prompting him to turn back. To his surprise, the third elder's eyes abruptly opened, and he leapt out of bed. It appeared that the Dragon Heart Leaf not only healed him but also boosted his power back to its peak. The patriarch observed in astonishment as the third elder's skin began to peel off, resembling a snake shedding its old skin. With a loud shout, he awakened. His new skin appeared flawless and pristine as he tightly clenched his hand and smirked. "I am about to break through to the Tier 7 realm, and this time I can't stop it," the third elder declared amidst his laughter. Although he had always possessed the ability to enter the Tier 7 realm, but he had chosen to wait for the breakthrough to occur naturally, even if it meant restraining himself. But today, upon awakening, He could feel it coursing through his bloodstream, a potent energy that accelerated his heart rate and compelled his veins to pump every drop of available blood, and he knew he could no longer restrain it in for longer. He would have to break through in a few minutes. Do you realize the hardships you've imposed upon us? It's good to see you again. In full health, George spoke with a gentle smile, gazing at the third elder. Man, you've never been one for tears. Don't make me pity you. I need to let loose. The third elder responded back, not wanting to talk about the past, gazing out the window at the blood-red skies, a smirk curling his lips. I feel as though the gods themselves are honoring me, Fu King Blood Moon, he exclaimed, seizing a wine gourd from the nearby table, his intention to escape outside the windows evident. Wait, I don't want us to partake in this blood moon. You can let loose, but don't get involved in the blood moon war, the patriarch said, but the third elder simply stared at him with foolish eyes, causing George to face-palm in frustration. It was clear his brother had no intention of heeding his words the moment he made those eyes. Okay, go ahead, the patriarch reluctantly conceded as the third elder burst through the window, soaring into the skies with uproarious laughter. The wine he had stolen had actually been brought for him by George, who hoped that the scent of the sweet wine would rouse his brother from his coma. George had even promised to drink with him this time, something the third elder had always yearned and asked for. However, the patriarch had always refused to indulge in such drinking sessions. So feeling disheartened and lacking ideas, the patriarch had uttered a promise towards him in the coma stage. If you awaken from your coma, I promise to drink with you. Clearly, his brother had awakened in the most dramatic way possible. Not only had he been miraculously healed, but he was also on the verge of becoming a Tier 7 mage. And if he fought through the blood moon, he would become the fourth known Tier 7 mage of the Gordon's clan, elevating their position, something the patriarch clearly didn't want. What an idiot. He was never one to follow orders like that. Nevertheless, we're all still relieved that our brother is back, the Grand Elder remarked. He's an unpredictable entity. I should go and ensure his safety, suggested the fourth elder, but the patriarch shook his head, disagreeing. You are a Tier 7 mage on the cusp of entering the Tier 8 realm. If something were to happen, you would be forced to retaliate, jeopardizing all the progress you've made over the years. I won't allow that to happen again. I would send someone else, the patriarch firmly declared. I believe that stubborn old third can protect himself even after just awakening. That guy is a troublemaker the abyss can't even control, considering the amount of energy he was releasing. I'm sure he will eventually break through, but don't worry, he won't be affected by the blood moon rules since he was a Tier 6 mage when the blood moon rise to the sky. So you can rest assured, the patriarch confidently stated, walking away with his hands behind his back and a smile on his lips. The Grand Elder let out a sigh of relief as he witnessed his brother letting go of the hatred he felt for Long and his second personality returning to dormancy. The city lord of Estonia City could be seen gazing out at the horizon, his hands behind his back, a defeated expression on his face. Still, the Gordon's clan refuses our offer to join the Blood Moon War. Is George so consumed by his vengeance against the Lanced clan that he would make me pay for it? The city lord questioned himself. You stood in his way using your position on him, someone you called a friend, so he redirected his anger towards you, and I'm afraid any relationship you once had is now severed. Still, I hope he will send one of his clan's Tier 6 mages to the front line. They are known for their ability to fight multiple enemies at once, and all the elders of their clan are expert fighters. It's clear why we need their help as the threat from the space gate continues to grow, the city lord concluded. If we don't win this battle now, the next blood moon could see the clash of Tier 7 lifeforms. That means even I won't be spared from being overwhelmed by the goblins, as I would have to defend the city myself if a Tier 7 attacked, the city lord said with a heavy sigh. In his mind, he prayed for a miracle, and it seemed as if the gods were answering his plea when he spotted a brilliant golden streak of light flash from the Gordon's clan residence. The streak flew straight towards the city gates, accompanied by the sound of raucous laughter. Squinting his eyes, he saw that it was the third elder of the Gordon's clan, restored to perfect health. The gods have indeed answered my prayers, the city lord exclaimed, realizing that two other streaks of light were following closely behind the third elder of the Gordon's clan. Knight made sure that he would appear next to Alec as soon as he realized he was free from the dreaded Bone Claw. He was overwhelmed with happiness, and words couldn't express how he felt as he escaped death. Tears and laughter mingled together as Knight's emotions overflowed. Someone undo the restrictions spell on this idiot, Alec commanded, his attention still focused on the ongoing battles before them. The fight between Lucas and the Tier 4 ghouls appeared to be reaching its conclusion. Despite sustaining a few wounds, Lucas proved himself to be a formidable opponent in one-on-one combat, one not to be underestimated. Although the ghoul possessed incredibly fast regeneration powers, but it was acquiring new injuries faster than its body could heal. With all this, Alec decided that the battle was close to ending. As he shifted his gaze to the second battlefield, only to discover something unusual, The Bone Knight, previously encased in ice, had transformed into one of the normal skeletons it had raised, and Alec felt a sense of unease as he saw the Bone Knight moving stealthy towards Pale. Create another shadow portal quickly. Make sure I have a clear shot at the Bone Knight, aiming for Pale, Alec instructed, and the woman with the fringe casted another shadow portal. Near Pale, a loud bang echoed, causing him to turn around. To his astonishment, the Bone Knight he had believed to be killed by the ice explosion stood behind him, its shattered skull once again on display. And that's when he realized that one of the skeletons summoned by the Bone Knight had risen, taking on the appearance of the Bone Knight itself, its body transformed, enlarged with his bone armor and sword materialized around it. Another unkillable roach, Pale muttered, tearing a small part of his robe to wrap around his injured right hand and ice the injury to slow down the bleeding. He knew Alec had just saved him, but his pride prevented him from expressing gratitude in the conventional way. Since the Bone Knight's ability to transfer its death to another of its summoned skeleton had been exposed, it no longer bothered to conceal itself, as the skeletons that had been pretending to be dead all rose and brandished their swords. Pale mentally counted and confirmed that only 13 of them had been resurrected, indicating that 2 had been swapped for the times him and Alec had successfully killed the Bone Knight. And here I was thinking you were some kind of unkillable monster, but it seems all I have to do is kill you 13 more times to ensure you stay buried where you belong, Pale quipped. As he created 2 small ice blades and lunged at the Bone Knight, the moment he went for the Bone Knight he was joined by the rest of Lucas's team, all of them with the intention of eliminating the Bone Knight's summons. They believed that if all the summons were destroyed, the Bone Knight would be unable to escape another death by swapping place with a summon, and Alec felt that battlefield is concluded also. As Alec shifted his attention to the last battlefield, he witnessed Beatrice's 2 puppets were facing off against the skeletal knight and a small part of his skeletal legion. Now I have everything under control. All I need to do is ensure the Lick doesn't make any unexpected moves, Alec declared confidently, his attention fixed on all the 3 battlefield he had purposely divided with tactics. However, he momentarily forgot that the Lick was the most crucial figure to watch closely. That's when he heard the sound of a staff hitting the ground. In fact, every mage on the battlefield heard it, as if it had been done deliberately. It was as if the Lick was sending a coded message to the other side as the staff sounded like a beating drum. Suddenly, the space gate behind the Lick started swirling rapidly again. No. They told me there are only 3 waves during every blood moon in this city. He's only supposed to summon 3 waves of attacks. Why does it look like he can conjure another set of monsters? Alec muttered to himself, his frustration apparent. He had meticulously planned how to counter the undead hordes, gathering information on their tactics and running patterns. Though the city had faced various types of undead races, he had never encountered a mention of a 4th wave of attack. This marked the first time this was happening. The sound of another horse's neigh reached his ears. Unlike the usual undead flames, this horse appeared to be engulfed in burning red flames. Its rider, a headless knight, held its severed head in its other hand. Dullahan, Alec whispered. He didn't need to activate his special analysis skill to recognize the headless horseman. And he wasn't alone. Beside him was a ghostly creature, almost elusive but somehow still present. And behind them was yet another army, a fresh army of ghouls. This time it was led by approximately 2 Tier 4 ghouls. On the Wraith side, there were different types of zombies following behind. Amongst them were a couple of mutant zombies, but what really caught the eye were the 2 Tier 4 mutated zombies leading the pack. Now Alec could no longer avoid joining the battle, as he kicked the side of his horse, directing it forward. I don't care about your previous actions or the missions you've been on, Alec stated firmly. What matters now is that if we don't make it out of here, we'll be killed, so I urge all of you to use your full strength. It's the only way to bring an end to this battle in time. I'll go after the Lick and its 2 new summons, Alec continued. Just make sure you all stay alive. That's the most important thing. That's our top priority. Alec finished his speech, a determined look on his face, and focused his gaze ahead. He noticed that the Dullahan had dispatched his ghoul army to hunt down the city guards. A smile spread across Alec's face. So much experience points in one place. I might lose my mind from all the killing today. Too bad I can't save everyone today, he said. With that, he kicked his mount, urging it to increase its pace. The rest of the student army followed closely behind. At this moment, Alec had already summoned all his golems, and even they had summoned their minions. Together, they charged towards the approaching ghouls, who had redirected their path towards them. Alec raised his hand, commanding countless huge rocks to shoot up into the sky using his gravity manipulation before dragging them down with force. As the boulders descended, their rapid speed created fiery sparks that engulfed them, as they swiftly plowed through the front line of ghouls, as even before Alec engaged in battle with them, he was taking lives in the process. The notifications for each kill Alec achieved were flooding in so relentlessly that he decided to mute his system once again, as he swept his hands once again going for another round. Alec had yet to confront the ghouls, but he had already killed 40 to 50 of them by throwing boulders. Just as he was about to unleash his third salvo, he noticed the 2 Tier 4 ghouls rushing towards him with increased ferocity in their eyes, determined to stop him from killing any more of the remaining ghouls without any chance of retaliation. So Alec attempted to stand on top of his horse, waiting for the ghouls to lunge at him. Then, he leaped off the horse towards them, weapons drawn. Knowing that he would be at a disadvantage fighting on horseback against 2 Tier 4 ghouls, Alec decided to confront them on the ground where he was more comfortable. With a clang, the sound of his weapons blocking the ghouls' clawed attacks echoed as Alec landed on the ground and the ghouls fell beside him. Even though Alec had a student army approaching, the Tier 4 ghouls ignored them, just as he had predicted. He understood that the top-tier undead were focused on going after those the Lick deemed dangerous. At the forefront of the student army, Alec's golems clashed with the ghouls' army, resulting in a massacre. The ghouls were unable to keep the golems in check, and the golems including Titan, Legion, Butcher, Oni, Sword Saint, and Magneto painted the ground with fresh ghoul blood. The golems appeared even more bloodthirsty than the humans, lacking any emotions at the moment, while Titan and Oni summons contributed greatly to the kills as they have all reached the Tier 2 realm. The golems proved to be untamed, efficient, and an ideal counter against the undead, as they remained unaffected by the ghouls' necrotic aura. Spearheading the attacks, the golems filled the rest of the student army with heightened morale, causing them to launch their assaults with reckless abandon, taking the ghouls off guard. Meanwhile, a space was cleared for Alec and the 2 Tier 4 ghouls to engage in their battle, as the ghouls encircled Alec from both sides, creating a tense atmosphere. Alec's body was swiftly enveloped in the protective red salamander spirit equipment. Even as he had clashed against both Tier 4 ghouls, he was able to survive due to his well-balanced physical attributes. However, Alec recognized that if he truly desired to overcome these intelligent and savage undead predators, he would need to unleash his full strength and hold nothing back, despite the ghouls just being low Tier 4 lifeforms. Yet it still didn't change the fact that the ghouls were mid-rank lifeforms, and that made them 10 times more treacherous and stronger than the ordinary Tier 3 ghouls that Alec could effortlessly dispatch with a few swings of his weapon. Alec assumed a formidable stance, his canine teeth protruding, while his hair transformed with streaks of red and brown replacing the black, as the black color was relegated to the tips of his hair. As the first Tier 4 ghoul closed in on Alec, he prepared to strike, but the ghoul movement had been nothing but a feint, as it attempted to drive its claws deep into Alec's sides. Yet a small pillar of earth rose to block the claw, shattering a moment later, although it provided Alec with a brief respite, as it allowed him enough time to shift his Changdao into a reverse grip, effectively defending against the attack as the second ghoul approached him from behind. As its jaw expanded beyond its natural size, it attempted to chomp down on Alec, who was still entangled with the first ghoul. Damn it, low-tier spell Gravity Surge. In that moment, Alec didn't care about the consequences as he unleashed his gravity powers, and a forceful gravity field, spanning 16 meters around him, erupted with him at its epicenter. Even the ghoul that sought to gnaw on his flesh was repelled by the intense pressure, only managing to halt its backward flight after it had passed the 16-meter radius from Alec. Meanwhile, the other ghouls that had entangled Alec were now pinned to the ground, rendered vulnerable and easy targets for Alec to dispatch. But before Alec could drive his blade into the skull of the grounded ghoul, he spotted massive dark claws streaking towards him courtesy of the escaped ghoul attacking to save its second. Dodging swiftly allowed the deactivation of the gravity surge, which freed the immobilized ghoul. "I thought this was going to be tougher, but you disappoint me. Warm-ups overcome and get your brains diced," Alec taunted. The ghouls, seemingly understanding his words, displayed a kind of fury on their faces as they charged once more, leaving blurs in their wake. Alec also dashed forward, creating blurs of his own. Low-tier skill he eyed. As Alec initiated this skill, his movements became slightly slower than the ghouls, and he was now visible to naked Yes, with what appeared to be an afterimage trailing behind him. Executing precise footwork and holding his bone katana in a reverse grip, Alec slashed at the chest of the first ghoul, exploiting an opening, before thrusting the blood Changdao into its heart region. All of this unfolded in less than a second, although the ghouls had perceived Alec's speed to be slower than theirs and believed they could finally overpower him. They paid dearly for their miscalculation, as even though he seemed slow, they couldn't keep up with his attack or defend against it. Alec executed another maneuver, evading the second ghoul's attack by using the first ghoul's body as a shield. The first ghoul collapsed to its knees in agony with the Changdao still plunged in its heart, as Alec sheathed his bone katana after removing blood from it using the scabbard in a swift motion, and as he turned to face the second ghoul, he was clawed at his left cheek. When the second ghoul lunged again with its second hand, Alec sidestepped, allowing the attack to narrowly miss him while he grasped the ghoul's head with both his hands. Pulling the ghoul toward him, Alec delivered a head but followed by a knee to its face, the crunch of its nose breaking echoing through the air. As the ghoul staggered backward, Alec, without hesitation, drew the blood changdao from the first ghoul's chest with one hand. The blade ignited with a flaming aura, its lethal intent palpable, as Alec brought it down in a sweeping arc, severing the left leg of the ghoul. The creature's cries of pain filled the air as it collapsed onto its remaining leg. Before anyone could process the events, Alec had already positioned both his changdao and his katana at the kneeling ghoul's neck, crossed over each other. With an upward slice, he decapitated the ghoul, ending its life. Alec drove both blades into the Tier 4 ghoul and looked down at his hands, feeling his blood thirst for more combat. The battle skills he had demonstrated were all a testament to his improved blade and swordsmanship. The movements felt instinctive, as if they were a part of him all along. He smirked, noticing a persistent notification alert that he couldn't dismiss. As the realization hit him that he had slain 2 mid-rank lifeforms, and he needed only 8 more to enhance his blade and sword techniques. Driven by a desire to discover the extent of his abilities, Alec yearned to vanquish every Tier 4 lifeform in the fray. As he retrieved his weapons from the now pallid corpse that slumped to the ground, drained of both blood and bone by his lethal weapons. I can finally see what you see in him. This boy can switch from his gentle nature to his killer instincts mode in seconds. It's as if there are 2 different souls residing in that one body of his. I don't know what he must have gone through to achieve such a state, but I have no doubts about him being a killer anymore. The way he kills is almost like an art. He never simply slaughters an enemy. He tends to kill them in the most gruesome or skillful way, describing the art of killing a beauty with the way he sheds blood. He is what you would call a maniac, Edward said as he continued to watch at that moment. Selene didn't bother to tell her master that she had foreseen this, because even though Alec had taken down 2 more Tier 4 opponents, it didn't change the fact that they were still at a significant disadvantage against the undead army. Currently, they were able to suppress the ghouls and the evolved skeleton army due to the army's high morale. However, she knew that they couldn't maintain this state indefinitely. As humans, they would inevitably grow weary and run out of stamina. Her concern was what Alec would do when that happened. Failing to find a solution in a split second could lead to the demise of the entire team. Alec, too, was calculating how many more enemies they would need to eliminate to reach a safe zone. As he moved, he swiftly dispatched ghouls in pairs and trios that threw themselves at him, as those below the Tier 4 level seemed unable to withstand more than one strike from his blade, whether delivered vertically or horizontally. Alec muttered to himself, setting his sights on eradicating all the Tier 4 undead on the battlefield before strategizing further. Facing the daunting numbers before him, he yearned to confront the Lick, but he understood that the timing wasn't right. Instead, he swiftly turned his attention to Pale and Lucas, deciding to assist Pale in vanquishing the Bone Knight. But he conjured a Terra bullet first, as he closed his left eye and brought his hand closer to the open right eyeball, focusing on the ghoul that was still entangled with Lucas. Although Lucas seemed to have the upper hand, but he was taking too long to dispatch the ghoul, prompting Alec to intervene and target the weakened Tier 4 opponent first. As the bullet lengthened, its power increased, and Alec could feel the small sparks coursing through its body as it rotated at high speed. With a resounding bang, Alec staggered back 2 steps, feeling a slight soreness in his shoulder from shooting the Sniper Terra bullet. That's what he named it, since it shot more longer distance and had more damage. However, as soon as he regained his balance, he checked to see if the ghoul had been vanquished. Locking eyes with Lucas, who nodded at him with his glaive in hand, Alec smiled before dashing toward the Bone Knight and Pale. 310 mid-rank lifeform killed. His primary goal now was to rid the battlefield of all the undead knights and the Lick before they could form any kind of synergy. The Bone Knight kicked Lucas backwards and slashed his sword horizontally in an attempt to finish off Pale, but earth bullets began hitting him in different places on his body, forcing him to raise his hand to protect his face. Although the bullets were unable to cause severe damage, they successfully distracted him from completing his attack on Pale, which had been Alec's intention. Bending slightly, Alec used the earth beneath his feet to create a platform and propel himself flying towards the Bone Knight. In midair, he hurled the bone katana towards the knight as if throwing a lance, and all the Bone Knight did was flick his great sword to deflect the bone katana towards a nearby location. Fucking ice this bastard. Alec exclaimed as Pale, who had just gotten up, casted a spell, mid-tier spell Blizzard. The spell summoned a powerful storm of ice and snow, freezing the Bone Knight caught in the center, while Pale was knocked back and coughed up blood. You have to finish him fast. I don't have enough mana to keep this spell active for long, Pale said, but Alec was already descending and couldn't respond. Upon landing, the first thing Alec did was issue a command. Get the hell out of here. Stop engaging with the skeletons, I have this covered." The moment Alex spoke, they didn't question him. They all stopped trying to engage with the skeletons, as they have been exhausted from fighting those unkillable bones. At first, they had thought that killing the skeleton would solve their problems, but they soon realized how delusional they were. The only one they could kill was the Bone Knight. Killing his summons wouldn't eliminate the threat, as their bones would just reattach itself back in place. And the Tier 3 skeletons were difficult to keep occupied. Agnes and the others had only been able to survive because the skeletons' battle skills were not as refined as the Bone Knight's, and they were slower, allowing them to keep the skeletons at bay. So when they heard Alex's voice, they gladly abandoned their duty, as they have gotten tired hoping that Pale would be able to defeat the Bone Knight once again. Mid-tier spell Gravity Warp. Alec placed both of his hands together as he cast a spell that was beyond his rank. Blood spilled from his lip, but aside from that, he was okay, as his physique could already rival some low Tier 4 beings, and since he had enough mana, he had successfully casted the spell. The only drawback was that he felt his internal organs quake, as they were not strong enough to withstand a mid-tier spell yet, but he could already feel the mana flowing through his bloodstream, moving to heal him. As he opened both hands, a small revolving black hole began to draw all the remaining summoned skeletons of the Bone Knight inside, despite their resistance. Even those who tried to use their blades to pierce the ground were all drawn into the huge black hole. When the last one had been dragged inside, Alec closed his hand, making a few hand seals as a black hole tattoo appeared just behind his hand. As he turned back to the iced Bone Knight, Alec said to Pale, "Release this guy." And Pale stopped pumping mana into the spell, and the blizzard ceased. The ice that imprisoned the Bone Knight began to crack as Alec waited in front of him, ready for the knight to emerge and be defeated. The two streaks of light that followed behind the third elder were Draco and the fifth elder, whose name was Axel. The patriarch had ordered them to provide backup to him, as he was unwilling to let the recently healed third elder enter a blood moon battle alone. As the third elder crossed the city gates and stepped onto the battlefield, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The human mages were losing terribly, and it seemed as if they were merely playing a game of survival, desperately hoping for the blood moon to wane so they could find respite. There was no real offensive push, only the city guards mages were actively countering the goblin onslaught. Observing the struggle of the low-rank mages, he realized that even if they managed to survive the blood moon with their current tactics, their future was bleak. As if they continued to suffer heavy casualties in each encounter with the goblins, there would come a point when they wouldn't be able to defend themselves due to their diminished numbers. And when that time arrived, the only fate awaiting them would be death, so he took a swig from his gourd, reminiscing about the times when Alec had dominated the low-rank battlefield, leading the Gordon's clansmen with his exceptional wit. The third elder admired Alec's intelligence, and thoughts of Alec led him to ponder about Arthur, his grandson. "I wonder how that boy is faring. Well, whatever the case, he won't disappoint the third branch of the Gordon clan. For now, let me prevent these mages from dying after all. They'll still be needed to safeguard the city," he mused. The third elder tossed his wine gourd backward as he prepared for battle. The gourd landed neatly in the hands of Draco, who, along with the fifth elder, had finally caught up to the third elder. It seemed as though the third elder had anticipated their arrival, and without hesitation or plan, he charged into the Tier 6 battle. As despite the goblins outnumbering the humans and also the presence of 3 formidable hobgoblins, he remained unfazed by their lineup. With his golden naginata materializing in hand, he swung the blade horizontally. A long golden chi slash swept through 3 charging goblins, cleaving their bodies in 2. Their eyes wide with horror as they could not comprehend how they had been slain so swiftly, unable to mount any defense against the casual yet deadly strike from a mage that shared the same realm as them. "Go in peace, knowing you have fallen to a worthy mage." The third elder smirked as he advanced. The goblins quickly recognized the new threat, and about 7 of them broke off from the main group and began moving toward him. The city's guardian leader, who was commanding the battle, sighed in relief as 2 of the goblins that had been engaging him were now drawn to the third elder. He had been contending with 3 goblins, a daunting task since they were often outnumbered by the goblins, so they were forced to battle multiple goblins of equal strength to survive. As the leader of the city lord forces in this Blood Moon War, he had initially faced 4 goblins. However, when the battle started through sheer force and executing powerful moves from the outset, he had managed to slay one of them before they could comprehend what was happening. But since then he had become a punching bag for the remaining 3 goblins, as his power outburst was no longer a threat to all 3 of them, as it reduced after his shenanigans. So the goblins took their time wearing him down and slicing him, but his resilience and great defense prevented him from joining the list of mages the goblins had killed that day. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion as the third elder's strike tore through space. This caused a small distortion as he swung his weapon, directing the fragments of space towards the Tier 6 goblins coming for him. Despite being Tier 6 mages, the goblins found themselves in danger when they came into contact with the rushing space fragments. 3 of them met their demise as the space blade pierced vital areas. One was hit in the heart, and the other 2 in their heads. The rest suffered severe injuries after surviving the third elder's attack. They stared at him in shock, as they were certain that no mid-tier mage was capable of breaking space. As inside those broken spaces were where high-rank fights took place to avoid affecting others in a large battlefield. Even Draco and the 5th Elder Axel were astonished at his outburst. Are you sure he is not already a Tier 7 mage? His power outburst seems to have reached the Tier 7 mage realm, Draco asked. No, the monster is still accumulating pressure, the 5th Elder exclaimed as they both stared at the 3rd Elder, whose body was being covered by his golden golem slowly. Within seconds he was completely covered, and now resembled some sort of armored Iron Man in golden armor, as Earth mana was forcefully drawn towards him, causing a massive whirlpool of energy to rotate above him. This phenomenon halted the ongoing war, as the leading hobgoblin warned, he's about to step into the Tier 7 mage realm. Run. The hobgoblins knew they stood no chance against the 3rd Elder now. However, the 3rd Elder had no intention of letting them escape. He had expressed his desire to unleash his power, and since it happened to be a blood moon night, he made a promise to announce his new realm using the blood of the goblins. So he charged towards the retreating Tier 6 goblins who were attempting to flee through the space gates. Neither he nor the other mages paid any attention to the remaining goblin army trying to make their way into the space gate. They simply watched in anticipation of the punishment he would deliver. With just one swing, he eliminated any Tier 6 goblin he caught. This was how he massacred the highest battle power of the goblins, his golden armor drenched in their blood. Although the war had technically ended even before the end of the blood moon since the rest of the goblin army fled back into the space gate, he was still unsatisfied. As he let out a roar towards the skies, weapon in hand, as he spun his weapon before launching an attack into the heavens. And as if in response to his declaration, the weather began to change, signaling the beginning of his breakthrough to Tier 7. All across the Estonia city, the prominent clans and families watched the signs of his breakthrough from their clan houses. It's a member of the Gordon's clan again. It appears they have chosen not to stay silent any longer after a period of calm. Cease all operations near areas under their control, ordered the patriarch of the Reza clan. Not only the Reza clan, but other clans with strained relationships with the Gordon's clan decided to avoid crossing paths with them at the moment. Alec waited patiently for the ice encasing the Bone Knight to crack, eager to see if the knight could still reincarnate or reconnect with its summons that have been imprisoned by him. The moment the ice finally shattered, the Bone Knight reached out towards Alec's neck in an attempt to strangle him. But with a flick of his wrist, he moved his Changdao that is still enveloped in a flaming aura as he cleaved the hand clean off. He then thrust his hand into the Bone Knight's chest, gripping and shattering the core within. As the body of the Bone Knight collapsed to the ground in pieces, Alec watched intently, half expecting some sign of reanimation, but nothing happened. He then replicated the hand sign he had used to seal the black hole, summoning one of the skeletons back through it. As if by magic, the Bone Knight he had just slain transformed into the skeleton that had passed through the black hole, while the one that had just emerged began to change. Its bones expanded, it grew taller, and its sword and blue armor reassembled onto its body. Alec was infuriated by the sight of the resurrected Bone Knight. Upon completing its reconstruction, the Bone Knight raised its head, displaying a fierce expression, only to be met with a sniper mode Terra bullet from Alec aimed straight at its core. The bullet pierced the core, killing the Bone Knight instantly, just after it completed its transformation. Seems the Bone Knight gets weaker with each revival, that's why its transformation took longer than the first time, Agnes observed, sharing her thoughts on the matter. I don't really care either way, I'm just going to keep killing it, until there are no more clones left, Alec stated as he conjured another sniper mode Terra bullet, before he opened the portal, and allowing only one of the skeletons summoned by the Bone Knight to emerge again. As the skeleton was released, it seemed the Bone Knight's spirit, which had been wandering and unable to find its summons due to Alec locking them in a restricted space, finally entered the released skeleton's body. As the body began to transform too, but just as before, the moment it finished its transformation and raised its head, it was met with Alec's disdainful gaze. Alec stared down the Bone Knight as he destroyed its core again with a single bullet. This process repeated until Alec finally killed the last summoned skeleton, and the Bone Knight could no longer revive. Despite the Bone Knight's attempts to escape Alec's relentless assault, it was no match for Alec, who had already cast his innate spell down and was simply waiting for each revival. Now try waking up from that, Alec taunted as he used a swift motion to clean the blood from the blade of the bone katana by drawing it along the scabbard before sheathing the weapon. He turned to realize that the lick was observing him, It was clear his actions of having eliminated over 4 Tier 4 undead is a feat was enough to pique the Lick's interest. It was enough now for the Lick to see him as more than just a talented war commander. As he began to march forward, he noticed something else. A smoky figure appeared out of nowhere and swiftly snapped the necks of 5 mages before lunging at Beatrice. With a graceful motion, Alec propelled himself once more towards the approaching being, as he was determined to intercept it before it could come near Beatrice, ready to defend her at all costs. She had been taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a ghastly-looking undead launching a sneak attack on her, just as she was on the verge of triumphing over the skeletal knight. As she grappled with what action to take, Alec appeared beside her as if he had been teleported there. Without hesitation, Alec swung his bloody Changdao, only to be shocked when his weapon merely whistled through the creature known as the Wraith. Reading the description, he realized that physical attacks were futile against it. No matter how he struck, his attacks would simply pass through its body. "Oni, Sword Saint, this one's yours," Alec called out as he clapped his hands together, unleashing a large flame shockwave that sent the Tier 4 Wraith hurtling towards where Oni and the Sword Saint were positioned. Alec had come to understand that there were still many entities he might not be able to touch, as he lacked spells or attacks capable of injuring a spirit or soul life form. He had been seeking alternatives for confronting those he couldn't physically touch or attack. And he had recently learned that Oni was not only capable of absorbing souls, but could also attack soul life forms and even injure them. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint possessed the ability to cut through anything, provided he had the strength to do so. Deciding to leave the Wraith to them, Alec trusted that they could handle it as he dashed towards the Lick. However, his path was obstructed by the Dullahan. From the other side, he could see the zombies' army have started moving, and he frowned. Except there was an undead there that was much stronger than them and could potentially destroy their bodies, but Alec highly doubted this, as such an undead would need to be in the Tier 5 Mage realm to do so. The Wraith found itself surrounded by Oni and his summons. 4 red Oni wielded blunt weapons with spikes, while the blue Oni brandished dual blades. The Sword Saint stood slightly apart from the group, his great sword drawn and flashing with a gray light, ready to attack. "So you all want to attack me with numbers, huh? Well, let's even out the score, as I can't be bullied by you all," the Wraith spoke, spreading its hands as black smoke rushed into the bodies of the 5 mages it had killed upon its arrival. Slowly they rose as zombies, though one of them mutated with completely red skin and long claws. Originally a Tier 2 when the mage had died, but it had now risen as a Tier 3 zombie due to the powers of the Wraith. "And just when I thought things couldn't get more difficult, Saint, I will leave 4 of my guys to you so you take care of those zombies. Just make sure you come back quickly, as I won't be able to hold this bastard down alone for long," Oni said, his mask changing to a serious expression. As a black fog appeared on his hand, and when it disappeared, he was already gripping a scythe with both hands, and the remaining 4 hands were each holding a different type of blade. Recognizing the vulnerability of its current form, the Wraith dashed towards where the city guards were engaged in battle, with the Oni chasing after it. Although the Oni was fast, it couldn't match the Wraith, which was flying in its smoke form. Eventually, the Wraith reached the nearest mage, coincidentally from the war god Mage Academy, and entered his body, possessing him. "I hate these undead." Arthur, who was nearby, attempted to sever the Wraith's head. However, to his dismay, the blade merely passed through the mage's body without inflicting any damage. The mage, now under the control of the Wraith, looked back at Brandon with black pupils and a slick smile, but before the situation could worsen, Oni finally caught up. Swinging his scythe, he utilized the inner curve of the blade to hook the leg of the possessed mage and pull him away. As he was desperate to prevent the Wraith from killing more mages and turning them into zombies, Oni's actions caused the Wraith to lose balance as it was pulled over. "Leave him to me," Oni declared, raising his scythe, which gleamed with a blue soul light, as he struck down with the intention of plunging the blade deep into the possessed mage's body. The possessed mage raised his hands, conjuring a black stone fist around his hand to block the scythe from plunging into him as he swung his legs towards Oni's crouched area, but he was met with no reaction. In fact, Oni's masked expression had changed to one of shock. "Are you expecting me to react to that? Because I assure you I am just a creation of magic and I am no human," Oni said, trying to jest with the Wraith. But the Wraith only smiled and placed one of its hands on Oni's chest, summoning a huge crystallized stone hand that rose from the ground and punched him straight in the face. Oni was flung away, while the Wraith got up and spread both hands as black earth spears rose into the air on its command. "I think I like this body. Even though he is nothing but a Tier 2 mage, I am able to combine both my dark element with his earth element. Now tell me, do you want to taste the feeling of having your body pierced by black rocks?" the Wraith said through the mouth of the possessed mage as Oni got back up. "You know that body wouldn't be able to keep up with the amount of power you are utilizing." Since you are Tier 4 undead, it's only a matter of time before the body of that Tier 2 mage gives in to the pressure and explodes, Oni responded. But I think you like the thought of that. The thought that I know what you want to do and you feel I won't be able to stop you. That is what gets you excited. What a maniac, but you seem to have underestimated me. Yes, I can't deal with you alone, but what if I had help? Oni had realized that his blue Oni had caught up, so he touched his chest, removing another soul and threw it towards the blue Oni, who was dashing towards the wraith from behind. The blue Oni crossed his sword in front of him, and as the blue soul touched the sword, it became attached to them. Both of the blue Oni's dual blades started glowing with the same soul blue light as Oni's blade. The wraith sent out the crystallized black rock spear towards the blue Oni, but the blue Oni displayed incredible footwork, dodging and deflecting the spears effortlessly. And the wraith followed the path of the soul light and dashed towards the blue Oni. He conjured a black heavy sword made from the earth element and swung it horizontally. However, the blue Oni kneeled on the ground and glided with his legs, avoiding the attack. As the wraith passed by, the blue Oni made sure to slash him at the side before getting back up. The wraith screamed out in pain as it seemed that the blue light attached to the weapon had a burning effect on him. Filled with anger, the wraith tried swinging the earth sword with a reverse grip, determined to get rid of the blue Oni. As the blue Oni's cheeky grin and single horn on his head annoyed the wraith, as it reminded him of the abyss demons the undead always faced in the abyss, however, the blue Oni was not an abyss demon. Before the wraith could swing his hand, he felt a tug on it, accompanied by a burning sensation. When he looked, he saw that his hand was wrapped in chains conjured using soul. He found it strange that a summon of a human was able to manipulate powers even the humans could only dream of. However, it didn't change the fact that he was still unable to extricate himself from the mess, as Oni tugged the chain backwards, dragging him along and causing him to lose balance once again. Taking advantage of the situation, the blue Oni swung his legs, delivering a powerful kick straight to the wraith's face, before attempting to pierce him with one of his blades, but the blue Oni was met with a crystallized black rock shield summoned by the wraith, effectively blocking the attack. The wraith had realized now that the manipulated soul controlled by the Oni had the ability to harm him and perform unexpected actions, so he had become cautious of allowing the blue glow weapons to penetrate him. Stomping his legs on the ground, sharp, huge black earth shards emerged, attacking Oni and forcing him to focus on evasion. This gave the wraith the opportunity to escape from the soul chains, as he covered his hands with the black crystallized stone fists and his body with black crystallized stone armor before dashing towards the blue Oni. The boldness displayed by the wraith shocked the blue Oni, but he still decided to counterattack. However, the moment he moved, the wraith sidestepped and delivered a low jab to the left side of his waist. As the blue Oni staggered backwards, he left an opening in the middle, which the wraith exploited, moving in and delivering an uppercut. The blue Oni was sent soaring into the air, stretching out his hand. The wraith conjured a black chain that flew towards the Oni's neck. He dragged the chain and slammed the blue Oni onto the ground, his face adorned with a smile. However, when the blue Oni turned his face towards him, the wraith noticed that cheeky grin and sensed that something was amiss. The blue Oni discarded his dual blades and formed a series of hand signs. The wraith noticed the Oni's hands enveloped in a bluish glow. The realization that the blue Oni was casting a spell using the soul filled the wraith with dread, aware that soul-based attacks were his weakness, so he tried to run but was too late. Low-tier spell Soul Grasp. Two large hands aglow with a bluish light clamped onto the wraith, rendering him immobile. The more he struggled, the tighter the grip became. Sheeing, the wraith's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at his chest to see the blade of a scythe protruding. The Oni had discerned that the wraith possessed a heightened sense of awareness, allowing him to counter when approached. So he opted for a different tactic. The Oni had attached soul chains to his scythe and hurled it directly at the wraith. Fortuitously, the blade, coated in soul light, pierced straight through the wraith's chest. "Come over here," Oni commanded, twisting his hand around the chain and pulling hard with that forceful tug. The wraith's true form was yanked from the mage's body. The smoky form of the wraith, still skewered by the scythe, was dragged toward the Oni, while the mage regained control of his body. He groaned in pain as the scythe had pierced his chest, and all the injuries the wraith had sustained while inhabiting his body remained. Yet that wasn't the most excruciating part, as blood dripped from his ears, eyes, and mouth, signaling the severe toll the possession had taken on him. "Retreat, and you will recover and live. You are fortunate the wraith was expelled from your body before it could inflict real damage. You should go and rest now," the blue Oni advised as he retrieved his blades and began heading towards his master's location, while the mage looked shocked at the blue Oni's ability of speech. Sword Saint wasted no time hesitating as he rushed at the Tier 3 mutated zombie, even though the red Honest supporting him were all Tier 2 Golem as him. He knew that they didn't possess the same powers as him, and none of them would stand a chance against the mutant Tier 3 zombie. Therefore, he decided to take care of it first while they dealt with the lesser flies, also known as the Tier 2 zombies. The Red Honest dashed in with their spiky clubs in hand, despite the Tier 2 zombies not being as slow as the Tier 1 zombies. However, their speed didn't offer much assistance against the formidable Honest, as they were skilled combatants, with one of them sidestepping the zombie attacking him and swiftly striking its knee with his club. The impact broke the zombie's leg, causing it to lose balance, and the Oni seized the opportunity to smash its head with his spiky club, bursting the zombie's brain and drenching himself in its blood. The Oni found pleasure in violence just like their master, and it was clear that they were truly powerful, making the zombies no match for them. Meanwhile, the zombie that Saint was facing posed a different challenge altogether. It had not only eliminated its speed weakness, but also displayed an awakened intelligence. As it didn't merely attack violently or rely on instincts, it fought strategically, knowing when to evade and when to counterattack. Saint toyed with it for a while before realizing that there was nothing worrisome about it. When the zombie closed in on him, Sword Saint created an opening, making the mutated Tier 3 zombie believe that it had a chance at winning the fight. So it lunged for Saint's neck, and with swift precision, Saint turned his sword downward, withdrawing a smaller blade concealed within the hilt of his main sword, a uniquely designed weapon. As he swiftly pulled out the smaller sword and thrust it straight into the gaping maw of the mutant zombie, fortunately for the mutated Tier 3 zombie, it had anticipated Saint's attack move and managed to retreat at the last second, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow to the brain as the blade poked out of its nose. In retaliation, the zombie swung its leg with such force that Saint was sent flying, skidding across the ground until he managed to arrest his momentum using his swords. With the main hilt now detached, Saint gripped both sides of the sword, and the great sword was broken down once again, this time into two scimitars. As the zombie charged toward him anew, Saint, who had learned from his previous encounter to avoid a direct contest of strength, as he had recognized the zombie's superior power. Instead, he maneuvered around the zombie, showcasing his full mastery of swordsmanship. With each step, he delivered precise slashes, his hands moving so rapidly that the zombie struggled to keep pace. Frustrated, the zombie kicked up sand to obscure Saint's vision and launched a strike, but Saint was ready. Hooking one of the scimitars around the mutant zombie attacking hand, he twisted the blade and swung the other, cleanly severing the zombie's hand. The mutant zombie's face remained expressionless, showing no pain, as it swung its other claw, releasing an energy claw attack. Saint kicked the mutated zombie backward, using the momentum to lay on his back and avoid the incoming claw of light. He then acrobatically sprang to his feet, spinning his body and wielding the blades with such agility due to the weapon's lightweight that he even generated considerable momentum. This allowed him to strike the mutated zombie in various places, as it failed to defend against the rapid onslaught. When he ceased spinning, Saint thrust both scimitars into the zombie's head, delivering a fatal blow that ended up killing it. As he turned away, his hands glowed with a gray light, and the small sword that the zombie had removed from its mouth, along with the remnants of his blade, were enveloped in the same gray light as they flew back to him, reassembling into the great sword once more, before he dashed towards Oni, who seemed to have captured the wraith. The wraith was emitting an ear-splitting scream, ensnared by the soul-infused scythe. Hold on to him a little longer. Saint's voice reached Oni's ears as he grappled with the soul chains, attempting to drag the wraith closer in a tug-of-war. As Saint approached, he leaped forward with his sword now radiating a stronger glow than ever, and pierced the wraith's smoky form. For the first time, the wraith's eyes showed a look of shock as its body began to emit white light and then exploded. The resulting shockwave sent Saint flying, and Oni's weapon returned to him. With the wraith finally vanquished, Oni turned to look at Saint, only to see him closing his eyes as a cocoon made of light began to envelop him. And another one is on the brink of a breakthrough. It seems I can't even take a breath without risking of being surpassed, Oni remarked as he commanded his summons to join the fray against the undead army. He led the charge, his scythe blade enveloped in black energy, and as he swung it toward the horde of zombies, a large slash of dark energy cut through the masses as his 5 Onishigami summons followed closely behind, plunging into the undead ranks without hesitation. Alec and the Dullahan faced each other, each sizing up the other's combat prowess like two experts assessing their opponent. Alec was convinced that the Dullahan was like a final boss the Lick had positioned to protect himself, for while every other undead had been sent to battle, the infamous Dullahan stood still, simply standing guard. Alec was certain it must be infuriated, so he aimed to provoke the Dullahan into losing its composure. Human, you have come this far, I must admit. At first, I underestimated you, but look at you now, forcing me to deploy every special undead at my command. and it's almost as if for every move I make, you have the perfect counter to thwart my plans, the Lick's hoarse voice said as Alec ignored the Dullahan and focused on the Lick. Well, sorry to say this, but this isn't a game to me. I'm doing my utmost to have you killed so I can return in peace, knowing I've eliminated a significant threat to the Sweden city. Alec retorted, let's see you try. The Lick responded, giving a nod to the Dullahan. In response, the Dullahan kicked the side of its horse, prompting the steed to gallop toward Alec. Poised and ready, Alec took a stance with his Changdao raised above his head, prepared to strike. At the Northern Kingdom's capital. While the subordinate cities of the Northern Kingdom face 1 or 2 space gates, depending on whether a nearby city was destroyed, the capital itself was always besieged by 5 space gates. 4 of these are high-tier gates, positioned at the cardinal points of the kingdom north, south, east, and west. These gates are defended by ancient clans that rule over these territories, as well as other high-tier clans that have been granted the privilege to reside within the royal capital. However, the 5th gate, a peak-tier gate, looms ominously above the center of the palace, presenting a constant concern for the royal family. The mere thought of a space gate hovering overhead is a frightening prospect, as it signifies the potential for an attack at any moment. Although the abyssal races occupying the space gate above the royal palace have not launched an assault for an extended period, the royal family remains vigilant. With each Blood Moon War, they enlist the best monarch mages from each clan in the capital to fortify the palace's defenses. The royal family harbors a fear that the day may come when the abyssal races will indeed strike. However, some of the esteemed mages summoned against there will have grown weary and frustrated with the royal family's demands. After all, the royal family possesses the most monarch mages, bolstered by the underground spring they control. It is clear that they wield the greatest power in the capital and could easily defend themselves with their own mages, trained by the royal family itself. But the king of the Northern Kingdom has always opposed this approach. Many have begun to interpret his actions as a deliberate strategy to weaken the other clans. It was evident that their descendants or clan members were fighting for their lives at the 4 other high-tier gates, especially when they were conscripted. Instead of being granted the chance to protect their kin, with the power they possess, they are denied this right and are instead asked to defend a palace that has not seen an attack in years. So the belief has taken root that the royal family's true intention is to debilitate the other clans, ensuring that none grow strong enough to pose a threat to them. Inside the palace, various patriarchs of the clans residing in the capital had gathered in the throne room, having requested an audience with the king. In response, the king summoned all those assigned to the palace to attend the meeting too. One of the patriarchs who had called for the meeting stood to address the pressing concern. The attacks against the 4 high-tier gates are intensifying. If we are not careful, one of the gates may soon be breached. All we ask is to allow a few of the Monarch Realm experts present here to be deployed to the 4 high-tier space gates, to maintain control and prevent disaster. As the patriarch voiced his concerns, reactions within the room varied. Some of the other patriarchs nodded in agreement, while others frowned, and a few anticipated that he might face retribution. King Charles of the Northern Kingdom, however, simply gazed at the patriarch with an amused smile. What is your clan's specialty, or which element does your clan have a natural affinity for? The king inquired, still smiling. Sir, it's the plant element. My clan is renowned for their mastery of the plant element. The patriarch responded, all right then, what is the name of your clan and what is your name? The king probed further. The patriarch was left perplexed, unsure of how his name was relevant to the current situation, but he knew he had to respond. My clan is the Greenleaf clan, and my name is Sage, your majesty. The patriarch introduced himself, bowing respectfully to King Charles. I have taken note of your request. If you wish for your request to be considered, you must first defeat the patriarch of the ancient Blaze clan, King Charles declared, causing Sage's eyes to widen in astonishment. What the king had proposed was, to Sage, an insurmountable challenge. He knew all too well that he was no match for the patriarch of the ancient Blaze clan, a high-tier monarch whose power vastly exceeded his own as a low-tier monarch. The disparity was so great that the Blaze clan patriarch could easily make a plaything of him, not to mention the elemental disadvantage. With fire being the natural counter to plant element, he almost felt the king did it on purpose. Even as a specialized plant mage, Sage was aware that the mages of the Blaze clan were far from ordinary flame clans. Every member of the Blaze clan who attained high-tier status and was recognized as a genius had the opportunity to enhance their flames at the clan's underground temple, unless they were born with a unique variant flame. And that was just for those who reached the high tier. The true extent of the Blaze clan patriarch's power, now that he had ascended to the monarch realm, was unfathomable. The only one who seemed keen to measure the strength of the Blaze clan patriarch's variant flame was the patriarch of the ancient Zero clan, as they were long-standing rivals. Your Highness, I believe I must concede this challenge, as I stand no chance against the formidable leader of the Blaze clan, Sage admitted, clenching his fist in resignation before retreating to his seat. King Charles snorted at Sage's display of resignation. He had hoped for a clash that would provide him with the thrill of bloodshed, although he yearned to command them to fight, but he was aware that many were already displeased with him, and he did not wish to exacerbate the tension. Although some of you initiated this meeting, I had already intended to summon you all in the first place, King Charles began, addressing the room. You have all been called upon to protect the palace, and I am well aware of your grievance, however. Let me assure you, the threat posed by the peak-tier space gate cannot be taken lightly. What I am about to reveal is the history of the gate, and the reason it has not assaulted the palace for years. The peak-tier gates have been sealed by the holy guardians of the Northern Kingdom, as is the case in the other 4 kingdoms. But now, we face a dire Chrisist guardian of our kingdom is nearing the end of his life. And the moment he passes, the seal will break, and the entities controlling the space gate will be free to attack. I assure you, you are not prepared for such an event. Even high-tier mages would be mere cannon fodder in this war. Only the monarchs will have the power to influence its outcome, King Charles declared with gravity. As worry etched on the faces of all the patriarchs present, they had never confronted the peak-tier gate before, but they did not doubt the king's words. Even the high-tier gates were capable of producing low-tier monarchs, and they felt if sufficient energy was channeled into them, they would send out way more monarch realm experts. They were acutely aware that the abyssal races boasted more experts than their own ranks. The only reason they had managed to hold their ground for so long was that the space gates limited the number of monarch rank warriors the abyss could deploy. The humans have grown considerably and are no longer suffering defeat as they once did in the past. They have begun to mount effective counterattacks against the abyss. Additionally, there are human mages who actively seek out confrontations with the abyss through the space passages. For instance, Terran has a bounty on his head due to the number of low-tier 8 experts he has slain, despite being only a tier 7 mage. Pardon me, Your Majesty, but I find it difficult to believe that anything can prevent the abyss races from emerging through the space gates. Is this not a violation of the Blood Moon rules? Will we not face condemnation for such actions? The patriarch of the Dragonmere clan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. His human form bore a single horn curving backward from his head, a testament to his deep assimilation with the dragon bloodline he absorbed.